offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to answer this question really quick because I keep getting it from several of my friends. But the first guy that asked me this was a friend of mine on Facebook, Jeff. He asked a question. If the ice wall circles our entire flat plain, how can the elites possibly monitor every mile of the perimeter to keep anyone from getting access? Well, Jeff, and everybody else who's asking, that's really simple. I'm going to explain it to you guys really quick, okay? Check this out. Now, what you have to understand is this is a Royal Navy ice patrol ship. It's also an icebreaker. It can get through places no other ship can go, and even if it tried, it would be crushed into a million pieces, okay? This ship is designed to cut through the ice and come and find you.
Now, the only way that this Royal Navy ship is going to come looking for you in the ice is if you make it past 60th parallel. And at the 60th parallel, you will be turned around by just your average Navy warship. Whether it's China, America, Russia, whatever country you are close to, when you get to that 60th parallel, that country's Navy is going to send a cruiser or a warship out to turn you around. They are the first line of defense. The final line of defense is this Royal Navy ship right here. Now, I'm just showing you one. I'm not going to take up a lot of time showing you each one of these icebreakers because there's an icebreaker for each territorial boundary of the 80th parallel, just as there's a warship for each territorial boundary of the 60th parallel. Okay, now let me help you understand that. On a so-called globe, this right here would be the 60th parallel south. And this is where the average Navy battleship will turn you around and tell you that you are in maritime waters. Okay, now that you understand that, on a so-called globe, this right here would be the 80th parallel south, which is basically the whole coast of what you have been taught to believe as the Antarctica. And this is where the Royal Navy icebreaker ship will track you down. Now let's have a look at the 80th parallel on a flat Earth map. Imagine that. The Antarctica turns into an ice wall. And look at that. The 80th parallel is the perimeter of the ice wall, which the Royal Navy icebreaker protects. And like I said, there is one of these icebreakers for each territorial boundary. I'm just showing you this one to give you an idea of how they patrol. Check him out.
HMS Protector spends up to 330 days a year in the ice-packed seas of the South Atlantic and fulfills a unique support role. This ice patroller is equipped with 2 cranes capable of lifting up to 60 tons of supplies. With 4,741 horsepower and a uniquely shaped bow, Protector has the capacity to break through thick ice. Up to 65 personnel on board are given huge amounts of responsibility, rotating within a 330-day patrol. HMS Protector also provides support to the British Antarctic Survey, providing manpower and supplies to the 2 stations that secure a British presence in the area. The vessel arrived at Portsmouth Naval Base in May 2011, tasked with renewing the Royal Navy's ice patrol presence in the South Atlantic. Tasked with renewing the Royal Navy's ice patrol presence in the South Atlantic. Tasked with renewing the Royal Navy's ice patrol presence in the South Atlantic. But the Protector, which finally departed Teesside at the end of last week, is a ship far better suited to serving on the edge of the frozen wasteland. Serving on the edge of the frozen wasteland. Serving on the edge of the frozen wasteland.
The ice makes it impossible for ships to reach any of the bases for about 8 months of the year. We can only get through between November and March. That's summer down here. After that, the power of the ice is so great, even a modern ship would be crushed if it was trapped in it.
So, like I was saying, this Royal Navy icebreaker ship is designed to cut through this ice and come find you.
You also have buoys on the ocean that have been there for a long time. I think maybe even all the way back to maybe World War II. But anyways, check this out. Even if you can go under the radar of the Navy, they have these buoys that set off signals
that will notify the Navy of your exact location. Now, 10 chances out of 10 are that you're not going to pass just the average Navy battleship. If you do, of course, then you have this Royal Navy icebreaker ship waiting on you. That's his job. That's what he does.
Here is a Google diagram of how it works. Just simple towers. The buoys are like towers on the ocean because the ocean is flat. So they send a signal to each one. And as soon as that signal goes off, when the waves get just a little bit rough, they know exactly where you are. And if you've ever seen a Navy radar, you would know that. Look at it. It's a flat, round disc. Shows the whole Earth. Now, I'm going to show you guys something. They even show you how they can find you without using radar. They hit it in the movie. Check this out.
Pearl Harbor here. We're approximately here. And they, whatever they are, we're somewhere in the middle. We're trapped out here. What we know right now is we can't target them unless we have a plain line of sight. Without radar, we have no way to track them, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so they can't see us and we can't see them. And we have no way to hit them from a safe distance.
There is a way.
A way?
A way of seeing them without seeing them.
You're going to reference Art of War right now, aren't you? What are we supposed to do? Fight the enemy where they aren't? Move like water?
My way is much more simple. We've been doing it to America for 20 years. Water displacement.
How do you track water displacement?
Tsunami buoys.
Tsunami buoys.
You have them surrounding your islands, transmitting displacement data. We hack into their transmissions, form a grid.
You can't track anything without radar.
I don't need radar. Just the radio frequencies. Turn off Aegis radar, please.
Who is this guy?
Chief Moore.
Sir.
Secure spy.
Secure spy, sir.
Display no data.
Presumptuous here. I can call you Buzz. Okay.
That's a legal name. Passport,
Okay.
driver's license.
And I am Uncle Coney tonight.
Coney.
Let's talk about this because this is fascinating. I remember very clearly. I think anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon,
No,
which
you
was
didn't. No, you didn't.
what?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. So you associated what you saw with.
I have very hazy memories.
I know.
Well,
why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and And that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. Because there's no gravity. And I'm a diver, scuba diver, and when you get down underneath the water, you're floating.
Zoe, what do you say?
Thank you.
You are very, very welcome.
I'm sorry, Jay. I'm sorry.
I can see that how that would affect your Christmas.
I made that whole thing up.
What?
I'm sorry. I guess I just wanted to seem interesting. I guess there's a real danger of that on this show.
The pressure.
Well, yeah, people come out and they've run out of anecdotes, you know, and they just start making stuff up.
Yeah.
Like that Neil Armstrong guy. Have you seen him on the talk shows?
Neil Armstrong, you mean the first man to walk on the moon?
Talk about a fish story.
Yeah.
Man, and they're buying it.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Armstrong, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital. Wanted to give you the opportunity to swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. Will you put your left hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Gentlemen. Mr. Sibrel.
Yes? If you really walked on the moon, why would you not do that? So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Sibrel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Really? Well, no, it's a real Bible. You have the opportunity to have $5,000.
The meeting is not open.
Well, you have $5,000 cash. You can give it to charity if you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. So why don't you put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Mr. Sibrel, you do not deserve answers.
Neil Armstrong, you mean the first man to walk on the moon?
Talk about a fish story.
Yeah.
Man, and they're buying it.
Oh, yeah.
Patience for anyone who denies that this challenge is real. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Flat Earth Clues, written by Mark Sargent, narrated by Mark Sargent. Preface by the editor. The idea of the Earth being flat isn't new, yet seems to have found a new lease of life. It is considered the monster of all conspiracy theories. But is it a theory? Could there be some truth to this? I first heard about the notion of the Earth being flat on the YouTube radio show Coast to Coast, and as the person being interviewed said it, I waited for the laughter, but there was none. Initially I thought it was some sort of joke, and then I realised that he was deadly serious. This then led me to do some further research into it. One of the first videos I came across was Flat Earth Clues, which I found so compelling that I told everyone I knew to watch it. From that point on, I was hooked and have continued to tune in and consume as much material and information that I can that is emerging on the subject. As I began to listen in to other commentators and debaters on the topic, I noted that many would mention that the Flat Earth Clues was one of their first introductions to the subject of Flat Earth. I also noted that many YouTubers were reusing the Clues videos within their own videos because they were so powerful. Someone had taken the time to break down the crux of the topic in an easy to digest manner. I was so impressed with the impact that the Clues videos have had that I followed my gut instinct to reach out to the creator of the series, Mark Sargent, to create a joint venture, to use the material to create a book format for the Clues. And with the help of a longtime colleague, Rosie Brooks, as illustrator, the Flat Earth Clues book has been created. We hope that you will take the material in the spirit in which it has been written. It's not been made necessarily to try and convince you, with an arm twisted behind your back or a gun to your head, that we are right and that this is it, but we just want you to open your mind and to take a closer look at the world around you. Question everything, and by all means do your own research. The truth is out there. You can contact me at lisa@lisanewton.co.uk or tweet me at Lisa_Newton1. Lisa Newton, Editor-in-Chief, London, UK.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Admiral Richard Byrd explored more uncharted land than any other man in history. He was a man of action, but he was a man of thought as well, an explorer and a scientist, an adventurer and a philosopher, a complete man, one of the men in history who had to lead the way.
On this expedition, we hope to fly across the South Pole into the mysterious land beyond to see what is there.
To the cameramen who made this picture, I want to give full credit. They did not hesitate to risk their lives at their job. Now, the North Pole is the center of a deep ocean, whereas the South Pole is a high plateau which averages 7,000 or 8,000 feet in altitude. There is no life whatever beyond the edge of the world. There are no Eskimo. It is too cold for human beings to live there permanently. When we left on this expedition, we were, to put it very mildly, extremely anxious to find out if it existed. Would we be able to find it? And that was the great question. We left on this expedition from the Navy Yard at Boston. Here is our supply ship, the Rupert, just a big unprotected iron ship of 8,000 tons. And here is our icebreaker, the Bear, which we took as a protection for the personnel of the Rupert, and also to use exploring in dangerous ice areas. We took with us this time 150 Eskimo dogs and more than 14,000 different kinds of items for 2 years away from civilization, where there were no supply depots around the corner. Day followed day, week followed week, as we penetrated the great Pacific. We headed straight south, and here we have an ordinary unprotected iron ship, sailing in seas no ship had ever been in before since the world began. It wasn't that we were any better than our predecessors. We simply had a more open ice here. We bucked the ice till we were finally stopped by an impossible pack. Impossible, at least, for the Rupert. But we wanted to see what was beyond the horizon. That's what we came for. And for that purpose, we had another string to our bow, aviation. We retreated a few miles and managed to find an open lake in the ice field. So we proceeded to put the plane overboard. We had to execute this maneuver as rapidly as possible, because we knew that under the influence of the wind and the tide, the fields would soon close in around the ship again. In fact, the ice is already beginning to close in. Our plan was to go south with our steamer until we were stopped by ice, and to take up the attack on the unknown with aviation. And now at last we're going to find out what was in the southern part of this mysterious part of the world. We came to this strange phenomenon, ice islands. Steaming through these ice islands was an eerie sensation. Here was the twilight of the gods, and we were curious to know what these somber giants were guarding. At long last, the dice fell our way, for the elements acted in our favor. The wind and the tide which had closed the ice in around us finally opened the pack so that we could break our way into more open sea. We had added nearly 500,000 square miles to the Pacific Ocean. And here is our journey's end. At length we sighted that great natural phenomenon, the ice barrier. The ice barrier.
Byrd's 6 expeditions. Later, Byrd charts the course as the ship, her masts outlined against a scarred ice wall, nears the end of a 14,000-mile journey. The sea is strewn with loose, broken ice, but the sturdy ship crunches steadily on to her improvised berth against the ice barrier.
They pushed on, right up to the ice barrier.
At length we sighted that great natural phenomenon, the ice barrier. The ice barrier. The ice barrier. Therefore, whether we liked it or not, we had to go alongside the Great Barrier.
Even for the sailor, for whom the sea is an old story, there is adventure in the oceans at the end of the world.
Some of us may answer this call to adventure and journey with Admiral Byrd back to the poles, truly the ends of the earth.
The ice barrier. The ice barrier.
In 1955, 2 years before his death, Admiral Richard Byrd departs on his 5th and last expedition. But it's not simply an unknown continent or a distant ocean that lures adventurers like Richard Byrd. As he put it, here is a door ajar through which one may escape from the noise and chaos of civilization into the solace and harmony of the cosmos, and for a moment be part of it.
This is going to DR01.
Word.
join in the discussion, and then they run rampant with like different ideas of what they think flat Earth is, mixed in with what it's like. And that's why, like, coming into this forum, a lot of people that have flat Earth tag aren't just flat earthers. They're like they're still in cognitive dissonance, all that residual baggage from their ideas of like, well, they were lied about the globe. Now they're gonna like know the truth. So all the truth, everything that they hear is gonna be, yeah, that's a possibility. No, it's not. So it's like you can't do that. Like this isn't the like. Well, yeah, you're a flat earther. Cool, bro. Let's think that the Earth is as we have a map of the moon, like on the whole Earth, like that. These ideas, right? Like you can't do that. That's how we got in the mess in the first place. Like making all these assumptions, like that. You cannot do that. You have to just think about things logically, and it is what it is. Like, I mean, we're dealing with it on all levels. So just having people like really, and that's why I'm not very liked in this forum when it comes to flat earthers because of that fact. I will always just like listen. Like if it's something that you can verify, you can talk about it in a way that we can all look into it, and that's great. I like it. But when it's something that's speculation, just say, hey, it's my speculation. There's no harm in that. But when you're coming in here as a matter of fact, as a flat earther, then you might end up in a bad way because of that.
I proudly share that judgment with you.
I don't know. I've always expected like this forum was something different, and people even say that this forum is not the same like these other flat earth platforms, and it's not. We've curated it to be what it is. It's painstakingly curated to be this way. People hate this forum if you can't use your speculation as a matter of fact. And they're like, well, I'll go somewhere. Go ahead, man. Like, that's the point.
That's
These
right.
other forums.
There's a time and a place for everything, and the people that have the platform can determine what they want to restrict on their platform. I have no problem with that whatsoever myself. When it comes to especially something like this where you can join and speak and any Joe Blow can show up. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with having some stricter rules, but it's nice to have a place too that if you wanted to get a little deeper with someone that you can go wherever and then talk to them. But again, like you said,
oh look, Mr. Sensible popped in here.
It's funny because there's one of the prevailing worldviews among not just flat earthers but alternative cosmology in general is something that intellectually I'm very on board with, and it's the thing that I come to blows the most with me saying, look, a lot of that speculation, I'm not going to go into what it is, but there are things I believe, but I accept that it's a belief. And I won't insert it into anything I talk about at all.
Exactly.
Because
Meme, I don't know if you know. I don't know, guys. I don't know if you know. We just have Mr. Sensible pop in here. He was on a debate with Witsit. Is he unmuted? Can we unmute that guy, Mr. Sensible?
Do I know Mr. Sensible?
He was on a debate with Witsit. I think Witsit had a debate with him and Conspiracy Cats.
Okay.
Is he? Let's see, what roles does he have? Because if you're in this VC, we do want to talk to you. So go ahead and open up your mic if you got. If not, let me see if I can give you a role. Oh, he doesn't have any. Okay. All right, I just unmuted you. If you are who I think you are, you don't need any introduction. You can go ahead and speak if you want. Mr. Sensible, are you there? Hello? You are muted. You have control of your mic.
All right, then keep your secrets.
All right, keep your secrets. I went ahead and gave him VC verified in case it's.
Thanks, man.
Done with him.
Oh man, I might get up my good microphone. This might be interesting, and it might not. Mr. Sensible, are you there? You could bring up back.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I've got some issues trying to get my setup working. My screen's not working. You guys carry on. I'll jump in a few minutes if that's all right.
That's all right.
Okay, cool.
Hey, by the way, before you come back again, you are the Mr. Sensible that has had a debate with Whitsitt, right? Just to be sure. I
just lost the sound then. I heard you saying, am I that Mr. Sensible who had that debate with Whitsitt? Yes, I am.
Yeah. Okay, good. We can just label him Globe Earther then, meme.
Okay.
He's good to go.
No problem. Manage.
Yeah, I think I'm all sorted now.
Any other
Before he
tags?
starts talking, I want to make sure it's a one-on-one and a civil conversation. You guys know the rules. Sorry, go ahead, man.
It's. I mean, yeah, it's an open forum. You guys can chime in, but yeah, this is Mr. Sensible, the guy who had the debate with Whitsitt. So I guess if you wanted to talk to him about that specific thing, or I don't know, maybe if you want to say something, Mr. Sensible, it's up to you. But we already know your position. But if you want to state it for us, why do you think the Earth is what it is, and what evidence do you have to back that up? So that's usually our introduction for everyone. So you're no different, getting no special treatment or anything. It's just how we operate this forum. So if you just want to give us a rundown of what you think the Earth is and why, your position basically, so everybody here knows who doesn't know you.
Well, basically, I was just trawling around, and I just saw that I had the 24/7 Discord link on my set of links, and I just thought, oh, I'll have a listen, see what they're talking about. That's all. Yeah, standard globe position. The prevailing view of how the Earth, the solar system, and the galaxy is understood to be and understood to behave. All that you would expect from a globie.
Could I ask kind of a cognitive question?
Ask away.
Sure. If I were to ask you, how do you know for certain that you're in a galaxy, what would your answer be?
How do I know that we're in a galaxy?
How do you know for certain that you're in a galaxy?
Well, we can see the what do you call it? The Milky Way, which is looking across the cross section, the flat cross section of the galaxy, and we can see all the other galaxies. Stars that we can see are all in galaxies. I didn't realise that was contentious at all.
Well, I mean, you're talking about the Great Rift, right?
Well, isn't the Great Rift one of the gaps between arms of the galaxy? We can see the dust clouds and the band of stars of the Milky Way as we look towards galactic central.
Sorry, I got a spam call right then. If you never looked in a mirror, would you ever know what you look like?
Well, I guess there's other ways. Look at reflection in water or something.
Well, I mean, if you didn't
but you can see all the other people. You could feel your face, and you know that you're going to generally look the same. You can see that everyone has subtle differences, or differences to a greater or lesser extent. But you're going to feel that you've got a nose, a mouth, a chin, ears, and so on.
Don't you have to first assume that you're in a galaxy to say that you look like the other galaxies?
I guess so. Why would you? Why? I mean, the alternative. No. I mean, it's just a nice chat. No, you're not having a go. That's fine. But to assume otherwise would be to assume that we're different than all the other solar systems, that we're special in some way.
Okay. I just wanted to get your viewpoint on it.
Hey, Mr. Sensible, do you think that we have to imply, or implore, I should say, leaps of logic when we think about the Earth being a globe?
Do we have to? Do we have to take leaps of logic? Did you say?
Yes, to implore that the Earth is a globe.
No, I don't think so. When we look at the other planets in the solar system, we can see that they're all spheres. I can understand if you were sort of created. This is day one. You walk out. A good starting place would be it's a flat surface. That would be a reasonable first assumption until we investigate further.
I wonder if CB, if you have that clip of Michio Kaku, just for Mr. Sensible's sake. I don't know if he's heard
Science,
this or not.
we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Sorry, what field is this?
Oh, Michio Kaku. You don't know who he is? Is he something?
Is that him you were playing? Sorry, that was it. I thought that was someone else on the in the Discord talking.
No, that's
sorry.
Michio Kaku.
Michio Kaku, yeah. Yeah, he's a cosmologist, isn't he?
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
and astrophysicist.
He's well known.
Yeah. No, I know of him.
But I wouldn't say he's somebody to take lightly in the community of people speaking about what like the cosmos is. So he's not somebody to be discredited, is what I would say. He is somebody well within the realm of a respectable, credited person to say he's a science communicator. Let's say.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that being the case, he's also saying what it is, how they think about the universe and such. So and from this coming from just like, hey man, this is what this guy is saying. What do you think about it? Because obviously it sounded like at the beginning when I asked you the question, you said something opposite to what Michio Kaku said, which sounds like you're in disagreement with him. You can't be in agreement with him because you already stated that you're not. So I just want to make sure that the audience that we have understands that the position you have from the position he has, and let's say, I don't know what credentials you have, or if you have any, or if you don't. But the thing is, you're saying one thing, he's saying another. And that's interesting. Right? I mean, not if you don't think it is.
Well, I mean, if he's talking about cosmology, they can't use the scientific method like you can with, I don't know, chemistry, and you can mix certain chemicals, heat them, do whatever, try it again and again and again, repeat it like that. But they come up with thoughts and then look for evidence to try and support them, but it's not that sort of science. They can't carry out those reproducible experiments.
What sort of science is that, though? I'm trying to figure out what sort of science is where you implore thoughts in your. It's just like guesswork. It's what he said, right?
Any science starts off with a guess, though, doesn't it? If I add, go on.
Real science,
right?
Real science first up starts off with an observation of physical reality, and where you're observing the effect of something. The guess always comes from what have I observed in order to be able to guess what I can vary in order to prove a cause. That's hard science. So it requires an experimentation.
Yeah, I mean, with cosmology, you're observing something and trying to come up with an explanation.
But that's just
with many aspects, it's going to be hard to come up with an independent variable to manipulate. With some, not so. For instance, like distance to the nearest stars, we can use parallax over 6 months, the parallax from the position of the Earth, and see the change in the apparent position of the star against the background star. Background stars to work out a distance. So, with that, there is an experiment you can do. With other things, maybe not so much.
What experiment are you referring to?
Well, I'm saying with some of the nearest stars, to work out the distance to them, if you take an image of those star, let's say in January, and you can see it against the background and surrounding stars, you look at the same star 6 months later, it will have apparently moved against that background of stars. You formed a triangle with the baseline being the orbit of the Earth.
So what you're saying is the stars move.
Stars do move.
Wait. Baseline with how the Earth moves? Is that what you said? Because at the end of that, you said the baseline is that the Earth moves. Is that correct? Like I'm just
we've moved 6 months around our orbit, so from one side of the sun through to the other side of the sun. So that's half the orbit around. So if you drew a line between the two positions through the sun, That's the base of your triangle. Looking at the star, it is the peak of the triangle. But looking along those two viewpoints, you can see its apparent position has shifted against the background stars.
All right,
just
so,
like holding your finger in front of your face and closing one eye and then the other eye. Yeah, parallax.
Parallax. We are fully aware of parallax. But for those who don't know what parallax is, maybe you just want to go into that a little bit before I even, I don't want to address it yet because maybe parallax is alien to people at the moment. But if you want to tell them what parallax is and why you're using it in this context, that would be great.
Well, take an example. If you stood looking at a tree with a range of mountains off in the distance, you can see that tree, let's say, is dead in line with the peak of one of those mountains. You move a distance to the left or the right, look at that tree again, it will no longer be lined up with the peak of that mountain. That is parallax. Simple as that.
Pretty easy to grasp onto if you guys don't know what parallax is, but just for your sake, I wanted him to just kind of explain why he thinks parallax is relevant to this specific topic. And also to get into
in my example, in my example, the star that we're looking at is that tree. Our baseline, our two positions are the position of the Earth in January, position of the Earth in June, and that star is no longer lined up with the same background stars it was, just like the tree is no longer lined up with the peak of that mountain.
It's like
so simple trigonometry, then you can calculate the distance.
Right. So simple trigonometry. But before we get into because I do want to talk about that a little bit. Andy, Hold My Beer is here. He was listening to a debate that you had with Sid, and he was on edge as to how come, somebody was so blatantly ignorant to the fact that the Earth isn't what they're saying it is, right? Being that it's a globe that it shouldn't be, right? So he's taken a very staunch position. And you just made him more dug into the fact that he now is solidified as someone who's going to now bring forth the case for flat Earth. But my thing is this, right? Because I know that, and I'm just saying that because I'm saying hello to Andy, who came in here pretty fired up because of the fact that he was listening to you and was it Conspiracy Cats? I would say
it was myself and Conspiracy Cats. But what is it that's got Andy? What's it that's got Andy fired up then?
I'll let Andy speak. Andy, before we get into Mr. Sensible's kind of discussion of the cosmos, I wanted you to just kind of, if you had a little piece here to say about why you felt that conversation went in a bad way while you're listening to it. Can kind of give him a little bit of what we hear on the critiquing side of what you thought was going on with that. I'm putting Andy on the spot here, guys. You don't have to chime in if you don't want, though, but it's up to you.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I just woke up though, guys. So, give me a sec. I need at least 10 cups of tea. I watched that debate and I just got annoyed because it seemed like one side were lying quite a lot, and especially this Katz character. I don't know. I just didn't like the debate tactics as well, and. What the hell was he doing with this statement? This is what he's going to do, and he's going to make these, sound fancy and say these fancy words. And what was he doing? Why the tactics? It just really got to me.
Are you talking about his thing about predicting the future? Or he was a time traveler?
Yeah.
Well, I think it was fun. It was pointing out.
Fun?
Yeah. He was pointing out that it was absolutely known what would happen. That Whitsitt would not produce actual evidence. But I mean, you'd have to take that up with Katz if you wanted to take it up. I can only really speak for myself. And by the way, I didn't say hello, guys.
I just sound like the usual stuff for you guys. Just ad homs before everything was said.
But I didn't ad hom. I showed. I'm going to struggle to remember what evidences I showed. I showed the thing about neutron detectors detecting the sun from around a mile underground, and they do most of their detection during the night when the sun's on the other side of the Earth, and you can see the direction the neutrons are coming from, which would be impossible on a flat Earth. The next evidence I gave were the tow tanks that they use for modelling ship hulls and so on. I used the Southampton, I think it's called Boldra Wood tow tank, about 138 metres long, and it's got rails for the gantry to roll along. And they have to be I'll just finish off. They have to be perfectly level, and that is a curve, and it took 2 weeks for it to be adjusted. There's a hump, if you like, of 0.6 millimeters over the length of the 138 meters. And I can't remember what my third. The third one was wasn't it my Mage balloon? Can't remember.
Well, where's that hump at the Suez Canal?
Yeah, I think Mimas wanted to jump in here real quick, and I still haven't addressed Mr. Sensible.
I mean, I don't think metal warping in a poorly built ship is proof of something.
No, that's not what it is. They got a tank of water, 138 meters long, and they tow a model along it to see how it reacts, because it's got a wave maker in it as well, to see how the ship's body would react in the water. Now that tank has to hold the model ship without pushing it down, without pulling it out of the water. So it has to be freely moving. So it has to remain the same distance above the surface of the water. The gantry runs on rails, which must maintain the same distance above the water level along the entire length. And once those rails are adjusted for that, there's a 0.6 millimeter hump, if you like, along the entire length, because
so in
138 meters.
And 0.6 millimeters?
Yes.
0.6 millimeters. Okay.
Yes.
That's
not much.
That's within the margin of error for anything, though, isn't it?
They use a microscope and a pin breaking the surface of the water, or just not breaking the surface of the water. And I think there's about 400. You know, like on a railway where you get the metal clamps that hold the rail to the sleeper.
Yeah.
There are about 400 equivalent clamps like that had to be adjusted to make sure the rail didn't lift or sink down towards the surface of the water, to maintain a perfect level distance above the surface of the water.
Okay, so I do have a question then. So there was a hump of this metal. Was there a hump in the water?
Yes.
Do you have paperwork for the hump in the water? Or
Sorry,
just
do I
in
have
the rail?
what?
Do you have the documentation for the hump in the water or the hump in the rail?
I can post a link to that if you wish.
Sure.
You have to give me a minute. So carry on. I'll.
Yeah, we're gonna put a pin on a specific discussion that we had about the cosmos in order for you to address this specific one. But we'll get back to that other one. I think it's important. Once you finish up with this one and we tidy up a bit on this, then we'll move forward to that one.
I don't know where you want me to post this. Just in the lobby.
No. Okay, so you're new to this forum, correct?
Yeah.
What you have to do is go to the live stream voice text, which is above the
Got it. Yes.
The one here. So.
Okay.
You should have perms. Yeah, you have perms.
Yeah.
Does you have image perms too, or is it just links?
Do I have what?
Let's see. Can you post an image? I think
he can't. He needs image embed role.
Let me give him that.
Right. Well, that's the link to the website. I'm just trying to find the actual.
No, you have to be able to post images as well, so that everybody can see anything that you want to present. 1 second. And by the way, I'm gonna preface this sensible, because things in here, this is like a very much intellectual forum, so you're not gonna get what you get from other places. This is gonna be really. I think it's really hard for globe earthers to be in here that take a staunch position. So, I would say fasten your seatbelt, because Kansas is going bye-bye in a moment. So I just want you to be fully aware of where you're at. This isn't like a debate. This isn't a debate forum like you're used to, I would say. This is way, way, way different. And I just say, just be in here. Don't get scared. Don't, if you have somebody else you want to bring in that's a friend of yours or whatever, that's great. If you want to have a buddy, because this isn't like for flat earthers, this is not even a great place to be if you're speculative. I would say flat earth or globe earth, it doesn't matter. Like, this is an intellectual forum, so you will be called out on a lot of stuff if you don't have any evidence. So we're going to get down to the nuts and bolts of why you think what you think, the psychology behind it, and all the things that are good for us to know when we investigate. So that's one of the, I just want to preface it with that. So that's what this forum is, just to be fully aware. And we're going to address each point, make sure each point is thorough. We're not going to go skip off and scattergun you with a bunch of questions. We'll let every person that comes in finish their point, and we'll move off to the next person. We're not going to have a dog pile. It's not how this works. So if you're in this forum, you've been in here with me, you know that's the way I run things. Don't dog pile Mr. Sensible. Let the person who's speaking finish their point, and then allow the other person to come in with another point. If you do start to dog pile, I will mute you. So don't do that.
Hey, Mickey, I'm gonna have to run for a little bit, but it's in your hands.
I got you, bro.
Well, I just posted a couple of images of the ones of the tank, and the second one is more details of the rails with those adjustable clamps on. I can't find the direct link to the document so I'm still looking for that.
No worries. Whenever you get them.
Yep.
I have a quick crack at this math here. 138 meters, 414 feet, approximately a 13th of a mile. Looking for around 0.61 inches bend. And you're talking about a half of a business card. You're very polite, by the way. I must compliment you, sir.
Oh, thank you. I don't have a problem with chatting to anyone. There's no point in just slugging people off, is there?
Well, it's the nature of the beast, Mr. Sensible. And as you can see, both positions are pretty upset about each other. So it comes with the territory. So the thing is, it should be expected on either side. And with that, with this forum, however, I run a tight ship. So I don't allow just the dog pile. Everything has to happen in an organized fashion. And people coming through are going to address you one at a time, and they're going to fully go through whatever they want. And we can have people that support what they're saying. They can pop in there and support what they're saying. There's nothing wrong with that. You can have somebody on your side come in there, pop in and support your side. That's how this works. But we will get through every topic thoroughly. There isn't anything we're going to leave up for questions. There isn't. We go through everything as much as we can thoroughly with everyone. So we want to allow the person who's speaking with you go ahead and finish what they're saying. And guys, remember, if you're done, just say, I'm done. Anybody else can chime in. So we won't know that you have another point coming up. Please allow
you can go on. I just wanted to establish that math for a moment. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else want to jump in and have a conversation with Mr. Sensible? Other than, if nobody does, then I have a point to bring about the cosmos. So I'll wait you guys if you want to speak with him. He's the guy, if you guys may or may not know, had a debate with Witsit. Him and Conspiracy Cats went a 2-on-1, I think, or 2-on-2. I don't know who else.
It was 2-on. Well, yeah, it was supposed to be 2-on-2, but the other one was Brian Leakey. So.
Oh, that's right. He didn't really like that. Anyway, but that's neither here nor there. We want to know if you have any questions about what Mr. Sensible is thinking about. He's very much in the position that the Earth is a globe. The evidence speaks for itself, according to him. So. This is your time, guys. If you wanted to speak to somebody who's in a position that thinks the Earth is a globe.
Really, I have a really quick question, Miggy. Real quick question. After getting smoked in a debate, how are you still a globe earther?
Smoked in the debate? Which debate was that?
Any debate with Witsit in it?
No, Witsit is rather famous for his word salad. He spouts lots of stuff. He did not address the toe tank. He did not address the neutrino detector. And I have posted. Sorry, I have posted those couple of images. I posted the link, and I'm just about to post a screen capture of the relevant part of that document. Here we go. This is the bit that says about the hump, if you like. I don't know, is that come through okay? Can you all see that? Oh. Yeah, there we go. The rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth horizontally and in roll. In Southampton, the Sagittar for an east-west oriented tank of 138 meters is about 0.6 millimeter. And the top faces of the rails must be level, that's to the surface of the water, within 0.1 millimeter over their length. So that's where I got the figures from Southampton University, okay?
Do you have any idea of... So you're saying this university says that the water is bending?
Yes, they got the rails. The rails could be adjusted slightly up, slightly down, based on those red sole plates that are in the images that I posted above, and to maintain a perfect height above the surface of the water. Once you have that, so they're all at the top of the rail along its entire length is exactly to within 0.1 millimeter, the same height above the surface of the water, then that rail has a curve of about 0.6 millimeters over its entire length.
So we really can't use the rail. What are the rails used for?
That kind of proves that the water is flat, though.
The rails are used for that gantry. Can you not see the gantry?
I know, but the rails are kind of irrelevant because they're built, right? They're not what's level.
Yes,
they are. That's an instrumental error. That's user error.
They build the concrete walls of the tank, obviously as level as they can. They actually let it settle, I think, for a number of months, and then with all those red sole plates, the rails are mounted. Now, of course, just mounting them is not going to be that accurate. They are then adjusted to make sure they maintain the same level above the surface of the water.
Right.
So they follow the surface of the water. So if the water was absolutely flat, then the rail would be absolutely flat.
So they measured up from the surface. They measured up from the surface of the water, and you're talking about a 0.6 of a millimeter variance.
Yes.
Okay.
They used a microscope. They used a microscope showing a needle pressing against the surface tension of the water.
Right. So when I go to a machine shop and have them bore out a motor and they have an error, that never happens?
Thank you. I'm a machinist.
How have you? How have you taken into the mechanical variables? How have you excluded them? How have you accounted for them?
How do you exclude metal expanding and contracting under stress and heat?
When they did that, they could not, and in fact, it says in this document that I linked to, they couldn't even use a laser because of refraction. That's how accurate they had to be. So they're going to use accurate instrumentation. It was had to be the same person had to make the adjustments along the entire length, so that he would be making exactly the same adjustment. Because if they change to someone else, they'll see it slightly differently.
So how would you account for his error then?
Well, you can read the document. That's the information I have. They used a microscope and a needle against the surface of the water and adjusted it so it's the same at every sole plate.
I've done the geodetic robotic systems because I do surveying and stuff. This is not perfect equipment.
Oh no, and it even says they're allowing for an error of 0.1 millimeters. Remember, they're looking through a microscope when they do it, but 0.1 millimeters. They can't get more accurate than that.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they're nailing it.
Well, they're within 0.1, and that ends up giving you a curve of 0.6 over the 138 meters.
0.6 sounds like they're off somewhere.
Yeah, it sounds like they were off. That sounds like user error to me.
Well, you'll have to take that up with the university. This isn't me making a claim. This is a university.
Know, isn't there a better claim, like you have a natural body of water that you can look over and shouldn't see buildings on the other side or something? Something a little more than this very small margin of error.
Right. Well, we always hear about the whole thing about ships disappearing or wind turbines getting sort of chopped off, or Chicago skyline and things like that, which is all out in the natural environment. You've got temperature variations, you've got air density variations and so on. Here is another example to illustrate the same thing. The tanks are actually built and have to allow for the curvature of the Earth.
Well, they
thus
don't.
demonstrating that
They don't have to allow for the curvature of the Earth at all.
Well, they're allowing for the curvature of the water caused by because the surface of the water is following the gravitational equipotential, i.e. maintaining the same distance from the center of the Earth.
Here, let's look at this document. Let's look at this document.
Yeah, please do. Please do. Yeah. I've got it in front of me as well.
Can you?
It's not very long, by the way.
They accounted. Can you find the part where they accounted for the gravitational pull?
Well, that screen capture I gave is on page 3 of the document.
You just post the whole document, just a link to it. That'd be fine.
I did, didn't I? Let me try it again.
No, you posted a link to the website.
Oh, there's the document. And this will be the same with all tow tanks. It's just the one that I used in a couple of debates. And as I said, it's on page 3, and it's the bottom left couple of paragraphs. Sorry, page 2. Beg your pardon, page 2.
Okay, that's page 2.
And Dave Hinkle, I didn't say tow tags. I said tow tanks. TANKS.
The Australian Maritime College tank staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank.
Sounds like the concrete expanded.
Yeah, because I
this is indoors. I mean, it's not going to be massive, massive variations in temperature.
Indoors.
Sorry, concrete.
I've done infrastructure concrete for many years for cities and the military. I've done military projects and infrastructure projects, and I've done surveying for them. I know what I'm talking about here. Concrete expands and contracts. It doesn't matter.
Of course it does. Of course it does. That's why you have expansion joints in long runs of concrete.
Exactly.
Of course.
You just said it. Expansion joints.
Yeah, expansion joint, and they're there because it flexes and expands and contracts. Even 5 years after you build a building, it can change. Now, it's a microscopic change almost. You wouldn't be able to see it with your eye, but it says right here that one of the tanks they filled had a 1.2 millimeter variance, which is over double.
Hold on. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at page 2 where it says the staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank.
Concrete. Is that the concrete should be allowed to settle? Yes.
There are two things involved: the mounting and the concrete and the metal. So there's a couple factors.
So yeah, they got deflections within 12 months, didn't they? And then looking down, so the tank was filled in June 2015. Alignment started in January 2016 to allow time for the concrete to settle.
Yeah.
Okay, may I? I mean, a half inch or something, you'd start to concern me, and I would be looking into this. Other than that, I have to question also this test that they're doing with model boats on this little canal, if you will. What's with the high precision rate here for something that's going to be buoyant, if you will?
Because the model of the ship, let me see if there, I think is there any images there of it? I don't, well, at the bottom you can see a model of a ship. It's actually suspended below a gantry which runs along those rails, so it's got all the monitoring equipment on it, and I think it goes up to 10 meters per second. It goes quite quickly anyway, but you don't want it pushing that model down into the water or pulling it out of the water, because that will affect the readings. I'm sorry?
I can understand a quarter inch or more. I can understand that would be a variable. But honestly, we're talking about a test here. This isn't like absolute precision machinery. There's a lot more things in this world that are machined with higher precision. So to me, that test, that's as accurate as you're ever going to get, even if you did have up to a millimeter or more variance. That's dead level as far as I'm concerned.
Sorry. I've just also seen on that page that we're looking at, page 2, on the right-hand side, just above the photograph, it says the vertical alignment of the south rail was checked in 20 spots in June 2016. So that was 6 months later, and it showed that the concrete had not moved during that period. So, I mean, they allowed for any settling and whatever before they adjusted the rail, and checked it 6 months later, and it hadn't moved.
Sorry, guys, I'm speechless. Go ahead. I mean, to me, that's level, dude.
Yes, it is level. It is level, and level is a curve. Absolutely.
Wow. At least we got you saying that on boys.
You say it with such gusto.
Again, I'm gonna have to go find this fellow I used to know that was into the construction equipment and
Level-
was a high-end guy.
Level as defined by academics is not real level, because those of us who build things know what level actually is.
What size things do you build? What size things do you build?
I did a 1.5 million square foot warehouse for the military. They never accounted for anything.
Well, yeah,
They never account for anything. Linear lines every direction.
Hilti makes a laser level 75,000 feet. So,
and you can go to the tool shop, buy a tool called a level that comes in all different lengths, and it has 2 mediums in it. It has a gas medium, and it has a fluid medium inside of the canister, and it shows you what level it is. So I'm trying to figure out how you build words into a definition that actually try to find the base of a tool.
Because in recent history, they've tried to change the definition of level because of this argument. That's not an excuse for the fact that level has always meant
Right,
level.
and my point is, no matter how many words and word salad you can throw at me trying to tell me that curve is built into the definition of level, I'm going to tell you I'm going to go buy a tool called a level with a capital L, and I'll smack you over the head with it, because there's no amount of words that you can do to cover up the observation of a level with a tool called a level. Like, that's a bullshit story.
Right. If you're talking about talking about a spirit level or a laser level, something
No, I'm
like that.
talking about a level. Capital L-E-V-E-L. If I'm going to build a deck, if I'm going to hang a TV, if I'm going to interact with the surface to ascertain whether or not it's level and make sure that the stuff I'm building is level, I'm going to use a level. Right?
but
Now, you're not going to appeal to the definition that they've revised recently to tell me that there's curve built into your idea of level. That's bullshit and a fallacy on its face.
No.
Yes,
level
yes,
level
it
is the same distance above. So if the surface is curving, if you took
Hold on. Do you have validation? Do you have validation of a curving surface, though? Do you have validation? of a curving surface?
I'm giving an explanation of what I mean by level. If let's say you had a very large sphere.
Hold on. I'm stopping you because we already know that definition, because we hear it all the time. No, that is not.
Yeah,
what
but it's not.
About. We are diametrically opposed to that interpretation of what level is. That's
So
not level.
if you're just talking,
And the point with, hold on a second here, the point with everything that's being
unfalsifiable. If you hold on now. If you claim that level and curved are the same thing, and you're just measuring up from 2 spots, so level will always look curved, that's unfalsifiable. That is literally unfalsifiable. We can
Actually, no, it isn't. No,
it is
no, it isn't.
unfalsifiable.
What you're talking about is
How would you
horizontal.
falsify it?
What you're talking about is horizontal, as in 90 degrees from plumb.
90 degrees perpendicular to plumb.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if
Parallel.
I dropped a plumb line, 90 degrees from that is horizontal. If I was hanging a TV or something that you suggested a little while ago, then yeah, you'd use a spirit level or whatever, because you don't have to take curve into account over that short distance.
Yeah,
If
and over
a
500
distance
foot-
away, a long distance away, you take another plumb, that will not be parallel to the first plumb.
So you think if you go to a still lake and you put your theodolite up and you're measuring 500 foot across it and you have identical measurements, there's no curvature? Or is the level of that plumb perpendicular straight line that you're running parallel over the lake, is that curving around the lake too?
Is the perpendicular to plumb is in effect a tangent, isn't it? So if you're on two sides, if you're on two sides of a lake, I think you said 500 meters across, drop two plums, and at each one you had a 90-degree horizontal to those two plums, then they wouldn't be parallel to each other.
They would be.
No, but
Exactly.
no, they
And
wouldn't.
they will be.
And that's
How
why.
would it be?
And
And
I
they
forget the
will be.
exact
Talking
term,
about
but
reality.
It's not
Not in the drawing in your head.
no,
Reality.
I am talking about reality. Have you ever seen the main surveyor? I forget the
No,
term.
I've been on a lake. I'm not delusional enough to think that the water's curving all around me. Have you ever been out on a lake?
Well, that tow tank that I just showed was 138
Okay,
meters.
no.
No, let me finish. I'm responding to your point. That tow
yourself.
tank was 138 meters and it had a 0.6 millimeter.
Okay, so
hump,
what's
if you
going
like.
on
So
at
over
Suez
500
Canal?
meters, you're only going to have a couple of millimeters. So no, you're not going to see it
What
with
is
the
going
naked
on
eye.
at Suez Canal?
How much? Hold on. How much is not 0.6 millimeter? How much
Just
is
over half a millimeter.
half a millimeter?
Yes.
Half a millimeter.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how small that is?
Yeah. You get two of them in a millimeter.
Okay.
Now, if you're talking about a 500-meter lake, you can imagine that it's going to be, about 4 times that. So about a couple mil.
Hold on.
Let
How
me
many
just ask
millimeters?
something.
How many millimeters are in an inch? Because we should have 2 inches of curve on that. How many millimeters are in an inch?
It's
25.4.
Yes.
So you're off by 25 times. So there's no curve.
I don't really quite follow what you're saying.
Because at 138 meters, you would have about 2 inches of curved earth. You would not have
wouldn't.
point. No, yes, you would.
Sorry, 2 inches at 138 meters.
I'll stop you there. It's 0.615, and if you want to go with your Sagitta, you can half that if you like. But either way, it's either 5/8 of an inch or half of that.
5/8 minutes. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's still way more than a millimeter, isn't it?
Well, over 138 meters, you're saying that the globe theory, if you like, would predict over
5/8 of an inch.
half an inch of curve.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
that's
wrong.
the exact
Yeah,
calculation.
that's not
pretty
wrong.
much.
I'm sure that's wrong.
Give him half for a Sagitta. It's still half of 5/8. Go ahead.
Sorry, who go ahead?
No, if let me ask you real quick. If level is curved, is globe flat?
Yeah, we're not gonna skip off. We're gonna stay on this one at the moment. Chad, if you're here, Chad has had studies with mathematics, so he would be the one to actually point it out to you, Mr. Sensible, if you're wrong. And I would say
Like
that
to
he has been
label
doing-
your level, and our level.
He's
Or
been,
your
he's been doing
level's
it for a while.
your level's
Guys-
called radio
Guys,
level.
can you hear me? When I'm
Go ahead.
talking right now, yeah, just allow me to finish because I'm addressing what Mr. Sensible is bringing up here in this forum. So, Chad, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, Mr. Sensible, if you may or may not know, he's a person who does debates with Flat Earth. So he's done one with Witsit. So not known or known, but
Well, I just put 100. Sorry.
I'm gonna go and let you present the mathematics for that, but we're just gonna go right now based on the mathematics. And there's been a gentleman who chimed in here, who was correcting you. You said that's not right. Can you please, guys, go over the math one more time, so that way Chad can hear, and at least maybe Chad, if you want to test this, and if it's not what they're saying.
Well, if it's 160 meters, that's a tenth of a mile, isn't it?
138. I mean, let's call it 150. 150, just to make it.
160 is a good number because it's a tenth of a mile, isn't it?
Okay, but you're going to be mixing up imperial and metric.
If you're going to haggle over that, I'm not going to bother.
Well, no, there's a big difference between imperial and metric. I just whacked a target distance of 0.138 kilometers, so that's 138 meters, with an eye height of 0 meters into the Earth curve calculator, and it says the target hidden height would be 0.0015 meters. That's using the Earth curve calculator at GitHub.
I don't know if there was going to be a response to that, or if you guys are doing something with what he's saying. If you
No,
guys
I just said if he's going to haggle over silly numbers, I'm not even going to bother. So,
What am I haggling over? Go on, say it again.
I think Mickey was just trying to give him the floor to speak.
Yeah, I was just giving him the floor, actually. But it seems like we are, I guess, at the end of that point. You guys already said that there's a bit of haggling over the numbers because it seems like there is curvature with the way you're presenting it, or should be anyway. And there isn't, according to Mr. Sensible, or at least not enough to be detected. Is that correct? Am I getting what you're saying, Sensible? There's too minuscule.
I'm saying if you were looking over a lake 500 meters wide, the amount of curvature is not going to be apparent to your naked eye.
So, well, that's interesting because we got a contradiction here that I'm going to have to point out. But it's too interesting to point that out at the moment. I do want to get back to the cosmology point that we were on. Maybe if everybody's good with this point, if you have anything else to add before I move on. Anyone? We're all good? All right. So going back to the cosmology point you brought up, I told you that it takes leaps of logic according to some astrophysicists, including Michio Kaku, and there was a sound clip of actually him saying so. So it wasn't just me telling you that that's what he said. He actually said that, and I'm pointing it out, which is important, right? Because there's a lot of people that actually look up to science communicators such as him. Therefore, I said, he said leaps of logic, and that's the way that it works for him. You disagreed, however. You said it was actual, we can know things, and he didn't say that. So
we can know some things, other things we can't know for sure.
Okay, I'm going to take us out of the realm of vagueness, which is kind of like what your rebuttal was at. So know some things and not know some things. Okay, so let's put things into the realm of what we know, and I'm going to go ahead and allow you to tell us what give us a few examples, if not one, of what we can know from the cosmology side of things. Go ahead.
Well, this is not any field I'm a specialist in, but we know certain things, like we know the constituent elements of stars using spectroscopy. Sorry, I struggle saying the word spectroscopy.
No, go ahead. Spectroscopy, for sure. Okay, and you say that the way we know those elements is how? Spectroscopy works in a way that, how does it work? First of all, I think using words like these, they're fancy. Some of them are packaged in a way that some other people don't know. The audience sometimes they might be globe Earth proponents and they don't even know what spectroscopy is.
Right. Yeah.
If they're not in this discussion, they won't know. So enlighten people.
Could I just chip in on this one, Meggie? I've got a bit of information on this one.
Absolutely. I just want to either you or you tell us what spectroscopy is, and it doesn't matter who it comes from. Just a quick
question to Mr. Sensible. When you're looking at spectroscopy of a star, are you seeing what the actual star is made of, or what its atmosphere is made of?
It's light shining through the atmosphere. It's light shining through the atmosphere of the star.
So it's the atmosphere of the star. You're seeing what the constituent.
Yeah, but
not the actual star itself.
Well, the star is a ball of plasma, isn't it, and gas, whatnot, and shining, taking spectrograms of different stars give you different results. But we haven't just to confirm what spectroscopy is. When you take light, you break it up into a rainbow. If that light is shining through a gas, you get what's called Fraunhofer lines, absorption lines, like a barcode. And each element always has the same pattern. So therefore, if you're looking at the light coming from a star, you examine the pattern, the barcodes, if you like, and therefore you can determine what the constituent elements are.
And this is what you said we know, right? We can know something, like we can know this.
Yes, because that's measurable. And if different people took readings of the same star at different times from different locations, they'll get the same Fraunhofer lines, the same patterns.
I think the audience might be a bit confused when it comes to things we know, because in this forum, we like to stand on certainty. And I'm going to sound a bit redundant, but 100% certain, right? So now I'm going to turn it around and ask you, are you 100% certain when you say that the star that you are looking at is made up of the specific element that you say that it is made up of? Go ahead. 100% certain. I'm not saying, now I'm going to phrase it this way, again, redundant. 99.99999999999% sure. That's not what I'm talking about.
That would be more accurate, wouldn't it?
Well, no. I'm saying what's accurate is what you are saying, not what we think you're saying. So what are you saying? Tell us directly.
What I'm saying is, if they take a spectrogram of the sun, they can determine the elements that the sun is made of. You take a spectrogram of different stars or galaxies, you can tell the same. You can get the same patterns due to the various elements, so you know the elements.
Hang on, guys. I want to make very clear this before you guys chime in. I want to make this very clear before you chime in, because we get this a lot. So in this forum, you're going to have to tell us, and it sounds redundant, but you have to tell us what percentage that you know that you're certain that that element is what you're claiming it is. Now, is it, I'm going to give you two options because it sounds like you agreed with it, 99.99999999999%, or is it 100% sure? Which is, without a shadow of a doubt, all certainty, for sure, it is the element that you're saying. Which one of those two is it?
You'd have to go for the 99.99999 to be honest, because there could always in science, there's a possibility of something else that you're unaware of.
All right.
That is science, isn't it? Which is why the strongest thing is a theory. Because it could always be overturned. However,
it has nothing to do with you, Mr. Sensible, but everybody in here who comes in and says that, I would say they are not certain and they do not know, because it could be, right? What we're doing here is we're analyzing the fact that the people that are saying these things are not sure. So, and you saying that that's the way science works solidifies the understanding that you don't know, because it could be, right, something else, subjective. It could be.
That's true. That is true across all of science. That's true across all of science. If I take a hammer, I hold it in front of me and drop it or let go of it, it falls to the ground. I have never seen a hammer not fall to the ground, but there is always the possibility of some effect or whatever causing that hammer to not fall directly to the ground. Science, the strongest, as I said, the strongest position you can have is to have a theory made up of facts. But it's always a theory because it could be overturned. We've had theories that have been overturned.
Subjective. So what we understand now from your perspective of what science is basically not knowing things and just guessing. It's guesswork.
It's not guesswork.
Oh, it's guesswork, 100%, Mr. Sensible. And so what I'm pointing out here is the fact that you are giving us guesswork and telling us that it's science. And I totally reject that, because I don't think that people put their... Listen, you might be standing behind this, and what I'm pointing out to you is that the idea that you are actually an advocate for this position, other people who listen are listening as you're making these statements as a matter of fact. Spectroscopy works this way. We look at the stars, therefore it is what we're saying it is. So they are not listening to you as in it's not 99.9999%. There's a sliver of doubt. It could be something else. They're actually looking at it from your standpoint and the way you're saying it as a matter of fact. So they don't understand that. So the confusion happens that person will come in here and tell us things as that is they're 100% sure, and you don't know that because what you're thinking is not being conveyed over to them in the way that I'm telling you now. So now I'm exposing the fact that you are using guesswork as in what you think the stars are using spectroscopy, because you admittedly said 99.99% is the most I guess you can say the trusted way that you guys work, and you guys, and I would say anybody who uses this, right? So now I'm getting to the bit where we're actually exposing the fact that no one knows what they're telling us, because it could be something else, subjective. And that is why everybody who says these things doesn't know what they're saying, and we point it out to them. That's why it's important for you to understand that. There is no debate when it comes to flat earth and globe earth. Why? Because we see the same earth that you do. So the thing that you're seeing, however, is a perspective outside of the one that you're already seeing. So they're telling you a story about what's happening outside of what you already know to be happening. You see the stars, we see the stars. You see the flat level horizon, we see a flat level horizon. There isn't another earth that we're speaking of when we talk about flat earth. It is the obvious and self-evident reality in which we all exist in. And this has been the issue with the flat earth, globe earth debate. It seems like we're speaking of two different concepts and everybody's coming at different points, and that is not the case. The case we're trying to point out is the confusion that is happening with the globe earth, that you guys have been believing the guesswork, the 99.9% where there's a little sliver of doubt. That's what you guys believing is true. We don't have a position.
If I said to you, I've got a lottery ticket here, right? I'll let you have it for $1, and it's a 99.99999% chance you'll win. You would buy that lottery ticket off me. It's not 100% guaranteed, but it's 99.99999.
So are we talking about things we don't know once again? Because we don't know, right?
The point
That's what you're pointing out to me. We don't know. You're pointing out to me the same thing that I'm saying to you. So basically, you're arguing my point, which is what I'm telling you. We don't know. So you're telling me we don't know, but this is our best guess, and you're like, oh, it's not our guess.
We're not talking about a guess. What we're talking about. Right. We've got an idea. We've made an observation. We got an idea about what that observation might be showing. So we look for the evidence to support it. Now, if the first person, so we take, I don't know, whatever the reading is, a temperature reading. Oh dear, that doesn't support our idea. So we'll have to throw it out and think of another idea. And we come up with the temperature reading you take, for instance, supports that idea. It's consistent with that idea. So you look for more evidence.
Why are we eliminating things, though? Why don't we just outright know what it is? Why do we have to eliminate what it's not? I don't think that's a great way for us to get it to a conclusion. Sir, that is assumptions. Do you know that you're living in a worldview filled with assumptions and you're okay with it? And this is what we're trying to point out. So it's not just... Well, listen, we point this out to everybody. It doesn't matter what topic you bring up in this forum. We're going to point it out to you that you, sir, believe that the assumptions that you've just made are actually reality. And we are telling you it is not, because you don't know.
We've got evidence. What you do is you've got your observation.
Mr. Sensible, you have
guesswork.
Are you going
to let me speak?
You have to admittedly say that's guesswork, sir. It is guesswork.
It's not a guess.
That's like Michio Kaku said. Here's where you're going off the rails and thinking that you know what you're saying when you don't, sir.
Right. I said to you, Michio Kaku, he's a theoretical physicist. Theoretical physicist. Now, when you come up with an explanation for something, or a possible explanation, you look for evidence to try and disprove that. That's how science works. And if your evidence, you take measurements, you take various readings, whatever sort of readings they are, depending on what it is, if they don't rule it out, then so far that explanation could still be true. The more evidence you've got, the stronger that is, until you reach a point where you've got a theory which is virtually.
It is your best assumption.
Yes, supported by all the evidence. If you find,
see, for the record, Mr. Sensible, you think that assumptions, the best. I'll put it this way. Let's dress it up. Let's put lipstick on the pig, shall we? Let's say the best assumption that you have. That is what you're going to run with. Your best assumption, sir. That is what you're telling us.
Are you going to straw man me?
No, sir. That's your position.
Right, don't tell me what my position is. Right. With this observation, whatever it is we've made loads of different readings. All of them support that observation. If you find one reading that rules that out, then you have to throw that idea that you're calling an assumption out.
Rationalizing Michio Kaku's admissions. It's seat of the pants. Rationalize it how you need.
Yeah, you're just at this point you're just comforting yourself, which is not anything good for any of the audience. Audience is looking at this like, oh my goodness, the guy is not making any sense, because at one point he said we can look at spectroscopy as a great way to tell us what that is, and now you actually admittedly said we're actually looking at what it's not. What it's not.
No. We know that spectroscopy. We know that spectroscopy works. If you do tests shining light through various gases, you will always get those same patterns per element of Fraunhofer lines.
So let's go back once again.
Therefore, if you apply that same technique to the start and you get the same pattern, your assumption that it's hydrogen, helium, whatever the element is a damn good one to make.
A damn good one isn't knowing for sure, Mr. Sensible. Once again,
no, it's for knowing 99.99999% sure.
Audience, let the audience decide, because right now they're hearing you say that. I didn't say that. So now you're telling them how you don't know, and I'm just exposing the fact that you don't know. And then so in any intellectual discussion, you're coming in half-cocked, half-baked, or whatever it is you want to use the term. You don't know what's going on. I'm pointing that out to the audience. The audience clearly hears that from you now. So, Mr. Sensible, anywhere you go, in any forum you come into, you're going to 99.9999% know of what's going on. And for us, that's not knowing, sir. And so you can say...
Know anything, then. Tell me something, anything you know. Anything.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, come on. Tell me something that you absolutely know.
Let's have a little exercise, because I'm going to show you, right? I'm going to actually show you. Are we talking on Discord right now, Mr. Sensible? Yes or no? Yes or no? Are we talking on Discord?
Are we talking? Don't like the music. Are we talking on Discord?
Yes, sir. Are we talking on Discord?
I have an image on my screen that looks like a Discord server.
All right, so we'll just say yes or no. Are we talking on Discord?
The best evidence. Okay, the best evidence that I've got right now is that we are talking on Discord server.
Okay, all right, that's great, right? I agree with you that we're getting somewhere, right? All right. So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only two. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. You do not know about reality because you don't know your own reality, sir. I 100% know that you and I are talking on Discord because it is the platform that we are using.
Okay. Here's a counterexample. You go to kindly make a donation to my Patreon. I send you a link, okay, and you send me some money. Are you 100% sure that's going to me? It could be some scam link you've got. It looks like my Patreon or your bank account, but that's how people fall victim to scams because something that looks like something isn't necessarily it.
Mr. Sensible, your Patreon link is actually a scam link, dude. The obvious one. Anyway, but that's beside the point. Listen, this is Discord. We're talking on the platform. You agreed at that much point, but see, the breakdown for you is reality. So for us, if we can't know our own reality, then we're not going to listen to talking heads who are telling us that they think they know what's going on with whatever they're saying with only a 99.99% chance. Because, sir, when it comes down to it, you wouldn't bet your life on that 99.99% at all. So none of the things
absolutely would. Have you ever been in a car?
Ridiculous.
Have you ever been? No. You've been in the car, haven't you? When you drive in your car from A to B, okay, there's an extremely good chance you'll get there safely, but you might not. And if you do have an accident of one sort, there's a good chance with your seatbelts and your what do you call them? Inflatable. I forgot what they call them. The inflatable things that come up. There's extremely good airbags. Yeah. But there is the chance you could die.
Yeah, here's the thing though. You're pointing out things that we may not know or may know, but the thing that I'm pointing out to you is the things that we know. All right, I'll say it. I always get redundant because I hate it when I do. We know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. It's stupid, right? But I have to say it that way. Anyways, we know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. So when you tell us things that you don't know, assuming things and saying it like you know, then it sounds ridiculous to us as an intellectual forum. If you're not able to stand on all 10 toes and declare how you're 100% sure of what you're saying, I'm going to hand wave this and say you're just full of crap. You're just saying things because it sounds nice, because Joe Blow told you, whoever Joe Blow is. I don't care if he's a professor or the guy down the street. Doesn't matter to me. Whatever you are coming in here telling us in an intellectual forum that you know, and we're going to put it to the test, and you say, well, I'm not really sure. I think it is. It's the best guess, right? Damn good one, as you put it. And then it turns out that you don't know. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sensible hasn't a grip on reality because he's not sure ever. And there it is, sir. That's
science.
That's
has to be, by definition, science has to be falsifiable. Every single aspect of science has to be falsifiable, which means it could be wrong. Now, that may be a vanishingly small chance,
sir,
but it's
you're
always a
taking it out of the
possibility.
realm of science, sir. You're taking it out of the realm of science. This
That
is not even
is
science
science.
we're talking about. No, sir. We're talking about the most obvious, the self-evident things. I could put it to you this way, not even Discord. I don't even have to know this. I want you to prove it to yourself. What are you doing right now? Are you standing up, sitting down, laying down? What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and
Okay, well, then
I'd
that's
say that's
the
it.
case.
Yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, yo, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that. I know. Like, listen, Mr. Sensible, you're sitting down right now. I can tell you without even seeing you. This is how crazy it gets. I can tell you without even seeing you because you said that, and you're sure that hey, man, I believe I'm sitting down. I know that you are. I say, like, you can say that with all certainty. You're sitting down. It's okay.
Yes, you could assign a certain level of trust to something like that. If I said, hold on, if I said I have a pet cat, you could say, well, I've chatted to the guy. He seems fairly honest. It's quite possible he has a cat. Yeah, I believe him. But if I said I've got 3 Ferraris parked in my garage, you might think, well, it's possible, but it's quite unlikely. Do you know what I mean? You assign levels of trust and acceptance.
No, that's what you do. That's what you do because you've been told to think this way. You're okay. So the confusion happens to people when they're taught, or they're told, I should say, they're told how to think like this. So you were told at an early age that this is a good way to think. Leave yourself open for these things that are self-evident, things that are self-evident, right? I'm not even speaking of the things that you don't know and that you're making these speculations on. What I'm saying are the things that are self-evident, sir. This is outside of the realm of you just being able to be like, hey, let's science this shit. And I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if you're saying you're sitting down, standing up, talking on Discord, whatever it is that you're doing, you're not even sure of that. So you're confused. So therefore, I'm going to attribute the word confused to everything you say, because there's nothing you're going to say that's going to be like, oh, wow, that's great. You actually know something, because you don't. So therefore, you don't know anything. And I can say that with all assurance because you've demonstrated that to us here in this chat and anywhere else you go, whatever platform you say, I want to debate flat earthers. It's not going to happen because there is no debate, because you don't know anything. You're in a state of confusion, sir. And until you realize that, you won't come out of it. You're going to keep spinning your wheels and comforting yourself and saying, well, damn, I could be damn well assured that 99.9% is good. It's not going to get there for you. You'll never know. Ever, ever, ever. And that's not how science works. That's how you perceive science to work. And this forum will reject that all the time, because everybody in here will say, I know that I'm sitting down. I'm 100% sure that I'm sitting down right now. What else is it? Like, you can't do that to yourself. You're so unsure about yourself. You're very confused. And I can see why, because you're taught to think this way. You're told, somebody told you somewhere. So there's a lot of confusion with you people who are in a staunch position who think the earth is a globe, because outside of your perception, something's happening and you just can't be sure what it could be. So you have to leave yourself open for doubt. And so that's where that comes in, that argument that you have, that you don't know everything. And it's just it's a crooked philosophy, man. You've been sold.
Science. It's not with science. It has to be falsifiable. If I just said just for the sake of argument, the moon is made from cheese because it looks like it. Well, unless we can take some sort of measurement or test, to falsify that. That's not science. That's just some random claim.
But that's
With
what
science,
you're doing. Mr. Sensible, you just said the star of plasma with spectroscopy, and you know the elements.
Yeah,
and I said,
no. What I said was
what?
all our available evidence points to that.
Available evidence?
The available evidence points to the fact that spectroscopy works.
You just finished telling me that you're eliminating things that it's not. That's what you told me. Well, our best. It's a.
But we have taken. Okay, if we take a measurement of the sun using spectroscopy, we get certain patterns of Fraunhofer lines. Those patterns are known to appear if you shine light through, for instance, helium, hydrogen, and so on. Therefore, that would point towards the sun being made of those elements. It's good evidence. It's good evidence for it.
Mr. Sensible, I'm going to point this out to the audience. The lawyer speak that you have to implore here is like off the charts. It points towards, it leans towards, it's damn good. It's not what it is.
Has science, do you think science has ever come up with something that's then turned out to be wrong?
Right now is so warped and askew that it's going basically what mainstream rhetoric is telling. This is how they confuse you, sir. And so therefore you're going to continue to use these tactics because that's all you know. I don't blame you. I blame the system that has brought you to the confusion point in your life where you think that you can't know anything. This is the issue that has been rampant through all your guys' position. Like I would say anti-flat earthers, the guys who are not just upset the fact that people are saying the earth is not a globe, but the ones who are actually declaring that it must be with the I call it the lore. Because it's like a fantasy, right? So you're in love with the lore, and this philosophy that you can't know anything has been like a mind virus that has been infecting all of you guys. It has even crossed over into some of the flat earthers. They will even say that. But I'm pointing it out to you because you are using it as a way to tell us what you know. Sir, you are in the wrong 100%. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what the stars are.
Hold on. We know by
no, we don't.
We don't even know what I was going to say yet, but we know by experimentation that shining a light through helium produces certain Fraunhofer lines. We also know that measuring the light from the sun or stars can come up with Fraunhofer lines that match. Therefore, it is evidence. It's not proof because science doesn't prove. It is evidence that the sun contains those elements. Simple as that.
Do you know, simple as what, sir? You know that 100% sure or no? You don't. Thank you.
No, we know 100%. Hold on. We know 100% that if you shine a light through helium, you get a certain pattern of absorption lines. We know 100% if you take the measurement. No, we have facts.
You just said you can't use 100%. You just told us you can't use it. Now you're using it?
No, hold on. We know. No, you're not letting me finish. You're just going to try and steamroller me or listen to what I said.
I don't know what you're saying.
Yes, I do. Well, let me finish, and you might understand what I'm saying. Right. We know that if we shine the light through helium, we get a certain pattern. We know that if we take that measurement of the sun, we can get that same pattern. Okay, those are both facts. But the theory, if you like, or the no, that's the wrong word. But because we got that same pattern in both, we can assume. Let me finish. But we can assume that same element is part of the sun. We could be wrong. But we have two facts. We have two facts. One evidence is the other.
I just want to point out that you're wrong. Dun dun dun. Sorry.
Well, tell me something scientific then. Tell me something scientific that we 100% know.
Sir, we could do this all day long. I could tell you many things that are scientific.
Well, just one thing. Just one thing.
Water boils at sea level at a specific temperature. And there you go.
At sea level? Okay, that's one fact. And we also know...
Well, I just pointed
you have an accurate thermometer. You boil it, the water at sea level, at a pressure of 14.7 psi, and that will occur at 100 degrees. Yes. We also know a separate fact that if you boil it halfway up the mountain with a lower air pressure, it will boil at a higher temperature. Lower temperature.
I know, Mr. Sensible. We've already arrived at what we.
So those are two facts.
I know, but we can arrive
level. He said sea level. That's it.
Listen, we can arrive at certain facts because we can achieve the scientific method to do its purpose.
So we've made two observations: one at sea level, one halfway up a mountain. Therefore, we could then come up with an idea. We've got two observations. We could say that the air pressure affects the temperature that water boils at. Then we can make a prediction. Well, if we went up higher, it would boil at a lower temperature still.
My question to you now would be like, what does it? You asked me to provide at least one scientific. I did that. So anyway, so now on to the next thing, because we've already addressed that you don't know. The audience knows this already. We know that you're coming in here with this confusion state of mind. So
I'm not
for
confused.
us, sir, you're supremely confused, because to us, you're pointing to things and saying that are damn good evidence for. Lawyer speak. There's a lot of this lawyer speak that people don't pick up on because they don't hear you saying that. So what I'm doing is I'm exposing the fact that there is no debate for flat earth and globe earth, because there's only one truth. The earth that's presenting itself to you and me is the same earth that we're speaking of. There isn't any dichotomy. It's a false dichotomy. It's only the earth and what you've been taught what to believe that it is. So it's basically a belief system that you were born into. We have
a shed load of independent evidences from Eratosthenes.
Mr. Sensible, didn't we cover that? We just covered that. That you said that it's a damn good guess. It's evidence is just leaning towards Mr. Sensible.
Yeah. Okay. We step out of our house for the first time. You and I. Okay. We both look, and you say, "Oh, I think the Earth is flat," and I say, "Oh, I think the Earth is curved." Then we look for evidence. So the various evidence is like 2 points of stellar rotation, like sunsets, like ships disappearing over the horizon, like sending up a weather balloon and filming the fricking curve of the Earth. All those evidences would be counter to the flat Earth. They're both ideas.
Listen, how certain are you of all those evidences you just brought up? And you're gonna tell me 99.99999% sure. That's what you're gonna tell me, aren't you? Be honest, Mr. Sensible.
Well, we have various facts.
Be honest with the forum, sir. Be honest with the forum.
Well,
just tell me that you all
just to get a word out. You said be honest, and then you don't let me speak.
You're not answering my question. I want you to be honest with the forum. Let everybody know that everything you just said, you're 99.99999% sure, sir.
But what difference does that make?
It's important. Let everybody know, sir.
I don't understand what difference it makes.
It makes a huge difference to everybody listening, because they're not taking you for a matter of fact. We want to know where you stand with the information, sir. So
listen, it's either you're 100% or you're 0%. You can't be 99% on something.
I want you to say it the way you want. But say it. We're not going to leave this because it's important for you.
It's 100% or 0%.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that makes a credible witness.
That's how shit works.
If you're not 100% sure, then you shouldn't be witnessing on whatever it is you're attempting to witness on. This is the point. You're not a credible witness in what you've presented so far. This is the problem.
Yeah, just tell us what you saw or not what you saw.
Actually, you know this whole.
No, we're not going to.
I am staying on point. We got that black swan picture, with the oil rigs. Now, hold on. Two people witness it. Two people witness it. We've seen photographs.
As much as you want.
No, you said 100% or 0%. They both can't be true. So we got two photos of the black swan. One showing the whole rig, one showing half a rig. They're both photographs. Never mind whether you're flat or globe. They are both photographs. They're two different observations with different that come up with different results. So if you take any one of them. Okay, how can they both be true if it's either 100% or 0?
We're not going there.
Wow.
the audience still hasn't heard Mr.
I'm not
Sensible.
going there because you don't want me to point out the ridiculousness of that position.
Yeah, because you're not, that's not even my argument at the moment. My argument right now is your ignorance. And so I want everybody to know how you don't know. So now we're going to go back to all those evidences you brought up.
No, he just said you're either 100% or 0%. So we got your black swan photo that shows the horizon behind it. Therefore, the horizon can always be seen behind it. Only we got photos when the horizon's in front. So you couldn't have been 100%. There's another explanation. Something else we did take into account.
So you want to bring something up to get it? This is the what you guys like to do. You want us to get our eyes off of you, but we're not.
No. He said you're either 100% or 0. That is a straw man.
No, listen. Is it either an apple or an orange? So is it 100% an apple or 100% an orange?
Either
Which one is it, or is it 50% an apple? Can we have 50% apple, 50% orange in the same fruit, sir?
That's a bit nonsensical. I'm not trying to be funny.
It's nonsensical because listen, this is what you're doing in here. You're telling us that you're not sure, but this is your best guess, and so everybody's following like, whoa.
No, I'm saying we're 99.9% sure, and none of the evidence contradicts it. Come up with some evidence that contradicts it, then we can rule it out.
The Earth is flat.
What's that supposed to mean?
It contradicts what you think that the Earth is.
No, that's just an assertion. That's not an evidence.
Oh, it's not an assertion. It's self-evident, my man. You and me can go stand at the beach and see a flat level horizon, can we not?
To the naked eye, yes. You take measurements and you can see the curve. Have a look at mctoon.net, a view of the horizon across some straight edges, and you can see that it's curved.
Right.
Again, Mr. Sensible, let's think about this. If you have 8 billion people on this place and they're all putting their hands up stating they observe a level, that's 8 billion points of evidence that you have to talk down to say you see level because there's a curve. Do you understand that that is a complete fallacy?
I understand
you make 8 billion points of people touching the surface saying I see level, and you're going to come along and say, but your curve is actually way deeper than what you're seeing.
The Earth is rather big that you're not going to see the naked eye stood on the ground.
Australia observes level. Canada observes level. Japan observes level.
Yes.
Where does your curve show up?
The curve is consistent across the whole distance.
So where can we see it?
Where? Because if everybody is at the surface putting their hands up saying, I see level, then at what subterranean level does your magic curve show up? Mr. Sensible? No, I'd like him to answer that question.
He's not going
to. Hold on. I've just dumped into voice text an image. There's curve into voice text. Oh, sorry, have I sent it? 1 sec.
No, you didn't send it in live.
Yeah, 1 second. What's happened there?
Maybe you did.
There we go. Yeah, it's just gone in now.
What is that overlay?
What is
on
that?
top of
Because I'm asking.
Let him explain. I think that you explain what that is, Sensible.
This looks like an atmospheric picture, not the surface.
That's hilarious.
That's a picture from 35 kilometers up from a weather balloon that I sent up. The overlay is the predicted curve.
What lens did you have on that camera?
Kilometers. Sorry, say again.
What lens is on that camera?
A non-distorting lens, a rectilinear lens.
Really? Because it doesn't line up with pretty much every other weather balloon footage we have.
No, because most of them use wide-angle lenses because they want a nice view. That's from my Mage. If you want to see, want to see a video of it, I have on my channel. It's called Mage. Mission Above Globe Earth.
The Mage, the Mage.
Yeah. So on there,
can you post that video, please?
Can I what? Post a link to it.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay, you'll have to give us a second. I'll just call that up.
Take your time. I've actually wanted to pick apart Mage for quite some time, so this is perfect.
Let me just real quick before you guys get into it. And I'm gonna step back here because I've done my bit. But just remember, keep in mind, guys, debating flat Earth and globe Earth is back and forth. And so what we needed to do was point out to Mr. Sensible that he doesn't know what he's talking about, and it's clearly shown today that he doesn't. But he's going to continue on a point, but I don't care. At this point, it's just belief. But if you guys want to take him on, it's going to descend into you guys like providing your evidence. He's going to provide his, and it won't get anywhere because he doesn't know that he doesn't know. That needs to be pointed out. At least I fleshed it out a little bit. So in this way, if it comes back around, you can say you don't know what you're saying because you're only 99.9% sure that you know what's going on. But that's fine.
I've just posted it. I've just posted it. There are 3 cameras on that weather balloon. One was pointing up, looking at the balloon. That's a wide-angle camera, just to show because we had it, and it's just to show the balloon as it expands. There is a rear-facing camera labeled as wide cam, which is just for the view. The main camera, the one that has the strings across it, that is a non-distorting. It is not fisheye. It is not wide-angle. It's a non-distorting lens. That's the image that I'd posted above. Sorry, what's that? Someone's posting something there. And it shows curve.
I drew the horizon for you in a green line, and I don't got a curve.
Hold on 1 second, I've got a phone going.
Well, luckily for Mr. Sensible, level is curved.
That's the guy calling that said, hey, don't be presenting that as a curve.
A bit shortly.
Yep.
Sorry, guys, I missed what you said. Say again.
I said, luckily for you, level is curved.
Right, well, you can see the 2 lines, the yellowish one and the darker one. Those are taut strings. They're spring-loaded or spring-taut strings.
So you've got the secret picture of the globe we've all been looking up for, and you're complaining about bendy oil cranes. And you need to remember, anytime you reference those oil cranes, the actual geometric horizon of the Earth, if it were a 39, 59-mile radius spheroid, would be in front of both of those oil rigs. They would be behind the curve. I think you've made it clear that you don't quite even understand.
Oh, I understand.
How little the Earth actually is.
There are plenty of images with those oil rigs partly behind the curve, hidden behind the horizon.
You must have wax in your ears. What I said was, if the Earth were the spheroid they're claiming it is, the geometric horizon would be in front of both of those oil rigs.
Yes, and you have always a level of refraction, which
and if you stand in the fog, you can't see your hand in front of your face.
Well, anyway, you were jumping away from the subject, which was my Mage photograph, which shows a curved horizon from a view of 35 kilometers.
Oh, let me guess. You believe the moon landing propaganda.
Oh my God. Yes, I believe we went to the moon.
Yes. Oh
because all the available evidence points to it. And hell, it was in the middle of a space race. If it wasn't true, the Russians would have called them out.
Fake space race, but yeah.
Oh, God, my goodness.
Got out of high school.
No wonder you believe all that shit.
It still boils down.
Guys, just to give you a heads up, just off topic a second, I'm going to have to go in about 2 minutes, okay?
Yeah,
so
I
go
guess
ahead.
you would.
Yeah, because that was my wife just calling me. I've got to go in a minute.
Okay, well then leave.
Come back when you're 100% sure, and that way
Anything, if you're 100% sure on anything, let us know.
That way, at least you've convinced yourself first before you try to convince. Because right now you're just bullshitting. You haven't convinced yourself.
Propaganda that's
I've shown you.
Are you 100% sure you're married?
I've just shown a photograph taken from a still from a video footage taken from a height of 35, just over 35 kilometers. You've got the 2 straight lines and a curved horizon.
So just come back. Hey, listen, man. Come back whenever you feel frosty and you want to talk to us about what you don't know. Once again, it's great.
Very funny.
I'm just saying, man. Like we just pointed out.
Someone's playing Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, that's a guy. And he was wrong about that. And if there is also a clip of Felix Baumgartner.
Are you sure he's a guy? Are you
There is
sure
a
he's
clip.
are you
99.9. If you're not going to let me speak, guys. If you're not going to let me
Are
speak.
you 99.9% sure you're alive or 100% sure you're alive?
Yeah, when you can plant a flag and you've convinced yourself, you are sure that there's no doubt in your mind that what you're saying is true, then at least people will say, well, he's convinced himself. Now let's explore what he's talking about.
Convinced. But I am honest enough to allow for the possibility, unlike you guys, that I could be wrong. You won't read evidence. You won't.
We're the only people in here that have changed our minds.
Guys, is it possible that I could come up with some evidence, something that would make you think, do you know what? He's right. The Earth's a ball.
Nope. No,
he said no because you're 100% sure it's flat.
Yes,
we're okay. Which means by definition you're not scientific about this.
Oh,
and not honest
your
about it.
definition of science is wrong then. So yeah.
Whatever. Anyway, guys, listen. What I will say is this has been a polite and interesting chat. I am going to have to go, so I'll thank you for the chat.
Return whenever you want. Yeah, this is an open forum, so just come back whenever you want.
Yeah, man.
Okay. And also, for the sake of openness, I have been recording the voices, and I may release this as a video unless you have any particular objections.
No. You do whatever you want, man.
Yeah, man. Let it rip. Yeah, knock
It's
yourself out.
already
Let's have people hear this because real ones will know. So.
No,
okay.
You do what you do. Point out what you want to point out. It's all good. I don't care.
Okay. Lovely. Thank you very much. Good night.
Later.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Very funny. I've already stopped recording. Bye-bye.
Yeah, don't put that in your recording.
Label it 100% flat smacked.
Yeah, whatever. Okay. Do you know, guys, I probably will come back again sometime because what I haven't got is just loads of abuse from you guys. Just so I haven't abused you, so that's good.
Yeah.
Just
bring some measurements, please.
Let us know when you're.
Yeah, well, I did. I brought Mage. But anyway, look, I really have to go, guys.
Mage is not a direct measurement.
Are you 100% sure about this abuse thing?
Yeah.
Are you 100% sure you're recording?
Yeah, are you 100% sure of abuse?
Am I 100% sure? I tell you what, that shows you. I came into a Discord. I came into a Discord one time, recorded a whole conversation, and then found out I hadn't pressed record. So I had. I have this time, I hope.
Oh, you spend that long around flat earthers and didn't get paid for it.
Man.
I don't know. Right, I'm going. See you again, guys. Bye-bye.
You do forget.
Take care.
We are on YouTube.
Yeah, they don't know this.
Always catch it there.
Hello, it's me. You know, indoctrination started while we were still naive, programming our beliefs. And that inertia is the reason we don't feel the earth spinning. Hello, can you hear me? Did you ever stop to question the confession of gravity as a theory? Funny thing, force alone can be explained with buoyancy and density. The sun is closer than what they've told us, not 90 million miles away. Hello from the inside. I'm here to tell you not to lie. And there never was a space probe, and those planets you've left so wandering stars. Operation Fishbone. Hello, how are you? Did you get a chance to join Flat Earth and Globe discussion group to discover all the truth? How the sun, the moon, the stars are all revolving around you. There's no more secret. The earth is stationary, it is fixed, unmovable. Hello from the brighter side. They fooled you with that CGI. Sending rockets into the sea, and they're faking that life ISS feed. No matter how high you go, horizons rise to eye level. Look out from the world, greatest fiction. Show you won't need your globe. God will stand support the geocentric design of this earth. Railroads, bridges, lighthouses, fail corrections with mistakes. Don't be fooled by perspective tricks. It's unlimited vision, hiding no ships. Compasses and gyroscopes prove the earth is not a globe. Star trails, but not as true. Prove we are not the ones on the
At the turn of the 17th century, shortly after Queen Elizabeth's advisor John Dee was corresponding with Gerardus Mercator regarding the polar magnetic mountain, Queen Elizabeth's personal physician and knighted president of the College of Physicians, Sir William Gilbert, wrote his opus De Magnet, in which he argued against the prevailing belief of a polar magnetic mountain, claiming instead the Earth itself to be a great magnet. Coming in the wake of the Copernican revolution, Gilbert's new model, in stark contrast to the long-held, now deemed unscientific notion that compass needles were attracted to a lodestone mountain at the pole, proposed that the Copernican ball Earth actually generated magnetism from a hypothetical molten metal core, which caused a constantly moving dipolar magnetic field over the globe. To this day, Gilbert's hypothesis remains pure speculation, since no one in history has ever come close to penetrating or perceiving the supposed 3,950 miles to the ball Earth's core. In reality, the deepest drilling operation in history, the Russian Kola Ultradeep, after decades of work and dozens of broken drills, managed to penetrate only 8 miles down. So the entire ball Earth model taught in schools, showing detailed descriptions of a crust, outer mantle, outer core, and inner core layers, are all purely speculative, as we have never even broken through beyond the crust. Furthermore, there is nowhere in nature that molten metal retains any significant magnetic properties once heated past the Curie point, let alone create some convoluted, constantly moving dipolar field as Gilbert claimed then, and proponents of the globe still maintain today. Several decades after Gilbert's De Magnet made its impression on the world, another knighted president of the Royal Society, Sir Isaac Newton, would write the influential Principia Mathematica, where he proposed the concept of gravity to account, among other things, for how people could exist without falling off the underside of Copernicus's ball Earth. Coincidentally, or perhaps conspiratorially, a couple centuries later, it would be yet another royally knighted man, Sir Ernest Shackleton of the Royal Navy, who would allegedly complete that upside-down journey under the globe, becoming the first person to reach the so-called southern magnetic pole. Back when the Earth was perceived as a level plane, there was only one pole, the North Pole, directly below Polaris, which was both geographically and magnetically the center point of Earth. Due to the hypothetical globe's hypothetical dipolar magnetic core, however, there suddenly became new frontiers to discover. Not only did Earth have a geographic North Pole in the Arctic, but now its geographic antipode, the South Pole in the Antarctic. Since Gilbert's magnetic poles were caused by perpetually shifting molten metal, there now also came into existence constantly moving northern and southern magnetic poles as well. And lastly, Earth's magnetic field was claimed asymmetrical, so that the constantly moving north and south magnetic poles were not even antipodal, meaning a straight line drawn from one to the other failed to pass through the geometric center of their globe. To account for this, two more theoretical poles, known as the geomagnetic north and geomagnetic south poles, were also added into the convoluted mix. With this, after centuries of failed expeditions to the pole, the first decade of the 20th century would suddenly claim the discoveries of the northern magnetic pole, the southern magnetic pole, and shortly thereafter both the geographic and geomagnetic north and south poles as well. This turn of the century rush to the poles was not without its problems, however, and many explorers' supposed polar achievements during this era are now regarded, even by mainstream historians, as being riddled with fraud and falsehoods. Before the alleged 20th century successes, many attempts were made to reach the North Pole during the 19th century, all of which failed. In 1827, knighted British Royal Navy Rear Admiral Sir William Parry reached a record 82 degrees 45 minutes north latitude before being forced to turn back due to impassable thick ice. In 1845, another knighted British Royal Navy officer, Sir John Franklin, and his ill-fated two-ship 129-man crew all died during their attempt at the pole after becoming stuck in the ice, and everyone subsequently succumbing to starvation, hypothermia, tuberculosis, lead poisoning, zinc deficiency, and/or scurvy. In 1875, yet another knighted British Royal Navy officer, in fact, the Knight Commander of the Royal Order of Bath, Admiral Sir Albert Markham, made an attempt at the pole, reaching a new record 83 degrees 20 minutes north latitude before turning back due to rampant scurvy and lack of equipment. In 1895, Norwegian explorers Fridtjof Nansen and Hjalmar Johansen made a record-breaking 86 degrees 14 minutes north attempt before turning back because of lack of food and supplies. Then in 1899, Duke of the Abruzzi, member of the Royal House of Savoy, and Italian Navy Admiral Prince Luigi Amedeo set another record, just barely beating out the Norwegians, reaching 86 degrees 34 minutes north latitude before becoming stuck in the ice and losing 2 fingers to frostbite. Finally, on September 1st, 1909, Arctic explorer Frederick Cook became the first person in modern times to claim attainment of the North Pole when he cabled from the Shetland Islands after a 15-month trek back, alleging to have reached the pole on April 21st, 1908. That day, the Evening Mail headlined, "Dr. Cook reaches North Pole," and the next day, the New York Herald headlined, The North Pole is discovered by Dr. Frederick A. Cook, who cables to the Herald an exclusive account of how he set the American flag on the world's top. The news sent America and the rest of the world into a frenzy of media-fueled excitement, hailing Cook as a hero. Meanwhile, another Arctic explorer, U.S. Navy Admiral Robert Peary, happened to be at that very moment traveling home from his own polar expedition. Just 5 days after Cook's cable, on September 6, 1909, Peary cabled from Labrador that he too had recently, quote, nailed the American flag to the pole on April 6, 1909, a year after Cook's claim. When informed of Cook's news, Peary cabled that Cook's claim, quote, should not be taken seriously, as he just stood atop the pole and found no trace of Cook or anyone else having been there. On September 7th, the New York Herald headlined, Robert E. Peary, after 23-year siege, reaches North Pole. But to Peary's utter disappointment, his claim to be first to the pole was not widely accepted. Peary immediately sprang into action, obtaining and cabling confessions from Cook's Eskimo guides, making the Evening Telegram headline for September 8, 1909. Peary quotes Eskimos as saying Cook was not out of sight of land, and with this began a heated rivalry between two former friends and Arctic travel companions that would eventually end with both men and their polar attainment claims being completely discredited. Paul Simpson Housley wrote, the claimed attainment of the North Pole generated enormous controversy and acrimony. Both Cook and Peary boasted that they were the first to reach the pole. Cook's North Polar Expedition, which dates from July 3, 1907 to September 21, 1909, began from Gloucester, Massachusetts, and was sponsored by John Bradley. Cook visited Etah in northwest Greenland and then proceeded north to Anoratoc. Here, he became convinced that he could reach the North Pole. Subsequently, he returned to Etah in order to prepare for the journey and solicited assistance from Inuit. They advanced again to Anoratoc and on February 19, 1908, set out for the North Pole. Cook's route took him and his men via Smith Sound to Cape Sabine, to Flagler Bay, and then across Ellesmere Island to Bay Fjord. From there, they proceeded to Eureka Sound and established a camp at Cape Stalworthy, located at the northern extremity of Axel Heiberg Island, where most of his party remained. Cook himself set out for the pole with 2 Inuit, Awela and Etukashuk, 2 sledges and 26 dogs. He insisted that he reached the North Pole on April 21, 1908. Peary's polar venture occurred between July 6, 1908 and September 21, 1909. It was sponsored by the Peary Arctic Club, and the party strived to reach the North Pole from Ellesmere Island. Peary's ships, the Roosevelt and Eric, collected 22 Inuit men and 17 Inuit women, in addition to 246 dogs in northwest Greenland. Winter quarters were at Cape Sheridan in northeast Ellesmere Island. After arriving there on September 5, 1908, Peary transferred stores to Cape Columbia, located on the north of the island, and the selected place from which the assault on the pole was to be made. Peary's polar advance commenced in February 1909. Support parties led by Bartlett, Borup, Marvin, Macmillan, and Godsell had the task of carrying provisions, establishing a trail, and providing igloos for Peary and Henson, who were to lead the assault on the pole. The support parties turned back. The last to do so was led by Bartlett, who retreated on April 1, 1909, from latitude 87.47 north. Peary, Henson, and 4 Inuit continued their approach to the pole, which they claimed to reach on April 6, 1909. A Cook-Peary controversy resulted. On September 2, 1909, Cook published his claim to have reached the pole. Peary's rival claim was submitted 4 days subsequently. So after centuries of unsuccessful, ill-fated attempts at the pole, within the space of just 4 days, 2 American explorers claimed to be the first successes. Cook's journal description of his heroic arrival at the pole reads more like a piece of poetic fiction than an actual experience, however, which has raised questions from skeptics. He wrote, "Constantly and carefully, I watched my instruments in recording this final reach. Nearer and nearer they recorded our approach. Step by step, my heart filled with a strange rapture of conquest. At last, we step over colored fields of sparkle, climbing walls of purple and gold. Finally, under skies of crystal blue, with flaming clouds, we touch the mark. The soul awakens to a definite triumph. There is sunrise within us, and all the world of night-darkened trouble fades. We are at the top of the world. The flag is flung to the frigid breezes of the North Pole. The first realization of actual victory, of reaching my lifetime's goal, set my heart throbbing violently and my brain aglow. I felt the glory which the prophet feels in his vision, with which the poet thrills in his dream. I saw silver and crystal palaces, such as were never built by man, with turrets flaunting pinions glorious golden. The shifting mirages seemed like the ghosts of dead armies, magnified and transfigured, huge and spectral, moving along the horizon and bearing the wind-tossed phantoms of golden blood-stained banners. I was at a spot which was as near as possible, by usual methods of determination, 520 miles from Svartavoeg, a spot towards which men had striven for more than 3 centuries, a spot known as the North Pole, and where I stood first of white men. Perry's journal description of his arrival at the pole sounded more down-to-earth and believable, but doubt would soon be cast over his claims as well. He wrote, "The pole at last, the prize of 3 centuries, my dream and goal for 20 years, mine at last. I cannot bring myself to realize it. It seems all so simple and commonplace. While we traveled, the sky cleared, and at the end of the journey, I was able to get a satisfactory series of observations at Columbia Meridian midnight. These observations indicated that our position was then beyond the pole. In a march of only a few hours, I had passed from the western to the eastern hemisphere and had verified my position at the summit of the world. It was hard to realize that on the first miles of this brief march, we had been traveling due north, while on the last few miles of the same march, we had been traveling south, although we had all the time been traveling precisely in the same direction. In traveling the ice in these various directions, as I had done, I had allowed approximately 10 miles for possible errors in my observations, and at some moment during these marches and countermarches, I had passed over or very near the point where the north and south and east and west blend into one. Thus, starting in September 1909, a huge public debate fueled by the newspapers raged over who was truly first to the North Pole, with the New York Times showing unwavering support for Perry and the New York Herald doing the same for Cook. The demand of proof in the form of navigational records was issued and subsequently avoided by both sides. Cook never produced any detailed original navigation records to substantiate his polar claim, and on December 21st, 1909, after examining what little evidence Cook did submit, a commission at the University of Copenhagen ruled there was no proof he had reached the pole. Cook's Inuit guides would also testify in handwritten documents that during their final push for the pole, they actually traveled south, not north, and never once did they travel out of sight of land. Meanwhile, Perry outright refused to submit his records for the Copenhagen Commission, forcing them to also conclude a lack of proof for his claim. Cook later alleged to have kept copies of his sextant navigation data, and in 1911 published some, only to be exposed as having an incorrect solar diameter during his calculations. The National Geographic Society held Perry's papers for decades, refusing researchers any access to them, and when finally independently examined, were also shown to be lacking. The released documentation listed only 3 solar observations without giving the date, no mention of which limb of the sun Perry observed, and claimed the star Betelgeuse was present when it could not have been detected by a sextant during that time of year. Perry never produced records of compass readings, observed data for steering, for his longitudinal position at any time, and for the final stage in his expedition never took latitudinal or transversal readings, and had no accompanying colleagues trained in navigation who could confirm or deny his work. Even though Cook's own navigational data was found to be flawed, he would still publicly criticize Parry's alleged sextant readings, stating, "Mr. Parry's polar claim rests upon the impossible observations of a sun at an altitude of less than 7 degrees above the horizon. The 3 armchair geographers, seldom out of reach of dusty bookshelves, passed upon these worthless observations. Not one out of 100,000 honest sextant experts would credit such an observation as that upon which Mr. Parry's case rests, not even in home regions, where for centuries tables for corrections had been gathered." Not only were Cook and Parry's testimonies dubious and navigational records unsatisfactory, but the speeds claimed on their final pushes to the pole were also incredulous. Cook recorded on the 4th and 5th days before his support party left that even with full sledge loads, he was able to traverse 29 and 22 miles respectively those days, around double their usual distance covered. Yet his Inuit guide, Etukashuk, claimed that they remained in the same place for 2 nights. Polar researcher and author Randall Oskzewski, in his book Frederick Cook and the Forgotten Pole, wrote that Cook had needed to invent additional mileage to make up the distance he said he had covered in reaching the pole, and to bring him back to land on a reasonable date. Some of this padding is found in distances claimed for days when they did not travel, but some could have been created by simply changing the units. Since his mileage figures came from a pedometer, it is likely that he originally recorded these figures as statute miles. Pretending that they had really been nautical miles would add 15% to the distance. Parry's supposed speeds during his final push to the pole were even less believable than Cook's, allegedly averaging up to an implausible 71 miles per day. His last 5 marches, while accompanied by experienced navigator Captain Bob Bartlett, averaged no more than 13 miles per day. Once his last supporting party turned back, and Captain Bartlett was ordered southward, Parry's alleged speeds immediately doubled for the next 5 marches. Then, Parry claimed during the final 8 days that his speed quadrupled from a base camp to the pole and back, covering 296 miles, 198 of them in just 4 days, giving an average of 49 miles a day. This figure, however, is before factoring many more miles of admitted detours due to navigation errors, drift, avoiding pressure ridges, and open water leads, which critics claim bring the figure closer to 71. No other explorer before or since has ever claimed such ridiculous speeds. Polar researcher and author Paul Simpson Housley wrote in his The Arctic Enigmas and Myths that those records failed to confirm that Parry reached his goal, and such observations could certainly have been faked. Parry fails to provide a detailed account in his diary. Moreover, he should have presented a well-kept log of his final approach that included checks on compass variation and on his latitude and longitude made by providing altitudes of the sun, planets, and stars at various locations. Polar pack ice is difficult terrain to traverse. The ice drift deviates from wind direction to the right by 28 degrees to 30 degrees in the northern hemisphere at a speed of 1/50th of the wind forcing it. Parry provided no wind speeds in either his diary or published reports. It is highly likely that he would be propelled to the left of his 70-degree meridian. His desire to reach the pole was certainly in excess of his intent to produce records. In addition, Parry's chronometer displayed an error of 10 minutes, and this would have influenced his heading. More doubt would eventually be cast on both Cook and Parry through public scrutiny. In 1906, Cook had previously claimed himself the first man to reach the summit of the tallest mountain in North America, Mount McKinley, only to be dethroned upon further investigation. It turned out the picture Cook provided as proof of his summit attainment was actually taken on a small outcrop on a ridge beside the Ruth Glacier, 19 miles away, and at only 5,338 feet high, nearly 15,000 feet lower than McKinley's true peak. Cook's sole companion during the 1906 climb, Ed Barrell, would also later sign an affidavit admitting that they had not reached the summit, including a map showing the location of what would become known as Fake Peak, where Cook's picture was actually taken. Belmore Brown, an experienced mountaineer who assisted Cook in the weeks before his alleged summit attainment, claimed McKinley too expansive and treacherous to have allowed Cook such quick access in the time frame given. He would later call Cook untrustworthy and state for the record that he, quote, knew that Dr. Cook had not climbed Mount McKinley the same way a New Yorker would know that no man could walk from the Brooklyn Bridge to Grant's Tomb in 10 minutes. Decades later, Cook would also be indicted and eventually charged and found guilty of 14 counts of fraud for startup oil companies he promoted, and was sentenced to 14 years, 9 months in prison. As for Perry, his obsession with the pole caused him in the first 23 years of his marriage to spend only 3 with his wife and family, missing the birth and tragic death of his son. While in the Arctic, Perry cheated on his wife with a 14-year-old Inuit girl named Alaquacina, who would eventually bear him 2 children named Kala and Carrie. During Perry's 7 long Arctic expeditions made between 1886 and 1909, a black man named Matthew Henson was technically more responsible for their successes than Perry himself. Henson took care of the other men, dogs, and supplies, spoke the Inuit language, pulled and fixed the sledges, and Henson even dragged Perry himself around during their final expedition, since Perry had lost 8 toes to frostbite on their previous journey and could barely walk. Even still, Perry had secretly planned to leave Henson and the Inuit guides behind for the final stint so that he could claim the pole solely for himself. His plan never came to fruition, however, and upon realizing he would have to share the fame, Perry immediately stopped speaking to Henson. The man who had engineered his success, saved his life on a previous expedition, and remained unwaveringly loyal to him for over 2 decades. As Perry had once written in a letter to his mother, quote, I must be the peer or superior of those about me to be comfortable. Historian Fergus Fleming called Perry, quote, the most unpleasant man in the annals of polar exploration. And polar researcher and author Bo Riffenberg wrote that he, quote, was perhaps the most self-serving, paranoid, arrogant, and mean-spirited of all 19th century explorers. He was suspicious of and hateful to those he considered rivals, either in actual geographical discovery or as heroic figures. He was condescending and insensitive to his subordinates, and he was ingratiating and servile to those he felt could help his quest for personal glory. Another man preparing for a North Pole expedition in 1909 was accomplished Norwegian explorer Roald Amundsen. Upon hearing word of Cook and Perry's alleged successes, however, Amundsen decided to turn his attention towards the Antarctic and the South Pole instead. Unsure his patrons and crew would accept this change in plans, for the next 2 years Amundsen lied to everyone about his true destination, telling even his entire crew that they were traveling north to the Arctic Pole, right up until their ship, the Fram, was departing from their final port of call, Madeira, when he let everyone know that they would actually be going to the Antarctic in search of the South Pole. After some initial insubordination, ultimately everyone went ahead with his drastic change of plans. Upon reaching Antarctica, Amundsen brought 5 men and 52 dogs with him for the final push to the pole. And instead of bringing enough food along for everyone, Amundsen had his team kill and eat over half of the dogs used to carry them there. On December 14th, 1911, they would allegedly reach the geographic South Pole, to be confirmed by Robert Falcon Scott of the British Royal Navy, who just happened to be in the Antarctic about to launch his own polar expedition. Just 1 month after Amundsen's alleged attainment of the South Pole, Scott's team, already en route, would arrive and confirm Amundsen's claim. The problem with Amundsen, Scott, and all subsequent South Polar claims, however, is the following. On the globe Earth model, the geographic South Pole is located at 90 degrees south latitude, where all 360 degrees of longitude converge to one hypothetical point in the middle of an Antarctic continent. In reality, though, the Antarctic is not a continent, but an encircling icy perimeter of unknown length, and on our planar Earth lines of longitude only converge upon the North Pole center point and project out straight southwards from there. 1 degree of latitude is approximately 68 miles, and the Antarctic ice begins around 70 degrees south latitude, depending on access point. Therefore, no matter what meridian of longitude followed, after traveling south across the ice significantly far enough to the 90-degree mark, several hundred miles, the pole has been achieved. In other words, the so-called geographic South Pole is just an arbitrary point in the Antarctic along any line of longitude significantly far enough south where all lines of longitude on the globe converge and become 0 degrees. For ease of transportation, supplies, and navigation, all South Pole explorers just retrace their paths back to their boats, though if Earth was truly shaped like a ball, conceivably they should be able to simply continue a straight-line path and come out the other side of Antarctica. No explorer on foot or by air has ever done such a south-north circumnavigation, however, because it is impossible, as the Earth is not a globe. For posterity, Roald Amundsen would be credited not only with being first to the geographic South Pole, but also first to winter in the Antarctic, and then subsequent expeditions to the Arctic would claim for him titles of first through the Northwest Passage, first to cross and first to circumnavigate the Arctic Ocean, first to the ice pole, the Arctic Ocean point furthest from land masses, and after widespread distrust and dispute of Cook and Parry's claims, a 1926 expedition would see Amundsen reclaim being first to the geographic North Pole as well. Reminiscent of the 1909 Cook-Parry controversy, however, a similar media-fueled heated debate raged in 1926 as U.S. Admiral Richard Byrd allegedly reached the pole by plane just 3 days before Roald Amundsen did by dirigible. Both Byrd and Amundsen were aware of each other's concurrent expeditions, and due to recent advances in aviation technology, both decided to reach the pole via air rather than land and sea, as previous explorers attempted. Similar to Scott's follow-up confirmation of Amundsen's South Pole claim, the plan was for Admiral Byrd to fly over first and dump a load of hundreds of large American flags directly at the pole, which Amundsen would then find and confirm a few days later during his own polar flight. So on May 9, 1926, Byrd and his co-pilot departed in their Fokker trimotor airplane, the Josephine Ford, from the Norwegian island Spitsbergen and attempted to fly over the pole. Just 15 hours and 57 minutes later, including an alleged 13 minutes of circling the pole, Byrd landed back at Spitsbergen, claiming to have reached the pole and traveled a distance of 1,535 miles. Upon return to the United States, Byrd became a national hero, promoted to the rank of commander, and was awarded a Presidential Medal of Honor at the White House. Roald Amundsen's airship, the Norge, allegedly floated over the pole 3 days later, on May 12th, but was unable to confirm Byrd's attainment because Byrd never ended up dropping his cargo of U.S. flags over the pole, nor provide a public explanation of why. At first, Byrd's polar claim was widely accepted and Amundsen reduced to second fiddle, but after new evidence came to light and further investigations made clear, Byrd never dropped the flags because he never actually reached the pole. The first public skepticism of Byrd began a year after his death in 1958, when Byrd's colleague, personal pilot during his South Pole flight, and helper in Spitsbergen for the North Pole flight, Bernd Balken, published his book, Come North with Me, which questioned the feasibility of Byrd's 1926 polar claim. Essentially, Byrd's sextant-locked 61-knot mean speed for the first 6¼ hours of the flight, per his own records in a recorded 7:07 GCT sextant shot, required that to reach the pole at the reported time, he would need to have suddenly, after taking the reading, jumped his average speed over double, from 61 to an implausible 148 knots, in order to cover the final 284 miles in the alleged time allotted. In addition, once supposedly reaching the pole and circling around it for 13 minutes, his written calculations contradictorily still claimed constant 85 mile per hour straight-line speed northward. Apologists and defenders of Byrd dismissed Balken's objections, insisting prevailing winds may have helped him along, until, in 1960, Gösta Liljeqvist, professor of meteorology at University of Uppsala, examined the meteorological records and concluded there were absolutely no polar winds strong enough on May 9, 1926, to propel Byrd so swiftly to his destination. Another exposure of Byrd's hoax surfaced in 1971 with Richard Montagu's book, Oceans, Poles, and Airmen, in which he interviewed Bernd Balken, who claimed that Floyd Bennett, Byrd's North Pole co-pilot, had confessed to him before his death that the Josephine Ford had actually developed an oil leak early in the flight, lost a motor several hundred miles from the pole, and subsequently turned back, circling out of sight of land without making an effort to reach the pole. The final nail in Byrd's coffin came with the 1996 release of his personal diary and papers, recording the May 9, 1926 flight. His official sextant reading, typewritten in his June 22nd report to the National Geographic Society, taken at 7:07:10 GCT, claimed a solar altitude of 18 degrees, 18 minutes, and 18 seconds. In his diary, however, an erased but still legible recording shows his apparent observed solar altitude at 7:07:10 to have been 19 degrees, 25 minutes, and 30 seconds. Not only this, but a scrap piece of paper found in Byrd's diary, also in his handwriting, shows a third scribbled solar altitude for 7:07:10 as being 18 degrees, 19 minutes, and 18 seconds. This intermediate scrap paper calculation between the diary recording and official typewritten report shows evidence of gradual doctoring of the raw data in an effort to fudge a believable figure. In addition, Byrd's official recorded sextant data was overly precise, far beyond the capabilities of his or any other sextant available at the time. Dead reckoning latitudes were recorded with 1,000 times better precision than physically possible, again pointing towards an attempt to overcompensate the perceived accuracy of his inaccurate fudged data. To summarize, Byrd's 1926 primary record includes several mysterious erasures, back-and-forth diary entries, confirmed fabrications, and contradictions, including 2 takeoff times, 3 pole arrival times, and 7:07 sextant altitudes, and 4 different speeds. In documents including his diary from the time, we see intermediary steps of his forging calculations for the most believable and accurate times, airspeeds, distances, and solar altitudes. He never dropped the cargo of U.S. flags as intended, and could not have attained the pole at the speeds recorded. Dennis Rollins wrote, "In brief, Byrd's diary and his typescript describe 2 quite different trips. Indeed, there are actually 4 distinct trips, because the diary has 3 separate and contradictory sections. The sextant observations are for a 70-mile-per-hour celestially navigated trip. The radioed distances are for an 80-mile-per-hour direct trip, while the last-minute direct data are for an 85-mile-per-hour trip. But the later neat typescript claims that the mean northward speed was over 90 miles per hour. The typescript trip does not agree with any of the 3 disparate diary trips. If you are caught keeping 2 sets of fiscal books, you go to jail. Not even the wildest defense lawyer would try alibying the accused by treating the differences between the 2 documents as exculpatory or mysterious, when the whole point of the indictment is the discrepancies. Question: did any other explorer in history leave us manuscript astronomical observations for position which grossly, to his disadvantage, invariably differed from his published observations? Since Cook, Perry, and Byrd's North Pole claims have all been found fraudulent, it is now generally accepted that Roald Amundsen's dirigible flight of May 12, 1926 did cross the pole, and he is credited with being the first explorer to both the South and North Poles. Even Wikipedia states that, quote, 3 prior expeditions led by Frederick Cook, 1908 land, Robert Perry, 1909 land, and Richard E. Byrd, 1926 aerial, were once also accepted as having reached the pole. However, in each case, later analysis of expedition data has cast doubt upon the accuracy of their claims. This is also Irish journalist Anthony Galvin's conclusion in his book, The Great Polar Fraud, Cook, Perry, and Bird, How 3 American Heroes Duped the World into Thinking They Had Reached the North Pole. Ever since Amundsen's dirigible, the Norge, allegedly successfully floated over the pole, many more explorers have also continued the legacy. Norge designer and pilot Umberto Nobile, along with several scientists and crew, allegedly crossed the pole a second time on May 24, 1928, in the airship Italia, which crashed before returning, killing half the people on board. In May 1937, the Soviet government established the world's first North Pole ice station, allegedly just 13 miles from the pole. Interestingly enough, this station was found by icebreakers just 9 months later off the eastern coast of Greenland, over 1,700 miles away. This was explained as being caused by swift ice drifts, which radically displaced them. In May 1945, David Cecil McKinley of the Royal Air Force claimed to fly over both the geographic and North Magnetic poles. The Soviet Sever II expedition in May 1948 claimed to set foot on the pole, and in May 1949, Soviets Vitaly Volovich and Andrei Medvedev claimed being first to parachute to the pole. In May 1952, U.S. Air Force Lieutenants Joseph Fletcher and William Benedict claimed the first aerial landing at the pole. The U.S. Navy submarine USS Nautilus allegedly crossed the pole in August 1958, and in March 1959, the USS Skate claimed first to surface at the pole, breaking through the ice above it. An April 1969 British Trans-Arctic expedition claimed first to reach the North Pole by foot. August 1977, the Soviet icebreaker Arktika claimed first surface ship to reach the pole. And on the list of alleged polar firsts continue, from first by dog sled to first by motorcycle. In 1985, for a particularly interesting media-hyped first, Sir Edmund Hillary, the first man to stand on the summit of Mount Everest, and Neil Armstrong, the alleged first man to stand on the moon, claimed to land a small twin-engine ski plane and stand together at the North Pole. As is abundantly clear to anyone who has objectively studied the NASA Apollo missions, Freemason Neil Armstrong most certainly did not land on the moon, so it is fair and wise to be skeptical of whether he and his royally knighted colleague Sir Edmund Hillary actually stood foot on the geographic pole as well. As for the magnetic poles, the North was allegedly discovered by James Clark Ross in 1831 at the Boothia Peninsula, named after his father's patron, Sir Felix Booth. This peninsula, located at 70 degrees north latitude, however, strangely placed the magnetic pole well over 1,000 miles from the geographic pole. Roald Amundsen, during his 1903 Arctic expedition, was also credited with discovering a new position of the magnetic North Pole, just 30 miles north from where Ross had claimed. It was later, in 1947, allegedly found again by Canadian government scientists Paul Serson and Jack Clark of the Dominion Astrophysical Observatory, who claimed the pole had moved near Prince of Wales Island at 72 degrees north latitude. Since then, the North Magnetic Pole has continued to be discovered time and again at random places in the Arctic, following no discernible pattern. Likewise, the South Magnetic Pole was first allegedly discovered by Sir Ernest Shackleton during his 1909 expedition, and has ever since been found randomly moving all over the Antarctic. The idea of constantly randomly moving magnetic poles divorced from their geographic counterparts makes it conveniently impossible to independently confirm or deny polar claims by compass. In other words, since the invention of the video camera, any claim to have found the North or South Magnetic Pole can and should be easily proven. By holding a compass and walking in a circle around the North Pole, the compass should always point directly towards it. And by walking in a circle around the South Pole, the compass should always point 180 degrees away in the opposite direction. To this day, however, no such single experiment has been performed to prove to the public that these are truly magnetic poles at all. Similarly, there are no videos from the geographic poles that provide the public with any concrete evidence that they are anywhere but some indistinct, undisclosed snowy tundra. North Pole documentaries always show some man with an icicle mustache and a Garmin counting up their GPS latitude until reaching 90 degrees. There are never stellar readings made showing Polaris exactly 90 degrees above. There is no footage of the 6 months of constant day and 6 months of constant night supposed to exist at the pole. GPS, the Global Positioning System, is based on a non-existent globe and created by the US military. So why should we trust that a GPS 90-degree north reading is truly the North Pole? Why are the annals of polar exploration so abundant with frauds and hoaxes? Why should we accept all these more recent polar claims as being legitimate when the original discoveries and discoverers continue being exposed as false and liars? Why is there such an inordinate number of royal knights and Freemasons involved in polar exploration? Admiral Byrd himself was a high-ranking Freemason from Federal Lodge No. 1 in Washington, D.C., and financed by none other than fellow 33rd degree Freemason and Illuminati bloodline elite John D. Rockefeller. Roald Amundsen even had Masonic Lodge No. 648 in Sacramento, California, named after him. If these explorers truly reached the North Pole, then where is the magnetic mountain, encircling whirlpool, 4 directional rivers, and surrounding inhabited islands mentioned by Adam of Bremen, Paul the Deacon, Gerald of Wales, Guido Guinazelli, Nicholas de Linde, Jacobus Sinoian, Gerard Mercator, John Dee, the Hindus, Buddhists, Jains, Shinto, Taoists, Jews, Christians, Muslims, the Norse, the Egyptians, the Persians, and literally every single ancient culture on Earth? Are these all to be discounted as completely false stories with no factual impetus? And if the polar magnetic mountain truly is just fanciful mythology and nonsense, how do we account for this same quote-unquote false concept originating and flourishing independently in nearly every ancient culture worldwide?
Hey, Morvis, are you there?
Yeah, my heart mouth.
Yeah, a little bit, but that's all right. Hey, aren't you down in the South Coast, South Gulf? Like
Yeah,
in the
I'm
Gulf?
in Texas.
Oh, that's what I thought. Yeah, yeah.
Almost Oklahoma, but I'm
I
on the
see.
proper side of the borders, proper side of the Red River.
Oh.
I'm chopping up habaneros. I'm about to cook some habanero cheddar popcorn and then go make
Oh,
some rounds, try to
man.
make some money.
Boy, that's pretty cool stuff you do. Yeah, I like to be around that kitchen when you're making all that. I bet it smells fantastic.
Yeah, dude, I gotta wear a respirator to cook this.
Oh, because the that stuff, yeah, right.
Uh-huh. And sometimes even goggles. When I did the Carolina Reaper, I had to wear goggles.
Oh, I bet, man. Wow.
That stuff, it's funny because some people try like one pop of it and be like, oh man, that's too much. I can't breathe.
Mm-hmm.
And then other people like take handfuls of them and just be tossing them down.
Wow.
It's weird the difference of people, how they
Yeah. Yeah, that's usually how it is with me. It's like really freaking hot at first, but then after a few minutes, I get used to it, and then yeah, I can eat it.
Well, I'll take experimental stuff up to AutoZone where I used to work at and have them try it. And one of the guys was like, man, I'm not trying none of your shit no more. Last time you come up and just said, here, try this, man, my teeth hurt for 4 hours. It was so hot.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, I wouldn't mind making some like Kush flavored popcorn. That sounds great. Just mix up your butter.
Yeah. Yeah, make some terpene butter.
There you go. I mean, that's like fun food and medicine at the same time, you know?
Yeah, I would probably mix it with, because the way I make the fruit flavors and stuff, I use cotton candy flavor concentrate. And you mix like a tablespoon in with a cup of sugar.
Right
and
on.
It dyes it and flavors it.
Yeah, I bet that's good.
All right, it's about to get loud. I'm going to go on mute.
All right, man. Nice talking with you.
All right, I'm running the processor again.
Good morning, everybody. Or afternoon.
Good morning.
Hey, man.
Hey, what's going on, Morvis?
Getting some stuff together to cook some popcorn up. Doing habanero cheddar, then I'm going to go hit the road and try to get rid of some bags.
Look at Morvis slanging in bags. You got some bags, Morvis?
Yeah.
I know, man. He's like the specialty.
Popping yesterday. I probably popped like a good $400 worth of popcorn.
Dang.
That's outrageous. How much is a bag?
There's different prices.
I see.
But right now I'm doing like little sizes, like what people would put in like stockings or whatever. People's been asking me about that.
So
and
like
that's got the highest. Yeah, that like $3 for a little cone, and that's got the highest profit for me. That's where, you know, when I get to sell the big 2-foot bags or whatever. I mean, I still get a pretty decent profit, but they get the most for the money that way.
Yeah.
But when you get down to like the little cones, like you would see at a register of a gas station or something,
Yeah, gift bag. Yeah.
Because I can get 4 cones that I sell for $3 into a plastic bag that I sell for the same amount that I sell for $6 all at one time in a plastic bag. But I'm still making out pretty good. I can buy a bag of popcorn, and then I can run my kettle one time, bag it up into $8 bags, and that'll pay for the whole 50-pound bag of kernels.
All right.
And it's just profit from there as far as the corn is concerned.
How big
No,
of
it's
a
not too
kettle?
bad.
How big of a kettle do you use?
60 quart.
All right, 60 quart.
Yeah, that's on the smaller end of these too. There's people that use 160 quarts, 120 quarts.
What?
Yeah, they're big ones. But I put this popper together myself. I'm on a shoestring budget.
I have a 2.5 gallon still. It has a big 2.5 gallon pot for my still. I could probably do small amounts in that.
Yeah, you can do it. You can do.
I never really thought about it. Like I used to not like popcorn because it used to bother me how it would get in between my teeth because I have like gaps in my teeth, you know, and so it would always get stuck in there. But I actually like it. I started liking it more, but it's been a while. I haven't had any popcorn in, wow, probably at least a year or two.
Yeah, you can then make this stuff a little pot on your little pan on your stove.
I might start trying different things, man. You inspired me.
Well, if you do, if you order online, use it's called mushroom popcorn. Some places call it magic mushroom popcorn. Some call it monster mushroom, but it pops the best so it takes coating. It basically makes a popcorn ball instead of have the little tabs and wings that the other types do.
I thought I saw an Indio. I did.
Yeah, I heard you talking about a still. You making moonshine?
I have, but mostly just distilling water constantly. But I have made some moonshine, yeah. It was 98%.
I'm going to say you and Morbus can do a swap, popcorn for moonshine.
I have a little bit left like that I made because I put it with a bunch of pot, like I put some stems, some extra stuff, just some shake and stuff, and let it sit in there for a few months. It's pretty good. Like about a third of a teaspoon is probably too much.
Yeah, I haven't had moonshine in probably 20 years.
Yeah. Well, after I made it, like literally, I'll sip it like literally, like I'm saying, like a tenth of a teaspoon, just a little tiny couple drops on the tongue. Does does the job.
Yeah, that's all you need. You don't need to go to the hospital.
Exactly, because that stuff could take you out.
Oh crap! Is it picking up the noise of the burner yet?
Nah, not really.
Yeah, wait till this gets popping. I'm gonna leave it unmuted. Mute me if it gets out of hand.
What do you coat the popcorn with?
60 quart kettle suspended over a turkey fryer burner.
Yeah, but is it plain popcorn, buttered, caramel?
Oh, right now I got habaneros cooking in the oil. I'm going to do that and dust it with cheddar when it's done.
Only in frickin' Texas, man. What the hell? Habanero popcorn? I've never even heard of such
Yeah, I know, man. Like, what?
Like, you can't even taste it unless there's jalapenos in it. Like, because you guys have burnt out your taste buds from all the spice.
Hey, I did some caramel in Carolina Reaper.
Oh boy,
I bet that was good, like sweet and hot.
Yeah, I love that sweet and spicy combination. Caramel corn too is freaking awesome, but Carolina Reaper sounds a little scary.
Hey, some people can handle it like they're eating, popcorn. Some people like one bite and one little piece is too much for them.
Hey, think you could deep fry it in CBD oil? That would be crazy.
That'd be one
CBD popcorn. Yeah, man, but people would buy it, I bet. And they'd probably pay whatever price you want to charge.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
That's almost worth trying.
I'm putting on my respirator. I'm about to crank up this heat.
Just put a few drops of CBD oil in the whole entire friggin' batch and then charge a fortune for it.
Or you could just because oil or THC is dissolvable in oil, so you could just soak some bunch of bud in the oil, then strain it out, and then cook the popcorn in it. And then you'd probably get high off the popcorn.
Absolutely.
There might be a market there.
I got to loud. Sound like a bunch of black cats going on.
Yo, Indio.
Yo, what's up?
Did you see the new Discord feature that came out?
Which one? There are just shitloads of them.
The recent one where you can make money as a creator. Being is that you're the server owner of this one, you could really churn a profit, man. And divvy it out to people or use it for yourself, whatever.
How'd you do that?
There's one. It's like for being a content creator in a Discord and giving new roles to people. You can get 90% of the profits. I think they keep 10%.
I'll look into it.
Yeah, it's one of the new features because I got a notification on my phone, and I was looking at because I have a server, but it's a crypto server. But I guess you can by how you deal with the server, you can churn a profit being a creator. I don't know if it's just people in the server or actually the server owner. But I know
that have to create. I don't understand.
Yeah, it's content creator. So if you're a content creator, social media, you get followers and you give them different roles and stuff. I was looking at, I just skimmed over it, but it looked like you can now use Discord for a way to
basically selling them roles, just generating money because people are.
I'm not gonna say I can't speak on what it is, but it looks like people that are content creators, kind of like social media, like YouTube, like TikTok,
influencers.
Yeah, stuff like that. And you can give people badges. I think it only applies to the server owner. I don't know what it looks.
I'm reading it. Bloomberg. There's an article on Bloomberg.
So, but it is worth a look. I mean, if you're gonna, it's a huge influence, with that many people on this Discord. So why not?
Users $3 to $200 a month. Keep 90% of the money they earn for premium features and benefits.
Yeah.
God. Yeah. Sounds like cancer to me. I mean, what possibly could be the benefits? Like stupid. Like we gonna get like badges, like to Call of Duty or something? Like, what the?
I don't know.
Sorry,
people like it, though. I mean,
I know people like that shit, but I don't like that shit, man.
Yeah.
I just don't. It's just. I don't like paying real money for virtual products. It's like, to me, that's just like some weird. Like, I've hated it forever. Like, if you go way back to like EverQuest, which was like, I don't know if you remember that game. Ever heard of it? EverQuest?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah, so it was an online role playing game, but it was so hard to like level up your characters. Like literally, people would like to like run across the map would take like a literal real day, like a 24-hour day. So people would like put a weight on their forward key to like run across the map and like go to work, go to school, whatever, then come home and hope they were halfway across the map to where they had to go. It was just like this huge time suck. So people started selling those characters on eBay. So this is like 1999, 2000. People were getting like $800 for like a level 50 character back in, back in the late 90s, which is a good amount of money, which is probably like $3,000 today. But since I just don't like it, like, why are you going to pay real money to get fake money?
Dude, even Clash of Clans is kind of like that because of how long it takes to upgrade everything. Like people pay big money for a maxed account in Clash of Clans.
I know, it's just it's bigger now. It's World of Warcraft, all these things.
Yeah.
And yeah, I know you can make money off of it, but like, do I want to be part of the problem? Because to me, that's like a problem, man. We're creating like an artificial economy. And if the shit ever hits the fan, what good is your World of War fucking crap character gonna do you? Can't eat him, right? He ain't gonna fix the sink. He ain't gonna, fix your plumbing. Call me a conservative or something. I'm a Luddite. I mean, I'll check it out. I mean, if it like company just it doesn't say exactly what. So maybe like it's their actual. Maybe it'll be something positive. Who knows? Instead of just another way to suck money.
Yeah, I haven't looked into it, so I
probably have to log into the owner account to like see the pop up or something. I haven't done it in a couple days.
Yeah, perhaps I thought it was worth a mention because maybe people here can be content creators, and I don't know if it's just a server owner or if it's just other people that create content in a server. I don't know how that works.
Well, for what it says, like I said, it says something about offering features. Where is it? Can now charge users $3 to $200 a month, keeping 9% money for premium features and benefits. Now I don't know if that's within Discord, outside of Discord. I'd like to freaking. I wanted to do this for a while. I'd like to get a GoFundMe going. I want to get like a fucking giant infrared light and camera. And do a real long distance observation with a bright ass infrared light. or infrared laser, but they're super expensive. And like if they're above a certain amount of wattage, you have to have like a freaking permit for them. So it might be like better off to just build one. I'll hire that. Who's that laser guy from YouTube? I'll hire him to build it.
All right, so what I'm reading for this Discord, it's on Discord's website. Starting today, we're expanding the availability of server subscriptions, allowing creators on Discord to earn money directly within their server. But creators and community leaders will be able to offer subscription plans in exchange for unique roles, perks, and benefits. Like you already read that, but the leaders, it's totally up to the creators and the community leaders on how they utilize it, pricing and offers. Server owners can set up their server subscriptions how they like it while taking home 90%. Okay, but yeah, they're saying you can set your own price and everything. So it is basically just like if you like selling roles to people,
or whatever.
Like,
basically, Discord is making it a payment portal, right? So you can sell stuff to people through Discord, and Discord's the payment portal, and they're gonna scrape up 10%.
Yeah, but it's like,
really, that's really what it is, right? That's really what it is. They're just going to be a payment portal for you selling shit to people.
Yeah. Like useless shit to people, though.
Well, I mean, it doesn't even have to be within Discord, right? It could be off Discord. It could be like, something that's like Patreon, right? It could be off-site video access or who knows what. I bet you it's going to integrate like YouTube membership with at some point. I bet you can integrate YouTube membership with Discord membership, right? So if you subscribe to my Discord and buy a subscription there, you automatically get a membership on my YouTube channel, which automatically gets a membership on my locals, and yada yada yada. A lot of people are monetizing like these streaming these social media platforms big time. Through multiple portals. So I mean, Discord just sounds just like another one, just another person doing the same old thing. Where they're gonna say, hey, they can pay for some membership or perks through us, and you give them to them, and what you give them is totally up to you. Which I just don't like that shit. But if I could think of a useful way to do it, I mean, that's beneficial to everybody. I mean, I'm open to suggestions. Actually doing a test, man. I like to do like some sort of freaking laser test. Infrared.
The server owner must be based in the United States. The server has to have good standing with Discord, meaning no recent terms of service or community guideline violations, and you must agree to the updated monetization terms and server subscriptions policy.
See, that could be a problem. See, that's like a hook, dude. See, whenever you ask for more benefits, that means there's more obligations. That's the way it always works. So let me give you an example of this, something I dealt with in the real world. Microsoft has a Microsoft reseller program, right? This for like Windows XP. This is back in the day. So if you're a certified Microsoft reseller, you can stick that brand and have a logo on your thing and have like certain type of customer support, right? So this company, they were buying computers from other companies that were doing like refreshes of their hardware, like Comcast and like just different shitloads of different companies. And these computers already had like the operating system on them, right? So it's perfectly legal for them to sell the computer again with the operating system. No problem. No problem. What they didn't realize is that in the fine print of this reseller program says you can't do that. right? Says that if you do that, right? If you get a computer, buy it used, and then resell it, you have to install a completely brand new operating system on it. I mean, you have to go buy another copies of Windows XP and install it. You can't use the copy of Windows XP that came with it because you're in our reseller program. Yeah. So this company ended up freaking with a giant freaking fine from Microsoft that they agreed to because they decided they were going to sign a contract with Microsoft to be part of the reseller program. There was literally no benefit to the reseller program other than you get to stick the sticker on your computer. It was basically a trap to sell more copies of Windows XP by Microsoft and to scam companies into doing that so that when they actually didn't understand the terms of the contract they sold and sold the computer with the original operating system that came with the computer on it, they would frickin' mash them with a fine. So this company paid me basically fuckload of money, about $20,000 over a period of like 2 months to fix their shit. Basically, it's to set up a system that would be in compliance with Microsoft, but not actually have to install a new operating system. So what I ended up doing was set up a network installation. So they bought one copy of a Microsoft a Windows XP disk. I took an image of it, and then when you plug the computer in, it would boot over the network and install off the single copy, which was okay to do apparently. So I saved them. I mean, Microsoft sued them for a lot of money. It could have been millions of dollars. They were trying to sue them per unit. So there was like some price per unit, and this company got pallets of computers every day, pallets. So they would have paid like could have been as much as $1 million fine. It might have put them out of business. So paying me like 2 G's, 20 G's was nothing, But the point is that often the point I was trying to make is there might be one terms of service that we're going by now. If you agree to this, there might be a whole nother terms of service, right? You're basically agreeing to an enhanced terms of service where you have to be even better well behaved. You know what I mean?
Yeah. In order to do this, you have to agree to their updated monetization terms and service subscriptions policy. Like, why wouldn't that just be something that everybody has to click? No, it's just specially for you, new special rules because you want to make money on here.
It could say anything too. It could say you have to pay fines. It could say you waive lawsuits, you waive rights. Like, it could say anything. Because in a way, you're kind of representing Discord, right? They're sticking their neck out, because they don't want to get sued.
So there's an example here of how this Bella somebody monetized her server. So like tier 1 for $3 a month includes an exclusive monthly video and unlocks access to features in her server like creating public threads. Tier 2, priced at $5 a month, gives subscribers exclusive voting rights on polls and early access to future merch drops, plus everything from Tier 1. Tier 3, $10 a month, grants access to never-before-seen behind-the-scenes content and all of the amazing perks from the previous 2 tiers.
Wow. Seems almost worth it. Get out of here with that, man. What the hell, dude?
Is this Bella showing her tits or not? That's all I want to know.
Oh yeah, like this isn't going to go wrong, right? I mean, I wonder if that's probably might be part of the updated terms of service. If there isn't anything about sex or nudity in the updated terms of service, that's what their target is. That's what they're targeting. That's what they're trying to do.
No, I wouldn't doubt that at all. I mean, they've already got like the
this platform
NSFW features and everything. So they can limit it, like legally say, hey, they agreed that they're over 18. This isn't marked as an NSFW page, and and they're paying their money for it. So here's your titties.
Yeah, think of what's the Discord demographic?
OnlyFans. It's the new OnlyFans, bro.
No, the Discord demo. Yeah, basically Discord OnlyFans. That's what they're trying to. That was what, if there isn't something in the terms of service that addresses nudity or sexuality or anything like that, and doesn't explicitly prohibit it, they're trying to become OnlyFans because the demographic for this platform are 16 to 26-year-old males. Okay, and what do they want? And what do all 16 to 26-year-old males want? Pussy.
Titties.
Okay. Yeah. Naked girls. That's the common denominator, man. That's the only common denominator that they're going to pay money for.
I mean, Indio, $3.99 a month is a bargain, dude.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
Sure it is.
Oh,
Look,
man.
there's like some things I can't stand about the current like state of commercialization. Recurring monthly payments, I think they're freaking evil. I really don't like them because I remember 20 years ago they were talking about this, right? You're gonna own nothing and everything is gonna be a freaking service. And now like I'm watching it happen, right? You don't own anything. They're gonna rent you your car. You can't buy your car, right? You buy your car, but to actually use the electronics in your car, you got to have rent it for a monthly fee.
Yeah, they'll give you access to your car.
Yeah, you get extra features, right? Like if you pay $10.99 a month, it'll tell you where all the whorehouses are, and if you pay $20.99 a month, it'll tell you where the good whorehouses are.
I mean, you're not wrong though, Indio. They're literally they're charging people for heated seats. You know, you already bought the car, but if you wanted to turn the heated seats on, you got to pay extra for that.
They have that for your heated seats.
And that's not like a pre-option. That's not like at the dealership, hey, I want the heated seat option. Car comes with it. You just can't use it unless you like subscribe to the service in the car. Crazy.
And it's kind of like when we're pushing, XM radio and all that. Like they come give you that free trial. You're like, this is kind of neat. And then idiots freaking continue to pay for the subscription because they want it, but they don't realize they don't fucking need it by any means.
Man, I should invent the subscription flashlight.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
We'll send you the flashlight for free, but it don't work until you call up and we give you the code.
Yeah, we'll just give you the shell. You have to buy inserts or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, you're right. Those subscription service. It's the crazy thing is like what things have now turned into potential subscription service. I'm seeing like coffee shops. They're like, here, give us a certain amount a month, and then you can come get your coffee anytime. Not a bad idea for them, I guess, but it's just they're just trying to turn everything into a subscription service.
That makes sense for some people. Like, dude, some people have an extreme coffee addiction. They're like in the same place like 5 times a day getting another coffee, and like for them, yeah, I can definitely see like, hey, is it all right if I just pay you, $40 a month, $50 a month, and just get unlimited coffee?
Yeah. I mean, but if you really think about it, though, if you're a smart consumer, take that $40 to $50, make your own damn coffee.
No, I have a friend in he had a computer problem and like he wanted me to check out his PayPal one time, and I'm going through it, and PayPal lists like all your recurring monthly charges. He's an older guy, so he's like in the 70s. He had like it had to be 40 or 50 items of recurring monthly charges that he had accumulated over time, right, and just forgot about. He had money, so he didn't really, it didn't like sweat him, even though the total payment. He's paying out like $400 a month. It's automatically coming out of his bank account. He's not paying any attention. A lot of these are like $2.99 recurring fees a month. They're just small little ones, but there's so many of them they add up. You know what I mean? So I don't like the idea of it because people will get these recurring monthly subscriptions and then they will forget about them, right? And then the next thing they know, their checks are bouncing, and now they're in the hole, and now they're in debt. It's just bad. It's not good for society in general. right? It's just
I
not
know.
good.
They're
It
hoping you
promotes
forget about it.
Exactly. It promotes. It's a scam, dude. It's like it's like they're technically not scamming you because they told you when you got it, and it's your responsibility to do it and to take care of it and all that. I understand that, and technically, yeah, that's right. But they know that that's not what's actually happening.
Yeah, they're just like, it's like that old guy. That's their perfect, that's their target audience right there. We want the old heads at $3.99. Click here. $5.99. Click here. Forget about it. Next thing you know,
think
he's
it's
got
a one-time
500.
payment, right? And they don't read the fine print at the bottom that says this is a recurring payment because they can't see because they didn't put the reading glasses on or whatever. So I just don't like. I just think it's just generally, I'm for economics, which actually make valuable products in the world or add value to what's happening. Not like recurring monthly payments for shit of variable value or negligible, unknown value. I mean, NFTs, sorry, Biggie, if you're listening, but I think NFTs were the biggest fucking scam ever.
Yeah. Yeah, some people literally got scammed, though. Even if there are
bigger than pump and dump cryptos. Like, I think NFTs are a bigger scam than that. NFTs are the most worthless fucking thing ever. Oh, I have an NFT. I own this picture. Yeah, someone just takes a screenshot of it. Yeah, okay. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck? How's that valuable when I can take a screenshot of it and have the exact same image? And you're gonna sue me? Yeah, good luck, dude. I'm in Japan and using your freaking image. Good luck suing me in Japan with your NFT. Like, get the fuck out of here. And those have never been enforced in any court of law. You know what I mean? Like, dude, and they're selling for hundreds of thousands of dollars at one point? No. I mean, no. Just no, man.
I'm dropping a link to a channel on YouTube that kind of goes into some stuff like that. He's uncovered some big NFT, scammers or whatever. So,
CopyZilla. Oh, he made I just heard about this guy. He made it. There was another one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's been going ham. He's been going in on all these like big scammer guys.
He did something on FTX.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was on the Lex Friedman podcast.
Yeah, he seems legit.
Yeah, I mean, he could be doing a limited hangout to some degree, but he seems legit.
Why is the YouTube algorithm just pumping him out after every single thing that you watch? Like, he's just everything I watched. If it autoplays, he's on next, no matter what.
Dude, YouTube algorithm's getting pushy. Let's put it that way. If it was a real person, I'd kick its ass. It's like, dude, I don't want to buy it. Because if I just click one random thing, and I only want to watch the video for so I'll give you an example. I clicked something that was about evolution. Fuck, dude, big mistake. It's a big mistake.
You gotta train your
apparently,
algorithm.
I believe in evolution, right? Because I was curious about one particular thing, one particular video that had a particular title, and it ended up being stupid anyway. And I don't want to see no more evolution stuff. That's all I get.
You got to train your algorithm. And you can also, if you click the triple dots, it'll say like, don't recommend this video or don't recommend this channel. Man, you got to use those because it'll do that to you. It'll be like, oh, you like dinosaurs, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
So,
they put
I'm looking for a Barney video, right? Barney the dinosaur. I type in, and next thing I know, I get Jurassic Park and every other damn thing.
That's a fucking excellent idea.
Yeah, the YouTube algorithm gets pushy, man. The hell is this?
I don't trust something about that Lex Friedman. I mean, probably partially because, like you were talking about being a Luddite. Me too, a little bit. Like, I'm just scared of the fucking where they're going with all this technology. It's not good. Like, and he's an AI developer, like, right? Is that right? Something like that. He's some kind of and like engineer that way. Like, I forget exactly what it is. Yeah.
Lex.
Yeah, he's got a PhD in computer science. He does AI. He kind of got famous because he was doing like research into self-driving cars, and like he published some, the initial research into it. Visual self-driving cars. I guess he did. Guess he set up cameras in Harvard Square and tried to make an AI model to predict like how people in cars interact. And Harvard Square is the perfect place because the frickin' students there, they don't cross the street like human beings. They're more like because they're all together, they kind of like ooze across the street like an amoeba. Like it's really weird.
And I bet you they don't even look. They just head down on the phone.
No, they don't, man.
Yep.
No. They're Harvard kids too. So they think they frickin' dude, the thing about Harvard kids is like they are oblivious to every other human being on Earth. And it's not because like they're snobs. Or maybe it is because they're snobs. I don't know. But they're just fucking oblivious. Like if they're like talking to each other like in a group, like forget it, man. They're like,
yeah, the world.
It's like there's a bubble around them, and there's no other human being.
The world's economy doesn't affect those guys because of their status. Like they're born with a silver spoon, so they're not really those guys that would struggle to make it like everybody else, like the average Joe. I do want to stand up a little bit for NFTs in the form of like the people that are doing like artwork and stuff in different countries. Because I've been in like the communities where it's not like your major well-known NFTs that you hear about people are scamming people. Because there's scams in every corner of every type of.
Oh, of course. This is
so
America.
there's nothing to say that one thing is better than the other because it's all you can do scams with just about anything, right? But in this particular instance, what it does is because of the technology that's behind it, and I know what Lou is referring to. It's advanced.
You don't have to tell me. Do you know how much freaking bullshit weed I've bought?
Yeah, no, I mean,
anything, man. They were scamming people 2,000 years ago for like gold and whatever.
If you were to be on a corner of a street and you were to sell a bag of air, and a person came up to you and says, "How much is that bag of air?" And you said, "Well, this bag of air is worth $10, but if you can get a bigger bag of air, it's worth $20." And if the person says, "I'll take the bigger bag of air," it sounds like a better deal. And if you were to sell it to them and you were to tell them, this is a bag of air, right? Like it's just a bag of air. They'll be like, "Yeah, I know it's a bag of air, but I still want it." And they buy it from you, and you're like, "Okay, it's a bag of air," and it doesn't there's no value in the thing of it in and of itself, other than you're just telling them it's an idea, but they're still purchasing it anyway. Like, is that something that you think is wrong with the people, or is it wrong with the person selling it, or is it just wrong with the entire idea? Because like when you look at like when somebody buys whatever it is that they like, right? Let's say the art that
there's nothing wrong with it. My problem is that you can't have an economy based upon that. Well, a national economy has to have a foundation of actual industrial goods.
Yeah, I agree. Like so there's other things that can go towards like actual living, things that you need for like to live, utilities, water, light, gas, like all that stuff. That's something functional. But the thing that like we'd categorize our lives like with different things that we put in it, like entertainment. You got your living expenses, and there's just different things, different categories. And this would fall in the category of like art and whatnot. Even though I know some people think it's cringe because it's like, what freaking art? There isn't anything. There's still like these duplicates of like these idiotic apes or whatever. Like, yeah, I get that from the standpoint of an outsider kind of looking at this, but the idea behind it, it's been because, like I said, people do scams with just about anything. So it's easy to take a standpoint of like, yeah, it's all just garbage. Let's just throw it all away. But what happens is like in the mix of that, people in third world countries or developing countries are using this to kind of catapult themselves out of poverty. Now, this isn't like something somebody could see on the outside because you see only the big mainstream news. So I get the whole truther kind of like, frowning upon like this whole idea. But I've been on the inside, like where people have been talking about like how this is helping communities, like of people who can't, like I would say, the Philippines or just different countries, like where like struggling to make it, and with these things are giving them like a way forward, which helps them pay for things like food, and because so like it's beneficial in that way, not in the sense of like it having providing a service that's valuable. I could see that I could see where everybody's like upset about the whole situation, but the only thing that I'm advocating for is like the smaller versions of like because there's big companies, bro, like that. I'm not going to deny the fact that there are scammers out there, but if we were to throw out the baby with the bathwater and say it's all garbage, let's just like if a world would be better off without this, then I think we're missing kind of like the grander picture of it, where it's like anybody can sell anything that they want. It's the person who purchased the thing that they're buying. So it's like the onus is on the one who's actually purchasing the thing. So it's like you go buy a car, and if it's all jacked up, you get the lemon law.
Look, NFTs in and of themselves are not bad. There's nothing wrong with them. It's how people use them and the way. Well, I was an early Bitcoin adopter. I mined freaking Bitcoin. I hate the way it's being used now. It's being used as speculation. Like I wanted it to be a currency, right? That's what I thought. That's what everybody in the beginning thought. We're going to use this as a currency, right? We're gonna price products in Bitcoin, not dollars. We're gonna freaking buy and sell shit with Bitcoin. We're gonna get out of the U.S. dollar. We're gonna get out of the euro. We're gonna get out of this crap. But now that's not how it is, right? People are it's their way of thinking is like, oh, whatever I have is valued in dollars. Like, why are you thinking like that? Like, your choice of currency that you value something, and it's just like an arbitrary choice. Why go out of Bitcoin in the first place? Why say, oh, I have $20,000 worth of Bitcoin? Why can't the Bitcoin just have its own value, right?
Yeah, I can do all these trying to do at the beginning. Like, yeah, I get where you're going with that.
Yeah, but I have 2 Bitcoin, right? But actually, what do I actually have? I have 2 million transactions I can make in the blockchain. I can put 2 million records that are permanent into the blockchain by doing a transaction. Yep. Right? That's what you actually have. Like, if you really think about it, that's what you actually have, is the ability to manipulate the frickin' blockchain in your favor, one way or another.
I would say this because wherever there's like money, there's thieves. So in the truth, that's no doubt, right? But like you
want to find thieves, go where the money is. It's like that.
Yeah. in the truther community, though, it's like the baby with bathwater. It's an all or nothing fallacy when it comes to this, because it's like, yeah, there's blockchain technology, but it's the devil. And it's like, yeah, you just wrote it off like as in like, okay, let's just throw it away because it's what uses does it have? Because of the fact that you hear kind of like the mainstream news, like, oh, this I don't know, the apes got this one well-known Justin Bieber he got it stolen, and then you're just looking at this news pop up and you're like, yeah, crypto's a scam. This is
let's just dig it to its root, though. Let's just dig it to its root. It's not the Bitcoin. It's not the NFT. It's fucking people, right? And it's the degradation of society, and it's the lack of morals, and it's the twisted, I want to be rich, I want to be the fucking boss of everything, I want to fucking have a Bugatti. Like, that's the problem. The problem is vanity, ego, greed, selfishness. That's the real problem. Has nothing to do with Bitcoin, NFTs, or anything like that. That's just the tool they're using. If that wasn't there, they'd use another tool to do the same thing.
No, I agree. One of the things that I would have like community meetings with the people that I was doing NFTs and crypto with, is that was the cancer of the mentality. It's a mind virus. What happens when you start getting involved with like investing? If let's say you get a windfall of like, I don't know, 10 grand, it super inflates your ego with like, you think that the next thing that's going to come about is you're going to it's like gambling, let's say. Like it
is like gambling.
So you get a taste of it, and it's like a dog getting chicken blood. You just fever after it. Like you just can't stop. So one of the things that we used to talk about was that specific thing, was that when people start doing this, they think it's a get rich quick overnight scheme, and it's not really supposed to be looked at that way. It's supposed to be dollar cost average. It's supposed to be like only spend what you can afford. This is not like, and I would always advocate for that. I was like, you guys, don't put what you can't like afford to lose, because if this thing tanks or there's a crypto winter like there was in the beginning of the year, if your money's going to tank and you're going to like, you could do some harmful things to yourself, because there's some people that lost big time money this last crypto winter. But the thing is, like, there's always like the recession in the market, and then there's the bull run where everybody's making money, and you can talk so highly about it. Hey, just throw your money over here, you'll triple it or whatever. And so like there's this excitement and euphoria when it comes to like how the bull run, when does that happen and so forth. So everybody's kind of right now, I would say, like with the whole idea, it's not like a get rich quick scheme. However, if you put investments in something and then you make a whole bunch of money off of it, good for you, right? You made a great investment in the whatever it is that you're looking at. But it's not the idea that you're gonna like, because that's what happens. Greed is the most powerful thing when it comes to these things. And so what?
Yeah, and the greed feeds into the ego, and it's a vicious loop, right? So they'll have a come up on Bitcoin, right? Oh, I made $50,000. Now I'm super smart. I'm a Bitcoin fucking expert, right? And like so, then they're like, oh, every bet I make is gonna pay off. Yeah. So then they take the 50,000 and they just dump it into some shit coin, and they lose it all. And now they're not a genius anymore. Like,
well, it suddenly makes them an expert to be speaking in panels and such. Because there's many a panel that I've heard this person had bought like, how many Bitcoin and he made this much money, and he's like, well, yeah, last bull run, and so but the point is, like, there's a lot of where the truthers that are listening to all of this, they get kind of in a staunch position where they're like, yeah, let's screw crypto, and it's like, great. I mean, if that's how you feel because you heard mainstream news and then you just want to like, just let's do away with all of it. But if you don't,
well, there's people that they're against crypto because they're all into that like one world government, universal fucking currency, 666 tattooed on everybody's forehead or whatever. I
would come at it in a way where it makes sense.
Too far.
Like, here's the thing I don't disagree with, right? That crypto can be, because like it's a no duh once again, but crypto can be used for the benefit of the like governments or whatever, and they have been thinking about making like CBDCs, which is a crypto central bank
digital currency. Yeah. So I'm keeping. I'm like, listen, I'm not like into it, but it's on my radar. It's always like. It's always something I'm kind of paying attention to, like in my peripheral vision, to make sure it doesn't sneak up on me.
So the communities that make up these like community tokens are something like the Indio coin. I'll give you just a quick example, just so you can see. It's like, okay, so you have this developer who made the tech, you have a community of people who support it, and people start to say, hey, let's use the Indio coin to, I don't know, like in our town, we're gonna buy and sell goods using the Indio coin. And the Indio coin is good for, whatever, five for a dollar, 5 Indio coins equal $1 or whatever the case is, right? And you start actually trading with it. So essentially what you do is do what the governments have been doing to us, and without the ability to decentralize, but to have it centralized like the way they do with the dollar, because the dollar is the biggest freaking scam in the world, right? Yet people are sinking more money into their banks and thinking those kind of investments are even better than what crypto would be. And I'm just like, I'm more of an advocate of like, okay, so you're saying is crypto is a scam, but the dollar's not? Like, how is that? The dollar is the biggest scam in the world, especially.
Look, bro, if you had $10,000, like at the beginning of 2022, if you had $10,000 in a bank account and you got what they were paying for interest, which was something like 1%, and you waited till now, you've lost 7% of your money.
7%.
And you didn't even do anything, right? You just kept it in the bank.
I was telling people, like, okay, imagine this, right? Sink about, I don't know, 150K in your bank. Just for example, you could sink 100, 200K and whatever. That's your money, right? That's your money. You worked hard for that money. You had a business, whatever the case is. Now, go to that same bank, a month later and say, hey, you know what? I'm going to take the 150K out. I'm going to put it in another. Oh, excuse me, but you can't do that. You can take 30. Why would you need that much money? What's going on? Like, is there something? Can we help you with something? Can we give you a loan? Like, so there's these games.
So, Miggy, let me tell you something that most people don't know. When they open up a checking account, right? The only thing that's exempt from this is a passbook savings account. But if you open up a checking or savings account at a national bank, they don't have to give you your money for 45 days.
Yeah.
It's in the contract you sign with the bank. Like, nobody realizes that.
So they don't
45 days.
So here's the thing is, right? And then you're in the teller, and you're
business days too.
Yeah, you're in the teller. You're like, give me my damn money. Like, it's my damn money. I just put that damn thing in there. I want it back. And they're just like, no. And then you get frustrated. You're like, hold on a second. Like, I just sank my own hard working money into this bank. And you mean to tell me you're going to say no to that? Like, it's my damn money that's in here. I need it back, please. And they're just going to be like you said, they're going to show you the fine print where they're going to be like, look, this is what you signed up. Sorry. But you need to understand this is how the banks work. And it's like, you get so frustrated and mad because you're trying to figure out how is it that we are in this world and something, let's say that it's yours, right? You've earned that money. It's money earned that is not yours now because it's sitting in the bank. And they play around with it. So what they've been doing with your money is playing on the market with it. Oh, well, Joe Blow just sank 150K. Well, it's, we can, and it's moving. That money's moving. And it's like you say, like it's losing, its value, current economy and all that. So you're losing money. Yeah. They're losing money, but your dime, it's your dime. They're losing your dime. So really what happens is it's the biggest scam. Nobody really talks about it because they're thinking, well, we've always been dealing with the dollar. Like that's the thing that we're using. We pay for this crypto. Ha ha ha. It's a scam. The biggest freaking scam is the currency that we're using right now that we're calling the dollar. And so it's great for us to have a position of like, okay, crypto's a scam, but at the same time, the dollar has been scamming us ever since we had it. Like we were born into this. So we didn't have a choice. So it's like you're left with no option. This is the only thing that you got. It's like, here's the dollar, trade with it as you will, do with it what you will, but we're going to tell you the value of that thing whenever we arbitrarily say so. Hey, we're going to print more of this thing, by the way, and we're going to use that money, but you go ahead and take your dollar. It's like, I'm not going to take what you just give me because you're selling me crap. But it's cool because I don't get too far into it, like with the whole economy and the money and that, because of the fact that people feel like their dollar is precious. It's like, well, this is the thing we've been using. It's like it works. It's centralized, and when has crypto ever? And it's a false dichotomy, is what I'm looking at it as. It doesn't. Those two are not like, you can't just pit them against each other and say like, well, one's better than the other, because there's evil in both, right? And so like what we do with what we have is like try to figure out the best way that you and I can deal with the current situation using the things that are available to us. And that's only possible if we come together as like people, like you and me. Like if we start to say, you know what, I'm fed up with this current whatever. Let's try to build something of ourselves and then make it work so that we can benefit other people. But if we don't do that, then we're just going to be like the ones who are like, hey, you know what? Let's build the dog coin and let's scam a whole bunch of people into buying this dog coin. And then the next thing we know, we're rich and they're not. So ha ha ha, we win. So I get that. Like that's what can happen. But then there's the other side where it's decentralized and you created something that's unique and it's something that can be used for, things in third world countries where they, so let's say they're using that token and they're making some money off of it and they're able to feed their families. And you're like, yeah, let's get this thing together. Let's get more people like this. Let's build a working, sustainable kind of ecosystem. And let's have some investors kind of look at us and try to see if they want to invest and just kind of make it more usable versus the dollar, where that thing is just, it's the biggest freaking, and every fiat currency in every nation that's in right now is the biggest freaking scam, because it's imposing on the people whatever the countries or the governments want to arbitrarily say that thing is worth. And so they can tank the economy with one, hey, you know what? Sorry, but Putin's really putting the pressure on the gas price or whatever. So we're going to really have to tighten our belts, guys, because that's what we got to do. And of course, they're going to tighten up the dollar. And what happens is they're just like, oh, let me just take a little more off that bank account of yours. Yeah, have a nice day. And it's like, screw you. Like, why do you get to do that to me and I can't do that to you? Like, that's not fair. So the truther movement hasn't really seen that side of it, because they hear all the mainstream kind of, it's like somebody trying to figure out like what flat earth is, and they hear all about flat earth society, and they come in here all gassed up talking about, oh, so you guys believe in a flying disc? Oh, you guys are dumb. And it's like, no, that's not what we're about. but you can think of it like that if you'd like, but it's not. Let me kind of set the record straight, because you're just going everywhere with this topic, and it's like, and I feel kind of in the same way, but I don't really speak on it too much because of the fact that I know how people get with this. And like, I've done the research, I saw the article, it was in, you know, whatever, Snopes, or like name another freaking company of like that just inflates these like articles and pushes agendas. But yeah, that's what it's like to me. It's like these people are like, no, they're trying to turn all the people into demons, you know, with the 666 coin, or you know, and they're like, yeah, I know it's evil. I'm a truther, man. What do you mean it's not evil? And so they point to this like people that are doing these scams, and I'm like, I agree with you. There's people doing evil things with money. There always has been. That's not going to be something that ever goes away. I think we have to understand that in this world we're going to be dealing with that. Like, that's just a part of life. You can't. It's not in every country or nation. You're always going to have people waiting to scam somebody, right? And then other people to point the finger and say, "Hey, look, that group just scammed us. It is evil. It's all evil. It's all dirt. It's garbage. Throw it all away." Well, why didn't we do that with the dollar? You know what I mean? And we're letting the government just kind of use us as whipping boys whenever they want when it comes to that. And it's like, I don't think people are up in arms about that. I think they're more focused on how things are being taken into a different misconstrued or whatever. But anyways, I'm more passionate of like, I want the people to have some sort of kind of way to create something and make something useful, versus it being, because I agree with the thing that you can actually turn this into. It can become a scam. I could sell you something for doesn't have any value whatsoever, and it just seems like, well, this is a bunch of load of crap. But at the same time, I can advocate for the use case of like actually turning people that living in different countries who can't afford the things that we can in like a developing or a country like, let's say, U.S. I think we're a bit privileged in that aspect. But I don't know how. I'm not really here to change any minds. I think I would just like give my case for it, and if somebody says it's all garbage,
the problem is just a lack of education. I guess.
Yeah,
money, its utility, what its purpose is, like what's the difference between currency, lawful money, intrinsic value, extrinsic value, those things, right? That should, like, if Bitcoin was used regularly, like in transactions, it would be worth more money. It would be worth more, quote unquote, dollars, if you want to value it in dollars, right? It would be worth more because people just hoard it, right? And they use it as a quote unquote store of value.
Store of value, yeah.
Yeah, so, but that actually lowers its value.
Well, yeah, of course.
It's less useful. Its value is, can I take these Bitcoin and exchange them for dollars? That's its value.
Yeah, it has to be.
Whereas, but it would increase its value. I could take these Bitcoin and exchange it for a car, some milk, some cheese, some diapers, some baby formula.
So the real world, like what I'm looking for, right, is a way that we can actually progress forward as people. Power to the people. I'm more of like, yeah, it seems like a utopian whatever idea, but I think that
utopian. People just are uneducated. They don't teach this stuff in school.
Well,
a lot of things in school.
So what happens in the truther community is filled with people ready to just say, okay, the frogs are gay. I mean, there's a lot of things where chemtrails are killing us, man, and like so.
It's ignorance,
right?
You shouldn't get it's just ignorance. Like, I mean, you shouldn't get mad about it or even upset, man. They just don't know what they don't know.
Yeah, and I always talk about like, okay, you feel that way about crypto, you feel that way about chemtrails or whatever. That's fine. You can take whatever stance you want. It's your life, your ideas. But when you get down to the nuts and bolts or the way things work in the ecosystems, and you're involved with like how to build something from just like, it's like what the governments have been doing to us, and how the dollar has like gotten less in value over the years. We don't know that. We don't see the way they make the sausage. We just eat it, right? We just eat the sausage. We don't know how it's made. So one thing that we don't understand, we're attributing to another thing we don't understand. And then just because of these mainstream agendas, right, they get pushed on us, we're just writing things off like as an all or nothing fallacy. Yeah, I heard about it and some article just popped up. What dog coin was it? Was it Doge? Like it sounds to me like a somebody
the guy, you know, Dogecoin, how that started? The guy just took the Bitcoin code, and everywhere it said Bitcoin, he just used a notepad, and everywhere in the code, he just replaced the word Bitcoin with Doji.
Yeah,
that's it. That's all he did. Anybody could do this, though. We could put flat Earth there instead of freaking Bitcoin and do the same thing.
What's what I'm saying though, like this is kind of like to the point. It's like people create things, and it's not a creation of something new. It's just rebranded or reworked, and some people they want to go with like it's just. Let's just say all of us in here, right? We decided today that we're going to build a Lucoin. And the Lucoin was going to be the thing we're going to trade in. And we're going to talk about like how we're going to buy goods and services with it, whatever the case is, right? We start to make what the governments have been doing arbitrarily, giving a value to the thing that we're saying, right? I say that the Lucoin is worth 10 for $1. Let's just say. But if whatever, we can make it whatever we want. But then once we do that, we start trading with it or using Lucoin. I don't know. You can buy pet cats or dogs or whatever. Let's say, and in my store, you can come into my pet store. You can buy a dog with 10 Lucoins or whatever. Just whatever the case, right? So you start to make an economy or an ecosystem out of the thing. So it's like what the governments have been doing. So we're going to start doing the very same thing that they've been doing to us, but us being able to, like as the people, we monitor it as a collective, and we can say, well, we like this token. It's worth this, and we can buy this with it. Or we can go over here and use it another token. It's called the Indio coin, and you can buy a car with those mechanic, tools and whatever. Like it's useful in that way. But the government has been doing to us, like they've been doing it arbitrarily with the dollar. So like we don't have a choice in that. They're going to tell us this is how much $1 worth. We had to tighten our belts because the economy, it's dipping a little bit. So we got to do something. So it doesn't matter if people think that they're away from the markets because they're with $1. You're still in the market. You're not outside of the system. You're still in it. So with the idea of the market moving or however it's moving, it's going to affect the US dollar. It doesn't matter how you think it's like not you're not playing the investor game. You're not you are. You are invested.
Well, I mean, to create a whole ecosystem, like you got to think about what's the whole process from origination to endpoint to end, like from origination to consumer. So what you have, say you have a farmer, right? Mm-hmm. Now the farmer grows corn. Now he's got the corn. He wants to sell it. He can sell it for whatever he wants. He can trade it for cows. He can sell it for euros. He can sell it for dollars. He can sell it for Bitcoin. Right. Now, the other way is to acquire something with dollars, right? I want to sell a BCR, right? But I have to buy the BCR in dollars and then sell it in Bitcoin. So how do we get the physical goods, right, into the ecosystem of whatever currency we want, whatever cryptocurrency we want? You need people that originate, manufacturers, farmers, like all the, people that freaking sell milk. You need that bottom, right? You need that foundation, that industrial foundation to where things are being originated. And at the point of origination, you don't ever want it to go into the system of US dollars, right? So even from the very beginning, right? So if I get coin, I never denominate it in US dollars. I never say it's worth US dollars. It's always just like I always sell it for Bitcoin. And then once it goes into the market as Bitcoin, right? So I sell it to say I grow corn. Oh, I'm going to sell it to someone that makes the corn into corn syrup, right? I sell it to them in Bitcoin. Then they take the corn syrup and they sell that for Bitcoin. And then that person takes the corn syrup and puts it in cakes and they sell those cakes for Bitcoin, right? And then I have a birthday, I have a party and I sell tickets to the party. And then I sell, and then they're eating the cake that I bought for Bitcoin and I sold my tickets in Bitcoin. See, that's a whole economy based upon Bitcoin. Right? There's no dollars involved. We never came out of dollars and devalued everything in dollars. The value of the Bitcoin is based upon the goods and services that have been denominated in Bitcoin. See, people don't look at it this way. The Bitcoin itself is just a medium of exchange. It has no value, right? It doesn't. The only value Bitcoin has, really, fundamentally, is that you cannot counterfeit it. Yep. And people don't realize you can counterfeit dollars, you can inflate it, you can't inflate Bitcoin, and you can't counterfeit it. It's immutable. It's what they call an immutable currency. This is something that like people have been after forever, right? So back in the day when they first started making coins, they debased the coin by adding other metals. There was coin clipping where they would clip the edges of the coins and make them smaller, right? So they start off with one size coin, and then when they wanted to debase the currency, they issue a smaller coin, and then a smaller coin, and then a smaller coin, and then people like would get the coins and shave and clip a piece off. So they'd have a little pile of freaking gold of all the coins that went through their possession, right? And they clipped a teeny little piece of gold off of every coin that went in their possession, clipping the coins, devaluing that, and sending it into circulation, right? So
I'm always
Bitcoin doesn't have any of these problems.
I'm always advocating for the position of like what we can do together versus like, what's the alternative? Oh, well, let's stick to the dollar then, right? You don't want crypto. You say, man, it's all
dollar, dude. That's the most corrupt thing in the world, man. Like you can't get any more corrupt than that.
But I was saying though, like, right? If you're blasé about like crypto and you're just like, who cares, right? You guys are going to hell in a handbasket with that crypto business, right? And so it's like, okay, I'm fine. I'm done away with it. I'm not talking about it, whatever. But I'm happy to go to work and earn $1. It's
I still have some Satoshi, man. I'm sitting on it, man. I'm sitting on it till I can actually buy something with it. I mean, I know I can, but I mean, I want like a whole economy, a whole Bitcoin economy that's outside the other economy.
I've been in some of these like bigger like conference calls or whatever, like on what is it? Spaces, Twitter Spaces.
I've listened. Yeah, I've listened to some of these crypto talks and panels, and like they don't talk about the shit I'm talking about.
No. It's more of like in a broader range of like investors, and like it's not. It can get to the like the nuts and bolts of like how this actually goes from point of origin to like going to like the next level, like reaching the consumer, whatever. But like I'm more of like looking at it in a way. It's like when people are in the truther community, they'll write it off. What happens is, what's the alternative? Sticking to the dollar. Okay, so we write off crypto. We don't deal with that stuff. Okay. What are we focused on? Okay, let's earn some money. What money? The dollar? Oh, the one you're going to work for? And you think that's better? How? Like that thing has been using you, and you're not using it. It doesn't. That's the thing, though, right? Because like
all these panels I've heard and like talks, they talk about we want to expand the reach of Bitcoin. We want to increase the adoption of not Bitcoin, but cryptos. We want to broaden it across the general public, right? So it becomes more mainstream, whatever. But the way they're going about it is just wrong. They're just doing it wrong.
Yeah.
You gotta hit to the fun. It has to get to the fundamentals, because fundamentally we need air, food, water, all the products like we need to survive. That's the fundamental. And like to be a currency, it has to be tied to that in some way.
Yeah. So there's a lot, like I would say, Indio, a lot of people are feeling some kind of way about it because of like maybe your exposure to a particular community or some talks that you heard. But the actual way that it can be used or the benefit of it, I think greatly outweighs what they're talking about right now. Like you can see past all of that and say there is some way we can use this that would benefit people and not just be like some kind of like demonized idea of like, why are we doing crypto anyway? We should just burn it all. Like it's
that's definitely not me. I don't think that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not saying crypto. Listen.
Yeah.
Miggy, I was an early adopter of crypto. Like, dude, I was mining Bitcoin in 2011. That was 11 years ago at this point. The last Bitcoin I sold to some Chinese lady for $50. She's probably happy as shit right now. She paid $50 for something that's worth 10 G's, right? So,
yeah. But like, I would say this because it all deals with like mainly ignorance, like of the people that come in here. And they're gassed up because they heard some article or something. And I'm just shaking my head because it's like, I know why they feel that way. It's just the same psychology that I know why Globers feel the way they do about the globe. I was chopping heads off in the past. You know the way I was. I was just
they're getting mixed signals, and it takes effort to research it, right? And they don't want to take the effort. So they get mixed signals. They get partially from the mainstream media, which, certain mainstream media says says crypto is great, and other mainstream media says it's a problem, and the government says, watch your ass. We're going to take control of this. And then you have like people online which promote it, and then people online say it's satanic, right? So the average person gets these mixed signals, and they're not, and they haven't taken the effort or won't make the effort into looking into it. Like, what are the pros? What are the cons? Like, what's this all about? They only have like a very superficial, and when I say very superficial, I mean they know less about crypto and have strong opinions about it than a glober knows about the freaking globe. Okay?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you can feel that way about it if you like. I mean, I'm not going to change anyone's mind.
In fact, you have to say feel that way. It says it all, because they're just feeling that way. There's nothing else behind it but their feelings.
Because, like, to me, I'm always about the, like, this is because I'm a realist, right? I understand the points that people bring up, but what's the alternative? Okay, let's give all that up. You're just gonna hang out with the dollar, then, huh? Just hang out. It's all good. It's all gravy. We're gonna be living around some fiat currency that has been arbitrarily given to us a value by the governments, in which we are saying that are devaluing us as people.
Well, the problem is because they don't understand money, and they don't see the dollar as the risk that it actually is.
Yeah, dude. Like,
they don't see the flaws. They don't understand. They don't understand fiat money, money creation, currency, legal tender, all the legal ramifications. Like the amount of risk that it's called third-party risk. The amount of third-party risk they're exposed to by the U.S. government. They don't see it because
I'm always, and that's my mind. I guess.
I mean, like all you gotta do is look at the debt to GDP ratio. It's something like 173, right? So that U.S. debt compared to the gross domestic product is 173% of the gross domestic product.
And
if we were a business, we'd be bankrupt. The Federal Reserve for the first time showed a loss in its entire history. It is technically insolvent. You understand? It's leveraged 200 to 1 and is taking a loss. Yeah. That is called insolvency. It's not bankrupt, but it's insolvent, which means if it stays on this trend, it will be bankrupt. And this is what the money is backed by, the Federal Reserve. I mean, listen, the money's backed by the Federal Reserve, but the backstop, the ultimate guarantor of the Federal Reserve is the United States government. Federal Reserve notes are not U.S. money. They are the money of the Federal Reserve Bank. They are not the money of the United States. The United States issues U.S. Treasury bonds, U.S. savings bonds. That's the debt of the United States. The Federal Reserve notes are not debts of the United States. They're obligations of the United States, meaning the United States has decided that if the Federal Reserve Bank goes bust, they're going to make good on all the debts they owe. Okay, so how much is a Federal Reserve note actually worth in real money?
What's its value?
So what's the Federal Reserve note worth in lawful money? Okay, what's the exchange rate of a Federal Reserve note? How devalued is it?
It's almost like this, Indio. It's like the old saying, right? It isn't even worth the paper it's printed on. Like, I'm serious. Like, you're better off writing an IOU on a piece of paper and handing it in.
We'll figure this out. This is the easy way to tell. If I was going to get a gold $1 coin, how many Federal Reserve notes is that?
You'd probably get a warehouse full.
Face value $1 gold coin, which is a U.S. dollar, is a face value of a certain fineness and weight, right? So it's like a 1 ounce gold coin that's like 97.3% pure. How many Federal Reserve notes is that?
I don't think anybody's
exactly. It's something like fucking 3,000 Federal Reserve notes.
Yeah.
So you're gonna take 3,000 Federal Reserve notes and get $1 frickin' dollar.
Isn't that crazy? Like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, people that don't look at this and they're just
here's the ultimate scam. At any time, the United States government can change that. They can issue new coins and stamp a different number on it.
I love it. I've been trying to tell people this. Is like, guys, if you got this whole baby with bathwater, all or nothing fallacy about crypto, I mean, I check your U.S. dollar, because you don't really see that the scam has already been taking place in your life, and you're just like, yeah, crypto's a scam. And it's like, what do you think the U.S. dollar is? It's not a scam.
See,
I don't. What do you?
Yeah, and this is like people don't understand. This is it's an education problem, right? Yeah. So there's a difference between like a U.S. dollar as a physical object, a coin, in the U.S. dollar as a unit of account, right? A unit of account that goes on a balance sheet. They're not the same thing. They're just not the same thing. Like there's the unit account on a balance sheet, and there's the unit of there's the what's stamped on the U.S. dollar. So the U.S. government could take a freaking penny, and instead of stamping 1 cent on it, they could stamp $1 trillion.
Oh yeah,
and that penny would be worth $1 trillion in units of account. So I could take that 1 penny, go to a bank, and say, deposit, put $1 trillion in the freaking computer.
You only need not look further than your current economy. When you go and buy something at the store, you're wondering why a box of cereals was like $2. Now it's worth $5. Oh, wait a minute, it's now worth $10. And you're just like, well, my dollar seems not to be getting farther. Like, what's going on? Well, I might need more dollars. I need to work more overtime. I need to, yeah.
That's the question nobody asks. Is the cereal actually worth more money, or is the money worth less?
Yes. That's the trick of the mind, though, because it's like, man, it's going to take more dollars to get these groceries. Well, yeah, because they're like, you guys go ahead and work a little harder. Why don't you? We're going to print more of this money over here. And while we're playing around on the investment on the stock market, you guys can just get, all you guys got to do is work harder. That's it. Put more overtime. That's it. That'll solve it.
No, but this is the connection they don't make. When the price of cereal goes up, that means they're like the work they do is worth less. They took a pay cut. Because in reality, their labor value stayed the same. The cereal stayed the same, right? But when it gets converted into U.S. dollars, right? We convert our labor into money. The cereal is converted into money, and we make that exchange through the medium exchange, the U.S. dollar. Their labor is worth less, and the cereal is worth more.
I mean,
but in reality, that didn't happen. But someone in some frickin' ivory tower somewhere made some decisions, right? That devalued their frickin' labor and increased the frickin' price of something else.
Exactly. I'm telling you, man, like they make these decisions and we're paying for it metaphorically and literally. This is just the way it is.
It's going to take shit like this takes years off people's lives, dude. These aren't like, because think about if you're like hanging on, right? You were just hanging on, but it's like barely hanging on. You're low income, right? You're low you're just in between low income and middle income. You're at like, just at the poverty line. You're just hanging on. Then inflation hits. What happens? Now you're freaking can't pay your rent, can't feed your kids, can't pay your car payments. Like all of a sudden that difference of $100 just sunk you.
Yep.
And now you're stressed, and now you got ulcers, and now you're in the hospital, and like
check it out, man.
This kills people. This isn't like people. Oh, I just want to say this, that people think that this has no effect, that this is just like, oh, now I can't buy a freaking latte. No. The people that are just hanging on, it'll take years off their life. They're going to die soon.
Hell yeah. But not only, it's like I was saying, people are like, well, what's the solution? It's easy. Let's tax the rich. Guess what? Newsflash, the rich don't get taxed. They got ways to get away from that. So they can do things with the money that invested in insurance and not pay any taxes whatsoever and make a loan off that insurance that they got.
Exactly. They don't understand that.
They don't pay any taxes. So tax the rich, go ahead. They ain't gonna get taxed anyways. But you got the little guy over here who's, like you said, upset about like why the economy's tanking, and talking with their friends and like, man, this sucks, man. Economy, we should tax the rich, and then they'll go to whatever political party and join up with them and pick it outside of the White House. And you think those guys give a flip about what you're doing? They don't care. They're like, yeah, let the peons do what they're gonna do. Like, and that's the thing. You're a whipping boy to the people who are you just love to get abused. It's like, why not fight against that? Start to think about a better way forward.
You know why they don't? I can tell you why they don't fight against it. Because they're just barely hanging on by their freaking fingernails, and they don't have time to do all that because they have to work an 80-hour shift just for their kids to eat.
Exactly. So like the most appalling thing to me is that the fact that people would advocate for their abuser. I'm just face palming at this point. I'm like, go ahead, guys. You guys go ahead and want this dollar thing, this fiat currency that you have in your country to be the thing that you actually invest in, because like when you go and work, they're giving you, here you go, here's $1. And you're like, yeah, what can I do with this? Well, you can't buy cereal anymore, but I mean, maybe you can get some seeds you can plant in the ground. And then at what point are they going to make that even more expensive where you can't even buy, you know what I mean? So that they can do what they want with the money, the fiat currency you have in your government right now. And a lot of people don't realize that. They're just like oblivious to like how money works. So it's easier just to like, if something new comes up, you're like, yeah, those are demons or those are devils. We can't do it.
I'm just so split. Like it's like how do we get out of this loop, right? Because we're in a freaking loop, a recursive loop, where we have people that are the people that are most would benefit most from a change in the system, right? They're the ones that don't have the time to figure out how to change the system because they're barely hanging on to life as it is.
It's a couple of factors, Indio. I think it's time and it's education, because people don't know how money works.
It takes time to get educated, though. Yeah, that's the thing. Like if you're working an 80-hour shift, you only have time to come home and freaking sleep and wake up and go back to work. They're not letting you get educated at work while you're freaking making widgets in the factory, right?
Exactly. And you think that that's the only way to get by is to like earn $1. Well, guess what? When you go to bed, so does your money.
You're in survival mode. You like don't have time for the bells and whistles of life, man. You're in survival mode.
Yeah, and so like and that would be kind of the case for like not being able to do the research and that. But I'm like, okay, so the alternative is
there's a lot of people in that mode, Maggie.
And well, I mean, you get the bite back from the truther. I'm always looking at the truther community as like the best way that people can actually come out of the cognitive dissonance of like life. I'm not even talking about like money at this point. I'm talking about like flat earth. I'm talking about, maybe the truth about like cryptos and fiat, like everything. Just learn about things, because if you're uneducated, you're going to have this really hard stance on what you think you know and be like, those guys are idiots. They're dealing with cryptos. I'm like, okay, what's the alternative? Your fiat currency? You think that's doing good for you? How do you think you're going to be dealing with your money? Like, if they want to, they could tank you tomorrow. And you're like, hey, why is my dollar worth nothing now? I can't even buy. Yeah, well, I mean, this is what you wanted, wasn't it? To not worry about any other currency, let them arbitrarily tell you what your money's worth, and then, give you the life that you think that you wanted. It's like a facade. So unless we, like, as people come together and say, like, let's do some changes, let's educate some people, let's, I mean, freak, man, like, looking at it, we're in here.
So check this out, man. I've always thought about this. You know how you go to the bank, it says FDIC insured for $100,000 or whatever?
Yeah.
Like your bank account. So say we have a hyperinflation event, and all these banks go under because people do a bank run and they go to take their money out, and they like the bank is shut and they can't give them the money. Now these people are insured for $100,000, right? But this is a hyperinflation event. So now the money's worth shit. So they go to the FDIC, and the FDIC, like everybody's like, I'm going to an FDIC insured bank because, it's going to safeguard my money. So now the bank's belly up. It's bankrupt. It's insolvent. It doesn't have your money. You go to the FDIC, make your insurance claim for the money that was in that bank. The FDIC pays you in the same freaking worthless currency.
Yep. Imagine how, like, the loop, right?
Okay, we'll pay your claim. Have some toilet paper.
It's like, the toilet paper you just lost, we're going to give you some more. Here's a little bit more.
Yeah, we're going to give you more toilet paper.
It's ironic, bro, because, like, I'm always looking at it from a perspective of, like, okay, if you're a hyper realist, then you should know what's going on. You should be putting everything to the test. You should, like, okay, examine this thing. But then when you come out to be like, you're a truther and you're writing things off and you're just like, no, man, you're missing the point. I think because of the fact that let's just say, for example, nobody's educated. We're all going to run around ignorant saying you're stupid because you believe whatever, or you think this about whatever. You're stupid. You don't know. This is the devil. And people usually say that when they're ignorant, isn't it? When people are like, or when they're not educated about a topic, or they come in here, you flat earthers are the devil. It's like, well, yeah, you say that because you have no knowledge of what we're talking about in here. But that's the same thing with every other topic.
Yeah, it's a knee-jerk reaction.
Politics.
I mean, I understand it. I mean, I understand where it comes from, but like, it's wrong. That doesn't make it right. Just because they might have.
I have hope in the truther community. Like, this is like the last, like Custer's last stand, I guess. Like, I'm thinking like we're all huddled in the Alamo. I hate to put it in that grim kind of a depiction, but it's like, this is it, man. Like, if we don't come together as people, like just truthers, and start to say, hey, we can talk about these things, but in a way that you can understand. Maybe you didn't have some knowledge on something, but it's okay to say that you didn't. It's the prideful and ego that you have that's probably not going to allow you to let your guard down for just a moment and say, wait a minute, I didn't know about this. And that's the thing that to me is important. Because if you just arbitrarily start saying, well, yeah, you guys are evil, I'm not going to deal with such and such, or make fun or poke fun of it, like that.
Look, listen, those people will come along. I don't think you should like dwell on those people. Like they're going to have their thing, but like whatever they think is going to turn out to be wrong. So like it doesn't, like, there's no point in arguing. If you think Bitcoin's just the devil and Satan or whatever, you can think that it's gonna turn out you're wrong. So like, it doesn't matter. You could be a last adopter. I don't care, right? Yeah. You could be the last guy on the bus. It doesn't matter to me. You can never come on the bus. I don't care. But I want to use Morbus as an example, right? So Morbus is gonna go out. He has all this popcorn. He could sell all that popcorn for Bitcoin, but why isn't he?
Morbus, you take Bitcoin?
Probably can't hear us over the popcorn.
Well, because I think what's weird is that everybody can get a wallet right now, and
but why wouldn't? But let's get to the point. Like, why won't he? Why won't you sell your popcorn for Bitcoin?
No idea.
I just haven't been asked to take that as a payment form yet.
And I think if you have a Cash App, Morvis, if you have a Cash App, you'd be able to accept Bitcoin as a payment.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Cash App,
man. Dude, I traded a pound of beef for a bag that I sell for. I was selling those bags for $7 at that time, and that bag cost me like 29 cents to pop and put together.
Yeah.
29 cents a pound for beef, man. Those are like 1930 prices.
Yeah, exactly. Freaking.
But he was going to buy the bag of popcorn anyway, which is $7, and he was at the farmer's market. He was a beef vendor, and he was selling his for like six and a half a pound or something like that.
Let's say Morvis
just traded.
Let's just say Morvis did accept, Bitcoin.
He's going to take your popcorn and feed it to the cow. Then next year, when you eat the beef, it's going to be your own popcorn.
So, hey, like, let's say that you started to accept Bitcoin as a form of payment. Would you? If you understood like the current market where we're at right now with like where things are at in the like in the cryptocurrency market, you'd be able to see that like right now it's been a bit of a downtrend. So you know that usually when we're at the low points, it's time to buy, right? So if you accumulate right now, then it's possible when the bull run happens or when the markets start to get better again, if that's going to be the case. Because I don't like to say speculation. Well, it is or it isn't, and this is why it is or this is why it isn't. But if it does go back up, because usually markets, they tend to have like this volume where it bounces up and down, like this trade volume. So like if it does start to do well, then your money that somebody sent you for Bitcoin will start to increase. So it's the value of it you'll be able to see a difference in it. So if but like currently right now it's like at a low point. I think it's like 16,000. I think for one Bitcoin. I think at the current moment, but it could be worth like because it was at one point like 65,000 worth one Bitcoin. So if it does rush up to that value, everything you have stored in that Bitcoin could make you more money by you just not doing anything. So it's an investment, right? That you're making with.
This is the shit I don't like. This is exactly what I don't like.
Yeah, I mean,
fuck what it's worth in dollars, man. What, like, who cares what it's worth in dollars? Like, what?
Yeah, at that point,
the only thing you care about is if I take Bitcoin, what can I get of value for this? Can I go out and buy more popcorn seeds? Can I buy a car? Can I buy why? Because what is he going to do if he exchanges it for dollars? He's going to take those dollars and buy that thing with the dollars, right? So why take that extra step? Why take the extra step of conversion into dollars, having the capital gains, having to pay fucking taxes? Why do any of that?
Yeah, he
never come out of the Bitcoin and just get the fucking products. Like
Yeah,
this is a perfect illustration of the problem. Morris should sell his fucking popcorn for Bitcoin and then be able to buy the things he needs for the Bitcoin as well, and not have to ever come out of the Bitcoin. Because I guarantee, if you had your choice of, I can buy all the things with Bitcoin that I can buy for US dollars, no problem, the same ease of the transaction. You take Bitcoin, you wouldn't take fucking dollars, because I know you wouldn't want to support this fucking Nazi government.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem in the world taking if someone was, going to buy $20 worth of popcorn, offer me $20 right now worth of Bitcoin. Because ultimately I'm always popping popcorn, so that $20 worth of popcorn might ultimately be like 75 cents out of my pocket, right? Right then and there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
you can convert Bitcoin on Cash App, can't you, to dollars?
Yeah, it does that instantly.
Yeah.
But I mean, you'd have to look at your crypto tax laws in your state or whatever. But yeah, you can do that, and it does the. Let's say, I don't know, for some reason somebody pay you $20 for that popcorn, and that $20 went into $20 of Bitcoin. Well, let's just say the markets did well tomorrow, and the $20 that they gave you turns into like 500. For example, you'd be able to then take that Bitcoin, turn it right back into fiat for 500. And I know, like with Indio's kind of like saying like, why would you turn it back into toilet paper? But you get with the idea is like the devaluing of the dollar. What you do is you always want to go back into crypto. So just make sure that if you're doing that, to like make your investments always like within cryptocurrencies. Like if you know that the markets are down, like just buy dollar cost average. You don't have to like go big time, throw 10,000 K at it. Like you don't have to do that. Just just buy whatever, just a little bit here and there.
Yeah.
Just
I'm just saying, like what I'm talking about should be the target. That should be our target. Like everything should be denominated in Bitcoin. Should be able to buy everything solely in Bitcoin, not in dollars.
Yeah, cryptocurrency going that way
is the fear of the government, dude. Do you want to know what the fear of the government is? That.
Yep. They hate the fact that
because if you had a choice, we could go in Walmart, right, and you can choose Bitcoin or dollars, or any store, or any online store, and you could choose Bitcoin or dollars. The dollar would be freaking vanished in 6 months.
Done. It would be done. And the thing is, people would realize the potential that they have. But like once again. Because of no education and no time for education, I feel like that's the stumbling block that they have put on us. So it's like, wait a minute, no, sorry, that thing that you want to buy costs more. So you got to put in a little bit more hours, man. Maybe have your wife work too. 2 jobs, man, it's better than 1. So you got a working family that has to have 2 people working. And it's like you're losing family time. There's a lot of stuff that gets lost. The kids don't get raised right. No education. You let the schools raise them. Like, you know what I mean? So it's a lot of no education. These fundamentalist ideas where they're thinking that the earth is whatever shape that they're telling them at the school. You know what I mean? So there's no, I would help you with your homework. I just got no time. So the school system is like giving them like all the education that they're going to be using for their adult life. And so that's what happens. You get a bunch of people now with some misinformation and wrong ideas, leading the way. They're the ones that are making these groups up that have these think tanks about like what to do with our society. And we're wondering why the reason is the way it is. Well, guess what? They've manufactured it that way. The system is manufactured to keep us down. And if you advocate for it, it's like advocating for your abuser, whatever that Stockholm syndrome? When you like,
yeah, Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, making excuses for your abuser. It's like, why? Don't do that. Like, fight against it. Rage against the machine. Like, you have to be the one to say, look, if this is enough, we need to do something about it. And if you don't do that, you're just capitulating and saying, yeah, just whatever, man. And then that's the thing. Don't take it lying down. This is the whole reason why the Truth of Community is what it is. Because we advocate for the people, for humanity. Like, that's who we are. And the root cause, like everybody here, is like the passion behind it is because you care of your fellow man. You don't want them to go uneducated about the shape of the earth. That's silly. Or somebody to think that the earth isn't what it actually is. But that's the thing. that same passion, the same rage, put it on the page for learning, about other things too. Don't just come in here writing things off and all or nothing fallacy. Say, yeah, you guys are idiots for doing this.
Well, I mean, like money should be competitive, just like any other product. It should be competitive. The same way that like to buy a car, is it Ford or is it Chevy? Am I buying a Toyota? Right? The car companies compete for your hard-earned dollars, which are a product of your labor. Right? Dollars, the currency you choose to value your labor in, that should be competitive too. Like the US dollar, oh, that's some inflated bullshit freaking currency backed by freaking guns and missiles. I don't want that, right? Oh, this currency over here is backed by this type of blockchain. This cryptocurrency over here, it's backed by this. You know what I mean? You should be able to choose the currency you want to operate in a competitive way instead of this monopolistic nonsense US government shit. The Federal Reserve notes are just garbage in every way, shape, or form. They're garbage.
It's a shit coin. Yeah.
Like, listen, you're talking about someone who really understands. I really understand how money works, and I understand how the Federal Reserve notes work, how the system was designed, how it operates now, what backs it. It is really fucking garbage, dude. And if people really knew as much as I did about it, no one would use it. Everybody be walking around with pockets full of change in their pocket, right? They would never have dollar bills if they could.
I think that the realization of it, though, man, like once somebody comes to that point where they're just like, oh yeah, the dollar is bad, like look at
think about it. This why they tried to get coins out of their pocket, right? Because coins have an intrinsic value. Like I was just telling you about the coin. Like the coin isn't the same as a dollar bill. A coin has an intrinsic value. It's coinage, right? What do they call it? Specie coin. Paper that doesn't even promise to pay anything. It's not worth anything. But they tried to get rid of the coins, right? Back in the day, they would. Oh, you don't want to. We're getting rid of dollars. You don't want to carry those heavy coins in your pocket. Get some dollars. Trade them in for paper. This is like what they said for like the Susan B. Anthony coins and like, because that's when a dollar coin was actually worth something, right? A Susan B. Anthony silver freaking coin. Oh, turn in your silver dimes. Get rid of that heavy change. You don't want that heavy change weighing you down. You want easy to fold paper money. This is how they sold people on fiat money because people, during the time the Federal Reserve Bank was created, they were very skeptical of paper money. Like it was like people back then were just smarter than they were more educated. They knew more about money and how it operated. People wanted freaking coin. They didn't want paper money because the risk is the third party risk, right? Because if I hand you paper money, Miggy, you're relying on an unknown third party that backs that money.
Yeah, exactly. Well, not only that,
but if I hand you a coin, you have the coin in your hand. You don't have to freaking rely on anybody.
Do you remember hey, and dude, you remember the there's some, I don't know, old timey videos where it shows a guy biting into a coin, like he's checking.
Exactly.
That's a realization because it's something physical versus something like where it's physical but it's not. It's like you're like you said, third party, like somebody's backing this thing. Like you're handing me a note.
Yeah, someone signed something, right? You hand me a piece of paper with a freaking signature of an unknown person on it. And I gotta trust you, right? And not only do I gotta trust you, I gotta trust the other person. I gotta trust that you trust the other person, and I gotta trust that I trust the other person. And I don't know who signed this piece of paper. Yeah.
And on track with what y'all are saying, coins nowadays are trash. Like they used to be made out of silver and gold and valuable materials. Now it's fucking zinc and it melts down into little drops of bullcrap. I agree with you, though.
Dude, you can literally cut a penny in half with a pair of wire cutters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I collect coins kind of like a hobbyist. Yeah, well, I'm like a hobbyist. I collect coins. Been doing it since I was a kid. Like I don't have a lot or anything, but I've noticed a definite difference, and they've become garbage. They're trash now. Like there's some coins that I have from like overseas, right? Like and it's so weak because the country's weak over there. These coins are like practically trash. They're practically like tokens for freaking. And now that's what the pennies and other stuff are looking like here in America.
Well,
But on the
people
other hand,
don't.
what can you buy with a penny, right? I mean, paper is I mean, it's the same thing with paper, right?
Wait, listen. The penny used to be worth 3 times as much as it is because it was worth more copper, and now they're replacing the material it's made out of with something far inferior. So our pennies are literally
I swear to God,
worthless.
it's plastic and not even metal. Quite honestly, I think it's plastic.
It used to be copper though. It used to be awesome, and now they're just worth less, and they're literally worthless.
I mean, they were worthless before, right?
No, you could melt down the copper and have copper, but now it's like all this wonky zinc weird crap. That is
a crime. Cannot deface U.S. currency. That is a crime.
You get what I mean, though. Like you got your core material, like it's like having
currency.
Yeah.
So there was a private currency. So I do know about one private currency. It was called Moffat's Issue. It was gold coins minted in California when California was still a territory. And the reason I know about it is someone in Massachusetts tried to pay off a debt with it. Right? They tried to take this issued coin that was issued in California from a private party and pay off a debt in Massachusetts with it. So there's a case, and basically it wasn't good enough payment. He had to pay in a tender that was recognized by the government. So there's I've read a lot of cases on money on like different. This is one particular thing. So the faith. What the government recognizes as money as the currency is money, but the value is whatever's stamped on it, right? The value isn't, there's the value of the weight and the fineness of the metal, right? That's one value. But then there's the value that they stamp on it. And that, as I was just telling Miggy, is a unit of account. That's not the same value. They can stamp any arbitrary number on that they want. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
like what they stamp.
Like a 25 cent, like a quarter. It's still worth a quarter, even though you got a silver quarter and you've got these new quarter. Yeah, it's still 25
so let me segue into this. There was a guy in Las Vegas. He owned some silver frickin' mint place where they sold some weird silver mint coins. He paid his employees in pre-1961 silver coins at their face value. Now, they're dimes. So he was giving them like fucking $2,000 in dimes a week. But on the books, they were making minimum wage, right? Because it's the face value of the coin. So the IRS came along and charged him with 138 counts of tax evasion. Guess what? The government lost all 138 counts, because they tried to argue two sides, right? This silver is worth more than its face value. Yeah, you can't argue that, dude. You printed the face value. That's basically what the judge said. You printed the face value on it. You said it's worth that much. That's what it's worth. You can't print frickin' 10 cents on it and then frickin' say it's worth $20. Because it was worth $20 in Federal Reserve notes. But in U.S. units of account, it's only worth 10 cents.
I was just going to say, that's hilarious.
So, yeah. Well, he did end up getting screwed. Because after he beat that case, they charged him in another case. Because they charged him with bank fraud, because he did the same thing the government did, but the government didn't get in trouble for it. He tried to claim two sides of the coin, right? He tried to say, I have all this money in coins, right, of X amount of face value, but I'm gonna put them as collateral at their market value in silver. He got screwed. So he ended up getting bank fraud because he took out loans using that as collateral and said their value was what the government said their value was in Federal Reserve notes, not their face value.
That's what I've been saying. These guys are crooks, and yet we're actually advocating for that better than an alternative. And that's kind of like my case. My case has always been like, okay, that's fine. You could say crypto's bad, but at the same time, these guys have been robbing you blind, and not that. They're making the rules, so they can say whatever they want. Like,
look, they make the rules on the fly.
Yeah.
He literally did what they do. He just did you're gonna do that? I'm gonna do that too.
Yeah,
he literally did what they do. He gets in trouble and goes to prison, and nothing happens to them.
They don't, and that's
they don't like competition.
Well, no, I'm just saying though. That's the thing. It's just like, I mean, any kind of topic that we bring up here, like big pharma or like selling drugs, right? You can arrest somebody on the street for selling drugs, but when somebody approaches a doctor and says, "Hey, we got this new drug that just came out," it's totally fine. Like, how is this? Like, you guys are selling drugs. That's exactly what you're selling, and you even admit it. And people are like, "Yeah, those are different drugs." How? Don't they alter your state of mind? Like, isn't that a drug? So how is this different? Like, it's the same thing.
So check this out. There's something called NMN. You ever heard of it? It's been sold as a dietary supplement like for the past like 2 decades. So it promotes longevity because it increases this thing called NAD plus in your bloodstream. So it helps you it increases like the amount of mitochondria in your system and how well you use oxygen and protein. And so it's basically like a longevity drug, and it's been on the market for a long time. So this company went and they decided that they were going to make a proprietary form of it and put it into the FDA for clinical trials. And as soon as they did that, FDA rules say nothing that's in clinical trials can be listed as a dietary supplement. So they took it off as a dietary supplement, and now it's basically in this state of limbo because of these clinical trials. And so if it ends up passing these clinical trials, this company's basically gonna make a market, right? It's gonna increase the price of this like 100-fold because now it's gonna be classified as a drug.
Yeah.
When it was a dietary supplement, it's found in nature for the last like 4 decades or something, man.
Huh.
Yeah, like the role of the government is to create monopolies for the people that they like. And that's all it does. It creates monopolies that are ultimately enforced by a fucking gun. And that's really what they're... So if I go out and I sell NMN and I list it as a dietary supplement, what's going to happen? Men with guns are going to come to my freaking warehouse, stick their guns in their face, and take my stuff by force.
And here's the thing. Remember, I was giving the example of with crypto, if I would sell a bag of air. Well, the government is selling you air, not even the bag. So you just get the idea of buying air. Oh, how much is this air right in front of me? It'll be $20, sir. But you got to breathe that air, don't you? Well, if you're going to do it, we need to charge you some. And what do you think climate change is? What is that tax for? Yeah, betcha. They're charging you for something.
But see, here's the thing, Miggy, that not to cut you off, but I just realized this something. The other thing with using a crypto. Now, imagine instead of selling this product in US dollars, I sell it in Bitcoin.
Yeah.
What the hell does the U.S. government have to do with it?
Nothing.
Now, the interstate, it's the United States can regulate interstate commerce.
Yep.
So, is it commerce if I'm using what would technically be called a foreign currency? Right. So, can the United States regulate? Say I'm in the middle of the ocean, right? And me and you do a transaction in Bitcoin. Does the United States regulate that? What if I'm in France and I do a transaction in dollars? Does the United States regulate that? Am I in the jurisdiction of the United States if I start selling products in Bitcoin? Can they regulate any of that? Now, that's like an open question. I don't know the answer. I don't think so.
No, they can't.
I don't think so either. I don't think they can.
No, they can't, but here's the thing. They know that they can't, so they're trying to weasel their way into the Bitcoin cryptocurrency market, and they're trying to get involved with some of these bigger known exchanges. Like you got Coinbase, and you got like these other guys. What is it? Binance, and so like they're trying to involve themselves with these centralized locations of exchange. So when you start changing, your cryptocurrency for fiat currency, then they got their grubby little palms waiting, and they're waiting to take that from you, right? So that's one way. But if you stay, like you said, within like cryptocurrency, they can't touch you. You're untouchable. And the fact that they can't follow, they can follow wallets. They can see where wallets are being moved and like what money's going where. They just don't know to whom and how. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it could be anyone with a phone or a computer. And that's the thing, though. Like, you can do these things, and it starts to give people a better leverage from like how we're doing trades and stuff. But like it takes the value out of it when you're taking, just like you said, into a centralized exchange, and then having that turned into like fiat. That's where they get you, and they want that. They want to have control. So, but they're not able to do it thoroughly with all the regulations. So now they're going to create a central bank digital currency, which is going to replace the idea of having a centralized exchange. Now they're going to be having a centralized token or coin. And then you're going to invest in that. They're going to tell you it's all rosy, it's peachy, it's just like a crypto, like as it is, and it's not. That's smoke and mirrors. They just want you to buy another US dollar, only digital this time.
Yeah. I mean, this is like an open question. I mean, we have to like, can I sell things in a currency that's not US dollars without having the DEA raid me? Like, can I sell cocaine and Bitcoin and it not be against the law?
It's not
in US dollars.
Yeah, no. Hang on, I got my chorizo's burning. Hang on.
Let's say I can tell you're cooking. I hear that sizzling. Either that or you're sitting in front of a fireplace.
Yeah, I'm gonna go meditate on this. I'll be right back, which means I have to piss.
There you go. You come back with some profound revelation. Brothers, I have accomplished my meditation. And behold, look at what great revelations I have returned with. Oh, man. 3D is typing.
Dude, CB, are you here? No, he's not here. I was gonna tell him, man, he needs to try this beef chorizo. Delicious.
Yeah, I had to break down and eat some carbs for about a week because I ran out of money for some good meat and stuff like that. But man, I'm back on track. I had a great time with my diet. yesterday I had bacon, steak, and eggs for breakfast. For dinner, I had hamburger that was stuffed with jalapenos, like some hamburger meat I bought, and some beef. Wait a minute, was it beef liver? Yeah, some beef liver. That was good.
Hey, 3D says that him and his wife are having twins.
What?
Congratulations, 3D. It's in the
3D?
live stream voice text.
Oh, okay. I see 3D here. Well, congratulations. Wow.
Life's about to change a lot, especially with 2 on the way.
Yeah, and the Witsit clan is about to have one.
Nice.
That's gonna be exciting. That's freaking great, man.
So the world's telling the Globies to not breed and to et cetera with the whole gender spectrum. Meanwhile, flat earthers are reproducing and being fruitful and multiplying.
Yeah, I like the idea. What Miggy was talking about was giving me some good ideas about, because I've lived a really long time, man, and I've been a part of that situation of career and all that stuff. I was so frustrated with the whole thing from the very beginning. And I have a lot of good skills. Like I learned how to build things very early on, and I'm very good at building things and creating things out of wood and metal and repairing things, fixing things. Like I could have easily used those skills early on to build myself a business doing something that I love, like let's say musical instruments or high quality speaker cabinets, things like that. Amplifier cabinets, all that sort of stuff. And you want to know what the biggest challenge or the biggest barrier was for me in activating any of that?
What's that?
My self-esteem. My confidence in myself was what was lacking. I didn't think that those skills I had were valuable to anybody else. That's what I didn't learn that I should have in my family. How I was valuable.
That makes sense.
That's what was missing the whole time.
No, like I'm saying, if we don't have anybody actually reminding us of our value, we'll actually put our own value. Like we consider ourselves worthless people in general, like especially men. Like if they don't have somebody else saying, "Hey, look, what you're doing is really good," we'll just be like, "Yeah, I guess anybody can do that, so it's not really that special." We'll undervalue what we do so much.
Yeah, and
to the point of not caring even.
I mean, I'm actually a very kind, loving, giving, and patient person, but I became very frustrated, very cynical, and very irate about even entering into or working in the system after a while. Money was no option to me. I'm that type of person. I walked away from good jobs.
Yep.
Because I couldn't do it anymore. I literally hit a threshold where I was so burnt out and so, I don't know. Can't think of enough adjectives. But I was so burnt out, so cynical, and frustrated with the whole situation. And then when you talk about the outside situation where everything's more and more expensive, you're trying to start a family and literally working yourself to the bone. I worked 10 hours in the hospital. Then I went full time. Like I worked at nighttime in the hospital. I went to school full time for 3 years. I did that. I mean, like after 10 years of that, man, I was like done. I don't know, man. So I had to go back to what I love to do, and it's playing music is what I love to do the most. But not only that, like I'm a luthier. Like I know how to work on all my own instruments. I built, rebuilt, destroyed, and repaired, and all kinds of stuff with my own instruments, from the string fretboard part, the whole thing of a guitar, to the electrical part, of electric guitars and the amplifiers that they play through. The whole thing. I learned how to work on all of those aspects, and I even build my own vintage tube amplifiers, which I love that technology.
Is Clay hot, Mikey?
A little bit, but I think people are talking. I think he's got stuff going on in the background.
Yeah, we gotta mute that guy. Sonny, can you mute him?
Or is that somebody else?
No, that's Clay.
Yeah, let me see. Who are we talking about?
Clay under seal.
Oh,
Never
okay,
mind.
no.
He muted.
Yeah, somebody got it. I'm cooking too, making some bacon.
He probably
How's the bacon sizzle.
Making pancakes, making bacon pancakes.
Do that beef chorizo with eggs, and I have like these Colby Jack cheese that I put over it with some sour cream. Man, it's so good, delicious. How's everybody else doing today?
Yeah, the rant is over. We should do an episode on your channel, Miggy.
I am. I was going to tell you. I woke up today. I was thinking about like creating, because I'm going to show my face on it, so you guys are going to see me. Like, I have my green screen and all that, so I'm going to put a background to it. But I was actually thinking about going to the store and getting like a neon sign made or something with something on the background. Just, I don't know, because I can fix up my garage like a studio. So I was thinking about doing that.
Hey, Miggy, can you send a link to the live stream, or only you don't want to? Or
No, the YouTube? Yeah. But the only content I have right now is just that one video that I have the 3 questions.
Is it just under Miggy?
Yeah, try going to
Miggy, I might already.
At your club. See that pop?
Oh, yeah.
Or just try Miggy. I think it comes up with Miggy.
I think it does. I think I'm already subscribed, I think, to you on the other one.
Let me see here. I have 20 subscribers at the moment.
Let's see.
But yeah, I'll tell you what, man. I think the thing that we do, Indio, is when we rant is we get through a lot of the things that, because there's a lot of misconceptions in the idea. It's like with different topics that I bring up, and usually it's because they're afraid. We in this server we talk a lot about the taboo subjects that people don't talk about. Like, what are the 3 main ones that you can't talk about, right? So that religion, politics, and what's the last one?
Sex? No, that's not controversial.
They're the 3 big:
religion, politics, and God.
And God. So if we talk about all 3, and like
war. War's the other one. The 3 things you never talk about in a bar is religion, politics, and war.
Mm-hmm. But I think because we do that here, we challenge people in their ideas. Because everybody has like this, okay, diet, that's another one. Which is the best, and how does this work? And it's like, I only have to need not look any further than, people living 90 years old and asking them, what did you eat? How did you eat? And then just kind of compare like different people, different regions of the world. And everybody's different. Some people have, I don't know, and it's weird, but how do people have these nut allergies and allergies in general? Like, how did this all become about? Because that seems to be a bit like manufactured as well. Like, for people to have that kind of stuff.
I think so.
Be born with it. Like, must have been either something has been put into our system that has given us like weak immune system, like whether it be like the vaccines that we've taken or something that has weakened our immune system to where we now have allergies. You know what I mean? Like, because people don't just arbitrarily, I think, just come up with like, okay, imagine, how could somebody live life not knowing that you had this allergy and then just all of a sudden die from the allergy? Like, because you didn't know you had it. You know what I mean? Like, there's something that I think intervened Was that just always the case? People always had allergies to like these weird, crazy allergies, you know, like nut allergies and like friggin', you know, crazy stuff. I don't know. I think that we've been putting something, or something's been put in the system to kind of alter our immune system, and so now we need like this big pharma crutch in order to get by. You know, take this histamine blocker or whatever, and you'll be able to function. It's like,
yeah, the allergy thing is new. Nobody like, I mean, when I was growing up in school, nobody had allergies like that. People were allergic to like pollen, seasonal allergies that existed, but not.
Bro, people will die if they eat a peanut. They will die.
There were bee allergies. Yeah, I think like maybe like once in a while I'd run into. See, I don't have like a normal. I didn't have a normal childhood, so I went to like a lot of different schools, probably like 20. So in the course of like that, you meet a lot of different people, and I maybe like 2 or 3 kids the whole time I was going to school had a nut allergy. Bee allergies were common though.
Yeah,
not common, but you know what I mean. Common
they're
enough.
prevalent than just normal, or I'd say normal, but they're not normal. You know, but like nut allergies or fish. Or, I mean, think about it. It's like,
so like when I say normal, like, okay, say I'm like in 3rd grade, like maybe 2 or 3 kids would have a bee allergy. 1 or 2 would have a seasonal allergy. None would have like, maybe one might have a milk allergy. Right. They're lactose intolerant.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But like none, like nut allergies, like, you know, gluten allergies. I don't even know what the frick that is. Gluten allergy.
Gluten allergy? That's a new one.
So people say they have gluten allergies.
I mean,
I can tell you a little bit about that if you like.
Strawberry allergies.
What's that, Jay? Is that Barrington?
That's me.
What's up, Barrington?
I was just going to add in here real quick. I have lots of food allergies. The gluten, I actually... I'm not going to.
Question. Did you have them when you were young, or did you develop them?
Well, I have. So certain things I was allergic to as a kid, and then others I developed.
Okay.
Well, there's a case, but go ahead, Barrington.
All I was going to say is gluten allergies really are for people who have celiac disease. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I buy into non-celiac related gluten allergies. I think that was a fad because you don't hear about that as much as you did 5 years ago. But the food allergies are a real mess because I've always been allergic to peanuts, but then and I think eggs, but then they became deadly 10 years ago.
Eggs have been deadly to you?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You have an EpiPen?
Absolutely. Shoot, I made a wrong turn here.
I have a question. What happens if you were to eat it? You know, like what happens to your body? Like, what is it? Swell up or dangerous inflammation or?
So I get hives. I get hives and I can't breathe. And then sometimes, like, what happens, especially with food allergies, is you don't always have a direct reaction. It can take 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 days, and then you feel just like you're getting sick, like you have some kind of infection, but really it's just a delayed reaction from the food that you've had.
It's peculiar, man. It's the only thing I'm saying about it. It's not the allergy itself. It's like, how does one become that? Like, that doesn't seem natural to me.
I developed the allergy to detergent, like detergent with a fragrance in it, and the reason I got that is because I got poison ivy. And there's stuff like so you can buy like an over-the-counter medication that'll get rid of poison ivy faster, because poison ivy is like an oil. So this thing that gets rid of the poison ivy faster is a heavy detergent to dissolve the oil, to break the oil up. and I ended up having an allergic reaction to that detergent. And since then, if I use like Tide or heavy detergent that's heavily perfumed, and then like I wear my clothes, and then I get in the shower, in a hot shower, that will get into my pores, right? Because the detergent soaked clothes rubs into your skin, and then when your pores open up, that detergent goes into your skin, and I'll get hives from that.
That's wild.
Weird. 100%.
Because I don't know if I have any allergies at all. I've never been told I have any, but I don't have any contact with doctors or anything for really.
So do you?
But anyway, wait, I was about to finish. So does that mean if I don't have knowledge of having those allergies, then they don't affect me, just like the Van Allen belts, I guess?
No. So the question would be like this. And here's the way that you would put it is allergies are things that you can observe. And so, for instance, if you were to, like in my case, if I eat a banana, my tongue itches. If I don't eat a banana, my tongue doesn't itch. Same thing with kiwi and avocado. So long story and it can, say, be 45 minutes to an hour later. So what happens with food allergies is like when I told my doctor, I don't know if I have some breathing problems or some kind of allergies. She looked at me and said, yes. And she said, testing and all this stuff really isn't going to help you. You need to take a log and write down what you eat when you get sick, when you're not feeling well. And she said it'll take about a year, and then we'll look back through your log and see if there's anything repeating. And sure enough, there were absolutely some repetitions. So long story short is, once I got rid of my few main triggers, I have never been so healthy in my life. And so I actually think that the food allergies come on because we're separated from the food manufacturing process of, used to you lived on the farm, or a lot of people had chickens and gardens and things like that. And yeah, we had a garden, but that was about all. So I actually surmise, and I can't observe this portion of it, I can just know a little bit from what a little bit that I've read, is that children not grown on farms like the Amish have more food allergies and asthma and other breathing problems. But so long story short is you can observe it, and it takes you a long time. And in my experience, if you go to the doctors, 1 out of 100 doctors, just a little hyperbole there for you, but a very small amount of doctors even know anything about it.
I remember there was kind of like a peak in the allergy thing, and then it kind of like there was just like I remember there being like a period of time of like 10 years where like everybody was like getting tested for allergies, and that kind of petered off. But I mean, I think they identify them earlier now. But I just use detergent with no fragrance in it, and that works fine. I don't have any breakouts anymore. It's the fragrance. It's like perfume, heavy perfumes. Like
it's suspect to that shit. I think it's suspect because I'm looking at like we didn't used to have a great amount of people this way back in like let's say the 30s. Like
food was also genetically modified. Like all the food she's talking about, that's all genetically modified.
So I would say
nobody has not eaten a genetically modified banana in America in 5 decades.
Well, the bananas that they used to like the original form of those bananas weren't like what we're eating today. It's not a big yellow banana that you like freaking overgrown, humongous. It's
you notice how they're all identical, right? They're all identical. They have no blemishes. They're all perfect.
It's more insidious than that. Banana allergies actually. There's less actual true banana allergies than there are cross-reactivity with latex. So for the last 40, 50 years, latex has been put in about everything. And that has caused so many food allergies in so many people. So it's really the latex that is to blame. And So, like, very likely, I'm not actually allergic to bananas or avocado or kiwi, but those three things have very similar proteins to latex, so therefore, the strong latex allergy, which is what you get when you go to the dentist and he's sticking his latex glove in your mouth and everything else, and the doctor's doing God knows what with the, all this stuff that has latex in it. And I believe that's the problem. That and the fact that we are not on the farms anymore. We're living in the cities, and that's why we moved across the country to be out in the country. And I'm hoping maybe this year to have a few chickens and expose the boys to more nature than what most kids are getting nowadays in the little commercial sanitized boxes that they live in the city. And sorry for going on the ramble, guys. It's just this is a topic I'll ramble on, and I know it has nothing to do with the flat Earth. So I know it's off topic, but I appreciate you entertaining me.
We've been off topic all morning. Don't worry about it. We've been way off topic.
So when the snake oil salesmen were allowed to enter into our food arrangement, you notice, like in all processed foods, there's all these weird chemicals in there. I mean, has anybody gone to look? I've looked at some of them, but whatever those chemicals they put into our system,
Let me go ahead and jump in real quick, and because of the fact that we are a bit off topic from like the shape of the Earth, I would say that the things that are being said right now can be looked up. So if it's a matter of fact statement, it's because it's already, like, you can find that the food that you eat is genetically modified. You don't have to just like speculate on it. It is genetically modified. They say that it is. So there's no like, these conspiracy theorists think that your food is genetically modified. And it's not that. It is genetically modified. You only need not look but further than the research on the topic. You can find out for yourself and do the research and probably even find out that the fruit that you're eating has been genetically modified. Like, people think they're eating healthy. They're not. It's not the way. But
100% to what you said there. Everything I've said can be factually verified.
Yeah, that's the reason why I like people that when they say things, you could look them up. So it's not like Barrington saying something and you're going to be like, yeah, that guy's just blowing smoke up your ass. Like, it's not that. It's people don't have the education. They've never. I've said this before because me and India were talking about this in the morning, Barrington. People just don't have the time to research. Like, they're busy doing life stuff, right? They got busy work to do. They don't have time to sit there in front of a PC and look at what has been going on in their diet. So they're just shoveling whatever they can in their face and hoping for the best. And that's the thing. They don't know what chemicals and plastics they're putting in their body, and that's causing. And they wonder why. Like, man, I'm eating healthy. Why do I've got these symptoms? And it's like, well, do you know what's in your food you're putting in your body? Like, I've said it this way: it's mind, body, and soul. So the body is what we're talking about right now. That's getting affected by not having the truth. So not having the truth affects you in a real way. These are the ramifications of it. With no education, you're just like, yeah, well, I'm a truther, but I'm gonna shovel Twinkies and Doritos in my face. Like, you don't. The stuff that you're putting in your mouth and ingesting is gonna affect the way your gut is. Your gut affects the way your mood is. Your mood affects the way you are in here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, everything has a chain. It's a chain reaction, and it's all tied in together by like how you are or what things you're consuming. So it's all interconnected. It's all married to each other.
And it's all observable. It's all repeatable.
Yeah.
And I challenge anybody, if you want to get in touch with your health, take 2023 and don't let a meal go by without writing down what you eat.
Interesting.
And then in that log, make a notation every time you were sick, every time you don't feel well, every time you have a headache. And I guarantee you that you will find a correlation to something there.
Yep. Well, you know what, Barrington, the agenda that the diet has been kind of like a way for them to kind of separate us from good mental health. I think that is so important for them to impose agendas on us. So in order for us to capitulate to agendas, we have to be lethargic. We have to be non-responsive to things. We know just indifferent. And in order to create those emotions in us, we have to be susceptible to the agendas, right? We have to be able to be in a state where our emotions are vulnerable. So in order to get that, you have to feed the person the right kind of thing to get them in that state, in that mindset. So I think all of these things that surround somebody who doesn't want to look into information, who has brain fog, who doesn't think about things too much, who just like stands on a staunch position and rails against somebody and says, "You're stupid." I think it all has to deal with their mood, and their mood is placed in by what they eat, and you are what you eat. So if you're eating garbage, you're gonna react like garbage, like so. I think all of this is like it's locked into the person trying to make it in life and trying to do the best they can. But it's like, well, the thing is, like, if you're not taking care of those three pillars, right? Your mind, body, and soul, which is like, and I say the mind would be the information that you consume. The body is the food you consume, and the soul would be like your spirituality, how you're connected to the earth. So it's like there's many ways that the earth is good to you, but you don't know how to like get around with it because we're stuck to our iPhones, or we're not paying attention anymore to the earth. We're more involved with life and stuff. Well, I got life and stuff. Like I got to do work. I got to do stuff, and you're just like you don't have time to make time for that. So if those three pillars aren't taken care of, you can easily, like, one can't support the rest of the other two. So, and vice versa. If there's two that are supporting and there's one that isn't like active, then you're going to miss out. So, and you take a look at it like from all aspects. So you want somebody to be thriving in this world as a truther and not just surviving. That is difficult because of the fact that we're pushed these agendas and like the typical American diet, or what to eat. A lot of these gurus running around saying things, but it's like nobody really has the golden keys to unlock the door to find out what is the right thing to eat until you actually have the tried and true method, like you said, like do a diary, find out what foods are good, what are bad. Then you start to realize there's a pattern that builds up because you start to realize what works. Like you can't say something, well, this is good for you. Well, how do I know that's good for me when I've had this and it hasn't been good for me? Like I've written a log and I know that every time I eat it, I have an adverse effect. So there's things that because you're just like the guinea pig of the studies that you're doing. So you can tell somebody, no, that doesn't work for me because I've tried that. So, but then you get like the bigger companies that try to sell things, so they're pushing their agendas on putting stuff on the market and getting it sold. So yeah, we're bombarded with like all types of media and advertisements, and the only thing that we have against that is education. That's it. If you're not educated on the things that you're consuming, whatever it is, information, food, or spirituality, then you might as well just give up, man, because it's like, how else can you fight these agendas? These agendas get pushed on you every single day, and they tell you how to think. So
yeah, absolutely. And I'll just add in one little thing, and I got to run into the red and white dot to feed the economic machine here a moment. But the only other thing I'd add in is, if you think of all the possible combinations of things there are to eat that God has given us, like for instance, the three main meats, you've got pork, chicken, and beef, and then you've got lamb, goat, and you can go deer and venison, however you want to say it. You can just go down the list. And the hundreds of kinds of vegetables and fruits that there are, that I surmise, and somebody could come up to a different interpretation than me, and I wouldn't argue with them, but I would say logic would suggest that with there being that many different food choices, that not every food combination is good for everybody. Mm-hmm. And we call that food allergies. But I'm not sure that that's the right thing that I would call it. I would just say that it's probably better to suggest that all of us are unique and individuals who have different dietary needs, and when we don't, when we're not in tune with what that is, we pay the price.
Exactly.
And that's why I will never. It's like when I got friends who make fun of our Hindu friends who won't eat beef. I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to say a word because I don't know how the practicalities of how that came out. They may have had maybe there's genetic issues that spawn that. I don't know. I'm not. And so one thing I will never do is when people tell me they have a food choice, I don't like this or I don't whatever. But last thing I will ever get into is shaming somebody for their food choice, no matter how absurd it sounds.
Yeah, you can say what works for you. You can say, "Hey, look, this works for me, but I've been doing this, and I feel great," or whatever. You can say the long term effects of you being on it for years and such, and you being the test subject. You can hand that information to somebody and see what they think about it, if they want to like look into it or whatever. But that's the best you can do. Obviously, further than that, you can't say this is the one cure for all things. You can suggest certain studies that have been done on the things that you've been. So what can follow is just more education, right, on the subject. And so
that's why even though I'm going to swing this I'm going to make one more last statement here, and I'm going to head out of here. The last thing I would just add in here is, that's what I really like about what we say in this server is that the shape of the earth, we're asking people to hear what we say and then go research it themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Not to take that it's not a squishy water-covered ball because we're saying so, but go out and do your own observations. And here, let the diet listen to what we have to say. Here, let me tell you what worked for me. And you go out and decide what works for you. If what works for you works for me, works for you, great. But if it don't, you know what? I would just love to see that you used a similar process to figure out what the heck it is that works for you. Or even a minimal process. It doesn't have to be as complex as what I did, but you, I'm sure God's glad that was 10 years ago and not now. But having said all that's what I really like about this server here is that we don't ask people to follow us. We ask people to go out and do their own critical thinking.
Yeah, I got called a pastor yesterday for having somebody think about that, Barrington. I was like, how are you calling me that, man? If you're I'm telling you to think for yourself. Like somebody who's imposing their ideas on what to think. Those are the guys you should say that to. Like I'm telling you how to critically think for yourself. I'm not going to do that for you. Like you got to do that. It's strange.
See, I'm a breatharian. I only live from breathing the air that was already breathed. So to be more economical.
That's funny.
Anyways, Barrington, did he leave already? Oh, okay. On that note,
I identify as a recycling breather.
Yeah, and I only use the sunlight that has already been reflected from another human being. So, so I'm not like stealing someone's sunlight, if that makes sense, right? So yeah.
Hey, Andy, hold my beer.
Yo.
What's up, dude?
What's up with you, man?
I'm in here chopping it up early morning. Well, midday now. I'm procrastinating because I got to wash my clothes for work, and I'm on my couch with my feet up.
Nice.
I think the thing that I can do very well is procrastinate. So I could find out. I could do it now, but I could do it later.
What does that word mean?
That's something that you can do right now. You just put it off for later for no apparent reason.
Okay. I wish I had something to do, actually. I was thinking about cooking myself something. But
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
was
that hungry.
made some beef chorizo and eggs earlier. Ooh wee, good
Yeah, I
stuff.
was in a grocery store like 2 hours ago and I bought some high quality chicken wings. Like, just, without anything to it, just, pure chicken.
It's starting to snow right now. It's gonna keep snowing till 4 a.m.
I was thinking about trying to eat chicken hearts, but I have yet not made the step to buy them. Especially because they're just regular chicken hearts, and I really want to have, the high quality stuff without the big industry between it. You know what I mean? I don't know how to say it. And what is the general term for high quality meat in America? Like we say bio fleisch.
Yeah, that's what we say too. Beautiful.
Just okay.
Just kidding. No, yeah, it's high quality. We don't have there's different terms that you can use, like free range, cage free. But it shows that chickens have a better quality of life in which they produce a better egg. It's stuff like that. But go ahead, Clay. Finish what you were saying.
I found great chicken from France. And actually, the French people still take a lot of investment, so to say, into the meat quality. If you look at the meat prices and you look also what they are willing to pay, it's completely different to Germans. Like Germans want cheap meat. They don't really care about where the meat comes from, what the animal was doing, and so forth. But when you look at some other countries like the French people or the Italians, they really want to have animals that have been taken care of and so forth. Because if you're a sensible person, just a little bit sensible to food, and maybe you cook yourself, probably, you will be realizing that chicken that is free range and has no GMO and had a lot of good time is completely different to this water filled disgusting chicken that was just held in a cage. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So yeah, I'd just like to say what's up to people in here. We got Temple just joined us right now. Temple, are you there?
I'm here. What's up?
Nothing much, man. So how's it been going in here? I've seen you come in a couple of times, but how's the conversation progressing with you? Is it like you asking some questions? You're thinking about things. You still staunch in the position with the Earth being a globe. What is your reactions to being in here? What are you?
I'm driving right now, so I don't know who I'm talking to.
Miggy.
Oh, Miggy, how's it going, man?
Pretty good.
I will say, my conversations here have been interesting. Depending on who I'm talking to, some more interesting than others. But in terms of my stance, it's very difficult for me to take what I've been shown in this Discord and what I've looked at in terms of your guys' resources to make myself even hop on the fence. So I would say I'm still firmly a Glober.
If you don't mind me asking, man, what's your level of education? Because maybe it's irrelevant to you, but what's your level of education? Are you did you finish high school? Did you go to college? Are you are you teaching something?
I'm a civil engineer by education.
Okay. So there's a lot that you picked up from higher learning that they've actually taught you different philosophies and such.
Well, to be completely honest, my education, we do a lot of physics classes, but I would say that the formal education of the shape of the Earth really stopped in middle school. So
yeah, well, I was gonna say that not that they don't teach that in high school and that, but they probably don't elaborate to the degree that I think people do that chase careers in those fields, right? Like,
oh yeah, I've definitely learned like a lot of like higher level math and physics classes that have to do with, specific to civil engineering. And my understanding of, the practicality behind the science involved with civil engineering is definitely deeper understanding than just someone who just finished high school. But I wouldn't say that I have a greater grasp on the shape of the Earth versus someone that just finished high school.
Well, no, that's okay. So, like, how can I put it? Let's see if we can find a bridge. Is there any way that you could relate what you're doing to the shape of the Earth? Anything? It doesn't matter what it is. Is there some bridge that we can look at that you've incorporated, like using the shape of the Earth within what you do? Like anything. It doesn't matter. Like I'm trying to find a bridge. Like there has to be something.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The biggest bridge was surveying. That was kind of like my initial Discord with somebody in this Discord was because I was a surveyor before I went back to university, and I did a lot of GPS surveying, not so much like total station or theodolites. But the idea behind GPS surveying is that you use, constellation satellites to get your positioning.
Yeah, the global satellites for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm not going to claim that I'm an expert on, the inner workings of how RTK works and how GPS works, but
it works.
From my understanding, yeah, it works. So
okay, so that in that way it made it more authentic to you to say that if this company says that they're doing this, like if they're sending satellites into space and you're using a GPS coordinate system, then if it works, why isn't it possible that they're doing what they say they're doing, right? It's why are we invalidating or making a claim to say that if they say they're sending rockets up to a place called space, and we're saying that no, they're not there, but you're saying something like, well, I'm using this on my job, like, so you're telling me that what I'm doing is invalidated by a group of people on Discord. I guess is that what it sounds like coming from your vantage point? Like listening to you kind of maybe puts it in that way, right? Like how? No, but be honest, because I think the more honest you are about it, I think the more real it's going to be for you to like see why. There's a psychology behind it, but to see why you would feel like, yeah, I mean, there's a good point, right? How can somebody on a Discord invalidate something that, like, let's say GPS or that, because you say it works, and they say they're doing the thing that they say they're doing, and supposedly where they're at, the satellites are at, they're claiming they're at, you can have like data that shows, they're this far away and so forth. Does that make sense, Temple? I don't know. Oh, speaking of satellites, man, you're getting further away from yours because we can't hear you. So if you can hear my voice, we can't hear yours. How ironic, dude. We're talking about satellites and then you lose signal. That's funny.
Now I can hear you again.
So speaking of how satellites work, they don't, because your signal's evidence of that. I'm just kidding. Just whenever you want to get a better signal and chime in, I think that's interesting though, because there is a bit of psychology that's behind it, and I think they reinforce that. It's what I consider a reification fallacy. So they're reifying the idea of space using this technology. So I think we lost Temple. But yeah, for anybody in here listening, that's what they're doing. It's a reification fallacy. Are you back, Temple?
Hello? I think so.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. No, I think you cut out from the point I was saying that the reason I think that they can get away with what they do is because it's considered a reification fallacy. It's actually a fallacy. It's a logical fallacy. So the reason why I say that is because if somebody says you can trust that this is what they're doing because the technology works, they're associating the technology with what they're saying that the place that the satellites are in space. So because it works, it validates it for you in your mind to say that yes, they are doing this, and you guys are in the Discord saying that they're not, but I'm using the technology for everyday work and it works. Like to do the function what it's supposed to do, like it does that. What do you think, Temple?
I would say there's a little bit more to it.
Okay.
Like where I was just working this summer in Greenland, and one of the arguments about GPS is that RTK can work on the ground. And I absolutely know that because Canada has a nationwide network system that is tower based, where you can connect to it, and so you don't necessarily need the idea of satellites. But in Greenland, you absolutely don't have that system in place. And I was in such a remote area that, cell phone coverage. So, but we're still able to.
Temple, we're losing. You're getting away from yourself.
Losing me again?
Yeah. You just came up clear. Go ahead.
Sorry. Anyways, what I was saying was I was in Greenland in a remote area where those ground-based towers for GPS weren't in place. So how do you explain GPS working in an extremely remote location, except for satellites?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, and I don't know what flat earthers you were talking to. There's some that would do the all or nothing fallacy in here. Flat earthers would say, like, there is no such thing. Satellites are a hoax or whatever. And they're not. Because the satellites that we're talking about, however, are balloon-based technology. And this is, you not need to look further than just a Project Loon. Just to find out information as to how this is even possible, or in what way can the mechanics work behind balloon technology. So they've been doing this, ever since the 30s. So, like, I don't know if you know this, but NASA is like one of the biggest companies that they're using a lot of helium. So they would be big buyers of helium. So one of the biggest companies that buy that. So something that you may or may not know is that balloon technology has always been around, and they were dubbed satellites back in the day. So the thing about how they work with the winds above us, like there's different categories of like how layers of these wind layers, and where the balloons are at, they get pushed into a specific area, and they could even be stationary over a specific region, which is why people would say that there's such a thing as stationary satellites. So there's the two categories, the ones that are moving and then the ones that are stationary. But depending on how high the balloon is, it could be carried by a different crosswind. Like there's winds going in different directions. And they know how to harness the power of those winds by the elevation. So for the idea that satellites are actually working over regions of places that don't have the tower connectivity, there is that technology. But it's not as prevalent as tower technology, but it is still been able to be produced, or effective, I should say, in the fact that so much to say that you can trust on a signal happening from a satellite. So satellites would be what we would consider always have been this balloon technology. So technology is floating around above our heads. No doubt about that. No question about that. There is no all or nothing fallacy with the flat earth side where you either have satellites up there or you don't. There is technology up there. We acknowledge that. We can even point that out. We can show you there's tons of balloon technology, and they're actually using that for Project Loon. They want to give people internet all over the world, which I think what Starlink is doing. Starlink is advancing their balloon technology, and they're already doing that. So why not have it to where, you're using these balloons, and because here's the thing, man. Like, a lot of people don't realize the telemetry or the data they're receiving is actual data from like how far they are in proximity to the satellite. But the satellite can actually work its way through these currents above us, and these currents are always continuously moving. So these currents above us are moving in different directions too. So I don't know if you knew that, Temple, or not, but balloon technology answers the question of what you would say, like where these like space satellites are giving you connectivity in places like Greenland where you didn't have connectivity. So that's totally within the realm of possibility. There is technology floating above our heads. That's what I would say with assurance. And I could say with 100% assurance, there's demonstrations of it being shown to us that this is possible. So it's not far-fetched, right, to say that balloon technology is a possibility.
I wouldn't say it's far-fetched, and I also would agree with you that it's definitely within the realm of possibility. And I would also agree with you that that technology exists and is being utilized today. But yeah. I don't think that automatically means that we're being deceived on the shape of the Earth, and the technology that we're being told we're using is not real, and it's actually all lies, and it's just balloons.
Yeah, no, listen, like it goes further than that. But just on, I want to just pinpoint one aspect to give a possibility or another alternative understanding to, because of the fact that this is what I'm saying is real, and you can investigate it, and it could be solidified. You were like, yeah, I know there's balloon technology, so there shouldn't be any qualms on that. Now, if there is on that, then there's an issue, right? Because then you're denying the fact that there is balloon technology that can actually be utilized in this way. But so it's just a simple fact that you didn't, you acknowledged it. You know that that's possible. So now we're going to look into like, okay, so it doesn't negate the fact that the shape of the, because that doesn't have to do with anything with the shape of the Earth, anyways. That's more to deal with. The question would be, is it possible to have technology floating around our heads in the form of a satellite? And the answer is yes. Where it is, that's a different question. Like, where is this thing? So, we would say it's an uppermost part of our sky, whereas, maybe other people with the globalist mindset might think they're in the low Earth orbit or LEO, right? So the vacuum of space or in that region of space where, things are floating around. Well, I should say, I put it this way, falling it's a decaying orbit around the Earth, because that's what they usually all are, right? Decaying orbit is the term that you want to use. But now we're getting into what is the Earth, because now it's got to be answered. It's not answered by satellites, that's for sure. We're not going to get there by satellites. So the question needs to be asked in a way that makes you understand, hey, how do I know that the Earth is what they're telling me it is, right? So, and a good way for you to do that is to figure out how much you know. And, simply put, as you said it, my knowledge didn't go past, like, let's just say middle school, right? Which all of us, we would probably say about the same thing, or even high school, or if you want to push it, high school, you learned about like, earth science and whatever about the planets and stuff. But beyond that, I mean, unless you're going to be going for that kind of a field in college and that, then it's not going to be useful in your everyday life. It's not as much as like the field that you went for. But in this particular one, we're going to try to figure out why was our knowledge not as extensive or known. Why was it put into our minds in a way that is not verifiable? And verifiable, what I mean, it's not just, well, it says so on a piece of paper, you can do the math. There you go. It's verified. No, that's not verification. What I mean is taking it from a formula and going out into the real world, just like what you do in your job, right? Your numbers that you have on a computer screen or on a paper have to match up with what reality is. You're doing something, right? So if you're going to build, you're going to have to figure out why the numbers are going to match to like what you're going to build, and the numbers have to be as close to as correct as possible. I mean, you would say that's important, right, for your job, or that you did, Temple. Did I lose you, Temple?
Yeah, I heard you up until the last 10 seconds. I just got out. Yeah.
the math would be important to actually translate it over from just a conception into reality, right? Like you're working with these numbers, but the numbers have to match up with what you're building, right? Like, would you agree? Like, that's important, right?
Oh yeah, like our theory helps us with our design, and our design gets implemented, and we want it to succeed. So you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, you can't say though that you have like a structure that's going to go on a foundation that is not able to support it. Like the math has to support with like the integrity, like everything has to work to where you know the strength of the material you're using. Everything has to be figured out with math and a language that we can speak with each other, how much this weighs and everything, right? So once you have that all figured out, you can then build, because you're not just gonna if somebody hands you some information about like how to build something, you're like, yeah, this isn't gonna work. What makes you think that it wouldn't work? Because you've already had experience with building things, and you know that the structure you're about to build is not going to be supported, let's say, in the area that you're going to be building on. So it's important. Math is supremely important in the way that we build things. So when we start to talk about what is the Earth, right, the shape of the Earth, and the reason why I'm kind of using this as a caveat is because of the fact that numbers do mean something when used in the way to actually test in the field. So you take those numbers that have been given to you and me, and the Earth has been purported to be of a set size of dimensions. So you take these numbers and you try to do what you did in engineering and match them up to reality. And this is all the thing that we're saying is drop over distance, right? So we're always talking to people about, okay, let's get real here, because this isn't just like just accept what this guy is telling you about the Earth. This is now taking the math and now working it over into the field. And when you do that, you're going to realize that drop over distance, it doesn't appear in our like when we start to do line of sight tests. And I mean, you could do, heck, I mean, you know the distance you have to work with, right? You, depending on the time or what type of day it is, you use your variables, right? You know, conditions. You got to get the simple equipment, let's say, or if not equipment, just to see how far your eyes can see. But even if that is the case, right, you start to figure out how the numbers for the globe is actually attributed to its actual drop over distance. So we have to figure out how oblate this spheroid is, and in order to do that, we got to put this to the test. And so that's every person's job. Like whether you want to take that on your shoulders or not, I guess I would say that's up to you. But to get to the nuts and bolts, right? You're gonna now take that information and go out into reality and see how much drop over distance you get by way of the math. So this is I mean, obviously you've operated in this capacity before, so to you it makes sense. You know how, like what I'm saying, how this can possibly be achieved, not with, hey, let me put it this way, not with tools that weren't meant for the job, because that's not going to get us there. So if you, and I've seen this before, and excuse my rant, but I've seen Bob the Science Guy use an auto level to actually use for any number of distance to try to figure out the drop over distance on the, what we would say, what is the Earth? And you can't do it because it's not applicable. The instrument was designed for a specific purpose and a function, and it has a maximum effective range as per the manual or per the design of the tool that it's used for. And you can't use it outside of its working parameters, because you're not going to get the effective, the numbers aren't going to come back that you're going to see what you should be seeing at that distance. So we're taking a tool that's not meant for the purpose that we're using it for, and then trying to shoehorn it into this idea that we're going to use it for measuring the shape of the Earth, and that just doesn't work. And so the tool's meant to be used for what its purpose was designed for. And that's what I was telling Bob too. I was like, you can't do that, Bob. He's like, yes, you can. The sights on it can be used. The crosshairs can be used at any maximum number of distance. I was like, yeah, but you're using a telescope that's on the device and then attributing it to the auto level function that the device has, and then saying, aha, and that's not going to work, because that's a magician's trick. You're trying to use a sleight of hand to make it sound like you want a telescope on the thing that you're just using the telescope. It's just that, and that's not the case, because you're using the crosshairs on the telescope and then using the auto level function to say that you're using it at a specific distance that is not meant to be used for. And that's a sleight of hand, and I can't let you do that. If the tool wasn't meant or designed to be used in this function, you can't use it for that. And it's an easy hand wave dismissal. So we can't do that. But however, what we can do.
I'm going to interject right now, and I will say that this topic right now is interesting because the videos that I watch, I could apply the exact same logic to what you're saying right now, and it wouldn't be as simple as just a hand wave for you guys to accept that either. It's usually like an all or nothing when it comes to the evidence that you guys have, at least in the videos that I watched specifically about trying to measure the curvature.
Well, it's
very tough to have this conversation when I can agree with you that, you know, we should be using the appropriate instrumentations to do the appropriate measurements. But when you guys have evidence or video evidence of you guys doing the same thing without the appropriate instrumentation, so if I were to say that, it would not be accepted, and I would just be, you know.
Yeah, let me pause you for a second, Temple, because of the fact that I know this gets a little triggering when you try to look at it from a perspective of listening to somebody on the internet. But what it sounds like though is that the interjection came with an understanding that you're putting an onus on us, like it's called a burden of proof reversal fallacy. And what happens is you think that we, like, flat earthers don't have to come up with anything, actually, like, to be honest. So here's the skinny. The skinny is you've been taught that the earth is a specific shape and size. So you haven't seen any of what I'm saying that we're doing as flat earthers on the globe earth side. I've been explaining that to you this whole time. So what's triggering is that, oh, you guys haven't done this. But my friend, you haven't looked at the globe earth side yet and have the same kind of scrutiny for those guys. And so the triggering side of it is like, well, this flat earther is telling me this, but they haven't done the correct instrument. They haven't used the correct instrumentation, and which is what I'm telling you. It's like, so there isn't a standard or method or a way that this has been done eloquently enough so that you can have like a stance on it, because you don't. Like the stance you have is more like, well, you guys, you flat earthers are saying that you did this, and I've seen your videos and you haven't done a good job. And so you haven't actually stepped back a moment and said, wait a minute. Okay, so I'm looking at them this way, but have I looked at the globe earth that way? Have I scrutinized them? Have I looked into their instrumentation? How did they measure the curvature of the earth? Because see, that, my friend, is the question. Not that we didn't do anything, that they haven't. What we've been doing is testing that claim that they have, because they haven't used anything. You understand? So here's the interesting part about this. They haven't done that, yet you're looking at us like you flat earthers. And so I'm actually pointing it out to you that why isn't this level of scrutiny been done to them? Now, this is interesting, right? Because it's psychological. Because you've grown up with this information and it's a foregone conclusion. Therefore, there's a more staunch position to be had with them. Because it's like you've been deeply indoctrinated with this information, as do we all, right? We all have. So it's more of a defensive position that you take when somebody's kind of talking about something that you've grown up with and you've known all your life. So it's more, and so that's what I'm saying. The level of scrutiny has not been poured over to those who have given you this information versus us who are telling you, hey man, once you think for yourself, you're not going to realize that it's not what they've been telling you it is. And this is the only thing I'm bringing to you, Temple. It's like that. It's difficult to reconcile that, man. It really is. And then you start categorizing us as. I definitely
agree. There's about videos anyway, man. Like that's just like TV. That's like pointing to the TV and saying, "Look, globe." Like,
no. But what I'm saying is that, like, I get more in depth into like the reason why, and I understand. Like it's dude. I'm empathetic to the cause. Like I know we've all come from a place where it sounds like hooey to you, right? And video. Oh yeah, look at this. I've heard it said before, Temple. Show me a video. One of you guys doing something, just show me something. How did you come up with this? And sure enough, we show them the video and they're like, aha, yeah, see, you guys don't know what you're doing. And it's like, I understand that point. I know why you're saying that. But here's the deal. I always say that. you guys don't ever ask this about the guys you heard the claim from. The claim is the Earth is a globe. We don't see globe. We don't measure globe. We don't even know if it is a globe. It's just an idea that's been given to us. Yet we're running around saying it's a globe and defending it. Well, you flat earthers, right? Like, as in, we're opposed to like this idea of something that exists in reality. And that's not the case.
I don't see the point of even trying to argue using observations, video footage, photographs, whatever, because it's just a going round in circles argument constantly. Refraction, like scrutinizing, oh, there's this, but this could be CGI, and it's. I'd never in my life ever start off an argument or start off trying to show someone the information about FE by going to observations.
No, Panto, I think we agree so much. Because of the fact that we've been around this discussion for a while, we know that like the psychological standpoint of it. Like, if let's just say if a flat earther was to engage with Temple, and the first thing they'd be trying to do is show him the black swan and stuff, and Temple, because he comes from a position of like seeing the globe Earth be something that it's not like bad or anything. It's just like the way we explain what the Earth is. It's not going to make
some people need that, bro. They need something visual, something on screen, something like to replace what's been taken from them, I suppose.
Right. And so it becomes a stumbling block, I think, more than it does. It's not a situation where he's really being helped by understanding why. I think it's more of a case of us trying to provide the evidence of the case of flat Earth. But it's what I say in this forum. It's a point for point. Okay, the globe Earth says that they got working whatever they got working on their globe, and we got our flat Earth information, and we're just back and forth like ping pong, ping, 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 and there's no real getting to the root cause of why we're in this place that we're at. So we're in this place that we're at because we got pushed an agenda when we were very young, and we were a child. You just said middle school is where you stopped learning about the globe, and that's true. Because they're not going to keep continuing to indoctrinate you when you're getting to the critical thinking age. Why do that, right?
Man, there's enough in the mainstream media anyway, and all the programming, like the adverts and like the start of the news, and like it's literally everywhere. All these children's TV companies, it's literally everywhere.
And so this is it right here, man. We're actually facing the demon, and it is because you have a biased opinion at the moment, right? That the Earth is a globe. Nothing's telling you otherwise, and you're looking at all these flat Earth videos and flat earthers say this and flat earthers say that, and just like an easy hand wave dismissal to all of that because you haven't looked at the claim that they have. Have you scrutinized those guys? Have you actually looked into how did they measure the curvature of the Earth again? How did you figure that out? Like, do you know how that was done? Temple?
I always just go back to what's physical and reality, man. You're not moving.
Yeah, listen. Let me hear. Temple, are you there? Still there?
I am here, yeah, and I've been listening the whole time.
Yeah. So, what do you think, bud?
I would say the largest thing here is like from my conversations on this Discord with people is I would say that I'm fairly familiar with the stance that a majority of, I call them the higher level flat earthers, because a lot of the peanut gallery is just there's almost no point to talking to a lot of them, but such as yourself and a lot of the other like gold level members or whatnot seem to be all on the same page and come from the same area when it comes to discussing the flat Earth and the validity of the claim and the observation of reality is the main foundation for flat Earth. And I honestly respect the want and desire for those to be the initial points of verification for the shape of the Earth, but I also come from a point where inference is a huge part of science, and because we use inference for a lot of I hate to use the word logical leaps because I don't really classify it as a logical leap, but it's definitely a leap.
A huge part
we use inference and just let me have a moment, because you just talked for like 10 minutes. So I didn't even say a thing. So all I'm trying to get at is that it seems that there's a foundational break for myself and flat earthers in general that inference isn't accepted because it's not logical. Therefore, it can't be used to make a claim about the shape of the Earth. And I understand that. I think that's excellent critical thinking. I just think it's a bit extreme for my personal beliefs and how science works, and my relationship with science and my relationship with math. It's tough to not accept inference at all. And I think that'll be a tough barrier for myself to overcome if I am to, change my level of thinking on flat Earth.
Well, math is not science, though, bro. Yeah.
Well, okay. So, in what practical way? I'm sorry. I'll let you answer that question first, Temple, because I think he was asking.
Go back to your original question, Mickey, that you asked him, man. But yeah, you do know that.
I understand. I understand that. Yes. You use math for science.
No, it's a language. You could literally describe Superman flying, or it's not science. Science is a method to establish cause and effect relationships.
Right,
methodology, man.
Pantel does have a point, Temple, because in the way that we speak about, and I really want to touch on the point you talked about inference, because that's important as well. Like, a lot of people don't know how people use it on their day-to-day lives, and I think you feel like it's a necessary component to how science works. And I think to you, it's like, if we do away with that, then we're doing away with reason. Maybe we can't reason anymore with what something is. We just got to take a hyper specific look at what something is, and versus what it can be. And you maybe it demystifies, or it takes away a lot of the, I don't know how can you put it, man? But I think I can get your point to an extent, because it's like we can't think of something another way other than what it actually is. So it's like you can never think outside of the box or try to rethink something a different way. You know what I mean? Is that what you're getting at? Because it takes that away from somebody trying to critically. I don't know. I'm trying to piece it why it makes more sense to you to think an inference is important.
Let me just make a small statement here. It's the amount of birds that are in flight across the Earth at the moment right now is definitely a finite number, a number that we could say that there is a number of birds in flight, but we could never know the exact number of birds in flight. But it would be logical for me to say that there is a finite amount of birds that are flying around the Earth right now. But just because we can't state the amount of birds, the exact number of birds that are in the air right now, it doesn't mean that there isn't an exact amount of birds flying around in the air. And it's still a logical statement.
Sounds good.
No science.
But it sounds good. But how would you then put an analogy to that using the Earth? Because I think that made sense to your head, like how you said it about the birds. But how would you use that with the Earth? And if you can put it in a way that it makes sense to everyone listening, what you're thinking, I think we could see why you're thinking it that way. So use an analogy with the Earth in a way that you use the birds, and in an inference, if you can.
Well, you're putting me on the spot here, but if I were to, I'm just trying to think of. So, for instance, the Earth is massive, and I would say most of us have been on a flight, and I think most of us could say that at 30,000 feet in the air, you still can't see the curvature with your naked eye. You'd have to bring some instrumentations and take some measurements and stuff, and you guys would probably claim that you still couldn't see the curvature because it doesn't exist. But again, I've never personally done it. I don't see the curvature when I'm at 30,000 feet.
Even at 127,000 feet, bro, the Red Bull jump was knocked up.
Yeah, hang on, Pantel. I just want to. Okay, so yeah, that's not an inference, but what would be an inference?
No, what I'm trying to get at is that the observation of an individual who doesn't have the capability to go to space, it would be reasonable to say that the Earth is flat, and we use other math and other methods to figure out the famous R The mass of the Earth, that's an inference. The radius of the Earth, that's an inference.
Okay.
The speed that we go around, the sun within the galaxy, that is all like you couldn't measure it except for using inference. And I think that those values are very those values are, they're not just like, oh, this is a small calculation. Very few people can do it. Everyone can do the math to figure out how we did it. It's just trusting the system and understanding how we did the inference to get the values that we have.
Okay, so
and apply it to the models that we do have.
So right. I guess this is your stance, and so everybody heard, I guess, Temple, your stance, and I think that we can all agree that we know now how you can stay with the information that the Earth is a globe, because with inference you can just assume that the trusted source, because you used the word trusted, right? Trusted sources, and hopefully I'm not speaking out of turn of what you're thinking or what you just said, but the trusted sources are able to, let's say, experts. I'll put it that way. The experts have figured it out, and they've done the math, and they're able to be trusted because of maybe what rank or position they have, and they're professors or whatever, and they're able to be trusted because there's no reason why somebody who's using math in that way to lie to a public, being as that they're just teaching them like maybe numbers and how something adds up to be what it is as a concept. And using inference is a great way to kind of let people know without having to get in a rocket themselves and go up into space and see down and see the Earth is what it is, to just use that way of thinking about what the Earth is, right? Is that correct? Inferring that.
I mean, yeah, with the understanding that anyone who has the ability to do the math and read the papers and understand the subject could also do and comprehend how they got the values that we do have on any point of that journey. You could do it from, the elementary or the high school level of physics, where we do like introductions to Newton's law, all the way up to special and general relativity. The narrative stays the exact same from the introduction all the way to the very end.
But you agree then that there is no actual measurements for the radius value, and it is just assumptions based on like other assumptions.
So he said, basically it's just an inference, and he said he didn't want to use the term grand leap, but it was just a leap, still a leap in logic. But this term, like what he said.
Do you agree with that, bro? Just give me a yes or no.
I would say
that there is no actual measurements.
Yeah, I would just assumptions. So for what he just said, I would think that.
Just let him answer, Mickey.
Yeah, everything.
I just wanted to know his stance.
Yeah, everything he said is true.
Ask the question. It's a yes or no question, man.
What was the question?
I just so do you accept then that it is that the radius value and such is just assumptions, that there is no actual measurement to give us geometry?
I have a tough time just saying that you're correct with this, because I don't think that using the word "it's just an assumption" really sums up the amount of effort that a lot of people have put into.
Do you agree that there is no measurement to give geometry? For to have geometry, technically, you need to have measurements.
Wait, hold on. He just said it's not an assumption. Can you see the live stream voice text? Can you see the live stream voice text? I just posted the definition of the word inference. Can you read that and then tell me that it has nothing to do with assumption?
That's why I asked that question.
Yeah, that's what the definition. I can read it if you don't want to, Tempo, if you're busy.
No, I
don't want to answer either, man. It's cool. I know most Globers don't want to answer specific questions like this, because then they have to face reality.
Well, it's difficult.
It's not about facing reality here. It's that you're asking me to sum up a grand claim on a single statement.
Yeah,
but it's not that easy. It's like
the same question.
Does thought exist? Yes or no?
So if I asked you, do you experience a flat and stationary Earth? And it's a yes or no. Can you answer that? Because most Globers won't answer that question either.
I don't think I could answer that, honestly.
Do you experience
You know what I
motion
mean?
and have you seen curve with your eyes?
But I also know
You still cannot answer,
the
bro.
math
It's
behind.
dishonest, man.
No, because it's a silly question.
How is
Because
that?
because you can be in a vehicle and you're not experiencing motion. You can chuck
Well,
a
no, in a
fucking tennis ball
vehicle.
up in your
That's
hand,
a facile
and you
analogy.
understand
A
that it'd be
vehicle's
no
a closed
different
system
than me
and a
chucking a tennis ball that's standing still.
Bro,
You know what I
we're
mean? So like,
using- bro, according to the globe, we're meant to be barreling in all these different motions at millions of combined miles per hour, and you relate that to a car.
Hey, I can destroy his analogy. Let me ask you a question. Does a car have a speedometer, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so you can use the speedometer to figure out how fast the car is going, right? Yes, right?
Agreed, yeah. Yeah.
Does the Earth have a speedometer?
I would say there's a way to figure out its speed, and we have. Yes.
No, come on, dude. It's a no. It's a yes or no question. The answer is no, right? Closed-ended
Well,
question.
you honestly understand that the speedometer is a man-made thing as well, right? No different than us measuring the speed of the Earth rotating around the sun.
equated the question
arises.
Let President Orion finish. He had a thought.
So then the question arises: do you know of any time that anyone's directly measured axial rotation of the Earth?
No, I wouldn't say that I personally know, though.
Oh well, so then your analogy just goes out the window then.
Because I personally don't know it, but it's possible that someone else could. This goes back to the balloon thing. You know, it's like the technology exists for balloons, so I'm not going to disagree that, you know, the realm of possibility of it existing is true. It's whether or not we actually use satellite balloons versus actual satellites in space.
So you realize you're basing your whole paradigm on something that is unknown to you. So that's a faith.
Yeah, I understand how it boils down to something like this, but there's the difference between a faith and I'm going to use the term science is that anyone can do the science to get to the same results that they claim to get. Whereas
this isn't a science question, though. It's just a geometric question and a physics question. We're not talking about science. Let me just cut to the chase, because this seems to be like going like so many tangential directions. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
If you don't want to take any leap in logic and you want to absolutely rely on validity, then you would never. I don't think it's a solvable equation.
Hey, fair enough.
Yeah, but I think if you want to be extremely hard in your stance on requiring validity, then you will never, unless you personally went into space and saw Earth, then you would never be able to answer that question for yourself.
I think it's easier.
Space can exist.
I think it's easier than that, though. If we don't measure any drop over distance, Temple, that's the easiest way here on Earth, and everyone can do this. So you don't need to go to somewhere where you're taking a third-person perspective to see the Earth as something that you don't see it as here on Earth. But it's just drop over distance. If it doesn't measure the curvature that they're claiming that it is, which is the very first thing that I started talking to you about, then there's no possible way, like President Orion was saying, that you could be convinced that it's other than flat. Because that's the thing that you're going to have to reconcile with at the moment. Because the inference part of like how you know the Earth is, that's the only difficult issue that you have with like, well, why does everybody use it, you know, in their speech colloquially? You know, how come, you know, scientists are talking about, like, why is it so many people, why would they lie is what you'd boil down to. Like, and it doesn't make any sense why they would. So it's easier just to go with the flow right now with the popular, you know, idea. But
I think that the scientific method allows for anyone to do experiments and challenge theories. And the fact that a very small percentage of people have actually gone out and challenged these, it's been boiled down to just measuring the curvature, when there's so many other things that use the same scientific method to come up with new technologies and advancements in, you know,
technology is no science,
space.
This is the whole problem, though. You can't measure the curve, right? So the curve that you're inferring from all these things that aren't curve, well, there's no curve there to infer, right?
I don't know. It's a hard thing for me to say because when I watch a video, or you look at the black swan photo, like there's explanations and there's other variables that aren't being factored in, and as soon as we bring it up, it's you just get tagged with that's a recycled argument and it has no place here.
Here's the thing.
We've got reality and we've got excuses for reality.
Start bringing up the black swan, and we've talked about it before, Temple. We've talked about the burden of proof reversal fallacy. This is a logical fallacy that gets done, and you've been using it quite often. I think you said you flat earthers. I've seen videos. You guys have black swan images. Like I know why that's the case. Because you're trying to shift the burden of proof on us, and the onus is on the ones who make the claim. The claim is the shape of the earth, therefore the onus belongs to the one who makes it. So we didn't say that the earth is a specific shape and size, sir. What happens is now you're trying to, and what this does, it triggers flat earthers in here. They're going to want to defend point for point why that's not the case. Not for me. I understand what is going on here. It's a shift in burden so that you can feel like we have to provide something to you as a point for point. That is not going to convince you, sir. What's going to convince you is you realizing they don't have the information to suffice for the shape of the earth. However, you can trigger some people in here to debate you on why the black swan is a way to go for showing you the shape of the earth or lack thereof, right? So I can tell you, however, that your mind is trying to shift the burden of proof on us. If somebody takes debate in here, go ahead. But they shouldn't. They should realize that you're trying to shift burden. Your mind is trying to, because it's trying to reconcile how it's possible that we're in here talking to you that there is no way to measure this curvature, drop over distance. And that's why it's important for you to understand that. But it's never going to be, you can never shift the burden of proof on us and then we're going to have to explain ourselves to you. That's never the case. It's more you have to go look for whoever told you that the earth is a globe and go and ask them how they use the equipment they use. How did they determine the axial rotation, everything from start to finish. That's important because your mind does go in spiral mode. And
I'm gonna ask the question. Like I personally haven't looked into any of that, but are you saying that those explanations and the math there doesn't actually exist?
Yes, sir. That's exactly. The math exists to the point of it being a concept, but that's as far as it goes. In the concept mode, it's like me telling you, like Panto said it earlier. You can even with a formula describe how Superman can fly. That's easy, right? It's a concept. It's just math, the language. But it's when you start to put actual reality pitted against this math, it's not going to be the same thing that you thought it was. And that's the shocking part about it, which I want everybody to realize. It's like, yes, the math says something, but now take that math and go out into the field and go test it, because that's the only realization point you're going to get. Other than that, you're just going to spin your wheels in here and trigger everybody about like what you think inferencing and all this other stuff. That means a hill of beans when it comes to like when you realize that you don't know what you don't know.
Well, the reason that he's working constantly off of inferences instead of directly measuring the thing that he's trying to infer is because it's not there, Temple.
It's not there.
Yeah.
Well, a question for Temple. I'm wondering because he has a structural or engineering background, and again, I know Mickey, you don't like me using the word level. Just for this purpose, I'm curious: how does the aspect of level unpack for you within your model, my friend?
So
Mike.
For me, there's two ways to look at level. There's local level, which would be this a parallel frame of reference to the ground. So essentially, you would have two lines, whatever your height of instrument is, or whatever. You could carry that across, and that would be a level line. But then you'd also have level, which would be probably due to gravity, which would be like the mean sea level around the Earth. I know it's not the greatest example because that's an average over time, and it has to do with like the lunar cycles and stuff. But
okay, I appreciate what you're saying. Spake, give me one quick sec, please. I'll withdraw after this. The thing that I'm just trying to understand is that how this one observation of level can exist simultaneously for everybody at the exact same time who interacts with the surface. That's all. Thank you so much for the time and the questioning.
I'm a bit confused by that last statement. What do you mean by that?
I could boil it down if Kiwi allows me to. It's real quick. Does level mean curve to you?
On a global scale, I think I'd have to say yes.
Okay, there you go, Kiwi. That's your answer. Now, once again, I've proved my point.
This is my point. Exactly it. In that
level everywhere. Listen, level everywhere to him, it means that it's working on a globe. That's the point. It's gonna mean that.
No. When I'm doing a local survey, and I'm doing and I'm stating an elevation, which would be level, I'm basing that off of a single point, and it would be level for, say up to a kilometer radius around that single point. I could go around and give you the same elevation at that elevation everywhere in that radius. That would be the ideal version of level. But if I'm going to do long distance surveying where I'm doing like hundreds and hundreds of kilometers, you can't do that. That's not how surveying works at long distance.
Right, I understand that, but what I'm saying is the idea behind level, right? And you described it the kind of the way Kiwi was wanting you to describe it, but at the same time, I used it in a way to boil down to the important bits of it, right? It doesn't matter what you're saying locally looks like to you or how you measure things. It only matters what the Earth is. So in an overall grand scale, we can't just say level is level and we're all going to sit here and agree with each other, because at some point you're going to disagree with us. And we're not. We're going to stay in agreement with each other saying, no, doesn't matter how much you scale up, it's not going to change level. But so Kiwi was trying to get you to really realize that level means level. It doesn't change just because you scale up. And that's the thing with people with you should have a great understanding of this if you're in engineering. So you do. You just finished saying that you agree with Kiwi. The part you're going to disagree with him is that when level starts to become something else other than what you just said it is. And so that's why the disagreeing part about what you think, and you even just said it yourself earlier. Well, on the grand scale on the Earth, I would say no. Remember? You just said that. We all heard you. So now we know that when you scale up, it changes level for you. It's not going to be the level we're talking about in here. And that's why it's important that level, when we use that word and why it can't be used with even like a guy like this, because he's going to agree with you on the local level. Yes, level means it's horizontal, it's flat, I agree with you. Now take it to the grander scale up, it's going to change. That's why it doesn't mean the same thing to him. It's going to change that way. I'm not. Am I not correct?
I mean, it makes perfect sense though. If you guys think the Earth is flat, and I think it's a globe. The idea on a Earth scale level, our definitions are going to be different, of course.
Right, but we're accepting reality though, Temple. You've got a belief, and
just because you say that doesn't mean it's true. I hope you realize.
I asked you a yes or no question previously. You refused to answer. It was, do you experience a flat stationary Earth? Yes. So the reason you never answered, because you do, and you just can't confront it. You can't answer the question. So that's, if anybody's honest with himself and can be honest with us, none of us experience motion. None of us have physically seen any curve with our eyeballs. You see it on TV, there's plenty of maths, plenty of equations, but it's not in reality, man.
So you
Can I ask some clarifying questions?
If you know any physics about motion, you know that the acceleration is what would allow you to feel motion.
And we're on a
level subject?
We're accelerating and decelerating. 1 second, man. Tempo. We're accelerating and decelerating on this elliptical orbit that we're supposedly on, as well as the fact turning in a circle constantly is constant velocity change. So
Yeah.
Okay, so I got some questions for him.
Wait a minute. Temple, what do you have to say to that? If you've just claimed that we'd only experience acceleration, and we are accelerating and decelerating.
Yeah, I would say that the scale of the system that we are involved in, we wouldn't be able to detect it. And it's the same.
Millions of combined miles per hour, bro. 60,000 miles per hour round in the orbit, 1,000 miles per hour spinning, 500,000 miles the sun's dragging everything, then the whole galaxy's moving.
Yeah,
you're not getting anywhere with him with this line of
nothing.
No, you wouldn't, because
you literally claimed that you would experience acceleration, and then when I said to you that there is acceleration, then you're like, well, no, really, man, it's not enough, huh?
So let me say something to that point, right, about acceleration. If we're talking about the Earth's orbit around the sun, right, we have something called the Michelson-Morley, right? Are you familiar with Michelson-Morley, Temple?
No.
You're not familiar with the Michelson-Morley experiment?
No, I'm not.
Okay, it deals with laser interferometry, similar to what we use in like ring laser gyroscopes and stuff like that. Was done back in the 1800s to try to measure the Earth's orbit around the sun. And it had more than enough accuracy to do so. It was replicated many times throughout the year, right? Because within Earth's elliptical orbit around the sun, allegedly, right, we have apogee and perigee, where we would see acceleration and deceleration. Not only did it not detect any orbital rotation around the sun, it didn't detect any difference throughout the year.
Mm. Do you mind posting something to that so I can read into it?
Sure, yeah, it's the Michelson-Morley experiment. I mean, it's one of the fundamental things that started Einstein on his path to coming up with the theories of relativity.
Here's a good article. Here's a good article I just posted by Case EDU. I just want to say here's the thing that separates you having strictly a faith in something with the best thing you really have to support it is an appeal to authority. That's all you have. So here's how you cut to the chase for yourself. It has nothing to do with us, Temple. This won't make any sense until you go out and try to see this for yourself. Now, if you let your confirmation bias get in the way of you actually seeing reality when you go out to the seashore or a coastline, and you take the dimensions they gave us all, 3959, at the surface at us strict consequences at the surface. So their ball, if it is their ball at that size at 5 miles, you have a certain amount of drop. So that's up to you to go find out for yourself. Once again, we're not going to be put in a position where you think we're trying to convince you. Where there's no convincing here. We're just sharing the information with you. That's all. It's going to be up to you. You can live in this fantasy globe world all you want. That has no effect on us. We would prefer that you are able to go out with the knowledge you already have and stop handing it over to somebody that you've never met, that has given you some design of the place you live that doesn't match your reality. So it's going to be up to you to go figure that out.
Is it me or did he leave, Sonny?
No, he's still here.
I don't see him.
Oh, I don't see his mic.
Oh, no, I'm here.
Will be.
I was just listening quietly. That's all.
Okay, cool. That's all I wanted to say.
You know, I would say like that's a fair statement to make. It's there's a lot of assumptions in that statement about me personally that I don't really need to get into, but I think overall it's a fair statement to make about a lot of people's positions on a lot of subjects. So even some of your own as well. So
I would like to refine that a little bit. What I mean exactly. So it doesn't take a scientist to go out with a binocular or a zoom camera and go to a coastline and see if this obstruction of the sagitta has to exist if it's a ball. So that obstruction would be there, and it would be repeatedly there. You could find out for yourself if it's there with a cheap camera. So this isn't science. It's as simple as an obstruction over distance test. Is the drop over distance there or it's not? That's as simple as it is. That's all this is about. We know the nature of water, hydrodynamics. I'm sure you do as well as a civil engineer. You know how they did civil engineering back in the old days was canals with sea level next to water level next to their project. That wasn't curved. Anyway.
Boom.
Yeah, so the clarifying question I want to ask is over what distance is level water no longer level?
When the straight lines become not straight.
I would say there's a famous line that gets said, it's 8 inches over miles squared or something like that, right? And it's only usable out to what, 200 miles before the error becomes too large. So I mean, it's really subjective. It's really subjective.
I don't think you understand my question. Like, you're talking about the alleged curvature of the Earth, 8 inches per mile squared. Yeah, I understand that. That's the claim. So you're just stating the claim. I understand that. I know the claim very well. I'm asking you, at what distance, over what distance, is level water no longer considered level? Or measured to be anything other than level?
Okay, again, it really comes down to subjective and precision here. So if we're looking to single digits, I'd have to do the math to give you an answer. But if you want to be realistic and go to the, say, 10th decimal, then it would probably be it would be measurable at any distance if you had the precise equipment.
So you're saying you can use math to tell me for sure? You're saying you can use math to do that?
Well, no, I could do an equation to give you a value that you're looking for.
No, but that's not what
Yes, he said math. I guess he said math because he said equation. So yes.
Let me help out, Orion. The question is, at what point are we talking pond, lake, ocean, bay? What point does it start doing this?
I mean to do that originally. So, like, over how many miles? 1 mile? 10 miles? Over how many miles is water that we normally consider to be level, is it no longer level or measured to be anything other than level? You know, demonstrated to be anything other than level?
I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. What are you expecting me to say here? Like, you want me to be dishonest and just come up with a value? Like, I don't have an
No. Actually, I appreciate your honesty. It's just that I'm trying to demonstrate to you that, you know, it's a mere blind belief that the Earth is a ball. You don't actually have any demonstration of curvature. Is the point I'm trying to make.
Again, I'm not too versed on like the globe side of curvature. I do know that there are other variables at play other than just purely visual verification. I know that refraction comes into play, but I know it's a sensitive topic. So
that's why he's using water. We've been saying that for a long time now. There are many variables besides just geometry. That's what we've been saying for many, many years now. Of course.
Okay.
And that's why I think Orion was using water, right? Because water is a datum that we use that's physical, that we use to level things. And his question is asking you, at what distance does that water begin to curve? I mean, if I was a baller, I would know what I would say.
There's a lot of things that he was saying that guys, if you're listening to him, you can catch, like, he does contradictions in what he says. So when he was telling Kiwi, he says he doesn't measure any curvature when he's doing his local tests. He agrees with Kiwi on every instance that he does, like, engineering, that he's going to use level for what it actually means. And he stated to him, he told Kiwi what it means locally. right? So it made sense to him what level means. So there isn't any curvature at the local level. He agreed with Kiwi that much.
Let me add a caveat there. There's a degree of precision to that curvature that is ignored, and we don't require it because the degree of that precision isn't required for design at a local level.
But it has to be curvature determined first.
Once again, Kiwi was stating, is it level? What does it mean to you? And you said in agreement with him that you understand that it is level. But once again, my point, level means curved to you, right? Is that right? Level means curved. Because it has to be even on the local level now that you're stating it the way that you are. Would you agree now that level means curved? Because it's measurable to whatever degree you just said. Whatever degree.
This is such a ridiculous conversation because
no, it's not.
It is because when I'm doing woodworking and I'm trying to and I'm planing a piece of wood flat, that would be level. But we're talking about precision here. We're talking about numbers.
My friend, I'm asking you to consider the idea of level. I'm not talking about precision, nothing. I'm asking you to consider the concept of level, right? And then I'm asking you to further extend that idea and think that everybody around this earth can go to a tool store, they can buy a tool called a level with a capital L-E-V-E-L, the noun, and they can interact with it and they can all observe level, right? So that's like 8 billion points observing level from here in Canada all the way across to Australia, regardless of the quote hemisphere wherever they're located. So again, I'm asking you from a standpoint of being able to observe level, where does the curve show up if you have everybody interacting with the surface observing level? This is my point. Thank you. I withdraw.
You're not gonna get a fucking answer, man.
Wait, just let him. I think he's chuckling. See what I mean?
I am chuckling.
You should be chuckling.
Well, we're the ones chuckling. We're chuckling at goofballs who say level means curve. We're the ones laughing.
Yeah, think about it. Like that's important to you because like this is what you're based on your worldview on. So even at the minute level, you think at some degree it's still curving, and so in your mind it has to be curving even on the local level. And not even any globe earther that I've spoken to that like speak eloquently about the Earth, so called, right? Eloquently. They don't claim that. They claim at the local level we can measure flat level, we can measure that. But on the grander scale, they'll say it starts to curve because, of course, we're getting, like you said, far away from the parabola. We're understanding the sagittal is known, and so all that stuff is starting to get thrown in the mix at the grander scale. But you now will start to say you shifted from agreeing with it being local level to now it's in the minute scale, you could start to detect this curvature. Now what I'm saying is you have no evidence to support that. You're just saying things. And this is where your mind is trying. That's why you're chuckling. Because it seems like in some way you're trying to reason.
It's not just saying things. That's a very like that's a grand thing to say. It's just that I'm just saying things.
Yes, you know why it's a grand You know why it's a grand claim? Because of the fact that you just made it and you don't know how to back it up. So now I'm going to ask you, because it's important, Temple, for your mind, right? You just claimed that there's curvature on the minute level. Have you measured this curvature on the minute level to scale it up? You need to tell us how you've done that, because that's the claim that you just said. And I'm telling you that you're false for saying that. And now you're saying that's a broad claim for me to say. I said it with all 100% assurance. You did not measure any curvature at the small scale. Now, go ahead and provide the evidence.
Of course you wouldn't. Of course you wouldn't, because it's because we're talking about ideals here. We're talking about a perfect circle, and you can't argue with me that in an ideal scenario where you have a circle with the diameter of the Earth, that you couldn't measure curvature even down to a distance of a millimeter. It would be extremely small, or the precision would have to be extremely high. But in an ideal scenario, you could absolutely measure curvature over any distance.
Okay, forget about ideal. Have you measured this curvature, Temple? Have you done this?
No, I haven't. I personally haven't, and I never claimed that I have.
You made the claim. You said like on the smaller scale, it can be measured, And I'm like, no, it can't. You're
I
like,
just explained what I meant by that.
In an ideal hypothetical, we're talking about reality. Just make
Your
sure.
reality, yeah.
Yeah, okay, well then no, I wouldn't say that I could measure curvature over any distance in a local setting.
That's the crux of the issue. We're asking you for the evidence of the case of measurable curvature. And at some point you started to go into this hypothetical, which kind of leached over from what you were saying to like now what you're thinking it could be. We're not talking about these hypotheticals. We're getting to the bit where we're actually putting it to the test, measuring the thing. And you're saying, well, it could be measured. And then we're like, evidence, please? And you're like, well, that's just my hypothetical. It's like, isn't that silly? You were chuckling earlier because you thought it was silly, but this is even more silly. To make a claim without having evidence to back it up, Temple. And
like you think you have cloaking or something.
And so it's important.
Of what?
Huh?
I'm thinking of what?
I didn't say anything. But
it's like you have cloaking or something. Like you say something, then it's like, no, I didn't. And then you're like, yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. And then, no, I didn't.
No, it's an understanding of what I'm saying. It's a difference there, and I apologize if I was using thinking of an ideal situation, and you guys were talking about reality.
You get it. You clarified. You said hypothetical.
What else are we going to talk about apart from reality, bro? Fucking hell.
Yeah, to us.
Well, again, that is a foundational difference between you and I, is because I understand that hypotheticals are basis for understanding things, and if you just want to exist on pure observation, then of course we'll never come to an agreement.
We want to exist on reality, observable, repeatable reality for every single person that's ever walked this fucking earth, bro.
Reality part.
Okay, so we could talk about other subjects where you can't experience the reality because of microscopic.
Just reality? What's wrong with you?
Stop. Hang on, man.
Because our observations of reality have really nothing to do with the explanations most of the time.
Slow down, bro. You're spiraling.
Hypotheticals. Yeah.
Relax. You're spiraling. Just relax a moment. Okay, we're not gonna. We can't
spiraling here.
Listen, we can't go.
This is ridiculous.
Okay, I'm talking now. So just 1 second. We can't go into hypothetical realm in this intellectual forum. We're gonna have to know evidence, please. Like that's what we're gonna ask every time you say something. So it's not just gonna be like temple forum. Just say things. This isn't that forum. It's you say something, back it up. Let's see some evidence. Let's bring it into the live stream voice text. Did you just say you measured curvature? All right, go post the information of how you done that. This isn't like, well, you know what? I pondered that I could do this. No, we're not going to ponder anything. We're going to know if somebody says they measured curvature on the minute scale and it's not level anymore, it's actually curved, then we're going to have to know how he done that. But see, since you can't provide the evidence, you can't make the claim. It's not reality. Yeah. So you can't say
that's fair, and I also did state at the very beginning of this conversation that I don't think that there will ever be an answer to this because of the requirement you have.
There is an answer, Temple. That's what we're trying to tell you. The answer is there isn't any globe to be measured, and that is the answer. But like when it comes to like coming from your position, I understand you coming from inference and hypotheticals and. This isn't reality, sir. We live in the real world where things have to make sense to people. Like, we're not going to tell somebody hypothetically, I think you can build your house on this land. We're going to like, no, that structure you're trying to build is not supported by the land you're building it on. This is reality. You're being an engineer. You know this. You know you can't give somebody an idea. Well, hypothetically, you could build that thing, but you know you can't do that. You have to work in real things because people's lives matter. You're gonna have to figure out like how things can work. This is like what we're dealing with here.
You want to know something truthful about civil engineering? When you get to the understanding of material sciences, there's no possible way to come up with an actual number for the strength of something. So you add factors of safety because we want to ensure.
Okay. But
that statement is rather frustrating to hear because that's not what
your brain's trapped in abstract equations and numbers and hypotheticals and assumptions and appealing to authority and TV. I would imagine.
How do you think? how do you think codes are designed here?
Who's talking about
It's based off of the numbers that are provided through math and experiments.
Talking about reality, mate. You don't need maths to conduct an experiment to establish a cause and effect relationship. You see something, you form your hypothesis, you construct your fucking experiment, and then you fucking verify it or not, and then carry on, keeping on asking questions.
That is an extremely ignorant point of view when it comes to math.
What?
That is not how it works.
Methods are ignorant point of view. Bro,
what you said was not the scientific method. What you
it's
said.
the scientific method. You see a natural occurring phenomena in reality, not something that someone's constructed. You physically see something happening, and you ask a question. Then you construct your apparatus to mimic that specific thing you saw. You get your independent variable. You isolate it, then you manipulate it to see if that's the cause of the effect.
Hey, Temple, I have a question.
When you go buy a 2x4 from a Hardwoods or a Home Depot or something like that, do you think that they're going to test every single 2x4?
He's not conducting a scientific experiment. That's the point.
2x4.
He just tried to detail to you how science
works. That would be a measurement of a 2x4. You've not got a measurement for Earth.
Now you're tap dancing a lot, Temple. Why don't you just go get your direct measurement to drop over distance on the face of the Earth? Because this is getting kind of stupid.
Somebody had a question. Somebody chimed in. Did you have a question, whoever it was?
Yeah, you're talking about measuring of safety. You're talking about, as a civil engineer, y'all don't get exact numbers. Is that what you're trying to say? Like, y'all just hypothetically get numbers and call it good?
No, I'm talking about equations are not solvable to get an actual value. So you use other methods to get basically statistics to get the value, and then you apply a factor of safety.
Yeah. So you're saying that. So are you saying that the value of safety is something that's just flexible, or
do you give that
absolutely? You get that because a panel of individuals who establish the code for something, say masonry or woodworking or steel or concrete, that essentially understand all of the what's that?
They know the working parameters of the materials that they're using. So if they're gonna give it a safety value, they know the parameters of the materials that they're using for the specific design. So they're not gonna go outside of those parameters and say, let's give it a safety value of, I don't know, just crazy, like 100 million. Like, they're not gonna do something dumb like that. Within the parameters of the material and its strength, they're gonna be able to understand what its capabilities are. So they're not going to give it, the safety value is going to be within parameters. You know that too. You're the guy that should be telling me this. Like, I don't know as much as you do because you study, but I know that.
That's what I said. I don't understand why you're reiterating that to me.
I'm just saying, like, people would normally, if they know the material, they know what its function would be. They know what it can be used for, and what's the strength, and what the weather conditions, and everything that could affect variables that could affect it to give it that safety value. Maybe it wasn't like, the design that the person wanted, but it was given. But you know what I mean? Yeah. Like, it's they can.
I actually do design build jobs. I inspect bridge decks and all that shit. And we do get numbers. Like, we get numbers from the concrete after we break the cylinders, and we could tell you, 4,000 psi, that's good, or whatnot.
Because there's a code value that's associated with that, right? So there's a load rating for say a purpose. A bridge will have a dead load and a live load rating for it. Okay, and they will have a value that is calculated for what is required, and then you'll have all the variables that are associated with what could, temperature or variabilities in the quality of the steel or the materials used to form the concrete. So you're going to have variables there that will contribute to your error, your plus or minus, but then you're going to have safety factors on top of that value to almost like 100% assure that no matter the scenario you throw at that bridge, it's not going to collapse.
I can agree.
Yeah.
I don't think
I
anybody
understand.
that. Like, what's wrong with that? Like, how is that analogous to, like, let's say the shape of the Earth, or the conversation saying that you're
That's why I brought that up.
Yeah, go ahead, Jordan.
The reason I brought that up was because we have the calculations that calculate the strength of the materials, but there's no way to actually get the exact strength of that material because of all of the variability. So instead of saying this is the strength, we say this is the range of the strength, and it's required, if you're going to use this material for this purpose, it's required to apply a specific factor of safety. Okay?
Wait, but
that's what I was getting at.
You can find actually the strength of the material. The reason that you would do a safety factor is because not every inch of that concrete is actually being tested, and you're not doing samples on every inch of it. So you're saying pretty much like, we're going to do the safety factor in case some other concrete down the line of this bridge is a little weaker, and just in case, we're going to have that factor. But that's not saying that we can't actually measure the concrete strength.
Yeah, but
I actually do that every day.
We can measure the concrete strength, right? And you will get you use PSI, right? So you do a break and you get a value for that PSI. But you do 100 breaks, you're not going to get the exact same value every single time. There's going to be some variability between one break to the next break, and there's going to be a range of it. So no civil engineer will guarantee a specific value. They're always going to give you a variable between like a plus or minus, a range. And you always design for the lowest number, and then use a value as safety, a factor of safety. So all I'm trying to get at here is that there's no specific value that someone could give you for something. It's just it's a range.
So would you say then that tilting a bridge tower 1 3/4 inches is a specific value that nobody can claim to give you?
What is the story? Tilting a bridge.
Well, the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, that's one of the common arguments that comes in here. That one of the towers are tilted 1 3/4 inches due to the Earth's curve, right? Sounds like a pretty specific value.
Yeah, but again, that would be, I don't know. I'm not going to claim that I've never heard that before, but I'm assuming the towers are very far apart. That's the
I'm assuming that they're just assuming that happens.
Okay, well,
nobody's ever
what
demonstrated it.
What I would say is that there's an ideal for a design, right? Like when I build a design, there's a 100% to the 50th digit that I could say that this size, like I'm assuming we all have done some sort of 3D modeling. So if I'm in SolidWorks and I draw a disc and I give it a radius of 2 inches, that's an ideal value of 2 inches. Now, if I create an STL and plop it on my 3D printer and print it, it's not going to be exactly 2 inches. That would be impossible. It's probably going to be some variability there.
Well,
it's acceptable tolerances, right?
How can you not get exactly 2 inches, man? You're an engineer and you're saying that you cannot specifically get 2 inches.
Go somewhere, try and measure something exactly 2.0 inches, 2.00, an infinite amount of zeros. It's impossible.
Right, but you can measure
put that last part in there.
There's not going to be a discrepancy of 2 inches on a 2-inch measurement, for fuck's sake.
No, unless I will agree there, but we're looking at in the decimal range here, right?
Well, you surely are not serious, man. Huh? You're LARPing, bro. Huh?
What?
I'm saying you're not actually being serious this past fucking hour that I've been here, man.
Huh? I have no reason to not be serious.
Well, you're an engineer saying that there could be a discrepancy a couple of inches on your project. Fucking, I don't know any engineer.
I never said that. No. I never once claimed that. Someone asked me about why a bridge tower would be angled 1.5 inches or something like that.
Yeah, but you said
it has nothing to do with me.
A couple of inches, one way or the other.
Yeah, it's not your claim. I just figured you might have gone there. You're the type of person who might.
The support system.
Yeah. Anyway, is this all just an excuse for why you can't provide us any measurements of curvature?
I've never gone out and tried to measure curvature, so I mean it's a dead end conversation there because I personally have never tried to.
Oh, you've never tried.
Okay, well, why would you claim any then, if you're not aware of any measurements of any?
Why would you be arguing with people that have done these measurements? I mean, I've not done any myself personally, apart from just some observations, but you're arguing black was white with people who have went out there and made an effort to try and verify these globe claims.
I would say you're doing the exact same thing.
What do you mean? I mean, bro, I accept reality. You accept the belief system you've been taught since you were like unable to even form a critical thought. You've been taught all this stuff, and you accept it. I mean, it's not nothing against you, man. But you're arguing with people who are giving you logical explanations, and you're being quite ludicrous.
Well, every single time we try to get down to where the Earth curve is, you just go on a ramble about how it's hard to get specific values and this and that. It just kind of sounds like you're trying to ham wave having to get it because it's too hard to get it.
Right there, bro.
Well, I just haven't put the effort in to try for myself.
Why not?
Because I don't need to go out, me personally, I don't need to go out and prove everything that I've been taught myself in order for me to believe that that's the truth of reality.
That's an all or nothing fallacy right there, by the way, guys. All or nothing. And you just committed it right now, Temple. All or nothing fallacy. It's either I go investigate everything or I don't do it at all. That's an all or nothing fallacy, Temple. That's what that sounds like. These logical fallacies are plenty when people are looking into the Earth not being what they say it is, the globe. So when you get into this, what happens is you commit so many fallacies that you don't understand logically that you're wrong. It's not just we agree.
Hold up.
We agree.
Just hold up. There's a philosophical level of understanding that you seem to have that I don't. So by you just stating a bunch of words, I'm not saying that's not a real word and that's not a real thing, but I'm not aware of it. So it's not.
Let me enlighten you because of the fact that people use it often without their knowledge of them actually. Well, I'd say a lot of vernacular that we use in today's world, we're using them just kind of flippantly. We don't understand what they mean or how we're meaning them. So that would be one of them. And in the statement, like, okay, so you're asking me to go and look at the curvature of the Earth, but if I do that, then what am I going to question what burger I'm eating at McDonald's? Or do I have to look at like where I get my hair cut? Like, come on, guys. You guys are like crazy to think like, and so your mind goes into this kind of logical fallacy. That's an
assumption that you just made on me.
No, it's not. Because like, I'm telling you what happens.
You're just giving you an example.
Right. So when people come in here, use this logical fallacy. It's called an all or nothing fallacy. So it's either we're going to have to look at everything under the sun to figure out what's going on, or we don't look at anything at all and just trust people for what they're saying. So it's like you want to live in a world, basically, where you actually trust the human being that's telling you X, Y, and Z. You don't have to want to investigate, well, why is this professor lying to me? And why is this person telling me a lie? Like, if you live in that world, you think that's ludicrous. That's laughable. How am I going to live in a world when I think we're advanced in human race where we're not going to be questioning every damn thing that we're looking at? And I can see where you're coming from there, but where it doesn't make sense is that there's certain agendas that are getting pushed on you, and various ones, not just Flat Earth, but you're going to just go ahead and trust the source because it's a trusted source, or it's so-called trusted source. So this is the where you start to break down and you start to realize like I can't get what you guys are saying, because you're looking at us like we're telling you, okay, check this out, and you're like, well, if I do that, then what else am I going to question? What else do I have to look into? I got time for this. So it becomes an all or nothing fallacy by default because of that. So it's no slight to you, man. It's just what people do when they come in here. It's either I look at this thing, now I'm going to have to look at everything else, and who's got time for that? And so that's the thing. You just rather hand wave dismiss the whole lot of it and just be done with it. You guys are just, I can't look at the curvature because then I got to have to investigate what else that I've been lied to by the government, so to speak. So, and that's what I'm saying, Temple. Like, people come in here doing that, and you've committed that or just right now with what you just said. And so I want to elucidate the fact that this is what happens. It's just the nature of the beast, man. It's people don't. It just feels like too much, right? It's a burden. But that's what I'm saying is the burden of proof is on those who make the claim. You didn't make the claim. You just advocate for it. So you're just saying, hey, I agree with whatever they're saying. In other words, we're telling you, okay, so you advocate for the claim. The claim is the shape of the earth. Whoever came up with that, right? However, the origin story happens to be that they're claiming that the earth is of a set size and dimensions. Now they've given that information to you. You don't have you don't have no stock in this information whatsoever. You don't have to stand up and say, hey, earth is a globe. You guys are crazy. Like you can just take a look, a very unbiased opinion, look into it and say, let me just have a look, right? See what's going on. And if they are lying to me, then they are. And if they aren't, they aren't. But it's like getting you to the point where you're actually facing that and say, hey, look, let me just unbiasedly look at what you guys are saying is the hardest thing ever, because people do the all or nothing fallacy. They do burden of proof reversal fallacy, which is another thing that was committed here, which is like, okay, yeah, that's what you say. But how did you come up with the curvature or find out the earth is not curving? How did you do this? How do you flat earthers do? And so it's burden of proof reversing onto us, trying to give you points about like what flat earth is versus you saying, let me go take this to the professor that told me the earth is a globe because I got some bones to pick with him. So that's the thing you're not doing, because you're like in the mindset of trusted and the earth is a big green M&M and everybody's trusting and loving, and it's not that way, bro. Like there's agendas being pushed on us on the daily. It's not just flat earth. But I'm saying the more aware that you are of these agendas, the better equipped you are to say, hey, okay, so you just said that. What evidence do you have to support that? Now you'll start to become a skeptic, a critical thinker, somebody who's not just going to accept every little thing that people push on you, but it's the way, it's like a lifestyle, I would say, because you're not just taking information in and saying, okay, well, that's a trusted source. Well, how do you know? Like at this media company, what agenda would they have to tell you such and such information? You start to think of things. And it makes more sense.
We always get to this exact same point, and I always agree. I think skepticism is very healthy, but the assumption made that I just blindly agree with everything because it is a bit of a bold claim, because I don't think that's true at all.
Well, what are you going off of?
What I will say is that there's an extreme end to skepticism, which is I'm not going to say that a majority of the people that I talk to on here seem to behave in. What's that?
You're not skeptical at all about the Globe story. Literally, you've never conceded anything, and you've argued every point, or not even really argued. You just gave sort of vague sort of statements. Like, I mean, are you actually questioning anything about the Globe? Is there anything that stands out to you that you need to like look into more in the Globe story?
I mean, absolutely. One of my, I'd say a few weeks ago when I started to become more active in this Discord, I can't remember who it was, but they showed me a video about some lake in Manitoba in Canada. I think it was like Rock Lake or something, where it was 13 miles long. They set up some lights, and they could see them at like a foot off the ground. And they even drilled into the ice to verify all that kind of stuff. And the first thing that I said is, I'm going to go check the numbers on this, make sure that the numbers that are being stated in this actually jive with the math that we were told. And they did. They absolutely matched. Yep. And I don't have an explanation for why we could see those lights. But
well, that's not exactly being skeptical about the Globe. You're just agreeing with the Globe story then.
Well, he looked at some information. He looked at some information. Somebody said, I think I remember that conversation. I was at work and somebody showed you something. You're like, yeah, I never seen it in that perspective. I think
it was me.
It was you? Somebody. I knew somebody was in here that showed him. But yeah, he did take a look at it. Listen, I mean, Temple has been. He's a bit of like on the side of having inferences and still on the Globe side, but to have somebody in here that is. I don't think he's dishonest in the part of like him actually just inquiring questions about things. It's just he's like every typical person that we speak to about that comes in here. So the typical person would have that cognitive dissonance. They would still have that rebellion side to them, and that needs to come off when he starts to realize more and more that the Earth isn't what they told him. But only until the realization happens. Otherwise, he's going to keep coming in here and still having the same kind of staunch position that he has, and it is what it is. Like we're going to all get riled up by it, but the better thing is the fact that he's still here. You know, like, I mean, obviously he hasn't left yet, and I think it shows a bit of curiosity on his part to kind of keep. But
I'm definitely curious. I'm definitely interested in having these conversations. But just keep in mind, I joined muted just to listen, and you called me out.
And I will continue to, because I think it's important. Listen, man, everybody has a voice here. I think it's because here's the thing that the mainstream, or like, you know, if you go to college or high school, they say, we want you to ask all the questions. We want you to be curious. And when you ask a dumb question, well, that's a dumb question. They'll tell you. It's like, well, what was it, just like something rhetorical that you're just telling us to be curious and ask questions? And when we do, you shame us? Like, that's weird. Like, we're supposed to be curious individuals, like on Earth, like wanting to know things. And so when you're in this forum, okay, you don't ask dumb questions. You ask questions like, hey, this is weird, because I think you can infer things. I think that's the way we look at things. And we're like, well, think about it, right? How can you start to realize that in this real world, we're just going to use inferences on everything? When has that ever worked where somebody's using an inference and then got to the conclusion or realized reality because they didn't infer and they actually tested it and figured out what it was versus what they think it could be? You know what I mean? It makes more sense to the logically thinking mind that we can actually work in reality with things that we know the cause and effects for, because we can test them, we can falsify, versus us thinking like, well, if I hit this thing with a marshmallow, this is what happens. But if I hit it with a hammer, this is what happens. Like, so we test things, it makes more sense, versus when you start to infer things where you're saying, well, this could be the case, or this could happen, or possibly, and we get away from that hypothetical stance where you're not just wondering, where you actually know. And that makes reality even that more understandable, where you can say, I know, and when you say I know, it's backed up by evidence. It's not just inferring logical fallacies, you know, saying things that we know, or including yourself in a group of people that you don't, that we went to space. No, you didn't go to space. They went to space, or the idea of it, and then you just got brought into the whole, you know, conversation or the mindset of like that you think that we're advancing in space technology and such, and then just parroting it like as if it's something to say. And then when questioned on it, you have no knowledge. It's like, well, no, duh. Of course you don't have any knowledge on any of this stuff, because you're not given factual information that you could look up and test. But when critically thinking minds test it, what happens is you're just like, oh, damn, like we don't have a globe here. So that makes more sense. So that's what the situation we have here. It's no slight to you. You're just a regular person that probably heard about this somewhere and then came in here curious.
I got a question, and I don't want this to become a whole argument here. I just want to know how you guys define this level of train of thought. So Starlink, satellite-based internet. We have a cabin way in northern British Columbia that is well out of cell service, so we could never get internet there. So we signed up for Starlink. After like a year, we finally got the disc. We set it up. We now have remote internet. So I'm not saying that proves that satellite exists, but I mean, it's the level of thinking that satellites are in the sky that are providing us.
What it proves is that they renamed the Dish Network.
It proves that you got a signal. It doesn't prove you're on the ball.
Well, see, the thing is, right, this is why I actually joined, but I came in and the subject kind of changed. It was regarding this, because I used to be on the CB radio, the FM radio, the 40 channels. Now, I used to have one of those little silver mag mounts that sit on top of, like, taxi cabs and shit, like 3 foot, no more than 4 foot of an aerial, on a biscuit tin, on my roof. and I was literally in a valley, huge hills either side of me, and I was hitting at the end of the scale, you know, the needle, the 9+30, I was hitting Lincolnshire, which is I think the middle of England, with a 930 at the very end of the scale with a tiny little aerial. So I'm sure these people who are like the networks that are like, or the stuff that's getting transmitted elsewhere, if I can hit the middle of England with a 3-foot aerial in a valley surrounded by hills, I'm sure they're able to like gather like however they're doing it, whether it's bouncing off the possible dome or the ionosphere as they like to call it. But if I can do that with a 3-foot like aerial, then I don't think it's much of a leap for them to be able to send signals all over the world without having to have satellites in space. Like, we know there's things in the air, drones, satelloons, there's literally God knows how many different kinds of things up there, and they can relay information point to point all over the earth.
So my question was like, what was my line of thinking? Like, there's a claim that satellites are getting launched into space that are going to provide me internet in remote areas. I purchase a product, and it allows me to tap into that claim technology where I didn't have internet before. Now I have internet in a remote location. What is that line of thinking?
You're doing the burden. You're doing the burden reversal thing again.
A reason.
Technology.
Is that what that is?
Better technology, yeah. Transmitting at a different frequency that works.
Like, they're able to send signals. As I said, I just literally said to you, on an FM band radio, a 40-channel CB with a 3-foot aerial.
No. I'm asking for the definition of what I'm trying to say. Like, what is my my line of thinking? What would you call that? Is that you couldn't say that's logical, right?
No, you're affirming the consequent. You're saying I get a signal, so therefore all my beliefs are true.
Yeah, it's a fallacy.
Sorry, I'm not affirming the consequent.
It's a formal logical fallacy.
Yeah, look up affirming the consequent right now on Google. You'll see what it means.
That's all I was asking. Just what that's called.
Listen, and many more were committed that you didn't know you were actually making them. But these logical fallacies are how we know that somebody doesn't understand what they're saying. They're committing these fallacies like always. And usually the flat earther who was speaking to the person point for point is not really going over the fallacies because they're so keyed into like answering their question that they're not telling them the logical fallacies that they're committing. Once we start talking about them, it becomes apparent to you that, oh, damn, I just made it an affirming the consequent. You know, it's a formal logical fallacy, but you'll see the definition for it. And then look at burden of proof reversal. You can look at like what other ones you can all or nothing.
I got you. Okay.
And then
I just read the definition and I understand what that means now.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yep.
The most overused one is the appeal to authority.
Appeal to authority. That's another one you use. You use quite a bit of them today.
Again, I'm not. Again, I didn't come in here with a bunch of resources and experience in the art of debate to try and come up with as logical of a conversation as I could. I was literally driving and just talking to you guys. So I apologize if I committed some fallacies today.
No, interestingly enough, people don't know about these fallacies or when you're committing them. But the thing is, when we start to, like, you hear the room get up in a roar because you committed a logical fallacy and everybody's trying to defend the point. But instead of elucidating the fact that you committed the fallacy, we're more onto the point, and which sounds like hooey to you, but it sounds like to us, like, man, how did you know that? You're just, you're trying to equate something to something that has no analogous, there's no analogy to it. So it's to us, we hear the fallacy, but we're hitting you with the point instead of saying, no, wait, you just committed this fallacy and we'll tell you what the fallacy is. And like I said, you just came in here to listen, but it's better for you to actually understand that in this room, logical fallacies are committed always. Like, they're always committed by somebody who's from the globe side. And we understand why. Like, and I was telling you that. I know why you're doing it. So.
Yeah, that's fair. And that's probably due to experience and how to experience on this scenario. Like, how many people? How many times have you had this conversation with somebody?
Oh God.
You know? I'm not a unique scenario here, and I understand that. But you got to think of it from my point of view that I'm not this
I do
philosophical versed debating champion with a grand understanding of how the globe is.
No philosophy is needed for this.
It's not really like that. What it's more like, Temple, is that you might wonder, people probably wonder, why do flat earthers, what have they been doing there for like 8 to 10 years or longer? Well, part of what we've been doing in here is we have been taking like in-depth courses on logic. That's basically studied logic.
Yep.
And so
yeah, absolutely.
Hyper empiricists, most of us, we're very empirical. So it's something where if you do something, I'm from the state of Missouri. Show me state. So this place, you could consider yourself in the show me state when you enter here. We're going to ask you exactly, how did you do it? If you said you did it, or you said you know something, how exactly did you know? So the logical part of it is when you start putting sentences together and you see how people are responding with things that are not correlation. They're not analogous, like Miggy said, or there's no correlation. And really what it starts sounding like, if you use the logic template, is that it's an excuse to kind of run away from the topic, or change the topic, or divert, or sandbag.
Gish gallop is another fallacy. Gish galloping, like that's what we call scattergunning. When somebody says a question and then we don't get the answer from you, but you're like, yeah. But what about gravity? Oh, and how does the sun work on a flat Earth? And also, and this is Gish gallop. You go from point to point without having an explanation, or for you even to know why you maybe or may not be wrong on that topic.
Yeah,
and coming from someone who's not well versed in the art of this, that completely makes sense.
Yeah, it's
because there's a lot of ideas that fit the model that we are taught that kind of explain each other, and it's very it's very challenging to just have all of those things be told that it's all lies and it doesn't exist and it's all fake.
Yeah, they're just ideas, though. It's nothing that you can demonstrate in reality. That's why you haven't done so this entire time.
Yeah, so we're
Temple.
I'm not trying to do an experiment here. I'm to my dry face talking to you guys on my cell phone.
Temple. The irony of
that
what
wouldn't
you
have been any
just said
different any
is
other
that-
way.
We're using the objective nature of reality as like what our standard. Everything's got to have a standard. Like we talk about this quite often. A lot of the people in here have been in manufacturing, measuring high technologies of measurement and things like that. So like a lot of us have these ideas or whatever. We know certain things we know what we know about measurement. And so like for someone to say that something is a sphere, and you think about that logically, and then all of it, like if you hear on our side, if you were to be on our side of it, you would see that it's like all we're getting for why it's not a sphere. That's all we're getting. So the evidence in my mind as a hyper-empiricist and from the state of Missouri, show me. I'm like, all I'm hearing is excuses for why there's no curvature anywhere in reality. When we put objective reality up to the test, does it match what we're being told, like what I can imagine in my room here versus going out to the seashore? Does it match? And so what I found is, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. And even more wild is that everybody that you could think of that's doing anything over the surface of Earth or on the surface of Earth is not using, they're using flat stationary, all of them, NASA included. So
anyways,
they're telling us the truth, that they're flat and stationary. Why? Because they're flying a jet at over 500 miles an hour. that would be a good reason to assume flat stationary Earth if it was flat and stationary, right?
I'd like to say though that once again, thank you for your time, for being here, Temple. It's difficult, man. Like I know sometimes you chuckle because sometimes it feels like people are coming at very vitriolic at you, but it's not that. It's the truth. They don't want to leave you hanging and leave you in like the gray area of like wondering whether you know or you don't. So they're gonna give it to you straight, so that at least you can deal with it at some level when you have time to yourself. Like you're like, damn, that guy was pretty harsh, but I mean, he said the truth. There's nothing like to skirt around from. If you're having trouble with this, it's probably because you don't want to do the thing that you're we're saying that attempt to do. So there's a lot of harsh truths that are in here, but ultimately the goal is so that you can be freed from this indoctrination. It's a painful process, man, for somebody to go through the thing. The mind has to kind of like go through the whole, what is it, the 5 stages of grief? Is that it? Like the first one was a denial, and the last one would be acceptance. So you have to actually mourn the death of the globe in your mind if you had a lot of stock in it. And not only that, but you have to realize that everybody's not just out there to be your out for your best interest. It's not the way things work, man. There's agendas being pushed on us 24/7 all over, not just flat Earth. You got to be aware of the situation.
I mean,
you got to know that.
That is definitely a way that you could view the world.
So,
can I view it as a globe somewhere?
Some do, yeah.
How, on drugs?
That was a very subtle dismissal, Temple.
It's a slight back. Yeah, it was.
Keeping your cards close, huh?
Yeah, because it's not a view. It is that way. So that's not a view. So I want to ask you one last question. It is good to talk with you. Do you believe that there's such a thing as an objective reality?
Who am I talking to? Not that it really matters. Well, I guess it does.
I'm Sonny. Sonny on the plane.
Sonny? Oh, hey, Sonny. Do I think that there's an objective reality?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to make sure that I fully understand the definitions of both of those words so that we're on the exact same page before I answer that. So what are you meaning by objective and reality?
Okay, so is there an objective, what that means, like a definiteness, a concrete?
Can I say capital T truth and you understand what I mean?
Truth is more of a concept. I'm actually talking about concreteness, like something objectively is true or not. It is either A or B. It's true or not true.
It's backed up by evidence that can be falsified, empirically true.
Backed up by evidence that can be repeated. That here's where the empirical part comes. Repeated, falsifiable,
testable, falsifiable, repeatable.
Something not influenced by personal feelings or opinions in considering and representing facts.
Exactly.
And it's self-evident.
So that in nature, is there this world we live in that is completely objective?
I would say that yes, there is an answer to the objective reality.
There is an objective reality, so you would agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, well that's good because we've run into people who we've had these long conversations, and at the very end, you find out they don't even believe in an objective reality to begin with.
I think it's how you say. I think it's how you stated it, Sonny. Let me rephrase it. Let me see if it'll change the answer.
Okay.
All right. So, are we talking on Discord right now, Temple?
Yes.
Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord right now?
Based on my experience, I'm on an app called Discord on my phone.
That wasn't the question. Sorry, Temple. I know I'm cutting you off, but it's for a reason. I'm going to ask the question again. It's either a yes or no. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
what throws me off is the 100%. But
I
yes,
know it does.
I will
That's why I'm
say,
asking it. That's why I'm
I
asking
would-
it. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord? Yes or no?
yes, yeah, I would
Okay.
say so. Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
Good
answer.
But there's hope for him. Yeah.
The thing is, hey, that's the kind of talk that I'm not into, because it feels like you always talk about this indoctrination thing, and then as soon as someone starts to like move the needle towards the uncertain level, it's like you guys fucking latch your hooks into them and then drag them into it, and it just seems like there's an agenda for you guys.
No, listen, it's
right?
important. This is important. This is important, and the reason why I'm elucidating this fact, right, of knowing what our reality is because this simple fact, and I know what you're thinking, right? Because in your mindset, you might be like, well, I gotta leave some room for that, that possibility that something else could be happening. I could be dreaming. It could be a simulation, whatever, right? That little sliver. Yeah. But you said 100% kind of, shakily, because you're thinking that's what we want to hear. No, I really want to know.
I don't think anything is 100%. That's my personal belief.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was the answer I should have got the first time. That's the answer I should have. So I understand why you think that way, though. See, the psychology behind all of this and why you think it's a cult to think this way. Because you think that we're in this specific, like, hyper empiricist, like cult, like we're just like, we want to know everything to be absolutely sure of.
If someone can get 99.999% pregnant or not. That's what
Listen, so this is important, right? If you're telling me something, right, like, well, I'll put it this way. Temple, what are you doing right now?
Sitting in my truck.
Okay. All right. Are you 100% sure you're sitting in your truck?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. My experience is telling me I'm sitting in the truck right now. We can take it to a different plane, and we can talk about consciousness and all that kind of stuff.
He's trying to reason with it.
Just let me get to a point here, Temple, because this is something that you fought back a little bit on this, because once we started talking about it, you're like, yeah, you latch your hooks into. No, we're not latching our hooks. We're actually letting you experience reality for what it is. Other than that, what you're saying that it is, then what else could it be if it's not what you just claimed that it is? Because you made a claim, and now you're backing that claim up with evidence. The evidence is you say you're sitting down and you experience sitting down. So, if a third person looks at you and it says, hey, Temple's sitting down in his truck, they could actually say that too. It's self-evident. It's objectively true. There isn't anything, nobody's latching any hooks into anyone. You're just speaking plainly about what's happening. Now, the weird thing is, let me tell you the weird thing, Temple. When you start to tell me that something else other than what you just told me is happening right now, like you say, well, I could be flying a plane, I could be swimming. And we're like, no, you're not doing any of those things. You are just like what you said, sitting down in your truck, talking to us, right? That's basically the gist of it. What we're getting you to realize is that you can know your reality by telling us what you say that you know by just your experience. And third-party perspective can confirm that. We can say all of us can agree Temple is sitting in his truck right now talking to us on Discord. Now, there isn't anything hooey about that. The hooey part comes when you start to think other things are happening that are not. So, it could be dreaming.
He could be in the shower, but you can't prove that one way or the other.
Like, and this is where
I think that there's a
what?
A defining aspect to the level of conversation we're having, because you brought up a good one, the simulation theory, and not that I buy into that, but you can't also ignore the fact that I shouldn't say fact. You can't ignore the argument that there could be a possibility that we are in something like the Matrix, right? It sounds insane, but it doesn't mean that the possibility isn't there.
Listen, I get what you're saying, right? But here's the thing, right? Here's what
that's why I would have a 99.99% sure, right? So I can't say 100.
Listen, I know why people say these things, okay? So that's why I'm breaking it down for you. I know why you're saying that, well, it could be the simulation, it could be a Matrix, it could be whatever. I know why you're saying that. But here's the thing.
Why am I saying that?
Somebody's thought was that we are living in a simulation. You like the idea of thinking that. So whatever smooth brain said that information now gave it to you, and you think you think it's something great to think about. So it's great. Okay, so we might be living in a simulation, guys. And what happens is you turn that like idea, this fantasy, into a matter of fact. Well, matter of fact is when we look at the evidence, we could be in a
it's just a thought experiment.
Well,
That's all it is.
Here's the thing, right? People have been trained to live in this mindset, whereas it's not reality. So what we're getting you to realize is what everybody else should be doing, right? Hey, I'm sitting down. Yeah, are you 100% sure of it? A guy who came in here says, I believe so. Using the word belief in the idea that he's telling me what exactly he's doing. How do you believe you're doing something when you just finished telling me you're doing the thing that you said you're doing? Now, this is interesting, right? Because we're getting to the bit why they're denying reality in the first place. How come they don't know the Earth is a globe? Because in all reality, they're living in fantasy. Their idea of reality is equated to being in fantasy. Their reality is malleable. It can be changed. And when, I'm thinking I'm sitting here, but you know what? That simulation theory, it's got some good points. No, it doesn't. When in reality have you realized that we're living in a simulation? To say that we're living in a simulation, well, just like you said, it's an idea. Has no correlation to you and I living in.
Not for anybody else?
Yes, I'm speaking for everybody else. Because everybody else should realize that we're not living in something that we're not living in, and we are living in something we are living in, which is this world, this reality, this experience. So if you have evidence for simulation, then that evidence needs to be demonstrated, falsified, repeated, and shown to somebody, and not just told, hey, you know what I think this is? We're all living inside of a teddy bear. And my idea is because I see fluffy clouds, so that could be the cotton. And, that's a great idea. I'm just going to run around telling everybody we live on a teddy bear. So that's what it sounds like.
I don't know much, but I feel like that's a little bit of a straw man, don't you think?
Well, it's not really when you're saying that we're living outside of the natural known reality in which we all experience. There's definitions.
Yes, our personal experience, our objective reality. I understand what you're getting at.
Right. So it's not a cultish thing to say that it's 100% sure. You're sitting in your truck right now talking to us on Discord.
No. That's not what I was meaning when I said cultist thing. I was just more meaning that as soon as someone starts to show signs, it's like a reward for you guys. Like you get excited and you're like, oh, add another one to the list.
We're hoping for the person who's actually living in this like dreamland to wake up. And it sounds
we get excited.
Sounds like you're rubbing your eyeballs, right? Like you're trying to get up, but then you're just like, oh, I think I'll go back to sleep. And so it's like,
we're not trying to pounce. Listen, brother. We're not trying to pounce. We got the truth, and we want to share it with everybody. It's not like, hey, let's talk about whether or not you think we're right. It's, can you learn what we're saying to you so that you know about reality? And that's why we get passionate, brother. That's it.
Yeah, I respect it. I respect it. It's just, but I'm gonna leave with one thing because Mrs. is wanting me to come inside. I've been sitting in my truck outside the house for like an hour now.
That call, man.
But
you got a girlfriend now.
Answer that call. Don't answer this one. You better go listen to the Mrs.
So I got one more thing that came to mind when you were talking about the objective reality thing. We've all seen those videos where there's like an audio clip and it could sound like one thing or it can sound like another thing. Have you guys seen that?
Yes, that's perception. Yeah. I have an answer for that. That's perception. It's subliminal messaging that can be done to alter what you hear by your perception of what you think you hear, right? And it's easy to read.
What about the photo of the dress where it was like blue and black and white and gold?
It's the same thing, brother. It's perception. It's what you're perceiving, and that can be altered. Right? In music that's been done with subliminal messaging, like that's altering what you're perceiving. And that could be like the Mandela effect and fall into this category and all kinds of stuff. But it's
how can I sit here with absolute certainty about my objective reality when stuff like that exists?
Because you can tell us what's going on, right? You can tell us what's happening. We can agree with you, third-party perspective. Remember, not just you, but something that's self-evident. So we're gonna agree. Okay, that's a rock, that's a tree, that's a cat. At no time are the things that we agree upon are going to change into like a cupcake, a potted plant of petunias, Like, you know what I mean? It's gonna be what we say they are because their definitions behind these things. That's objective. We're gonna agree that reality is what it is, and we're not gonna say, well, I don't know, maybe he's flying the plane right now or he's swimming. Like, nobody's gonna say these things that you're saying. You know what? People can see me. I'm in my truck. I'm sitting down. So that's the reason why. Third party perspective and yourself, saying what it is, self evident.
I always have to think, like, for me, it's like when I try to think about these things, like imagine you're like the only person in a village and back in the day or whatever. You're just in the middle of nowhere. There's a small village, and everyone in the village is flat earthers, and you suspect that we live on a globe that's rotating. It's like, try to think of what experiments can you do? Like, if you're gonna try to convince these people, it's gonna have to be super concrete evidence, and like the curvature, the rotation, that we're orbiting the sun, like all that stuff. And it's like you have to do the work to you have to find some really, really good, strong evidence. And if there is no evidence of that, then you're going against objective reality, what we're talking about. So that's one way I like to think about it.
Your wife's gonna be pissed, bro.
Nice talking with you, Tempo. Hope to hear from you again.
Yeah, see you, man.
Yeah, definitely. I typically enjoy these chats. So take care, guys. Until next time.
Yeah.
Have a good one, man.
It might already be too late. He's already.
Yeah, I would hate to go into the house now after she's been calling you and you're not listening. So.
I wanted to tell him water. Like, here's the key: the water. Everywhere you look, you're gonna question it now.
I think
people can't understand the water thing. That shit's I don't know why it's so beyond understanding, but they just can't. They cannot wrap their heads around the fact that the water stuff.
But some of it is the key, though. For some of us, it is. Like, all they have to do is have it.
It's the best way to understand it, but it's for some reason they've been shown this pictograph of that water curve, man. So that's in your brain. It's just ingrained in their brain.
Yeah, they say it's fraud. Like, man, I know that water thing is what you guys always say. It proves the flat Earth, but I need more. It's like, what else do you need? Man? Just freaking flat water.
Water is too simple for them to understand. That's why.
What exactly is the water thing? As somebody who's new here, like, what is water?
You ever seen a pool or a lake?
Of course.
Does it look like
Wait,
it's
you asked
curving?
what is water? What the hell?
Yes. No. Does it look like it's curving? Right? It's not curving, right? It's curving, right?
It's 72% of all Earth.
Let's think of the Earth as a gas pool with some slope. That's all it is.
You just said a minute ago there's a water thing that proves.
Right, the water thing.
So I'm asking you.
Water thing is it's level, just like a pool. So the Earth is just level like a pool.
Mm-hmm.
There's just continents floating in it. That's really all it is. It's not that hard to understand.
So every top level of contained water that's being undisturbed, every single container of water, no matter how small or how large, the top surface is all level, horizontal. All of those levels, no matter where they are parallel to each other. There's no angular difference in sea level at any location.
Don't get too technical about it. Keep it simple. Keep it simple.
Yeah.
Basically, like I said, it's a pool. Just picture it as a giant pool, right? It's not curving anywhere. In your pool, it doesn't curve. You ever jumped in a pool, it's not curving. You're not going to go around the edge and fall off. You know, so that's not what's going on. It's just level everywhere. That's all it is.
So let's say you have a pool and it's at one level, right? And then at a certain elevation. And you have another pool 100 miles away at the same elevation. There's no angular difference between those levels of the water. They're exactly the same. They're parallel to each other. So all the water you see on Earth, every water you've ever experienced at top level is always level. Is always horizontal.
Lebac ti jebem žarki. Znaš šta je meni najgore?
That works. That also works with water. That works with basically anything.
Kreatora Biblije I svega, ali
Sasha, you hot micing.
Elevation also goes off of sea level.
Sasha, you're hot micing. Somebody mute Sasha, please.
What's Russian? Is it what? Russian?
I didn't hear the gentleman, so as soon as you mute Sasha, just guess what is it? Troy? Trey, did you have something about that?
No, I mean, I think the water thing might be enough for me, but I just don't really understand it. And if I would, that would be great.
Okay, maybe just one thing. So at the seashore, right? No matter where you are on the seashore, do you live near a seashore?
No, I don't, but I've been to many.
Okay,
times.
so at sea level, one person, like say I'm on the west coast of California. So if someone were in Japan, like Jin, who lives in Japan and was at the seashore, we could point to each other. A line, if you drew a line between our fingers, they would just match right up. And that's the same way with somebody way over in the UK, let's say. We could all point to each other, or you could point to two people, and all your arms would be horizontal. You could draw a line between fingers at sea level, basically connect all of those places. All the oceans are horizontal to each other. All those levels are all the same level. At seashore, up and down is not angularly different at any location.
Well, yeah, I understand what you mean, but their answer would be, well, that has just to do with gravity, the fact that water is affected by gravity.
So gravity makes everything flat? What?
It pulls it towards the center of the Earth.
But then you have to prove gravity, bro. See, all right, dude. You have to know what you know. Okay,
yeah,
hold on. You got to listen. You have to listen. If you're gonna say gravity, you have to prove it, bro. You can't just say it. You understand? I don't care if they say it.
I just said the word gravity, but I didn't expect you guys to be denying the fact that gravity exists.
You didn't expect us to deny.
So my question is: are you denying gravity? Are you denying gravity?
Trigger word warning. Trigger word warning. Trigger word warning.
All right. Yeah, he's ready to go. Trigger word warning. Go, Maggie. He's ready to go already.
How many letters are triggered right now?
Can you define gravity?
It's okay. It's okay. So
let me hear you jump in here.
Deny gravity.
Let's take it back a little bit. Okay. So Trey.
Gravity.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening.
All right.
So Trey, let's do something.
Smarter than me. You guys are smarter
one at a time. Come on.
Let's do something.
You guys to explain.
Don't play that role. Dude, here we go with another troll. Come on.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Let's take it. Let's take it back to the start.
In stuff that you're saying.
It's okay. We understand that you're interested, Trey. But let's go back. Okay. We want to talk about the fact that you said the word gravity. Now, if I were to say that there were a bunch of fairies flying around in the sky, you wouldn't believe me, right? So I'd have to prove it. If I'm trying to make a point, right? I'd have to prove it. So is there a way, what is the experiment, right? Following the scientific method. Remember, we want a scientific experiment that you have done yourself to prove gravity.
The apple is falling down.
Oh my God.
Okay. So let me take your example and let go of a helium balloon instead of an apple, right? What happens to the helium balloon?
Flies. Up.
It goes up. It goes up, right? So why is gravity not pulling the helium balloon down?
Point for point.
Yeah.
Because it has to do with the helium.
The helium, the gas inside. So what is different? What is different to the gas inside the helium balloon? And let's scrap the apple. Okay, let's take a regular balloon. Or if you want to keep the apple, we can. But an arbitrary.
Yeah, let's take a balloon. Yeah.
Let's take a regular balloon, right? Filled with oxygen, our air from our lungs. Okay. We let go of a regular balloon, it drops down. A helium balloon, it rises up. Same material, rubber. The rubber has about the same density, right? What is the difference? Why does a helium balloon go up and a regular balloon go down?
Because it's lighter and.
Come on, bro. Just say you don't know. Just say you don't know.
It's a little bit different. It's a little bit more in depth than that. Not that it's lighter, but it has a lower density. Would you agree? The gas of helium itself.
Yeah, I would agree.
Right. If we filled up the gas or the helium balloon with the same amount of gas that we're putting in the regular balloon, the only difference is the density of the gases. Right? Would you agree?
Yeah.
Right. So
So now let's go back to the apple. If you were to drop the apple in the ocean, okay, let's go, straight into the center of the Pacific Ocean and drop it off of a boat. It would go down into the water, but it would float right back up to the top, right?
That is true.
Do you know why?
No, because of the water, I assume.
Well, because of the same reason that the helium balloon goes up, right? See, the density of the apple is less than the density of the water that's around it, the ocean, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So using that, I just explained to you why things go down, why the apple goes down, and why balloons go up, helium balloons go up, without using that G word at all, without using gravity whatsoever.
Yeah,
See, there's no force that's pulling or pushing the helium balloon up or the apple down or the regular balloon down, right? There's no force involved whatsoever. It is simply the density of an object relative to the medium that it's in, right? If we were to go underwater and let go of the apple, what would happen? Remember, we're still in the ocean. What would happen? It would go back up, right? Because it's not in its density. It's not in its equilibrium, right?
So the fact that two objects are pulling on each other, you deny that. You don't think it's true.
So you said it was a fact. Can you demonstrate that? You said it's a fact, right? So there must be some sort of, demonstratable evidence, right? Or there must be some testable scientific, fact behind the fact that two objects attract each other.
No, I didn't say it's a fact.
Oh, you didn't? You said the fact that two objects come together. That's what I heard. Yeah.
So I would just add that.
You said the fact. You said the fact of gravity.
It's okay. Never mind that. I'm sure he didn't mean it. We'll say if there's proof of the fact that two objects attract each other, I'd like you to demonstrate it. Can you tell me a scientific experiment that will show two objects with mass attracting each other?
Bro, he said he was stupid. Remember?
Due to gravity.
How's he gonna know that?
Can you show me, Trey?
Yeah, so for me it would be two objects pulling on each other. One of the objects, so it's called the Earth, but I don't know if you guys agree that Earth is an object, because
don't. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. That's your point.
Yeah, so I assume the Earth is an object, so it pulls on me, and that's why I'm standing on it. That's why I'm not flying away.
Okay,
that doesn't have to do with the density, as you explained earlier.
We've already been over the reason you're not flying away. See, you're not a helium balloon, right? So you have a great density. Your density is great, right? I'm not being mean, and I'm not calling you fat or anything, but you have a density that's greater than the air that's around you, right? You are more dense than the air that's around. Therefore, you will go lower. You will go down, and you're constantly going down to reach your equilibrium. If you jump down into a cave, you're not going to start flying. You're going to go straight down. You're going to probably die. But your density, the density of yourself is greater than the air that's around. That's the reason you're staying down on our plane, on our Earth, right? So it's not gravity because there's no force. Remember, if you replace yourself with the apple falls down because it is more dense than the air that's around, right? So is there an experiment that you can do yourself? Obviously, not taking the Earth into account, but an experiment that you can do to prove that mass attracts mass.
No.
No? Okay. So why do you now? We've gotten past the the stage where you believe it's a fact, right? Why do you?
I disagree with everything you're saying right now.
Why do you disagree? Are you in denial?
No, I don't. I agree. I agree with it.
Oh, you agree. Okay. All right. So, why do you believe? Remember, strong word believe. If you want a definition, I'm going to drop it in the chat right now. In the live stream.
I checked it out.
In the live stream voice text. But yeah, believe. Why do you believe that that there is a force, gravity, that's around us that we are under effect of? Why do you believe in that force?
That's what I've been taught.
That's what you've been taught. Okay, perfect. Would someone like to take over?
Yeah, so just like, when you're talking about the mass attracting mass, so you got mass attracting mass, or you have the bending and warping of space-time, right? So Newton came up with mass attracting mass. Einstein superseded it with his bending and warping space-time. So neither of those you can stand up to the scientific method, right? So when you're talking about when you're saying like the bending and warping of space-time, you might as well say, you can come up with anything that Santa Claus causes objects to fall downward. Like both are completely not based on the scientific method. The problem is, so you have, in mass attracting mass, and they both masquerade as science, right? But they masquerade that they are very scientific things, and that's the definition of pseudoscience, is when something masquerades as science but doesn't stand up to the scientific method. So when you come in here and you're like, oh, I think gravity, it's like that's it's a very it's something to something to look into.
I just came here to understand the level of, like, to what point do you guys disagree with stuff that I believe in? People like me, like people that believe that Earth is a globe, believe in. Like what?
There's a lot of things. There's a lot.
Disagree with the fact that
You gotta be specific.
What else? Because if you disagree with that, there's a bunch of stuff that comes.
Because it's fairy tales.
I've got one.
I got stuff that comes with this. It's like a sort of like you must be denying.
The Earth doesn't curve.
Satellites.
The Earth doesn't curve. Prove me wrong.
The big difference is.
I'm agreeing. I agree with that. But what else?
The Earth doesn't curve. You agree that the Earth doesn't curve?
Brother, the big difference is we do not believe.
You do agree.
Okay.
Wait, but you believe in the globe? What do you mean?
No.
Are you saying you don't believe the Earth is a ball?
No, that's the thing. We don't believe, right?
Hang on, he's trying to answer. Clay, sorry.
No, I'm trying to. That's what I've been taught. I came here to explain me why that is not true.
You use a lot of the words of belief, which suggests that there's a lot of things you have been taught that you just accepted to be true. But
I accepted that because as a person who lives in this world, I had to accept many things, even like I may like them, may not like it.
That's totally fine. Regarding this topic, geocentrism or heliocentrism, we as geocentrists, or aka flat earthers, we most of the time do not believe anything, and if so, it's a talk that goes into spiritual things or religious things, but we agree upon things we can observe, measure, and repeat. And that's
what you guys agree on is basically the fact that everything you can prove is what you agree on. So, for example, that the sun is moving, you agree on that. The sun moves. The Earth doesn't move. You cannot prove the Earth is moving. You don't agree with that.
We don't feel motion of the Earth, do we?
Me neither. Yeah.
I don't know one to measure the Earth moving.
I'd just like to bring up a real quick point, guys. We have 41 people in this YouTube live stream, in here in the Discord, and then we also have people listening. So we're gonna have a little bit more because it's gonna be the holidays. It's a little sidebar point that I'm bringing up. So just remember, we're gonna have a lot of new faces that are gonna be popping in here. So when they come in here, just remember if we can help them along, like this gentleman that we're helping on. So good on you guys.
It sounds like you need to just like start. I mean, like it sounds like you haven't really looked into it at all. Like, be good to like watch some documentaries on it and stuff, and come back and ask questions later.
Or you could start by asking yourself the question: what reason do you have to doubt that the Earth is flat, if any?
A flat is not a shape, remember.
Did you guys already show them the hashtags on this Discord so he can navigate through the topics that he might be interested in right now?
Yeah, we have 20. We have 28 people watching the YouTube live stream. It looks like, and we got some activity in the live stream text chat. So you guys can also check out what we got going on in there. YouTube live stream. I'm gonna put the live stream up for you guys. And remember, if you jump into the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, we want you guys to go to the text channel. It's live stream voice text. That's where everybody's posting things, so that in case we're speaking of things, you can actually put some things in live stream voice text, and then the YouTube live stream channel can see it as well. But that's the live stream, by the way, if you want to know where we're live streaming, and we're live streaming 24/7. So everybody in here is being recorded at all times. So yeah, just if somebody says anything that doesn't line up, we'll go back to the live stream. So it's for our benefit. So, but yeah.
What happened to that silly kid? Is he still here, or you guys got rid of him?
I think he's still here.
I had to go to Starbucks.
Try is still here.
Try a Clegg.
All right. There we go.
If there's anybody else that's new here, please chime in. We'd like to talk to you. We want to know what you think about the shape of the Earth and why you think what it is, or show us some evidence.
My question is like, if you don't believe that the Earth is a globe, like there is a bunch of stuff that you also must disagree with. Let's begin with starting with gravity and as funny as that.
But here's the thing, Trey, that you don't like. Let me. I'm gonna bring in some point of clarity. So you have this idea of how you think the conversation's gonna go when you come in here, and so you start to okay, let me set the parameters for it. That's not really how it works, right? So when you set foot in this intellectual forum, you're gonna find out that people are gonna put the globe to the test. And what I mean by that is when you come up with the idea of well, I think the Earth is a globe. Okay. Well, now, Trey, we want to know why you think the Earth is a globe. What evidence do you have? Yeah, one
I don't
second,
have any
Trey.
evidence.
Trey,
I already found out that.
Trey, I'm still talking. So also be respectful if other people are speaking. So don't run over them and thinking that it's going to be going well. So okay. So basically, what happens is we're going to challenge the point of the globe Earth. So when you come in here, we're going to ask questions like, how do you know this? And you just finished saying, you just admittedly said that you don't know anything about that. When that's great. But so then that means you shouldn't have a biased opinion on what you think the Earth is, or you flat earthers, or anything like that. You should be like, hey, what do you guys think? And we'll tell you, and then you guys can come up with maybe your own conclusions. But you have to be able to be willing to be open-minded. If we feel like you're not allowing the conversation to flow, or if you think that you know something, then we want to hear why you know what you know, just the evidence. So, go ahead, guys.
So yeah, so it's like when you see an object drop, you think gravity, because that's what you've been told to believe, right? So it's like it's not like we're, it's like you got to understand what. You just got to educate your more on the topic of what gravity really is, because it's like you're looking at all these different factors of density and mass and and all these other factors you can look at, and you're just thinking just the word gravity, right? So it's just it's not like we don't it's like we don't believe that there's a reason objects fall down. We're looking at the science, we're just dismissing what's we're separating the belief from what we can actually observe and measure.
Can I just speak to him for a second? So so what I want to say is so the first premise is that the Earth is a globe. So for you to move on any further, you have to prove that the Earth is a globe. Otherwise, all these things that come after it don't make any sense. So you're saying, oh, what about gravity? What about this? What about that? You have to go back to, is the Earth a globe, and how do I prove it, and where are the measurements? If you can't move past that, then if you can't give us an answer for that, then everything that comes after that relies on curvature and a globe is null and void. It doesn't matter, because you first need this globe.
What's his name? Trey. How old are you? You sound like you're 16. Are you 16 or are you
17? No, I'm 17.
Okay. Now, do you have a girlfriend?
No.
You don't.
Not anymore.
Have you ever had a girlfriend?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if one of your buddies said, "Hey, I saw so and so kissing so and so in the gym," would you believe him, or would you want some solid evidence?
I didn't hear what you said.
Somebody say it again. I can say it again.
I'll repeat that. So if you let's say you have a girlfriend, right? And you know one of your close homies says, "Hey, dude, you know I just saw your girlfriend. Your girlfriend's cheating on you, bro. He was with this guy at this time doing this and that, right? Would you believe your homie now? Granted, he's your friend.
Fucking God,
right?
pick a different metaphor. Pick a different analogy. This one is so tired and stupid.
I think it still works. Because it still works in the same principle. So
yeah, but you're putting energy out there. Break up with girlfriend. Don't fucking do that. Come up with something else.
Shut up, dude. No one's talking to you.
It's okay.
I don't think the analogy works. Like I don't even think the analogy functions.
I don't care what the fuck you guys think. Fuck up.
You guys, let's keep it cool. All right, it's just an analogy at the end of the day, and I think it works pretty well because it gets the point across. It follows the same principle of what we, what the message that we're trying to pass on.
Yeah.
So your girlfriend, is allegedly cheating on you. Are you going to ask for proof, or are you just going to believe your friend? Granted, he's your friend, and you trust him and everything like that. But are you really going to break up with your girlfriend purely because you heard this? Or are you going to ask for some evidence? Are you going to ask for some, confirming proof? You're going to ask for some evidence, of course. There we go.
That's what we are. We just ask for evidence. That's all we do. That's all we want. It's evidence.
Yeah.
That's all we want.
Yeah. But, like, isn't it, like, just... So if you deny the fact... Like, if you deny the Earth being a globe, don't you need to deny, like, also the whole... I don't know, like, do you believe in satellites? Do satellites exist?
You didn't listen to what I said before about you need curvature for all of these things, and if you don't have curvature, then these things can't be true.
So do you believe in
you need curvature?
So let me answer his question directly. Anything that they say happens in the vacuum of space, as far as we know, it's fiction. As far as I know, it's fiction. Because as far as I know,
that's what
But listen,
that's what I wanted to hear. Because
the vacuum of space is a fictional setting. It's great for movies. It's great for books. It's great for video games. But it's just a fictional setting.
What about?
All right, so real quick, I'm gonna talk about Timbo's point, Trey. I know you want to chime in here and talk about what else we believe. I know you're very young, but like let's stick to a point that kind of resonates with everyone. The shape of the Earth is important, right? For the fact that they figure in like radius, diameter, circumference. Do you know the radius of Earth right now, Trey? How big the Earth is? Do you know that?
No, I forgot.
Okay, so right now, what I want you to do is go to Google and type in what is the radius of Earth.
Right
Sorry?
Yeah, I'm gonna Google it right now.
Yeah, type in what is the radius of Earth, and then tell us the number that it gave you once you've done that.
So it's 6,300 kilometers.
Okay. I guess you can even put what is the diameter of Earth, because we're finding out right now. Just see,
well, it's just double. What do you mean?
Just for the room, Trey, not you. Just for the room. This young person who's listening to and maybe people telling him what the shape of the Earth is from school, and that he doesn't have anything to combat like this misinformation. So basically, what we need to lead him with is the information that's already provided for us, for anyone. So Trey, like right now, what I'm showing you is this is what they're telling us the Earth is currently, right?
Yeah.
Or how big it is, I should say. Does that make sense? Like that's what they're saying, right? So what we're doing is we're trying to find out how they got these numbers. Okay, so you got radius, you got diameter, and then you got circumference. According to a geometric shape that we live on a sphere or an oblate spheroid, this is the dimensions for that shape. The numbers that you're seeing, right? The 6,000 kilometer number that you see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now we got to find out, well, how did they get that number? This is important, right? This isn't about belief, right? Because obviously you see those numbers. You're not believing that you see those numbers. They're actually numbers that have been put there by, the information, whoever put the information there. So we got to find out, how did they figure this out? So is there any way that you can see, maybe looking it up, how did they figure out the radius of Earth? And then maybe just see what information pops up after that. I mean, you could even type that in as a question to Google and see what information comes up.
So you're looking for, you're asking me to look up how do we know what the radius is? Or
Yeah, how did they figure it out? Like what did they do? What did they do to figure out the radius of Earth?
Measured it.
Well, that's something easy to say, but we need to know how they've done it. What is the method by which they have done this? That's what we're looking for. This is the part where we're going to verify how they got these numbers.
Okay.
And this is what I want you. You're like, if you follow this method, you start to become critical thinker because you're starting to figure out, okay, they're telling me the Earth is this size. Now I'm curious. How did they figure it out?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not finding anything particular.
Interesting.
Satisfying.
Well, I mean, I gotta say this, man. There is there is information out there, but just not specific to this one, right?
Yeah.
So the reason I ask you to do this is because of this fact, Trey. The information that supports the geometric size of the Earth should be readily available, like on every single, like it should fill up your Google search, like with every way that you can find out.
Because when I typed in this radius, it immediately came up. When I'm typing in how they find out, I cannot find shit.
Yeah, so I posted a photo. It's called the Pythagorean theorem. So I don't know if you see it in the chat, but it just shows you like, so even like, so we don't, they, you're not ever going to find a good answer of how they got the radius in the first place. But even given the radius that they tell us, right? So one of the things that we do is we try to go out and we try to see if these numbers are correct, right? We can go out into the real world, make observations, right? So this is one of the things that we do. It's like we're, one of the big things about this is being able to see too far, right? We can see mountains, lighthouses, cities, whatever you can think of. We can see them at distances that are a geometric impossibility, right? Because physically they're supposed to be blocked by a certain amount of physical Earth curve. So you understand that? So
yeah, I sort of understand.
So like like a big one. I don't know. Do you I don't know if you've probably heard this before, but do you think that when boats go out and they disappear, do you think that's because they're disappearing over the physical curve of the Earth?
Yeah, that's a little bit into the. That's a little bit into the. Hang on, Trey. That's a little bit into like him trying to figure this out. I want him to figure out how they figured it out in the first place. 77 Con. I do want to have him talk to you about that. I just want him first of all to get to the point where he's realizing that this information that has been handed to him doesn't have any validity. And so once he because see, listen, all young minds are this way. They're curious about the thing, but if we're not going to get them more curious about how things have come about, then we're not going to ever get to the bottom of the issue, the cause, right, of why everybody believes that the Earth is a globe. So this agenda, it's been pushed on all of us. And so right now, Trey thinks the Earth is a globe because they told him so, right? So he thinks that. But he's not going to be able to tell you like intricate details of the curvature at the moment until he figures out what his belief is built on, which is really nothing. It's just ideas. But right now, Trey, this is important for you. Your understanding of what you think the Earth is, followed by whether or not they figured it out or not. So we got some numbers, right? Geometric shape. We looked that up, and of course, Google's easy. The first result was it spit out the number for the kilometers, right? How big it is. Well, what's even more interesting is that they gave you an answer, but they didn't give you the way to figure out how they've done it. Do you see the problem there?
See the problem.
So, if I told you, I gave you some numbers of how big my house is, but I've never shown you how it was built or anything. I just told you, just believe me. This is what they're doing. They're giving you numbers on how big something is, and they're just telling you, just believe me. And a lot of people don't know this, Trey, but when we're young, we know what our teachers tell us. And, our parents tell us, but we don't question there's no critical thinking involved. So this happens to all of us when we're really young. They teach us in like middle school and all that about the globe, but they tell us about it. They don't show us how they came about to know this.
That is correct. Yeah, I agree.
Well, I mean, and the evidence of that, Trey, is that we would ask you a question and you're like, I don't know how we know. And that's important, right? Because once you say that, that's evidence to us that they're just telling you that the earth is a globe. They're not showing you how it is. So being a curious person, I think when you start asking people, okay, how did they measure this earth? Like, what instruments did they use? Did they go over here? Did they measure it there? What was the method that they got the radius, diameter, circumference? And what you're going to hear is people telling you, just believe it. Just like a religion, just believe it.
Yeah.
It says so in the book. Or these are the calculations. The calculations aren't wrong. And to a degree, they're correct. The calculations fit a model. They fit a concept. But they don't fit reality. So what I mean by that is that when you take these numbers and you go out, let's say, make it a line of sight observation, you're not going to see any drop rate over distance. There's not going to be a point where you're measuring curvature over, like 10 miles or something. So, like, this is the part where we're investigating with, and all the people that are in here have done this already. They've investigated the question, right? So the globe being that it's supposed to be curving, Trey. That's what it's supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
So, and that's why we're saying people have already checked that the math that they're showing us doesn't fit reality. Or when you go out and you go test it, it doesn't match that.
Well,
but we can only say it. We can only say it from our perspective. We want you to kind of look into this. It's your journey, man. It's like, I don't know where you're at with your mind on this topic, but you might want to ask questions about like, what else do we know? But this, as far as this goes, I would say nobody knows the answer to the questions how it's a globe. Like, they just tell us, well, it's a globe. And we're like, that's great. You think it's a globe. Now show us the evidence of why you think that.
So, like, shouldn't you be then also denying basically all the science?
No. So science is a method, Trey?
Yeah, but like what? No, but like what's exactly like when you read a book about physics, what exactly do you think? Well, that is true. I think that's true. And where do you think? And the part that says about gravity, you're going to be like, no, that is... No,
okay, so gravity is used in a term that we can understand the effect, right? There is something called the law of gravity. You can look at this up, Trey, because I actually want you to. The law of gravity. That is the average rate at which things fall down, right? And you could say it's at around, 9.2 meters?
10, yeah.
Something like that, right? So we're gonna say that's the average rate. Now, some would say it's a constant rate. However, that's very disagreeable because it's not a constant rate because different elements fall at different speeds, and this is known. Different elements fall at different speeds. Okay, so let's look at what can be known is that different elements fall at an average speed of 9.8 meters per second. Right, so that's what we're gonna say. That's easy to know from like just testing this out, right? Dropping things. Okay. So that is the law of gravity. It's the actual phenomena that's taking place. When I drop a microphone or a rock or anything heavier than the air, it'll fall through the air at an average rate, right? This is what can be known. But the law of gravity, which the effect is not the cause. Two different things I want you to think about. The cause and the effect.
So the effect is what it is. The law of gravity. It's falling down. That's what you believe in. What we actually can see and prove, and what actually why that's happening is what we are being lied about. What are we being lied about effectively?
Right on, Trey. So we're looking at the cause of the effect. So the cause they're saying is Einsteinian gravity, right? Which is the bending and warping of space and time, which before it used to be the Newtonian gravity, right? So we're understanding the causation from the perspective of the globe. Everything falls at a specific rate. That's the effect we see. And the cause of it is because space and time are being warped by the giant Earth that you're standing on, which is the causation of the effect. Do you understand? That's the rhetoric. That's what they're claiming at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay. But like you said, this is the part where you have to believe because it's a theory for a good reason. It's something somebody just said to give the Earth a position in the vacuum of space with the idea that it can actually bend a concept. Bending a concept, which means it's warping and distorting time and space. So time being something that you and I know, like that's 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It's actually slowing and speeding things up depending on how it gets bent, on how much gravity affects it. That is utter nonsense, Trey.
Can I chime in for a second?
Yeah, go ahead, Jordan. I'm just going to say that's utter nonsense, and we're being taught this. Go ahead, Jordan.
I would just say that with gravity, the whole point of Einstein with his theory of relativity, it was just to save the globe because they had results that showed the Earth wasn't moving. And so he came up with general and special relativity. So pretty much what the globe will do is they'll just ad hoc stuff. They'll add stuff to fit their narratives when they don't they don't throw out their hypothesis. That's not like true science. They're not starting from a new hypothesis. Oh, we found results that the Earth isn't moving. So the Earth's not moving. Instead of throwing out the Earth moving, they threw out like the ether, and they came up with some weird theory that, you know, the Earth's moving, we just can't tell it's moving. So that's like the biggest problem with a lot of these globe assumptions. It has to do with Occam's razor. Occam's razor says that the least presumptions or the least assumptions is how you find truth. Like if you have less assumptions, then you just know more. Like you're not assuming anything. And that's the problem with the science and the things that support the globe. Like
right.
They're just
so what they're attributing science to, Trey, is something that is not science. It's in fact pseudoscience. So it's real science like biology, chemistry, things that we can actually test and know the cause of the effect. That's something that we can understand. Things people can actually work with things like that, right? Things that you cannot work with are things in the cosmos, right? Jupiter, Mars, Venus, all that kind of stuff. They don't know what those things are made of. But they are assumptions. They're giving you these ideas and putting into your head what they are, and then you're going around telling people, "Well, I know that planets are made of this, and they're this, and they're that," and it's like, yeah, but you just got that from somebody who thought of those ideas, and now you're thinking.
What about all the? I mean, not many, but some people claim to have been to space. So are they lying?
Well, think about it like this. It's not. You don't have to think. You don't have to think about. Are these people lying? Are they not lying? You have to put it in a category as in what evidence do they have to present to me that they're doing what they say they're doing in the place that they're doing.
What evidence do they have that they are not insane? They have actually been to space.
Yeah. So yeah.
Can I?
So it's not the question of their mental state, Trey. It's the question if they're able to do what they say they're doing. The ability to do what they're doing, not their mental state. We're not questioning whether their motives are because they're psychopaths and they're lying to you.
No.
We're not we're questioning, is it possible that a person can go into a place that we consider to be not even a place you can go to? So the evidence
in a court of law, it's considered hearsay.
It doesn't matter how you.
If we're trying to,
at the end of the day, they're still lying because they're claiming to have been there.
That's understandable. It is. But like President Orion was saying, in a court of law, you have to provide evidence for the case that you're bringing up. You can't just, it's hearsay. Like if I was to tell you I own 5 Lamborghinis and I live in a big mansion, just trust me. That's like what I say, right? I'm just saying things. But whether or not I do own that stuff, that has to be proven, right? I have to show you evidence that I own these things. So the evidence that they go ahead, Trey.
Yeah, but like, what about the whole GPS system?
All right, so we're going from question to question to question to question.
Yeah, because
usually, I know, Trey. It usually happens to a mind when it starts to think about one thing, but you haven't really realized the first question that we started talking about, right? And then now we're off to like, this is like maybe the third or fourth question.
Yeah.
So the mind hasn't really realized that it's understood that there's evidence for the case against the thing you're asking for. So we can't. I mean, it's difficult. I want to talk to you about different things, but unless you realize that there is.
Yeah, I get it. It's a little bit more complicated than I think it is. Yeah, I get it. So
the topic is pretty huge, but I understand your line of questioning for sure. Because you want to know a lot as far as you can with a little amount of time. Because I don't know how much time you have, but
no, I have quite a bit of time right
now. Well,
if
you're able to stick around, because I'm probably gonna let some other people to chime in here because I have to get ready for work.
Yeah.
But the thing that's important from where you're coming from, I think here, just use this as a way to think about things. The question that you're asking, whatever it is, make sure that you thoroughly go through it before you go to maybe another question you have. I would say this: just write everything down, or the questions that you want to ask. Because if you think of new things, it's hard to like skip to the next question. I would say write it down so that you won't forget, so that when you're done with that point, you can go, oh, look, that's the question I wanted to ask next, so that you won't forget. So that I would say do it that way, because a lot of people in here will kind of stop you and say, oh, we're not going to go to like 5 different questions. You just asked one already. So anyway, so we're in the point right now where you're starting to realize that, you know, it could be a possibility that they haven't given you a good evidence for the case of the globe, and they haven't, like I've shown you already by demonstration. You looked up like what the shape of the earth is, and now I told you go look up to see how they got the method by which they obtained it, and you know there really isn't much on that. And so now you're faced with, okay, it's weird, because there should be like an easy debunk for like figuring this out. And then none of us would be here. Like if there was an easy way for us to tell how it's measured and we could all measure it, and we'll be like, there would be no flat earthers whatsoever.
I certainly see a possibility that what you said is true and that they have no evidence, but I also don't completely deny the possibility that everything still is the way I learned it. So I'm like not.
Yeah, no, and listen, it's not about us trying to convince you. We don't want to do that. We're not in the convincing business. We're in the challenging business. We want to challenge you, so at least you have a foundation for your critical thinking. And whether you take the mantle up and go and challenge yourself or not, that's up to you, man, Trey. At the end of the day, you live with yourself. So if you want to keep thinking the earth is a globe for the rest of your life, that's on you, man. But if you want to challenge yourself and see how much you can know, then, I mean, start applying the critical thinking to the things. Just like what I said. They've given you some numbers. Go look to see how they figured it out. What is the method by which they got these numbers? And, you know, ask questions to your teachers, your professors, whoever. And, you know, give it to them. And I guarantee you, Trey, they're not going to have a direct answer to you. They're going to say, well, it's in the book. Didn't you read? Like, it's there. And you're going to be like, yeah, there's nothing here. I don't see how they did. Or they'll tell you an answer like Eratosthenes, you know, when Egyptian or, you know, whatever background he was from, but he lived thousands of years ago, and he put an obelisk in Syene and one in Alexandria, and 500 miles away he measured the shadow of the sun, and then the shadow of the sun showed him like, okay, well, one shadow of the sun on 12 noon is here, and another shadow of the sun is here on 12 noon. That means the earth's a globe. Voila. And so that's basically the gist of that. And it's ridiculous because it's like they're first of all pre-assuming that the earth is a globe. So the assumption is that earth is a globe, starting off with that idea, and then saying, well, the math fits. The earth is a globe, therefore it's a globe. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But that's the story, right? Of somebody telling you like, well, it was Eratosthenes with the obelisk, and he was looking down a well, and, you know.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I've been.
Well, if you've heard of it, then you probably know that is their explanation. That is their grand explanation for knowing that the earth is curvy. And it's a really ridiculous one at that. It's not even good. So we have a lot on our side to say for people to question. Like, there isn't any answer that anybody's given us that was like, whoa, man, this guy came with math. He came with evidence. Listen, Trey, we've talked to people from all points of academia and just regular people, and everybody's struggling with this because there's not an answer to this. Nobody's going to give us an answer to this. I can just assuredly tell you that right now. What we do have is people wanting it to be a globe. So, have you ever seen a good movie or a good story, Trey? Like maybe Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones or something like this?
Yeah, not Game of Thrones.
Okay, you understand that's fantasy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and we call that, like, each fantasy has its own lore. Do you know what lore is?
Yeah.
Okay, so the globe Earth has its own lore.
Mm-hmm.
And usually what we say, because it's apt to say this, but it's Santa Claus for adults, basically.
Okay. Yeah.
So people believe in the globe without any like evidence for it, and they're doing it, coming in here and telling us, yeah, well, the Earth's a globe. I believe it's, and we're like, we know you believe. That's all it is. It's just a belief, and it has a lot of lore that comes along with it. They tell you it's raining diamonds in Jupiter. We got our rovers running around on Mars. We got the Viking satellite just passed like the outer parts of our solar system. Just different things that they tell you. Dark matter, space bullets. The sound that two black holes make when they collide is like a sound of a bird chirping. I can tell you some weird stuff that you probably never heard of, being that you're very young. That I already know that they've said, that they on record that they've said. Did you know, fun fact, right? That the astronauts allegedly left 96 bags of human waste on the moon from all their moon mission trips.
No.
96 bags of human waste, including feces, vomit, and urine.
So what about
a lot of people don't know this, but we already trashed the moon, according to the rhetoric, which is the mainstream narrative. So here's the thing, right? There's a lot of stuff that's hidden from the public eye that they're even claiming with their rhetoric.
In your eyes.
Say again?
The moon doesn't exist in your eyes, does it?
No, I don't know why you would say that. Because here's the thing, Trey. Everything you see, I see. So if you stand somewhere, what do you think the moon is, Trey? When you look up at the moon, just what do you think it is? You don't have to.
I mean,
make
it looks like a circle.
I know. I see that same thing too, and I would say the same thing. So what else can you say about the moon?
We don't know. I don't know how far it is.
I could say the same thing.
It's either really, really far away, or it's either really far away and really big, or really close and much smaller. I don't know.
I could say the same thing. Now, what do you say about the stars, Trey?
Some white dots.
Mm-hmm.
The sky, but you said something about the moon. While
I'm agreeing with you. Everything that you're saying, Trey, I'm saying I agree. It looks exactly what you're seeing. I'm seeing it too.
Hey, Miggy, I think we should point out to him, these are observations he's pointing out, which are not claims. So you see, they're making a claim. They're making a claim and telling you that the moon is a spherical object and it exists in a vacuum of space and it's falling around the Earth magically in an orbit. So that's a claim. That's not an observation, that's a claim. Now, an observation is you and I just looking up at the moon and acknowledging the fact that as of this moment, it's an unverified light in the sky. Nothing more, nothing less.
So what I'm doing, it's an exercise, President Orion. It's an exercise for him because a lot of what we say in here is unrelatable, and he just made a statement. Don't you guys think that the moon isn't there? So what he doesn't understand is that if I was to stand side by side, everywhere you go and you look up at your sky, I see the exact same thing you see. I even possibly think exactly what you think when you look at that thing. Isn't that interesting, Trey? So when you see the sun, what do you think you see? Just your observation.
Just a wide. What? When I see the sun, just a yellow circle in the sky.
Okay, I see the same thing. Now we look at the stars. What do you think you see when you see the stars, Trey?
So you're saying that as soon as you agree with me, but as soon as somebody is trying to explain why something is like that, you start to question that. And
bingo, Yahtzee. So okay, so what happens when, just like President Orion was saying, this is important, right? Because he had to say that in order for you to understand. There's a specific lore that's attached to the globe. And that, what he just explained, was part of it. That's what we call lore. That is a fantasy idea that people believe that the moon is because astronauts landed on it and X, Y, and Z. I mean, there's a number of reasons why, but they'll say things about it. There's reflectors on the moon, 96 bags of waste. They've been to the moon 6 times, like whatever. Like there's a bunch of lore attached to it. And they're giving that lore to you. And so now you either believe or disbelieve the lore. But it's your choice. You don't have to. There's no facts involved. There's just, we say so. We've been there. We've done this. It's anecdotal. It's like me telling you, well, I've been to Narnia, by the way. And, while I was there, I met a lion that speaks. So I'm telling you something. Either you're going to take, well, I know Miggy, he's pretty straight up guy. I know he's telling the truth. He's been to Narnia and he spoke to a lion that speaks. So this is what they're telling you, a grand story. And you're just saying, well, they must be right. Well, what makes them right? Where is the evidence, sir? This is the standard for anything, right? It's not about believing, Trey. This information about the earth should be something that's your human right. You were born into this earth. You should know what your earth is.
Yeah.
Just tell you what it is. It is your right to know what it is, and you have the ability to critically think about what it is using your senses. So that's important, right?
So you also don't believe in any historical events that happened?
That's not the case either. So we're mainly right now we're focused on is the claim of the shape of the earth. Now, historical events, that could go into a realm where we start to speculate on what may or may not have happened.
Well, for me, it's the same thing, because it's also something that you cannot observe, yet you believe in it.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. What's different from that and what we're saying about the earth is the earth being what it is self-evident. Something that has been told to us that happened hundreds of years ago is not self-evident. There's a lot of claims that can be made about artifacts and things like this, but then there's stories attached to those artifacts. So we can't make a move on history to say that there's definitive claims being made where we can say it's self-evident, because you didn't live like 500 years ago to say that X, Y, and Z happened the way it did. So there's a lot of...
I just want to add on top of that. We don't have time machines, and we're not really... The server is not debating, events with absolute definity. You can't really prove one thing or another thing about events in the past. That's not something you can prove with definity. But however, keep in mind, something you can, here and now, in the present day, in the present moment, something you can prove with absolute definity is the surface of the earth, whether or not it is flat or conforming to the shape of a sphere. That's something you can prove. So that's a very important difference to point out between those two subjects. One you can know for sure, the other you cannot.
Oh, indeed. And so do you understand that? What we're speaking of, Trey?
Yeah, I understand that.
All right. So long as it makes sense, right? We want to go somewhere with you where we're taking you for this. We're walking in the same in the same pace, so we don't leave you behind and like you're not really understanding. So you do understand what we're saying, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. As long as it makes sense, we can continue moving forward. I guess into the presentation of like why it's possible that you don't know and you've only been told these things and you only believe, but you now understand. Okay, so we look up at the night sky and you say, "Hey, I see this and it looks like this to me." And I'm a flat earther. I'm gonna look up at the night sky and I'm gonna be like, "Yeah, pretty much. It looks that way to me too." When is it that we're gonna disagree? That you and me are gonna disagree?
When it comes to actually saying, interpreting what these things are.
Indeed. I'm glad that actually, this is important, Trey, because it's not about you saying what they are. We've been given a story. So the lore that supports what they are is not something you came up with or what I came up with. It's what someone else has come up with, man. And we're taught to believe that's what it is. And then we ask the next guy, because he would be the third person standing on the other side, right? He's like, hey, I came up with the idea that it rains diamonds on Jupiter. And then we're going to both ask him, how do you know that? And he's going to say, well, it's because Jupiter's a gas giant and that sun. And then we're going to ask him another question. How do you know that? And we're going to sound like a 3-year-old because it's going to sound to him like he can never get to giving us the primary source of information of how he knows these things. At the end of all of that, Trey, he's going to say, well, that's just my best guess of what could be happening on a gas giant like Jupiter. He's never going to tell you how we can verify that that is true. Anyway, something to think about, Trey.
Yeah, something to think about for sure.
But I'm gonna go ahead and I got a lot of stuff to get ready for.
All right.
But yeah, it's listen. Stay in here, listen to some conversations, and some might be listen. I'll preface it this way: it's gonna get the nature of this Discord and the way it operates in here is because a lot of people don't know that they're committing logical fallacies. So a lot of us already know about them. I would say start to look up the logical fallacies and what they are, and then see why people get called out in this server for them. This is an intellectual server. Like the people in here have done a lot of research, spend a lot of time looking into these subjects. So, mind you, there's some new flat earthers that come in here to this forum and they don't know how we do things. I would say just be patient because a lot of times it gets heated and you could be jumping in on a conversation where somebody might be upset with someone else and just
okay.
But anyways, like I really do want to help the younger generation because you guys are the next generation of critical thinkers, man. It's important to me that you guys have at least some sort of way to be curious and ask questions. That's it. I don't care if you turn into a flat earther tomorrow or not. That's not important to me. Okay. What's important is that you become a critical thinker. That's it. Like that's the end of it. Like for me, if the end result of that or the byproduct is you become a flat earther, then I'll be happy about that. But if not, you know what? At least you came in here and you listened for a little bit.
Okay.
That's the only thing that matters.
Hey Trey, I linked a documentary. It's just a decent introduction. If you want to spend time.
Yeah, sure. Send it to me.
I linked it in the chat.
Okay.
All right, gentlemen, I got
in the live stream voice text chat.
Yeah.
Oh, brother, it's time to learn. You're gonna love this.
Okay.
Who's that, Glat? What's up, Glat?
Hey, boys and girls.
Tag, you're it.
Oh, I just wanted to say to the young man, I just came in the conversation 8 minutes ago, but I just want to say, that this is the most interesting thing I've ever talked about or thought about in my life, and I can't get enough of it. I thought, I'd gone my life and, humans have everything figured out and this, that, and the other, and then come to find out there's a lot left that we don't know. There's a lot that we've been lied to about. So learning this stuff is an amazing experience, and, if I could get past, once I got past the ego blow, right, the holy shit, I was tricked. I was duped and fooled. Darn it. Once I could get past, accepting and admitting that I had the wool over my eyes and, that's okay. I accepted that. It's all about acceptance. Then you can actually learn using your own ability to learn. I'm not trying to listen to what someone else says about what I can see for myself. So anyway, the tangent.
He's gone.
I love it. You're gonna love learning this stuff.
I think he hopped off.
He aborted mission.
That's probably my fault. I died, Tribe, dude. I'm sorry.
I think he just went to go watch that documentary.
Hopefully,
we're gonna have a lot of new people. It's the holidays. A lot of kids are off of school, so we're gonna get the younger crowd probably flowing in here. So be aware of that, guys. So yeah, there's a lot of activity happening. Even right now, it's crazy. We got 35 people in here, and we got 25 in the YouTube live stream. So we know that holidays are already kids are getting out of school and they want to pop into YouTube and.
Those people in the YouTube chat there, listen, if you want to make fun of somebody and not take a subject seriously, yeah, follow the attitudes expressed in a lot of the YouTube chatters. You know, they seem to have an attitude, but we don't here. We're just trying to let you know about some truths. I'm not going to make fun of you no matter what you think. And those anti-flat earthers out there, they do make fun of people because of what they think. And that's too bad. Disappointing. You don't have to be like that, and flat earthers aren't like that.
Oh, Trey's back, by the way, so.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. I was listening to this conversation, but just sitting back on the road. But I'm jumping out of here, so I will see you all a little later.
Bye.
Yeah, I'd like to say that, well, I like to say that the globe has to stand on its own merits, all right? If somebody has positive claims for the globe, then it has to stand on its own merit. It's not about comparing between, not about a dichotomy, not comparing, well, if it was flat, then it'd have to work this way or whatever. If the globe has positive claims attached, then they have to be able to be supported with evidence, repeatable and testable.
That stinky fish, man. Stinky fish. The whole globe narrative. You got to figure a story that takes this much damage control to suppress, right? The fact that the globe is not our reality. Look how hard they got to try. And Flat Earth just keeps growing, right? So to the audience, what does it look like to you? Does it look like the globe is winning because it's an obvious reality? Or does it look like Flat Earth isn't going anywhere because we might have something to our argument? Uh-oh.
The implications.
Right. I mean, if kids are taught how to think at all, past 2 plus 2, past here's how you tie your shoes, why, you'll see exactly the implications of what that means. They're scrambling. If Earth were a globe, where would the curvature be? Everywhere. We wouldn't have to be trying to nickel and dime with these people. Where's the curvature? Well, refraction says that. Really? No. Point at the curvature. Point at it. If you can't find it, it's not a globe. I don't want to hear about optical nonsense. That's pathetic that you have to even go down that route. The curvature should be obvious to everybody. Should be obvious to people who can barely see, okay? Get out of here with this. It's over. We got way more important shit to figure out, humans. Can't believe we're still arguing about this.
It's crazy, isn't it?
If it was that obvious, right? If it was observable and experienced, then children wouldn't need to be taught that, that we're living on a spinning ball in a vacuum.
Exactly. They're like, no. You are moving. 7-year-old's like, what? No, we're not. No, yeah, because it's so stationary. Listen, honey, because it's so stationary, that means we're moving. Okay. Right, yeah, okay. Now drink your milk.
Right, yeah. We have people come in all the time and we ask for evidence of axial rotation, just the axial rotation. And they say, most of the time they'll come forth with it. Oh, if you're in a plane that's moving, or if you're in a car, like, whoa, wait a sec. That's only applicable if you've already established that we're in motion. So, like you said, the lack of sensation of moving or the lack of experience of moving isn't a qualifier for the idea that we are in motion.
And the fact that you can't. Sorry. I was just going to say the fact that you. Sorry.
If there's any admins, can you guys get my friends in? I invited my friends. He's on VC checking.
Please.
You can never observe the movement of the Earth from your own frame of reference. It has to be a frame of reference outside of you. And there you go, blind belief.
Yeah, it's that one. It's denial. It's incredulity. Man, I hate that word. It's to me, it's this one statement. I cannot have been fooled. Once again, that's what's going on in these people's minds. More so their subconscious than anything. God forbid they look in the mirror and say, I was fooled. But the back of their heads are constantly going, there's no fucking way they could get away with it.
Well, the humility.
No way I was fooled. No way my family was fooled. No way the rest of the world was fooled. No.
Well, the humility isn't a bad thing to experience in life. It's actually really good to experience humility and being humble. It's fine that you're fooled. Yeah. It's the ability to humiliate yourself before anyone else can.
Right. You humble yourself before your mistakes. Humble yourself before you learn something you didn't know before, and it shouldn't affect you. It shouldn't affect your ego. It shouldn't affect your emotions past a certain point. After that, it's like, okay, what do I do with this information?
Yeah, I didn't really understand what confirmation bias was until recently. It's interesting to see it employed so much within the globe rhetoric and narrative.
I just think the main lesson is how easily human beings can blindly believe something and be taught to have the mindset to do it more and more, like over time. It's like we're being conducted in a huge social experiment.
Right, yeah. Like, let's see how many people we can convince to ignore their everyday experience of reality in place of something ludicrous, preposterous.
Well, just also, if you could imagine yourself being a part or being conducted into a social experiment, and somebody's recording the reactions of the people and how many people would blindly believe something, like, it's good to, help people harness that mindset that they would be able to rise out of that social experiment and, get a better grade on the results.
Oh, wow. Love you guys.
You too, man. No, I think someone that's able to step away, out there, not become emotionally attached to an idea, and able to look at it from an outsider view and look at what's the information that's presented to them, from that non-biased point of view, then I think that they have the advantage. And like a student with that mindset, they'll be able to analyze what's presented to them more critically, even if they know that they're required to give certain answers which will be called correct. They're still able to maintain that level, that mentality that doesn't allow them to be swept up in the information presented, and to be able to think about it and go, well, is this speculation? Can it be tested? And put it into its proper place.
Yeah, a lot of the ways that they're able to trick people into these social experiments is somehow placing guilt on folks, or like the engineering part of it, how we can absolutely observe some sort of engineering going on with kids because they're using the No Kid Left Behind method to actually dumb down curriculum in schools so that they say that they're putting everyone on a level plane. Funny irony. But what they're doing is they're stifling, brilliance. So that's something there too.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they use that term. The world is flat, politically, economically, in the medical industry, in all these different, social sciences. Like you said, they're putting things on a level that's used to describe what's, a level playing field. And it's ironic that they use that terminology. But yeah, you're right. They do. There's an incentive for schools, educational institutions, to pass students. Right? It's such a mess because they're granted funding. There's support from government if you meet a quota, right? So they've got this agenda to pass students, right? And I've seen it firsthand that a teacher will literally sit there and give students answers to test questions and things like that.
Well, that's the whole thing. That's why the whole idea of school is ridiculous. if you think about it, the way that you're ushering kids into a place all together, putting them all together, like some sort of camp, and then telling them to read books and to regurgitate information instead of fully understanding everything. Like that's the way, that's our method of schooling kids. That method makes no sense. It stifles brilliance on its face. So there's no I don't know. There's no room for brilliance in that whole method.
I will admit, I did find a different, a different mentality and attitude, an encouragement beyond high school. I observed this encouragement from teachers to think outside the box, right? But then they also employed this positive reinforcement method too, where I wrote this thing on Mars in college, basically. Let's just call it the equivalent of college. It was just an essay on Mars, and the teacher was so impressed with it. She said, "I'm going to use this as an example of what I expect from students for next year." And I've polished my badge, and I felt, oh cool, I'm smart. It was just. And then I think back on it and go, geez, the trickery, stupid, really, just teaching you to be stupid, not smart.
Yeah, if you wanted to really believe in like some sort of witchcraft, if that would be the effect what would kind of like trickery, sleight of hand, like magic trick. They do that with those methods, yeah.
So I was debating a Glober who was claimed to be a geodetic surveyor, and I have a question, because I was asking him, I was like, do you guys presuppose the radius when you do your, because I don't really know much about it, but I was asking him, like, specifically, do you presuppose the radius of the Earth? And he kept on saying no, but in a really weird way. He wasn't giving me a straightforward answer. I was wondering what you guys' thoughts on that are.
All the math that obtains to measurements that's written down and not applied, it's to presuppose the globe. Yeah, so that's probably why.
Dude, you could read an excerpt straight from Mathematical Theories on Higher Geodesy from Helmert. Although it's possible not to reach the surface of the Earth everywhere, it has become possible to make a general knowledge of the shape of the Earth by applying a mathematical transform of the whole body, upon which factors are the gravitational and rotation of the body. So that is a whole body model in principle, to which the measurements that they take are then transformed into. Okay, if it was just straight up, I'm a geodetic surveyor and I'm taking my straight measurements and I'm applying them like puzzle pieces to other measurements, right? You'd end up with a big finished puzzle. You wouldn't need to have the picture of the puzzle, right, beforehand, would you? So yes, it is the case that based on certain principles, like the assumption that Earth is a giant gravitational body, spherical in nature, and that it's rotating about an axis, etc. So yes, it is true that they have a model that which they're applying these measurements to.
Gotcha.
You ever seen a page out of a book like that before in your life?
What's up, AI?
Not much. But yeah, to the person asking, have you ever seen a page from a book like that before?
From like what the surveyors are looking at?
No, like where the principles come from. The surveyors are looking at end user stuff. They have no idea what all this stuff is built upon. They're just inputting stuff into a matrix system. You think the local geodetic surveyor is responsible for the entire globe? Of course not. So if you've never seen a page like that, I'll put one for you. And when you look at this, you're going to scratch your head and laugh. Wait till you see this. How ridiculous.
Yeah, I'll definitely take a look.
Hold on, I'm going to go on mute while I find it. What up? All right, I put it in there.
Yeah, I got it. Cool. Thanks, man.
Yeah, so if you look at that image, right, you see a hill, right, and then you see a plumb line. Now, normally you'd just think, well, a plumb line, I mean, that's perpendicular to level, is it not? And level is horizontal, is it not? And you look here and you're like, holy crap, one hill has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 freaking different levels and 7 different plumb lines. Then you got the Earth's surface here, right? Then you got these other lines, which are some weird, numbers here. WP, W equals WP. Then you've got the geoid here, W equals W8 equals P8, H0, reference ellipsoid, N0, orthometric height, actual height, equipotential surface, constant. What's all this nonsense, dude? I thought they just measured the Earth as it was, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy. So yeah, it should just be Earth's surface, right?
Exactly. What this is showing you, my friend, regardless of whoever wants to hem and haw, right, is that this claim that they can just go out and measure this curvature with geodetic surveying, right, because they're using actual measurement methods that are directly applicable, right, like set in stone coordinates and all this stuff, it's not true. They have to shove it through a mathematical construct and have stuff come out the other end. That is in principle. Why would you say that? Well, the answer is because even in their model, the Earth isn't a homogeneous body, right? There's different topography, obviously, we know that. That could be traced in some kind of Cartesian coordinate system, right? Or dead reckoning, or however you want to call it. Do they do that? No, they don't. They get all this math. Now, why do they need this? Well, in their worldview, plumb is not perpendicular to horizontal, necessarily, right? In all instances, in all places on the Earth, because in their view, horizontal, right, level, right, and Plum, right, are all based on gravity. And since gravity, in their view, is based on the distribution of mass, whether it be mass attracts mass, like ancient history, or the new hotness, which is the bending and warping of space-time, no matter how you place it, it's all caused by density distribution of mass. Now, the Earth isn't a perfect object, and it's not homogeneous, so that means that you're never going to have gravity be perfect. Gravity's not going to act like radial spokes out from the center of the Earth. It's never going to act that way. In some places, in their view, it might be close, but it's always going to be wonkily donkily. So you can never say, where I am, my plumb line is pointed to the bottom of the center of the Earth, right? That would be foolish to claim that that's happening in their worldview, because there's all these differentials of quote unquote forces at play. So there is no standard where you could just say, oh, I know that if I'm here and I go over there, I'm exactly 0.3 degrees radial offset from the original position, and therefore I can chart my little metrics that I measured. No, it's not the truth. Now, what's interesting is the best part about this way of doing things is that if you ever come up with an anomaly or an error, you just BS your way through it.
Yeah, I just read a bit of the preface, and it was literally saying exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, so the next time some guy is like, oh, I shot a geodetic survey across, one trillionth of the surface of the Earth. Therefore, I could tell you the Earth is most certainly a globe, because when I went here and I went there, it seemed like my plumb line was off a little bit from the last one I did. Therefore, the Earth's a globe.
Oh, I'm convinced it's a globe.
Let's keep in mind that a lot of these dudes, like these low-level dudes, they're using equipment that is cited by eye. By eye. Yeah, some of them have an auto level, right? So you level the one, and then you look through your little eyepiece to one far away. And then you try to say, oh, it's perfectly aimed at that other one now. But they're doing it by eye. You know how easy it is to be off through a reticle when you're looking at it with your eyeball? Well, anybody who's ever shot a gun knows how easy it is to be off.
Yeah, just reading the first. Just reading like right in the very beginning. Yeah, it's like this says, geodesy is the science of measuring and mapping the Earth's surface. The surface of the Earth has more or less the shape of a sphere with a radius of 6,370 kilometers. So it's like right off the bat, they're like, we're assuming the radius of the Earth.
Oh yeah.
So now, yeah. So that guy lied.
Dude, it's funny how when you go into some of these things, you find that the document or the book or the grounding has these disclaimers in it. Like, for example, Newton, right? Newtonian gravity. People are like, oh, Newton. Newton himself said that if you believe that there's some kind of connection between masses that are far apart, right? Then you're out of your mind. That's basically what Newton said. He's like, nevertheless, here's a theory, right, that could explain gravity based on what we see. And then people are like, oh my goodness, that's the truth. Fast forward to today, then Einstein supplants Newton, right? But even in Einsteinian relativism, there's these same similar quotes where they're basically giving the game away. By saying like it's impossible to say that the Earth is moving.
Right.
In a relativistic system.
Yeah, you can't know by your own frame of reference. It has to be something outside of you, and you can't do that.
Absolutely. And then you have where people say the speed of light is a constant. The speed of light is, I want you to listen, is a constant.
Exactly.
Wrong. The speed
Well, I
of
mean,
light
it's-
was chosen. The speed of light was chosen to be the constant upon which they based the relativistic framework upon.
Right. Yeah.
They just picked one. It's like, well, might as well
Speed
pick
of
light.
I just think that that's crazy. The speed of light. When there is no speed of light. It just when it comes on, it's on.
There's another one. I can't remember if it's Copernicus. One of these big works. The preface of it, basically, the guy who did the preface, he basically wrote that due to the laws of perspective, you will notice that these two objects in the sky do this and do thus. If the thing you're about to read is true, right, then this can't be done. Therefore, what you're about to read isn't true. Nevertheless, go ahead and read it. And then people go ahead and read it and think it's true when the guy debunked it in the opening statement of the book.
Law of attraction, man. And that, I mean, if you see something over 10 times, what that puts in your brain, you start believing things that you see over and over. That's why movies and TV are so damaging to your mindset and what you believe. It plays too much of a part in a fictional reality than it does in your actual reality.
Yeah.
What he just described was like a bunch of people read Newton's fan fiction and were like, "Oh my god, it's so real."
Yeah, even though Newton himself, said it's not legit.
Yeah,
you have to be basically. Basically said to believe this to be the truth, you have to be incompetent in philosophical matters. It's the only way you can believe it to be true.
Yeah. Well, it's just funny to me that like a lot of people write fan fictions about their favorite stuff, like that they get super nerds about, and then he wrote a fan fiction and everybody believed that it was real, and that's just kind of funny. That's actually kind of scary.
Oh. I just want to point out that it's not so out there that there would be a social experiment on humanity. If it's so easy to do and they've done it in the past, they just wait forever to tell you that they did it and then apologize when there's nothing that can be done about it. So if you know that they've done it in the past, don't put it past them to do it again.
Isn't that what they always do, though? It's better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, why would you tell your subjects of an experiment that you're experimenting on them if you want organic results?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like the government ever intentionally gave black people syphilis or anything,
Or God forbid anybody talks about the Tuskegee experiments. Bill Clinton openly apologized for all that stuff.
Yeah. If anybody knows anything about, never mind. I don't need to get off today.
Yeah, we might want to go back to NFE so we don't get anybody shut down on it.
Yeah.
We got to rein it back in a little bit. Y'all are completely right, man. It's exactly. I hope everybody's having a good.
I didn't quite catch you. What'd you say?
I said I hope everybody's having a good evening today.
Yeah, my son's taking a nap, so I just don't get to hear people talk about flat Earth in my everyday life. So I like hopping on here, and I'm content with just listening to everyone talk about it because it's liberating. It really is, because you can't just say it out where you're at, and it's just nice to come in here and not be in an echo chamber. Even if I'm just listening, I don't care.
Yeah, it's kind of hard being around people who have closed ears and they just want to repeat what they heard on TV or saw on the internet. They don't have any minds to actually talk and discuss things.
Nobody wants to have any kind of interactions like that anymore. It's all just, you can see how selfish people are, and they just want to talk about them and their own personal lives instead of thinking outside of themselves and what's really going on around them. And they're all stuck in a little bubble, and they're being told that it's okay to stay in your bubble. Actually, stay away from other people's bubbles.
Yeah, they have that kind of stay in your lane mentality while they stare at their little shiny scrying mirrors all day.
I'm so glad you said scrying mirrors, because it's like a scrying mirror. It really is. It's crazy times that we're living in. People think one thing, but it's really another. Truth is stranger than fiction.
Yeah, there's a lot of parallels between terms related to broadcasting and like waves and frequency type stuff. It's all directly connected to a lot of occult and chanting terminology.
But yeah, and the law of attraction, like, make somebody else do something that you're trying to push and them to consent to it. It's all about your consent, and that you do it instead of being able to put the blame on someone else. It's you're the one who did it. So by law of attraction, you consented whether you knew you did or not. And people aren't even thinking in that kind of that mindset. And them not thinking about it at all is what's being used to their own detriment.
I was going to read out before, after AI mentioned Newton. It is inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else, which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must do if gravitation, in the sense of Epicurus, be essential and inherent in it. And this is one reason why I desired you would not ascribe innate gravity to me. Interesting. It says, which is not material. He said, which is not material. Is that where Einstein enters the room to claim
Yes.
fabric of space-time?
Right. People just wrap their minds around that. Somebody took a concept and made it a physical thing. And it's just it's a concept. It's nuts.
They feed your words like gravity, and then they don't tell you the actual meaning, like weight and seriousness. And then they act like if you don't take them seriously, then you would no longer have weight and float away.
Yeah, like there are many other explanations for the things that we observe that you can actually test yourself. And gravity is something that's just not able to be tested conveniently.
Yeah, it's not what they say it is anyway. It's just weight, or like the gravity of the situation, taking something seriously or not caring about it, joking about it.
But even if you want to take the stance of everything being inherently electrostatic, and that there is a downward movement of the electrostatics in the air.
Yeah, but their whole paradigm falls apart when things lose their electromagnetism when they become liquid. Like the metals get a certain. Like the whole molten core thing. It's just.
Yeah, also presupposition, like that you've never tested the core, and you've never been there, but you guess that it is, and then we're supposed to believe it.
Yeah.
Where's the evidence?
They see a phenomenon of like lava tubes and molten, and they assume that there must be a giant like ball of molten whatever down there, and that it couldn't possibly be some other phenomenon that's actually liquefying the whatever.
Have you guys ever seen an actual working example of space-time causing something to move towards another object?
No, you're roboting out bad.
I think that last one was an expletive.
What's up?
Much better.
So I was asking, have you ever seen a functional demonstration of space-time, how it moves things, how one thing moves towards another thing?
There's no way to, because those things are concepts, to put like some sort of physical property to them, that you can't see that, you can't observe that. It's ridiculous. It's what it is.
Right, but there are attempts to at least to show or pictorialize this.
The bed
but have
sheet.
you ever seen one? Yes,
the bed sheet and the trampoline. Yeah.
So what they do with the bed sheet, right, is they tell you, well, if I put the big ball in, right, the big ball causes the fabric of space and time to bend around it, right? And of course, in this example, they can only show you one plane, right, because they can't wrap it in bed sheet directions. In principle, it would be in all directions, not just this one direction, right? Now, interestingly enough, when they put the ball in the bed sheet, the thing that's making the bed sheet move is not so much the object displacing the bed sheet as it is gravity, which they're appealing to, pulling the bed sheet down in their mind, right? Now that they've done that, right, they then put smaller balls on the bed sheet, and then the smaller balls roll towards the ball, the big ball, right? But, you know, they like sing them along, so it creates like what looks like an orbit. And so they say, look, here we've explained orbits, and we've explained one mass seeming to attract other masses. But what did they really do? Well, what they really did is they appealed to natural gravity by using natural gravity, right? Which is just, you know, the phenomenon that things go down, you know, if they're in a less dense medium, right? So they did that, which caused the sheet to become an inclined plane. They then demonstrated the physics of an inclined plane. They didn't demonstrate the warping and bending of space-time. So they appealed to down, right? Used down to try to prove this omnidirectional bending and warping space-time. Now, here's what's interesting about it. If you take the ball and you put it on a table, and the table's flat, and you then take the other balls and you put it on a table and the table's flat, the balls won't roll towards the other ball. They won't move towards the other ball, right? So what did the inclined plane do that changed all of this? Well, it created motion, initial motion. Now, that's a key. Now, if you go into 3D representations of space-time and how space-time works, right, on a universal scale, the same principle applies. Nothing's going to happen if you bend and warp space-time unless you have a principle for the first motion. Now, in the example with the bedsheet, the principle that causes the first motion is the phenomenon colloquially and theoretically in bologna sandwich known as gravity, right? That's what causes the motion of the ball initially. So they need motion, and hence the universe is expanding out from the Big Bang. That creates the motion. So they need the bending and warping of space-time to create like all of these inclined planes. But inclined plane in itself is meaningless without gravity to appeal to. So if you threw out Newtonian gravity as you're down from the example, now what's causing it to move along the inclined plane of the mesh of the fabric of space-time? Well, the answer is, you know, the velocity that it has from being shot out of the Big Bang's butthole. So you can see there that it's one big circle reasoning. Right?
Yeah, and they make people just feel like that ego, that feel so smart just to get the whole idea of what you just described and applying that to their way of thinking. And really, that was not any. It was, yeah, like you said, like circular reasoning. There's no basis for that experiment.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we have the same problem that they always have, which is the prime mover. There is no rationality that they can come up with for the initial motion of the universe. That's part of the problem.
How is fourth dimensional space-time warping causing things to move in a planar fashion?
Well, if you watch some of the advanced graphical demonstrations, it's essentially like train tracks. You know, it is kind of similar to the bedsheet thing, but if you imagine the bedsheet had train tracks drawn on it, when you put the big ball in it, the train tracks would change the way they're pointed. And, you know, the matter is destined to just follow the track. If you alter the train track,
You've cut out again.
right? So I was saying, if you have the train tracks, what alters the train tracks in their worldview is the presence of a large mass, because it displaces, kind of like if you put a bowling ball in water, the water would spill over the tub. And so as it expands from the displacement of the mass, it kind of wraps around the mass and creates, circular style displacement. And that's why you get these orbits and stuff. That's why you get circular paths and circular patterns. It's not that the large object is pulling the small object in towards it. It's that it's creating a bunch of circular paths that the object takes.
So what's establishing the polarity then?
Exactly, because in the example that they give with the bed sheet, they're appealing to the phenomenon of down.
Right.
And then they're trying to apply that same space-time bed sheet on a grander scale when they don't have it down anymore. Now, people will always say, well, the bed sheet example is just a crude, way of showing it to kids and students. It's not how it really works. Really? Well, you go up to the models that they show in graphical, programs of how it quote unquote really works, and it has the same problem.
Yep.
Okay, here's the problem. Take the bed sheet, right? Example. Now, remove down out of it in your mind. Just have a bed sheet and a ball in the middle of nowhere in free space, floating. Now, take another ball, set it on the edge of the bed sheet, right, away from the big ball. Now, you've already removed down. Now I want you to explain to me what's going to happen. The answer is nothing's going to happen. They're both going to stand still. Right?
Yep, I'm following.
Yep.
So, boom, it's over. The end.
Yeah, where's your movement? Got to prove where that inertia came from to begin with.
Right. Now they want to appeal intuitively to, it's a big mass, so it's going to attract that smaller mass. You'd be like, hold on, friend. You abandoned mass attracts mass when you adopted relativity, space-time warping. You can't have both, sucker. You told me that space-time warping is the real deal, and mass attracts mass is an illusion of what's actually going on. It's not actually happening. No mass is actually pulling on another mass, just like Newton said. So you can't appeal to both existing. Mass attracts mass in that worldview then just becomes a mathematical construct of explaining the fundamental underpremise, which is actually causing the thing to happen, which is the bending and warping of space-time. But without mass attracts mass, the bending and warping of space-time can't function unless you have motion. This is why they need a universe in constant ass-blasting motion from the Big Bang. Because if they don't have that projected motion ad infinitum, these magical railroad tracks aren't going to move anything, because a train that's standing still isn't going to start moving no matter how often you switch the track in front of it. Switch the track to the left. Is it going to go to the left? No, because it's not going anywhere. It's standing still.
Yep, got to take it to the crux of the matter.
Now, what's hilarious is that some of these people believe that gravity is what caused the Big Bang to happen. But they need the motion that's a consequence of the Big Bang to make gravity function. So now you have a first cause fallacy and an infinite regression and an infinite appeal to the future. So you have three fallacies in one. And then they scratch their head and saying, "Oh, you morons just believe an omnipotent deity did it. You guys believe an extra-dimensional sentient super being that actually has greater powers than the sum total of the universe did it. That's retarded." Now, to be fair, not everyone believes that, but let's just take that at face value.
I gotcha. I'm right with you.
There's nothing illogical about an external agent that has powers greater than the abilities within the universe itself. There's nothing illogical or self-defeating about that. There is something self-defeating about requiring a first cause of motion when you need motion to be the thing that you claim is the first cause in the first instance.
Agreed, my man. Agreed.
It's really this simple. It's really this simple. Nothing is moving. Nothing is moving. How do you get motion?
Right. Well, I was going to say, like E equals MC squared. So wouldn't the Big Bang need to have been like the singularity? Wouldn't it have to have been in motion? I don't know. That's going way beyond. That's begging the question. Like.
And back to it being absurd that there's a creator, which makes no sense to me. They use adaptation as proof of evolution, but the bird is still a bird. It didn't change into a lizard. Like we've never seen observed anything like that whatsoever. And people take it like that's how we had to form, when it's absurd on its face that we would evolve from something that still exists and we don't observe them still doing it.
I've been looking down that link you sent me. I thought this image was funny. It's like, okay, when you're measuring the Earth and it's flat, but you look what we assume it's an ellipsoid, so it's not really flat. So I just thought that was a funny figure.
What's not really flat?
Oh, it's just like, it's like they're assuming this ellipsoid when they're doing it's like in this little drawing, it's like they're measuring it flat, but they're assuming an ellipsoid. So they think there's actually some imaginary curve there.
Yeah.
I just thought it was
absolutely
pretty funny one. Oh, it's flat, but no, it's curving.
We had a similar admission. So back in the day when we had the black swan and the laser test were the two main points that were argued in this arena, is that they would always appeal to these optical experts that would speak about refraction. And one of them was the name of Andrew Thomas Young. And when you got into his stuff, he has a quote, which is basically, we take all of the measurements flat, right? But we know that the Earth isn't flat, so we transform them around a presupposed sphere. Woo! It's like, oh man, nothing untoward about that.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
Nothing to see here. Move along.
Yeah, it's like the Earth's surface is definitely not what they're measuring.
That's one of my favorite aspects of modern scientism, is that they do a study And then they just throw out any data they don't like and call them outliers.
Yep.
If it don't fit the narrative, it's got to go. That's it reminds me of the topic of global warming. A friend of mine a number of years ago, I was talking with, told me, or I had said, well, look, the biggest issue with global warming is how do you measure and know that the measurements you're making today are made with equipment of a similar accuracy as the equipment from 100 plus years ago. And so he said, well, they've done a study to prove that. He said they've done a study to interpolate all the more data collection points they have now, et cetera, et cetera. And I said, okay, great, well, send it to me. So he sent me a link. I actually looked up the study. And the first sentence said, presupposing global warming or anthropomorphic global warming is occurring, blah, blah, blah. And so I then sent them back and said, no, you're going to have to come up with something else because this assumes the conclusion. It begs the question.
Is what?
And it's same thing they do. The same thing they do to us here. Oh well, we measured them all on a flat plane, but we'll just wrap them around an imaginary squishy water cover ball.
But do you remember the hockey stick graph?
Oh, absolutely. And I also remember glaciers were supposed to be gone by 2020 and all of the other predictions.
Yeah. So those who don't know the hockey stick graph, what they basically did is they had this long data set, right, that when graphed actually showed a decline in overall temperature. So what they did is they expanded it and focused on a certain range, which had an increased spike in temperature during that range, and essentially made it look like temperatures were increasing by manipulating the way they presented the data.
I think I went through a dead spot. I caught about the first half of what you said up to the select. Are you still with me there?
Yeah.
I missed what you said after the. You said that took the. I missed you after that. Sorry about that.
AI seems to have left the room temporarily.
Yeah. Yeah, I went through a dead spot there as he was saying it, so.
I don't know what it's like for
Well,
Timbo where he is, but for me here, where I am in Australia, this summer and last summer has been particularly cold and dry. It's really weird.
What part of Australia are you in?
Northern New South Wales, northeastern New South Wales.
Oh, nice.
It's on the east side. It's
Yeah, I keep
really
up with
weird.
a couple through Telegram. Well, actually, 3 in on Telegram through that are in New South Wales.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, yeah.
It's almost like we've gone into a mini drought, but it's just not hot. A hot drought. It's real dry. It's dry and cold.
Yeah.
We really need some rain here at the moment. We had a good start to spring with the wet weather, and then summer came, and it's just like, well, where's the rain?
Well, they got an answer waiting in the wings for that one.
Well, that's why they've gone from global warming to
You're right.
Sometimes I just wish I would. Sometimes I just wish I could see what Mick Taylor would do.
Not familiar with that name.
Yeah, he was from that picture Wolf Creek.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite pictures, actually.
I don't know how much of that was based on actual events.
I think that I think it was indeed based on a bunch of the disappearances of kidnappers, and I think they just kind of wove them into a tale of one guy. But I'm pretty sure that's what they, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure that's what they said. Kind of was the idea behind it. That
Right.
Well, they know how to make air, or they know how to make water out of air. You know, they have the technology for that. What will be the price to accept their help with it?
Yeah, they've got dehumidifiers and humidifiers.
Oh man.
Yeah, one of these years I hope to make a trek over there. I'd like to visit Victoria, up New South Wales, and on the Queens. What do you?
I didn't catch that last part.
I think this is a dead zone.
I know somebody from Australia. I've never met her in person, but I've talked to her over a round table with folks all over the world. And her name's Kayla. She's got a Rumble account. I don't know. She probably has a bunch more. I don't know. The Ancient Resistance Army is her account.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm just making small talk. I'm sorry. Probably irrelevant.
Oh, well, I was too, so join the club.
Sure is nice to talk to folks that have their heads down to earth instead of up in fairy tale land.
Yeah, I must agree with that. It's very nice to not have. And there were actually some really good conversations today with a couple Globies. So that was, I listened to for a bit. That was pretty good.
They were really good, especially that last one. That was that kid. That was really cool.
Yeah, that was really good.
Miggy, man, he's a gem on here, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and I like how he keeps it right down to one point. That did you ever play the whack-a-mole game at the county fairs?
I have, yeah.
That's how I kind of akin what the Globie likes to do is they like to play. They like to come in. They like to make a point. You beat them on a point. Then the next thing you know, they're just popping out points like whack-a-mole.
Oh man, spend some time in the lobby.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I like
I'm
how
almost
people
scared
come in here with
going to Cogdis.
What?
I said I'm almost scared to go into the Cogdis area.
Yeah.
yeah.
Do not fear, I have returned. Whatever that means. Or maybe do fear that I am. No, I'm only kidding. I've come back newly invigorated from the outdoor fresh air, and we have returned to As the World Does Not Turn.
Do they put a lot of people in Cogdis on this server?
Yeah, Sonny will go into Cogdis with you and hold your hand.
No, not really. I'm not known to go in there very often, actually. This is my homestead right here. I pretty much just sit in this voice channel all the time.
Oh, Sonny's scared too. I guess you got to find the third person.
I'm scared too. You know what? I actually, you know what? I'm not like one of these people though that is opposed to doing different things that I don't normally do. I'll go into Cogdis. What are you looking for? Let's go look at what they're saying in there.
Yeah, you and JE.
Now, is that a voice channel or is that just text?
It has a voice channel.
Cogdis, here we are.
Gotcha.
You could go in there and hang out in the voice channel and then just ping the Cogdis room. And then eventually someone will come and talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
It'll go something like this. Why am I in Cogdis? I didn't do nothing wrong. You're violating my free speech.
Right, yeah. What free speech?
Earth is round.
Let's see, it's 1440. According to my clock here, 1440. Okay. What's going on in Cogdis? Not much happening. Dr. Astroscientist Radwin's in there. But not much activity since earlier this morning. Amazing. 2:22. CB says she's after the 12:31 p.m. Cogdis member Sir Heretic Bot 5105 said cheese.
Wow, that's a really, I really like that. That's such a well thought out, scholastic response to something. Very academic. We got to give him a props.
I'm going back to see if there's any other history with this. Wait a minute. Let me just make sure I have my reference correct. Sir Heretic Bot. Okay, I'm going to go back up and look. What else he posted? We have the technology from. Hold up. Oh, today, wait a minute. No. Well, look, it goes back. Before today, the only thing this person said was in September 1st this year. And all he said was, y'all are on my ass for nothing at 8:29 p.m. on 9/1/22. Another one, 9/22, mean 9/1/22, please. I don't know what the other part of the conversation is. I have no idea. Weird. Maybe we just go there. Let's see. Yeah, so here we go. We got the whole history. Here's Herotastes was talking to this person. And let me just go back just slightly here. They were talking in the lobby. Well, at first he says, I'm not a LARP. I want to take the red pill. I am not trolling, all caps. Tupac goes, why the trolling comments? This is on September 1st of this year. So this is the last little stuff this guy ever said. Not much is happening, Cogdis. Sorry to disappoint. I'll just read some of this. Few silly Jerry says, that's exactly what a troll would say. I'm not a troll. Deleted user says, then you are brain damaged to say Australia is fake. What? Whoever, no wonder they're deleted. TY goes, what is this then? Where before Sir Heretic Kabat said cats are the real overlords of this world. They control us. And Australia isn't real. Yeah, he was in there with that kind of stuff. So Anikstro said, Sir Heretic Bot, you aren't even a good troll. Sir Heretic Bot says, they are brainwashing us. Y'all are haters.
Any good movie suggestions?
Wait a minute, I can't hear you. I'm not. Let me turn you up.
Any good movie suggestions?
As the water boils. I know that's a good question. Any movie suggestions?
Not a one.
Well, I've read that watching Avatar Avatar, people are now experiencing post-Avatar depression.
Wait a minute.
Oh my
So-
gosh.
Avatar 2?
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, there's an article about that.
Oh, weird. So they're having like a.
They're having a racial conflict over the movie. People want to boycott it because since the aliens are blue and they're being played by white people or something like that, and it's pretty hilarious.
Next is going to be like ALM, Avatar Lives Matter.
Oh, no.
Never
Yes.
mind. A bad joke.
What a time to live in, folks.
I know, isn't it crazy that we could even be having any kind of conversation like this about who's in Cogdis over the Earth being actually measurably flat.
What about Star Wars: A New Hope? Luke Skywalker, quote, "Sand people, they're the worst."
How about those sand people?
What are you talking about? But anyway, what are you talking
Any
about?
good movie suggestions?
I don't know. I just joined in, and that was kind of like really weird. I joined in, and I hear sand people are the worst, and I'm like, okay.
Now, do any of you all remember back in like, I'm going to really stretch your memory here, April or May, there was a day that a couple, like maybe 2 or 3 English girls came on and were very boisterous, and they were cutting everybody off, and there was like 7 or 8 of them. We kind of coaxed out of them eventually that that the guy that was there was a teacher, and they were like part of a class. Do any of you all remember that?
Wait a minute, say it again because I'm freaked out right now because Cogdis doesn't exist anymore. Someone's moving the shit, but that's okay. Could just be me. I doubt it's just me. Anyway, what did you say?
I said, stretching your memory a bit, back in like April or May, there was like a movie there. There were at least 2 girls.
I tried to understand through the roboting, but I just couldn't do it. I tried to hang on for a while. Yeah, it just broke up.
Back up here in a second.
Okay. Well, wait for you.
Try dropping out and coming back in.
Better.
Come on now, Sonny.
No.
You're mimicking the roboters.
Try dropping out and coming back in. See if that helps.
Here, let's try. I went to that zone. How's this? This any better? Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto?
All good.
We're good now.
Yeah. Yeah, I went through a dead spot. But no, I was just asking, back in April or May, there were a couple English girls that were involved in some sort of class, and there was like 7 or 8 in total who all were like coming in, and there was like a teacher involved, and they were like really boisterous and loud and obnoxious, and they were going to prove us all wrong. Do any of you all remember that?
Yeah, wait a minute. Were they really young girls and they were like British?
Yes.
I remember that. I do remember that. Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Go on.
Whatever came of them, did they ever come back?
I never heard from them after that, man. They just completely spiraled. That was the first spiral I ever heard in my life, man.
Yeah, that was.
They probably reminisce about it and you claim victory. Remember how we went into Discord and we trashed them flat earthers?
It's hilarious.
Yeah, it was because like they would come in and they would literally just start talking and they had to keep being muted. And then like if somebody would get halfway through answering, they would just start belting out another question, and then they'd go back to somewhere and this and that, and then like should be used as a example in debate class of how not to carry a well-reasoned argument.
Yeah. Look, your falsification of the heliocentric model is invalid because insert red herring here.
Right. Exactly.
My headphones just shocked me in my ears, guys. Can you hear me?
Well, guys, I got home, and ma'am, you all have a good evening, and I'll probably be back on in a little bit here.
Okay, you said you got shocked. Yeah, I felt warmth through my blue. It felt like it was
Say bless, man.
Oh my gosh, that was the weirdest thing that just happened.
Was it a shock?
I was doing laundry and those microfiber towels. I was pulling them off of a sheet, and when I got them all the way off, like the very last little part that was still stuck, as soon as I pulled it off, I had a shock go all the way up my phone and into my ears through my. It was weird. It was very weird.
Wow.
Scary.
The laundry was the clue. I'm like, stab.
Did you guys heard it?
No. Didn't.
Oh, okay. Because that was odd. Electrostatics, man, they're real.
Yeah, leaving those phone charger cords plugged in and the power outlet turned on at the wall is dangerous around children.
Yeah. They'll try to like stick something in the outlet.
That kind of reminds me of
stick it in their mouth.
You know, like you used to tell you not to be on the phone back when it was like the corded phones. Like if there's a thunderstorm, you get off the phone because you could get zapped in the ear hole. And then what she was talking about the static, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Like I guess you could, like, dang. But then even something as simple as static can get you. It doesn't have to be a lightning bolt.
Well, it just got me, but I'm still kicking, so we're all right.
Yeah, at least there was no amps.
Yeah, thank goodness. I don't think I've ever been shocked in my ears. It's very weird.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch over to YouTube, I think, and I'll catch you guys later. Take care.
You take care.
Does anyone want to watch with me a Space Odyssey made by Stanley Kubrick? I haven't watched this film yet.
I wouldn't even know how to begin to watch it with you.
No, I would stream it in cinema.
You're I guess it was a TikTok in the chat that you put in, had me giggling big time because just seeing people dance to like no music and just being the observer in every instance.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is our world that we live in.
Unfortunately, yes. It's just too funny.
Well, it's not hard to find joy, even if you are awakened to the real world.
Mic check. 1, 2.
No, clear.
Yep.
What's going on? Ha! Never guess what I'm doing. I'm gonna go have drinks with a bunch of flat earthers. Woo!
Must be nice.
Going to a meetup.
Nice.
Hey, Kenny.
Yeah, it's gonna be great.
How's it going, man?
Good.
Awesome.
Heading down to the beach. We're gonna go. Renee's having a little thing down at a brewery right next to his house.
Awesome.
I know, right?
What a great place that is.
What a killer place. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. But I don't know, there's quite a few people coming out tonight. We're celebrating the shortest day of the year. Got the winter solstice.
You also get to celebrate that the Earth is flat with more than just yourself.
Exactly. Yeah, we got
That's a highlight right there.
Yeah, it's great. You know, and we're gonna be at a brewery, so we're gonna be doing some flat smacking.
Flat smack.
Sure.
Yes. The unsuspecting people with a buzz.
They'll be coming over going, "What's up with all you guys? We y'all think the Earth is flat or something, bunch?" Yeah,
Are you making fun of my accent?
No.
I'm just kidding.
Right. Here, come here. I'm gonna make you look really, really stupid. You ready?
I just wish
You don't
one
know?
person.
Yeah.
I wish one person would approach me in real life about it. I mean, not that this isn't real life. I mean, like in my everyday life.
Yeah, like at the grocery store or something.
Locally, yeah.
Well, if you wear a flat Earth T-shirt or hat, or put a bumper sticker on your car.
Yeah, my husband made me a shirt, or had one made for me, that says the Earth, and it has the music symbol for flat.
The B flat.
He should have put a B in front of it, but he didn't. He didn't know. He thought that it was B flat, but it's just the flat symbol.
It's just the
Still
flat,
works.
right? Yeah. Oh,
Still
yeah.
works.
Earth's flat. Earth's flat. Earth flat. Earth flat.
Somebody was asking like Alexa or one of those Siri if the Earth was flat. At one time, somebody recorded it. It said, "It looks flat and stationary," or something like that. I was like, "What?" Anyway,
People are wiretapping their own houses with those things.
I know,
And not that
right?
you're not already tapped having a phone, period.
Exactly. You're tapped, having a phone, and
Yeah.
they're just collecting data. And
Yeah.
good luck. Good luck with it, man. Good luck. It's not going to work out.
They're clearly seeing that the whole flat Earth movement is becoming more prevalent.
Oh yeah, they had to censor us, man. They got to censor that shit. No. It's not okay to think the Earth is flat. It's not okay. What? What do you mean? It's not okay. That's like saying it's not okay to think that there's a God. It's not okay.
Yeah.
What? It's not okay. What's the difference? Why would they have to censor? They don't censor anybody going, "Hey man, I'm a Jew or I'm a Christian or Muslim," or no. None of that shit can be censored.
Because all of those religions have a lower G God, and that's okay to believe in.
But to sit around and go, "Hey, Earth's flat," now we got to censor that. We got to make sure that they don't get 2 or 3 million followers. That could be a problem.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. If we take all the popular flat earthers and put their channels together, there's 2 or 3 million subscribers, easy. Maybe 10 million. But every one of them's gotten what we call shadow ban, basically. I mean, when I started first watching ODD or Mark Sargent or these guys, it was like they had a few thousand subs, and then it jumped up, quickly. It was going up rapidly, and then it just kind of stopped. It's like, that's it. What? No new subscribers? Nah.
Yeah, there's still some of us squeezing in.
Oh yeah, we're squeezing here and there. But
honestly, if you know how to research really well, because it is kind of like an art form these days, you have to jump through some hoops to really get down to the nitty gritty.
Yeah, you got to do some work.
Yeah, it takes a lot more than just Googling something. That's for sure. People are doing it though.
Well, what used to happen, we would get recommendations, constantly. Hey, look, check out this channel or that one. Or now it's like if you click on a flat Earth video, all the recommendations are, well, here's all the debunks of that one video.
Yeah, and Professor Dave.
Professor Dave's at the top of the list, right?
Well, I mean, come on. How is that a credible source for everybody if that's not like being censored like we are? Or I'm being shadow banned. I get shadow banned in comments. I don't get censored off the internet because I don't have a ton of social media.
Yeah.
Or I probably would get banned.
Well, I got a couple thousand subs on my channel. I do a live stream. I get like 10 people that show up. I'm like, makes no sense. And it's just weird, Sometimes I get maybe 15 people checking it out, but my content's not that good. So, but if I'm doing a live stream, I'm usually like got a Flat Earth something or
is it Flat Earth Professor on YouTube?
This Flat Earth dude.
Okay, I'll subscribe to you.
Oh, that's okay. You don't have, but yeah, I catch.
Well, I mean, we have similar minds. It's not like it would be out there for me to, it wouldn't be weird.
I don't. I've got some videos, mostly like the Flat Earth meetups. I do a lot of music stuff, so I'm all over the place. No, but I'll probably live stream today at the meetup, especially if we got to do some flat smacking. So
Yeah, that'd
that'll
be
be
cool.
fun.
I'd tune in. I've got a YouTube. I do music on there too. So.
I know that, Ken.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
No, you're a good singer, man. Real good. You should do something with that.
I do. I do exactly what I would even want to do with it. I don't want to
There
be
you go.
famous. So.
No, but you could get a little gig at a coffee shop or something, make a few bucks. I don't know.
I've been doing that. Yeah. I just had a show the 15th at a Crawfish Crawdaddy warehouse here where I
Oh,
live.
perfect.
It was fun.
Excellent. Crawfish. That sounds interesting.
I don't even eat crawfish anymore. I used to a lot.
I don't. Yeah, I've never eaten any. You just bite their heads off or some shit. I don't know.
It's kind of like a twisty
wicked.
twist and pull type of deal.
Yeah. 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 I'll pass. I'm good, man. You eat the bugs. You must eat the bugs. Nah, I don't want to eat the bugs.
Yeah.
I'll pass on the bugs. Cool, man. Traffic was really good, man. Wow. I'm just kind of surprised. Everybody's out shopping. I drove past the mall today, man. It was fucking packed. Like people buying shit.
There's a documentary about the mall here where I live in Jasper, Alabama. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some sort of documentary about it. I haven't watched the whole thing. The Jasper
Cool.
Mall.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think it's on Amazon Prime or something like that.
Wow. Big time. Wow.
It's not big time. And some of the girls I went to school with are in that documentary, and it's hilarious.
That's awesome. That's fun, man. Gorgeous day here in Southern California. It's 71 degrees Fahrenheit. Light chemtrail spraying, very light.
This is how we observe the world these days. We have to take into account of chemtrails.
Yeah, it really makes it hard to see things far away. Thanks,
Slight hazing in the air today. Yeah, probably more in your area up there.
A little bit. We had some rain. We had quite a bit of rain last weekend.
Yeah.
Anytime it rains like that, there's always that little misty haze when the sun comes out. Yeah, shit, Sonny. I didn't know I was going to go to this meetup. I would have had you come down and come up.
Oh no, it's probably just as well. I've been feeling a little bit under the weather. Kind of have a head cold and some congestion, so I'm just trying to clear that up anyway. So probably not a good time for funding as well. Like the end of the month is the worst.
All right. Well,
there'll be another time.
We'll get them next year. Yeah, there'll be another one around April or March 21st, somewhere around there.
Always on like the equinoxes and stuff, huh?
Yeah, equinox or solstice. Yeah. Why not? That's
How do you
what those cocks do.
Exactly.
How do you even gather? How do you gather folks for that? Through what medium?
Well, there's two ways. You can make a video on YouTube, and then you can let Mark Sargent know. He'll make a video for you, and he'll put it on. You have to pick a place or a contact, however you want to do it, and pick a time and a place.
Say there's a free bar and everyone comes.
And yeah, it's an open bar. Yeah, free bar. Yeah, that'll work. Oh shit! There goes 3 undercover cop cars, man. Holy shit! Well, they're going after somebody. Damn. Anyway, you can promote it on here, and on Discord. It's pretty good.
I don't know anybody else from Alabama that gets on here.
But what you got to do is get the Flat Earth Flat Earth app,
Yeah, I've got it.
and then you pay a little extra, and you can look on the map and see who's around you, and you can contact them or email or whatever.
I did the initial payment, but yeah, I saw that there's some additional payments now.
Yeah, you gotta pay $10 more, and then you can have all the features. Typical app kind of app attitudes. We'll give you this one for free, but
Yeah,
you want
there's a
open content.
there is a also you can have something done where people can give you credits to get it or something.
Yeah, you can get referrals. If you get referrals, you get a referral number, and then they type in the referral number, and that credits you. And then, yeah, you can get it for free that way.
That's pretty cool.
Not bad. I mean, that's a fair deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that watching that flat Earth debate with Flat Dave and Professor Dave.
Oh shit!
I saw how. I mean, right off the bat, I saw how disingenuous that Professor Dave was, and
no doubt about it.
And I don't know how any actual thinking person can watch that video and not be like, well, this guy's just being an asshole.
I don't know either.
It's like
somebody's got an explanation.
It's like the best flat Earth proof ever, though.
That's true.
It really is.
That's true.
I've had a few people come in here just recently too, probably this month, and they're like, "Well, I was watching that debate with Professor Dave and that other flat earther guy, and boy, man, that guy was such a dick. I had to look into it more." I was like, "Welcome to 24/7 Discord, man. Hey, thanks."
Yeah,
So that's funny.
That was a while back that I watched that. I was kind of getting into flat Earth a little. I was learning about a bunch of other crap at the same time, so that kept popping up, and people kept mentioning it on these truth videos here and there.
Yeah.
I watched that, and then I looked into it, and the one thing that sealed the deal for me was the series of operations that our government did, ending in the fishbowl.
Oh yeah, high jump, fishbowl.
That whole series of events just was eye opening, and
a bunch of them.
Yeah.
The sealing attacks. I love it.
Is that like Mars attacks? No.
Nah, just when they shot over 200 explosive devices up in the air for no apparent reason.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell are you doing, man? It's a lot of resources you're wasting.
Yeah. Apparently they don't care.
And actually think about it. It was right in the middle of the beginning of the Cold War, the most heated part of the Cold War, and it was in the middle of a test ban treaty. Like they were banning all tests. Then all of a sudden they released the ban on testing and let our mortal enemy, the Russians, and the U.S. at the same time shoot nukes up into the air. No problem there, I guess.
No problem at all, man. Forget about it.
It's expensive fireworks, that's all.
I threw up 4 pictures. I love those pictures, guys. You know the Falcon 9, that rocket did so much for me on a personal level. Just to be able to point at something and say, how did you guys get to create ripples in the sky? Because no one can explain that. Ripples in the sky.
Was that
Why
the
you-
2018? Was that the
Why you-
2018 one?
I think so. 2018.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, I saw.
What's up, Sasha?
Saw that.
All is well, man. Good to hear from you.
Bioflat Earthers doesn't know how it's you Jupiter or Saturn made, especially if you are not, especially if you are 7 years old flat earther. You know, it's you know, I can understand if you are 1 month flat earther, but 7 years flat earther, you still don't know how Jupiter is made. Come on, man.
It's made by self gravity.
It's made by 3-toed gnomes that are dancing on the back of a pink unicorn.
Why nobody from you measure the flat earth? Why nobody go around the world and measure everything? And then I will believe in that. Make
Where's
the
your
map.
map? Where's your map?
Yeah. We have our map. We know where is Antarctica, but we will
You're
go
robot
to
and Kenny.
Argentina. We will go to Argentina if you want to see Antarctica. Only place to see Antarctica is Argentina. You know?
You know what? I have a problem with that Argentina. Well, no, I don't have a problem with that. Argentina, this Antarctica location exists. But the issue is, if you head south from the coast of Africa, from I think it's the Ivory Coast, head directly south, you're going to come across the Newman Weather Station in the Antarctic. So how come people who leave off the south of South America don't get to see the Newman Weather Station? Huh?
Do you know what? The people from South Africa who decide to go to Antarctica, they will go to Argentina. That's interesting point.
Well, the Argentina point is the point because that's where I think you take a ferry and then a boat ride. I can't even remember exactly, but it's a plane and then a boat or something. But the Newman Weather Station, again, is apparently located in Antarctica. And if Antarctica is a continent as small as it is, you should be able to see it.
A refraction. You cannot see because of refraction. Man, it's cold, evaporation, you know that ice is melting and you cannot see it.
Aha! I found it. Check the voice stream text. Or chat, sorry guys. That's that. So off the
San
Ivory
Pedro.
Coast, directly south. And
you can do that. King, you can do that with Australia also. Nobody's doing that. Why?
That's the Newman Weather Station. So our friends who launch off of South America, they should be seeing that, but they go to that peninsula. If you look at again that map, they go to the point that sticks out.
That
the
bit
left.
connects. That connects to Argentina, man, or Chile, whatever it is.
Well,
Look at it. This hidden land under that sea.
but that's the point that everybody visits. That's the commercial Antarctica, that peninsula.
And that is not small.
Well, I'm thinking if it's a frozen tundra, be curious to know how. Does anyone know how big Antarctica is as a continent? Let me see.
12.
12.
Well, the answer there, Kiwi, is it isn't.
Bruh. Stop. What's up, homie? I hope all is well.
How are you, mate?
Over there. I'm well, thank you. Over the red line.
Down over.
Hey, no, I stopped. I was reminded we shouldn't refer to our Australian friends as being down under anywhere. You guys are just over the red line.
Over there.
Over yonder, if you will. Where you say? Over
If
there.
you go, King, if you go around the equator, you will have 24,000 miles, you know. But if you go around Antarctica, you will have 60,000 miles.
Oh. Antarctica, according to the Googles, is 13.6 million square kilometers.
I wasn't far off with 12.
You just didn't give me any units, though, did you?
Yeah.
It's larger down the sphere than in the middle. That means that Neil deGrasse Tyson was right. It's really pear shaped. You know, pear has the top is a little bit, you know,
a big old booty.
tiny, and down it's larger. Depends which type of pear, because we have different types of pear. Williams or
I saw Mars in the sky last night. Pulled out the Skyview app. I'm like, yep, there's Mars. What's interesting is to see a planet, quote unquote, a luminary, or a celestial body. And then
you must be on the beach when you are watching Mars.
No, it was just my area doesn't have a lot of light pollution. We see the night sky.
Is not bad.
Stars. When the stars are out, I'm able to see a few.
If you go on the beach and watch the Mars, you will see the water is also curving.
On the surface of Mars? What?
No, on the surface of the Earth. If you go on the beach, and at the same moment, if you look at the Mars, you will see that water is starting to curve. Oceans, our it must be, man, because you see Mars, and it's spherical. That means that's it. Use the logic. That mirror kills everything. Bolivia, my beautiful Bolivia. Show me where Earth is flat. Bolivia, man.
It's kind of amusing when some people say globe logic, and I'm like, how is that logic of a globe that doesn't exist? Doesn't have, I mean, no, you get it.
Is it any other shape logic apart globe logic?
Globe logic? What? I don't
Yeah,
think you can.
I heard someone say that the other day on here.
Yeah. Yeah,
According to globe
that
logic. And then we asked him, where's the measurement of the curvature? There was no answer.
But that's my question at this point is are there any logical arguments that they can stand on? Because everything that we've been able to ascertain up until this point, or able to pull out up until this point, seems to be like it's works on both models, or not models, but it works both ways. It works in their model and it works in real life.
Like refraction.
No, refraction is bogus.
And they say, yeah, but you say black swan, and they say refraction, and you say what refraction? And yeah, it's hiding the curvature. Okay. Now you ask the question: can refraction hide the flat surface? And they say yes, of course, because it doesn't matter. It's refraction. Can hide even parallel surface. If you cannot see more, that can hide everything what you want, you know. But why refraction is hiding only curved surface?
Well, why do I look down a road on a hot day and I see waves? What's that definition? Or what's the label for that? What is it when I heat my oven up and I open up the front door of the oven and I see the numbers on the back, the clock, they start wiggling? What's that called? I need a name.
Is evidence that the earth is not that water is not level.
But I need a name for that, because if you're going to use refraction to explain the curve, then I need a term that explains why the numbers on the back of the oven dance when I open up the oven. Why does that stuff happen? What's the term for that?
They will discover that in future. They don't know still.
So they don't have a simple explanation or term for that happening, but they have an explanation as to why there's a curve, a non-apparent curve outside. Wow.
Yeah, because the logic is this: we are saying the Earth is observably flat and stationary. Is that true? And they're saying, yeah, but Earth is big and stars are moving, you know. Now the question is, if Earth is observably curving and if it's in motion, what is happening then? Then mean that it's stationary and it's flat.
And it's contained?
Don't mention that. That's too complicated for them.
Too much.
Don't touch the space. Yeah, because you will take them to space, and that's it. Something like take the mother and father from you. Don't, even if the Earth is flat, don't take the space.
I don't know, man. I'll take that. You guys know, as much as we gotta. No, wait. Let me back that up. I love the level observation. I love being able to talk about it. I love making anybody who actually thinks it's how you actually think level can exist. I like that
I love
concession.
level also, especially some Croatian documentaries when some people are on mountains and they're saying we are now on 700 meters above the sea level, and now I'm thinking, which sea level? My God, you are in the center of the land. What are you meaning? What sea level? We are on the ball. How could be sea level and you don't have sea? It's leveled with the center of the earth.
There was an engineer in here earlier today. I always find it interesting to find people who actually observe level. To ask them how this thing, because it's a very functional term, it's a noun, it's a adjective, it's a verb, how this concept exists in their world. How can you be a professional engineer and observe level in your world? What is your explanation for it? Can it exist simultaneously? Or is it something that only exists for that specific point in time, reference to that specific person that's using it for their project? Or even hanging a picture, for that matter, from a wall. Or a TV. Y'all know how I feel about those level TVs. Then they'll fire back with, "You're too small, you're too small." Okay. The problem is when you have, again, 8 billion points touching that surface and they all say, "I see level," we have a problem.
Well, don't you know about refraction?
Listen, I tell you, I open up my oven. I set it for 425. I open up the oven. The hot waves come out. And the numbers on the back, or the numbers on the oven, start to dance. That's refraction. I have a car. It's parked underneath water with the headlights on. I'm standing in a high tower above the water. I see the headlights. The headlights themselves are underwater. The headlights, that's refraction. Light changing to mediums, etc., right? You can't bring up the whole skyline from out of nowhere. And the other question I have for that is, don't images over a far distance flip as well? Isn't that something that...
Yeah, doesn't it appear like you can see like the gas above it?
Yeah.
Like the heat wave from it, that's what you're talking about, right? Or is that...
So that's in the oven example that I was just using, yeah, because again, we know that the numbers the numbers on the back of the oven aren't moving, right? But when I open the oven, the heat comes out and those numbers start moving. We know the numbers aren't moving, and this is the point: is that like the horizon? We know the horizon is there. We see it, right? If it's 10 degrees Celsius, 5 degrees Celsius, minus 10. If it's 40 degrees Celsius, it's with some humidity, because you don't get 40 degrees Celsius, at least here in Canada, or Ontario, Canada, without a whole lot of humidity, right? I definitely can see things off in the distance getting distorted. But to a uniform rate as it does over the distances, I don't know about that.
Yeah, and also in a way that you just can't tell. Yeah, if there's curvature there, you just can't tell because of refraction. You just can't tell anything, really. Like, what's the point of even trying? That's why whenever Miggy was in here earlier, he asked one of the Globers, like, do you believe in object reality? Like, do you believe in objective truth? And they don't like that. Normally, they don't like that. And it's because they believe in all these fairy tale illusions that why would they believe in reality? Nothing that they see is reality because it just appears one way, but it's actually a different way, a way that we tell you it is. So that's the nonsense.
Well, catch this for a quick second. Think about your 5 senses. And think about the fact that you have to sell out all 5 of your senses in order to believe their story. Because there's nothing in your decorum of awesomeness that tells you any of the stuff that they're telling you is true unless you choose to look at and believe in their pictures and so on and so on, whatever CGI images.
Yeah, and most Globers believe in evolution too, so I don't even know how they can claim to trust their senses anyway. I mean, it's just a whole bunch of randomness put together and, you know, just happen chance. Why would you trust that?
Happen chance.
Yeah, because really, that all those ideas are just crazy, like just absolutely crazy. Once you realize the truth, because I used to believe in evolution and be a Glober, but once you realize the truth and you start to like contemplate it and think about it a little bit, it's just crazy. Like, and they're able to sell it to you too. And that's just because, you know, I was a growing boy. I didn't know any better to question shit. But once I found out the truth and got presented with the information, I was actually able to kind of see it. Like, it wasn't like impossible. Like once I saw the evidence for there being no curvature, like laser tests and whatnot, I couldn't unsee it. So
and that's the thing is, like, for you to interact with something that has a set dimension, right? We for our in real life, we don't claim a dimension. We can't. We have no idea. But in their model, they will gladly claim a dimension. 3959 radius. Now, the thing about it is, when you have a dimension to an object, so you have a known dimension to an object, as soon as you start to interact with that object, i.e. leave its surface, it's going to show you a visual change. There's going to be not a distortion, but you're going to see the surface itself will start to change because you're leaving it. You're going away from it.
Yeah.
But in fact, what we observe in real life is the higher we go, the more altitude we gain, the further we see. That's it. Nobody's claimed an edge. Nobody's claimed anything beyond that, except we just see too damn far. Period. That would not be the case if a surface that had a set dimension to it was involved. If I stand on the roof of a building and I jump off of it, it changes. If I take a helicopter ride, I go up, I know I'm leaving, it should be changing beneath me, but it's not. The helicopter ride was a poor example.
No, I know what you're
in real life. I appreciate that, Jordan. Thank you for that.
Yeah, it's. I don't think that necessarily. Like, we know there's a container, there has to be, but I don't know. It's more so just speculation. I really wonder what's past Antarctica. Like, some people don't think there's anything. Some people think it's smaller, you know, pretty much the globe flattened out, and Antarctica around it, and that's pretty much it. But
well, there's some. There's a book that had come out right before the Treaty of Antarctica, and it said that the dome was 13,000 miles above the ice wall.
I don't have the book, but I have the encyclopedia definition from '58.
Yeah, that's the book she's.
Okay. Yeah.
It said 13,500 feet at 80 degrees south latitude. So yeah,
Yeah.
13,500 feet. So that's pretty close. 13,000 feet.
Throw in the chat right now. Thank you so much for mentioning that. Awesome.
Yeah.
And also with more speculation, but with the moon map, I'm sure y'all have all seen that. It kind of doesn't make sense to me though, because of where the center would be, or where the North Pole would be. How it's not in the center of the actual map.
Yeah, that's going with the fact that we don't have a lot of information about where we live.
Yeah, no, I know. I said, it's just speculation, but that moon map was really interesting to me too, because it kind of makes sense. Like the moon, it's all intentional. Like there's whatever's on the moon is there. Those features of the moon, but I don't know. There's also people who believe in a concave Earth, which I've never even heard that up until recently, and that sounds pretty wild to me too. But
or slopers.
Yeah, I don't know how that makes sense, but I'm way too ignorant on the topic to even say anything.
I think that the flat Earth movement has things in it to distract us from the main things. So
Absolutely.
when you have to consider that there might be other lands outside of Antarctica or just things like that, it kind of takes away from the dome being where it's supposed to be, and that some people believe it's an infinite plane, or which just from cosmology from the past, it just isn't depicted that way. But there is depictions of Antarctica being more luscious and not just ice sometimes. I don't know. Maybe that happened after the deluge.
I mean, I won't make any claim of a dome.
I believe the dome is there, but that's speculation. So
Yeah.
I mean, I could say I know, but I can't prove it. But that would just be a moot point.
Yeah, I mean, we know there's a container at least, so you have a good reason to think that. But I mean, I guess it could be whatever shape. But I think the star trails actually work better on a dome.
Yeah,
Well,
because
here's the thing, guys. Oh, sorry. You go ahead.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I was just gonna say, Andy, like the thing about it, dude, is how does something make ripples in the sky? Because ripples would suggest water, wouldn't it? And again,
I mean, I'm thinking of.
There's
sorry.
a couple of factors. Yeah.
I'm just thinking of the fact that these deceivers, they're so clever, and everything we've ever seen has been put in front of us, even the flat Earth stuff. So, I'm just looking at it from that point of view. I'm just cynical about everything, really, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, so the thing about it is, again, Andy, is like, okay, the Falcon 9 launch, right? And that's just something that was launched into the sky, a rocket. And we know that rockets have two pieces, so we know that two pieces, we observe two pieces in the sky, and either it gets stuck or something happens, and then there's these ripples that come off of the second piece. So the only thing is, and again, like in my mind's eye, I keep shoot. Oh, sorry, I thought I was getting a phone call. In my mind's eye, I keep thinking about the fact that water is the only thing that would create ripples that I can think of.
I'd say,
and we have containment. No, that's it. We have containment because we have gases and liquid. Wow. Well, go ahead.
I was just going to say that if there's a superfluid, and that would be the ether, that could also cause the ripples as well. And the waters beyond the dome would be above, and why we see the phenomena of luminaries the way that we do. Because, I mean, it clearly looks like some sort of just those seismic patterns.
So there's this thing, H3, heavy. You could have a lake full of it, and it would look like a valley. That's what I think is up there, but that's just my speculation, obviously.
Well, with a certain degree of vibration into like a jar of water, you can create a star in a jar, and it's got to do with like seismic patterns and
vibrations. Yeah.
Yeah, and vibrations. Yeah.
I think it's harmonic resonance.
Yes.
The term for it.
And maybe there's some electromagnetic energy involved as well. I'm not sure.
Noble gases, or
are you guys?
Sorry.
Are you guys talking about the wave across the moon that was observed?
Ooh, buddy, that's sunny. Because that kind of falls in line, right? It's not. We weren't talking specifically about that, but an observation like that gives a lot of credence to that potentiality, right? Because a wave pattern, again, would be possible in water. Like, imagine we were dealing with some kind of an image that was being projected onto a watery surface. That sounds crazy.
It's like the reality of it has got to be. It's probably much more wild than we could possibly imagine. So I wouldn't say that's a stretch at all.
No, but
really, because whatever it really all is going to be the most fantastic thing. We can't even imagine what kind of, if it is a technology at all, what kind of technology and what kind of intelligence or consciousness could be doing those things with natural laws that could create.
But Sonny, could you imagine, right? You had a circular room. Actually, no, let's just be really creative. You're going to get one of Mom's old school salad bowl, 12-inch salad bowl dishes from back in the day. Those chrome ones, right? Salad in the barbecue. Okay. And we're going to shrink ourselves down to that size, right? So we can fit underneath it. We're going to put a light source at the very bottom of it, and then we're going to hang a disco ball from the very top. Right? And all of a sudden, I've got this disco ball, i.e. Polaris, hanging from the ceiling, and I got a light source underneath it, and I'm pointing it at the disco ball, i.e. Polaris, underneath a chrome dome. What do you kind of think? What do you think? What kind of light craziness do you think would be created?
I'm thinking more of like a crystalline structure, or some kind of a lens or something. Myself.
Yeah. Well, no, I was using the chrome dome to be like dramatic about the point, right? Just because it's a reflective surface, it's a highly reflective surface. Just to drive home the point of like when you're dealing with a disco ball within the shiny dome, and you have a light source, you could create some crazy light.
Yeah. So think about this. Think about a glass bowl pushed down to the bottom of water, underneath water, holding the air and gases within. That's what I think is more feasible to me, where we actually are.
Guys, I'm just right now watching the movie by Stanley Kubrick, A Space Odyssey, which was made 1 year before the moon landing, right? And trust me, if you watch that movie, you realize how much of his ideas about prop making, about actually like 50% of what you see with NASA is like completely been influencing, the NASA Hollywood industry up to this day. Like if you watch that movie, you just see straight up how Stanley Kubrick was like, if not the most important person to creating the whole NASA story.
Actually, William Cooper did a series on his radio show discussing that movie in depth and what it was portraying on the occult side.
Yeah, I highly recommend watching the movie because it really shows you how like so many things NASA is using is just based upon Stanley Kubrick's ideas of space. It's unbelievable.
Hey, by the way, Sasha he made me realize something. These people who claim infinite planes, you can't have an infinite plane because you can't contain infinity. And we know that we're dealing with two mediums, and mediums require containment.
I was gonna say that same thing, Clown, because the container would have to be expanding with it too, and that's not very intuitive to me. Like,
yeah, it's also
that doesn't really making sense.
It's leaning towards having to think like on the NASA level on how they portray space and all that.
Yeah, like if somebody said infinite plane, I would look at them and say to them, you're just being difficult at this point.
Yeah, and like, what would even be the point? Like, why? I mean, we have all this land already. Why would the creator be creating all this extra land all the time, forever? Like, what? It doesn't make any sense. Maybe those people just have a certain bias that they don't want to believe in, like a firmament. So they just say, well, since I can't go touch the firmament, I'm just not going to believe that there's a container. And that might be where that comes from. There's no telling. I mean, the Antarctic thing, I guess there could be more land outside of Antarctica. That's what that's what Admiral Byrd said.
I think that was just them covering their tracks, to be honest.
Yeah, so my only problem with that is it more and more colder, or is there another source of heat? So you got to kind of think about that.
Yeah, there would have to be more suns and all of that kind of stuff for there to be extra.
And then you're going off way into speculation because
it's just another fantastical positive claim that can't be proven.
Yeah, that's true. I agree. I would say too, though, that just as a devil's advocate, that after Byrd said that there was a North American-sized continent outside of Antarctica, that they had the Antarctic Treaty
right after the pole. He just said past the pole.
Past the pole?
Yeah, that's all he said. Inside, outside of Antarctica, yeah.
Yeah,
and
he said some weird shit.
Yeah, you got to remember where this is coming from too. Yeah, like
I was like, how compromised? Yeah, Tim, sorry.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
Coming from an admiral, so
Yeah.
Who's he controlled by? It's not trustworthy information.
And then you can also say he quote unquote died in the late 50s, right? And then the race to space started. So my question is, how much did he actually see? You know, he saw something. And obviously, the next question being is how much of it was true versus like how much did he have a gun put to his head and say, "Okay, boy, you can't."
Well, you also had the some papers from the Germans when they were exploring and going to Antarctica. They describe lakes of fresh water. They describe similar stuff that Admiral Byrd described before Admiral Byrd.
Yep.
That can be explained by geothermal.
Yeah.
Okay, so
yeah, geothermal definitely is a good.
I don't mean to like ruin the party, but there's a new guy in here.
Oh, okay, is that the guy that keeps on opening his mic, David M?
Yeah. I'm gonna unmute him. You can use your mic, David. This actually is a David.
Yo, Indio, what's up, homie?
What's up, man? How are you?
Gem Z, man, chat got lit.
He's gone,
bruh.
He's in the lobby, just like saying the normal Gulp Dogma, and it's like, okay, what's the evidence for that?
Come on,
y'all are crazy. Y'all need help. Because I asked for evidence.
They don't want to talk.
Like, they really think there's something wrong with you because you asked for evidence for their claim. And then he said, go look on Google. I'm like, why should we find their evidence? Like, don't you already know it?
Some
I wanted
guys
to get him to talk. Well, I guess that didn't work.
Dude was claiming the South Star earlier this morning. I'm like, show me. He's like, Google the Southern blah blah blah. I'm like, show me. Because there's a collection, sure, but there's no South Star. I'm sorry. There's a North Star, yep, but there's no South Star. There's no South Pole either. So y'all,
the Australia one. I remember Nathan Oakley did before he did the debate show. He did like a chat or whatever, and in it was, so he had sent an email to the New Zealand Observatory. They have like some Australian observatory down there. So he asked them for a photograph of Sigma Octantis. They sent back a black square.
Yeah,
that was the picture. It was a fucking black square.
Yeah, I think the Southern Star might actually be the black hole y'all have been talking about and looking for, right? Because when we go to find it, there's supposed to be a shiny, twinkly thing there, i.e. Polaris, but there's not.
You got to remember that when they talk about geographical features and they talk about the South Pole, whatever, they're talking about the ground and a location, geographical South Pole or whatever. Whenever they're doing navigations, they went in reference with a map that maybe had a drawing of the South Pole region or area, whatever. That's what they're talking about. When you're talking about the luminaries and you speak about celestial north, those are two different things. Celestial north, celestial south, North Pole geographical or geographical south. Those are different things.
Yeah, and then east and west are also different because the definition of east that's been in use for thousands of years was where the sun rises at the horizon on the equinox was where east was. But that's not the same as like where east is in the latitude and longitude coordinate system. And it's also not the same as where the east is compared to magnetic north. So those are all three different directions.
Circumnavigation disproves the South Pole.
Circumnavigation disproves the South Pole. Oh, you mean like Captain Cook?
No, I just mean if you have the centrally observed point of north, i.e.
Well, at some point you can't see that anymore. Right?
Well, I'm just saying, but if you have the centrally observed point of north, right, and like just on the bullseye on the dartboard, and you walk all the way around it, by default, south is behind you consistently.
Yeah.